Gathered friends, listen again to our legend of the Bionicle. In the time before time, DuckBricks started a Bionicle Retold series, recapping the entire Bionicle storyline, from the beginning to the end. And now, all journeys must come to an end. A prologue, 10 chapters, and an epilogue, the Bionicle Retold story is completed. And so, in this one final video, we will be combining all of the entire Bionicle Retold story in one massive video. So without further ado, I hope you enjoy and listen again to our legend of the Bionicle. Prologue, the Core War. Our story begins on a planet called Spherus Magna, where most of the action in the Bionicle storyline begins and ends. This planet was occupied by three major types of sentient beings: Glatorian, who were physically adept warriors and protectors; Skrull, who were incredibly militaristic warriors and biologically different from Glatorian; and Agori, who were smaller in stature than either Glatorian or Skrull and made up the vast majority of the population. In LEGO set terms, the Agori were basically your small sets, and the Glatorian or Skrull were the larger sets. These characters had incredibly long lifespans, living for thousands of years unless killed. This was in part due to a refinement they had made to their bodies. Despite being completely organic creatures, they had metallic implants and a completely metallic bone structure. The best way of mentally reconciling this is by thinking of stuff like cyberpunk or humans in the far, far future, where mechanical implants and technological upgrades have almost completely overtaken the organic body despite having an organic core. This society of workers and warriors was divided up into 8 tribes, based on the regions they lived in and the color of their armor: fire, water, jungle, ice, rock, sand, iron, and earth. These were generally made up of Glatorian and Agori, except for the Rock tribe, which was mostly exclusively Skrull. During the early days of the civilization, a Lovecraftian-like being known as Inanna roamed free, feeding on the dreams of the Agori. Those she fed on were eventually driven mad and rejected from society en masse. At the same time, certain members of the population began to mentally evolve, quickly rising to prominence. Superior in intellect and creativity, these people left behind the confines of tribal society and bestowed upon themselves the totally not egotistical title of Great Beings, seeing themselves as vastly superior to the rest. Eventually, these great beings became the scientist kings of the planet, with all other members of society bowing to them. The minds of these great beings became so much more advanced than the other members of the planet that over thousands of years and cycles of evolution, they became biologically different than Agori and Glatorian, almost constituting as a brand new species. The closest analogy that I can come up with here is, say, with humans and monkeys. They both sprung from the same species, but one is much more intelligent than the other. The great beings' minds were just so much more advanced than the standard Agori or Glatorian that they actually counted as a different species as the years passed on. Meanwhile, when Inanna moved to attack the great beings, she was beaten back. Due to the fact that they had biologically evolved past normal Glatorian and Agori, she was unable to truly drive their incredibly complex minds insane, and went into hiding after her defeat. With no more major present threats, it was a time of happiness and expansion. During this time of prosperity, the great beings began construction on a colossal prototype robot, which was intended to be piloted by Agori to navigate nearby star systems and explore the known universe, furthering the spread of their civilization. Unfortunately, they were unable to find a stable power source for the robot, and upon attempted launch, it exploded into several pieces across a vast desert. Keep this in mind, because this is basically a Deus Ex Machina that will be relevant for not only just the end of this episode, but the end of the entire Bionicle storyline as a whole. Just remember, the prototype robot exploded due to an unstable power source, and littered all across the desert are the remains of this massive robot. But this happiness was not to last, because after over 50,000 years without her presence, Inanna grew hungry again. At this point, she had faded into legend, and few still passed on the tales of warning about her. Inanna chose to specifically target one tribe in particular that were susceptible to her attacks, the Iron Tribe, driving nearly every single one of their members mad over time, eventually killing them all off. To the rest of the Agori, this appeared to be a mysterious and deadly plague that targeted most of the Iron Tribe Agori. From the ones who remained, many were driven mad themselves by the decimation of their entire civilization and all they had known to love, and the only survivors were shunned and driven away from the rest of the Agori in fear of their transmitting the disease. To this day, we only know of 2 named survivors, who were both filled with hatred and paranoia against the rest of the Agori for this mass shunning. In the grand scheme of things, the decimation of the Iron Tribe and their 2 remaining members aren't too relevant right now, but just keep them in mind for later because they'll be relatively relevant down the line. Meanwhile, Inanna's troublesome misdeeds didn't end there. Grown tired and weary of the militaristic ways of the Skrull, she used her telepathic abilities to expand the mental powers of the female members of the Skrull species, hoping they would use their newfound telepathic powers to wipe out their male counterparts. However, this didn't happen instantaneously, and while it did cause the male and female members of the species to have a major cultural divide, no major conflicts happened until much later in the main story. All you need to know at this point is that the female members of the Skrull separated off into their own cult-like society called the Sisters of the Skrull, isolating themselves completely from the rest of the villages. As years passed, the 8 tribes slowly dwindled to just 7 main tribes ruling the lands. Of course, you already know what happened to the Sand Tribe, and so there really only were just a few left: fire, water, jungle, ice, sand, rock, and earth. During this time, the Great Beings had also grown tired of actively ruling the land, and instead decided to take a step back from the politics of ruling to focus on their scientific experiments and technological expansion. Out of the 7 remaining tribes, a single warrior was chosen by the Great Beings to be imbued with elemental powers via a mysterious scientific process the Great Beings personally designed. These warriors, now known as the Element Lords, were assigned as the rulers of their individual tribes to act as representatives of each for diplomacy and trade. As the Element Lords ruled Spherus Magna and all its inhabitants, the Great Beings began to fade more and more into obscurity and legend. They spent this time experimenting on the native animals and even Glatorian and Agori, transforming the Sand Tribe into mindless beasts as a game to see who would survive best in the wild, and imbuing the massive insectoid creatures that roamed the land, called Scopios, with biomechanical implants essentially for fun, making the desert a whole lot more dangerous and giving us LEGO fans a killer set at the same time. It was around this time where everything began to go wrong. As the Agori delved deeper and deeper into the core of Spherus Magna, they uncovered a substance now known as energized protodermis. This discovery spurred on the central conflict of the Bionicle story. When energized protodermis was discovered by the Ice Tribe, the first Agori to touch the substance with his bare hands was instantly vaporized. And that was just the tip of the iceberg. When animals and other objects were exposed to the substance, they not only were just disintegrated, some actually were mutated and transformed into fantastical new creatures. Immediately seeing the limitless potential for such a powerful substance, the Element Lord of Earth advised the Lord of Ice to barricade his territory, refusing to share it all, except of course with the Earth Tribe, and ordering all Glatorian of Ice to defend the land at all cost. This understandably angered the rest of the Element Lords, who naturally assumed the Lord of Ice would share it with the rest of them, at least via trade. As diplomacy broke down and the Ice territory was transformed into a full-on kingdom overnight, the Core War began, and the beginning of the end was nigh. The mining of energized protodermis, which came from the core of the planet, caused the planet to grow unstable, with the protodermis bubbling up onto the surface of the planet all across the globe, only further fueling major conflict over these hotspots. The Agori and Glatorian began to attempt to study the energized protodermis, turning it into weapons and major forces of destruction. Absolutely horrified by the state of society, the Great Beings attempted to step in. But since so much time had passed since their dominance, their calls for peace were largely ignored, with almost every single tribe succumbing to the war. Taking advantage of technology developed by the Great Beings, the Agori began to even modify animals for war, fusing organic creatures with mechanical implants to hone them for battle. As the battles raged, this proved to be one of the bloodiest conflicts in the entire history of the Bionicle story. The power of the Lord of Jungle caused hundreds of warriors to be fused into trees and plant life, creating an eerie forest of blades and corpses. Even warriors who had grown disillusioned of fighting were soon pulled into the conflict, with very few remaining safe havens left on the entire planet that hadn't been touched by the conflict. Even innocent Agori who were non-combative were inadvertently killed in the senseless fighting over this resource. During this conflict, the Great Beings began to secretly recruit Agori to serve them in the name of peace. Some of these Agori were tasked to gather samples of energized protodermis and send them back to the Great Beings. Upon an intensive analysis of the substance, the Great Beings realized that the sheer amount of energized protodermis being drawn from the core was destabilizing the planet, and society as a whole was on the path towards an extinction-level event if energized protodermis continued to be drawn from the planet. To address this, the Great Beings developed two major contingency plans. The first was a short-term solution. To end the war, the Great Beings developed completely mechanical shape-shifting killers called Batera, created for one singular purpose: to wipe out any being ever seen holding a weapon. Unleashed en masse, these Batera proved to significantly slow the war, but at an incredible cost to the population. Unfortunately, due to their incredibly advanced AI, even after the Great Beings attempted to shut them down because they were dealing more harm than good, the Batera rejected their programming, instead revolting against the Great Beings and rampaging across the land, wiping out anyone they could find who was wielding a weapon. And so they developed this second plan, which was more of a long-term solution. Unsure of the long-term viability of the planet, the Great Beings drafted this much more extreme plan. Remember that prototype robot designed to map out star systems and expand civilization that was ultimately abandoned because they couldn't figure out a good, stable power source? Well, the Great Beings decided to resurrect the project, fueling a new second version of the robot with energized protodermis, which was the only substance powerful enough to keep it afloat and stable. The goal of this new project, dubbed the Great Spirit Robot to signify the fact that it carried the spirit of Spherus Magna, was to survey other worlds, learn more about other cultures and planets, and after 100,000 years return to Spherus Magna with hopefully the tools and knowledge gained necessary to repair the planet at its core. This robot was colossal in scale. It stood at 40 million feet high and contained its own internal gravity and weather systems that could be independently controlled. The most interesting part of this robot, however, was that it essentially was an entire universe. To populate this world and run the internal mechanics of the robot, the Great Beings made an entirely new, biomechanical species known as Matoran. These were not fully organic like the Glatorian and Agori, but they also weren't fully robotic like the Batera. They were essentially the perfect blend in between, and most similar to some of the most advanced Great Beings and the advanced Glatorian who had become more machine than man. These were similar in scale to Agori, but their minds were completely artificial, at least at the start. In the beginning, they were little more than robots, with some organic components, operating entirely based on their programming directives to fulfill certain tasks, like maintaining the power source, executing repairs, and so on. During construction of this robot, the Great Beings used advanced science and biological experiments to create a being known as Tren Krom to oversee construction and govern the Matoran as the Great Spirit was being built. Tren Krom was completely organic, featuring no mechanical parts whatsoever, and had immense telepathic abilities to be able to govern the minds of all Matoran in his vicinity and keep the workers on task. Oh, and one last thing I didn't mention. Tren Krom is horrendous in appearance. He's essentially a blob of pinkish flesh with tentacles and barbed hooks sticking out of every end of him. He has just 2 eyes inset into a gelatinous skull, but had the ability to grow extra eyes anywhere around his body so he could be all-seeing, and he could also shoot frickin' laser beams from his eyes. This isn't really that relevant right now, but I'm just trying to paint a picture here so when Tren Krom appears later on in the story, you'll maybe be able to better understand why some characters literally go mad just by seeing it. He's that horrendous. But anyways, after construction of the Great Spirit robot was done, Tren Krom's usefulness was over, and the Great Beings placed him far away from the proceedings at the center of the robot, confining him to an island of his own where we wouldn't see him in the story until much, much later. Meanwhile, as construction of this robot was occurring, the Core War raged on. At this point, some tribes had formed uneasy alliances with each other, and the Earth tribe had been essentially shunned and systematically killed off for being the people who started this war by manipulating the Lord of Ice to take the Protodermis for himself and them. In a pivotal battle that ended the war, a legion of Skrull, fresh from a major victory over the Jungle tribe, routed the Ice tribe from their mountains, giving the Fire tribe a chance to break through the northern Ice tribe flank and finally seize control of the original spring of energized Protodermis, which caused all this fighting to begin with. Unfortunately, the Fire tribe then proceeded to foolishly drain the wellspring of all its energized Protodermis, significantly advancing the planet's decay and causing earthquakes to break out all over the planet. The Great Beings, observing this destruction, hastily began preparations to launch the Great Spirit Robot. It's at this point in the story that I want to address one major thing. Despite what the legends may say, the Great Beings were far from benevolent gods. Sure, they all did want what was best for society, but many of them had massive egos and saw themselves as literal gods because of their physically advanced and mentally advanced nature above the rest of the population. This was not a great mix for a brand new universe being created, and we're gonna get into why right now. And so, in all this chaos, one rogue great being named Velika made a choice that would kickstart the entire Bionicle story and launch the main conflict that would drive 10 years worth of the LEGO theme. In the final moments before launch, Velika essentially pushed a software update to all Matoran, which elevated them beyond mindless robots assigned to do certain tasks and imbued them with a form of artificial intelligence that he had been secretly developing, which was so advanced they became no different than the average Agori or Glatorian back on Spherus Magna. He did this not out of the goodness of his heart, but with a plan to later reveal himself as the source of their free will, in hopes they would choose to worship him because of this. Because what really is the point of having a mindless army of robots worship you when you could give them sentience and have them choose to worship you out of their own free will? Now that's what Velika's talking about. It was this sentiment that caused every single inhabitant of the Matoran universe to gain full sentience and consciousness at once. While most still went about their daily tasks, as time went on, they became more and more independent, functioning as unique individuals with personalities, hopes, fears, and dreams. Velika had, whether intentionally or not, just created a new sentient species. And as this great spirit robot blasted off into deep space, carrying a brand new, fully intelligent species on board, the Core War ripped the planet apart in a major event known as the Shattering. From this destruction, 3 new celestial bodies were born. Bota Magna, home to vast jungles and biomechanical dinosaurs. Bara Magna, now a vast, post-apocalyptic desert wasteland which housed the vast majority of surviving Agori and Glatorian. And Aqua Magna, an ocean-filled planet with no surviving Agori or Glatorian inhabitants. The stage was set for an epic journey as the inhabitants of the Great Spirit Robot slowly gained sentience, all while having no knowledge of their origins and original purpose. As life on Bara Magna began to regress into nomads wandering the desert and the robot launched forth into the universe, we now have reached the end of the beginning and the start of a new chapter in Bionicle lore. Previously on Bionicle Retold, Prologue, the Core War. Extinction. Thousands of light years away, battles rage across a planet known as Spherus Magna over energized Protodermis, a mysterious and powerful substance with the ability to create or destroy. Elemental tribes clash, unaware that the planet is nearing destruction with the mining of this substance. Scientist kings known as Great Beings devise a last-ditch attempt at survival, sending a colossal robot hurtling into deep space. Its mission to survey and collect data on other worlds, societies, and technology, with the hopes of returning after thousands of years to repair the planet. As this great spirit robot launches from the planet's surface, the war for Protodermis splits the planet in 3 chunks, forever altering the future of society. The fate of Spherus Magna and all its inhabitants lies in the hands of a burgeoning species created at the heart of the great spirit robot, only just beginning to seek out their own place in the world. This is Bionicle Retold. Chapter 1 Beginnings. We last left off with the Great Spirit robot hurtling into space, carrying a new hybrid species aboard called the Matoran. In the Matoran language, Great Spirit translates to Mata Nui, and at this stage in the universe, to its inhabitants, the Great Spirit robot was known as just Mata Nui. This microcosm of a universe served as the primary mystery, driving 8 years of the Bionicle storyline from 2001 to 2008. As you may probably guess, this was the big mystery yet to be unveiled until 8 years into the LEGO theme, that literally everything was happening inside a gigantic robot. But to truly delve deep into this brave new world, we have to turn back the clock, returning to the time before Spherus Magna was split apart and the great beings were still working to develop and build this Mata Nui robot. It was at this time that the robot was divided into multiple internal domes, separated by a sea of liquid protodermis that, in essence, was the lifeblood of the robot. With internal gravity systems keeping everything secure and in place, vast continents began to slowly take shape, with artificial weather beginning to kick in to climate control each island within the robot. This robot had a very precise system of surveying alien worlds. Upon arrival on a new planet, the robot would land and lay horizontally, submerged in the oceans of the world. Across the face of the robot, a highly specialized cloaking mechanism would take place, disguising itself as a remote island amidst the ocean. When the analysis was completed and surveying was done, mechanical swarm-like robots known as the Borak swarms would wipe across the face of the robot, clearing away the camouflage and preparing it for takeoff yet again. Aided by a remote satellite known as the Red Star to calculate trajectory and conduct repairs, the surveillance process was truly state-of-the-art. The very first species created by the great beings were known as the Matoran, hardy builders and workers similar in size and ability to the Agori. Unbeknownst to the rest of the great beings, they had gained full sentience and free will thanks to the meddling of the great being Velika, who also transferred his consciousness into a Matoran body to keep an eye on the universe and influence the development of society. Much like the Agori and Glatorian, the Matoran were also separated into elements, although this time, unlike the inhabitants of Spherus Magna, they were built to possess some innate elemental abilities. To perform the vast degree of functions and roles in the Matoran universe, 15 elements were chosen for a Matoran to be divided into: fire, water, air, ice, stone, earth, light, magnetism, lightning, plasma, gravity, sonics, the green, iron, and psionics. I just want to note that out of these 15 elements, I know it sounds like a lot, but really only 7 and arguably 6 are really too relevant to the main storyline. The other ones just play supporting roles. You can probably guess which ones are the most important, and I'll be going over them later in this video. And the other thing I wanted to note is that the Matoran have their own language. They basically have their own dialects separate to the English language, where a lot of words in English translate directly into Matoran universe words. A key proponent of this language is the use of suffixes and prefixes as well. So for example, the prefix ta means fire. So a Matoran of fire would be a ta Matoran, a village of fire would be ta Koro, with Koro meaning village, a region of fire would be ta Wahi, with Wahi meaning region, and so on. And don't worry if this is a little bit confusing, I've linked dictionaries down in the description below, and I'll also be explaining every single word as they come along in the stories. So don't worry about getting too confused, because I will be explaining every single word I say. Just keep in mind that if I say the word Matoran and have some prefix behind it, then that necessarily means that element. So Ga Matoran water, Le Matoran air, and so on. The first Matoran ever brought into being were the Matoran of Light, or Av Matoran. It was their job to maintain and power the heart of the Great Spirit robot, and as such, were equipped with minor elemental light abilities to ensure the power source of the robot remained stable. Situated in the realm of Karda Nui, the world that feeds the world, these Av Matoran were the first to work amongst the Matoran universe and sustain its artificial heart. Upon reaching the end of their life cycles, or if needed, Av Matoran could be forcibly evolved and transformed into the Borak robots created to cleanse the surface of the robot, losing their personality and memories in favor of a singular will to cleanse. Remember this for a future chapter. You may be able to guess where this is going, but a swarm of mindless robots with one core directive to cleanse the surface of Mata Nui would prove to be let's just say, problematic in the future story.
Core to the functions of the Great Spirit robot were the Kanohi masks, highly advanced technological objects that granted powers and abilities to any Matoran who wore them. Initially created by the Great Beings, these masks represented an additional secondary power boost in addition to the wearer's primary element. There are 4 major types of Kanohi power levels: Powerless, Noble, Great, and Legendary.
Yes, these were the collectibles of the LEGO theme. You gotta have them in any original action-adventure theme LEGO puts out.
Powerless masks are worn by every member of the Matoran species, and essentially served as power sources of the Matoran. Despite being unable to access the secondary power the mask would normally provide, without a Kanohi mask, Matoran lapse into a comatose state. There would also be some extraordinary Kanohi that possess powers far beyond a normal mask, known as legendary masks. Only 3 exist: the Kanohi Vahi, the Mask of Time, the Kanohi Ignika, the Mask of Life, and the Mask of Creation, whose true name has been lost to time. These masks cannot be worn by ordinary users and often require special circumstances for their power to be accessed. These were planned to be brought into existence by the Great Beings to fulfill extremely specific and incredibly powerful duties. The Vahi could be used to slow time around a specific segment of the universe, allowing for quick repairs before major damage was dealt to the robot. The Mask of Creation allows its user to imagine a completed product from raw materials and learn how to construct it, or make it out of thin air if it was already envisioned. And finally, arguably the most important of all, the Ignika Mask of Life was only to be used in the most dire of emergency situations. Should the power source of the Great Spirit robot ever falter, the Ignika could be worn by an inhabitant of the Matoran universe to kick-start it back to life, sacrificing that inhabitant in the process. This mask also had an incredibly dangerous and powerful failsafe. Should the advanced AI of the mask deem the Matoran universe, and in turn the Great Spirit robot as a whole, beyond saving, it would activate a death countdown, instantly killing every inhabitant of the universe at once to prevent the technology of the Great Beings from falling into the wrong hands. Meanwhile, seeing the success of the Avmatoran, the Great Beings brought forth many more Matoran to populate the land, each imbued with innate elemental abilities that could manifest in a weak manner to perform certain tasks. The main 6 that continually crop up in the story were Ta Matoran, Matoran of Fire who could tolerate extreme heat and work in intense conditions, Ga Matoran, Matoran of Water who could hold their breath for a long period of time and could repair any water damage to the robot, Le Matoran, Matoran of Air with great ability and speed in tall structures, Ko Matoran, Matoran of Ice that tolerate immense cold and could repair breaches from the vacuum of space, Po Matoran, Matoran of Stone with incredible strength and physical prowess for the heavy lifting jobs of the universe, and Onu Matoran, Matoran of Earth with night vision and enhanced strength to toil in the darkest parts of the universe. After the creation of the Matoran, the Great Beings created 2 kindred beings to serve diametrically opposed roles: Artaka, who ruled over a land of the best Matoran crafters and builders who churned out rare artifacts and powerful tools to aid the universe, and Karzani, the ruler of a realm where broken and malfunctioning Matoran were sent to be repaired. While both started with noble intent, Velika's meddling gave all members of the universe sentience, not just the Matoran, and as time progressed, some of these realms devolved into stuff much, much darker. Immediately after their creation, the Great Beings pitted Artaka and Karzani against each other in a competition to earn the legendary Mask of Creation. Artaka eventually emerged the victor after months of battle, claiming the mask and leaving his counterpart, Karzani, with the Kanohi Olisi, the Great Mask of Alternate Futures.
This left Artaka with the power to create literally anything he wanted, and Karzani with the power to inflict visions of alternate futures on his subjects. Still a cool power, but not literally create anything you want cool. You can understand why Karzani may be a little jealous of his brother.
Due to the sentience Velika bestowed upon the members of the Matoran universe, Karzani grew deeply resentful of Artaka and slowly began his descent into darkness. Meanwhile, the Great Beings continued to experiment and create. In an attempt to gain full expertise over creating purely organic materials, something they had first attempted with Tren Krom, the Great Beings inadvertently unleashed twisted and hideous lizard-like creatures known as the Zyglak onto the Matoran universe. Escaping from the labs of the Great Beings, the Zyglak embodied an evil nature in true opposition to the Matoran, significantly impacting worker productivity as they rampaged across the insides of the robot. And so, with a new threat on the horizon, the great beings decided to create a protecting force to defend the Matoran against evil and violence. It was in these early days of prehistory that the Hand of Artaka was formed, featuring an array of defensive soldiers such as the mighty Axon and Weapons Master Hydraxon. Operating from the realm of Artaka, this group soon exemplified principles of justice and courage, again thanks to Velika giving each inhabitant free will to develop their own moral code. With the Zyglek held at bay by the Hand of Artaka, the great beings could refocus on further development of the universe. And so, a city of legends was born. Rising from the central head of the Great Spirit Robot, the city of Metru Nui was, quite literally, the brain of the universe. A focal point where all knowledge was processed, archived, and analyzed by the dutiful Matoran kept inside. It was then that the great beings sought to improve and evolve the Matoran species,
allowing the most noble and good of their kind to undergo a transformative process to evolve into warriors and protectors known as Toa. Should any threats endanger the Matoran, particularly those living in Metru Nui, chosen Matoran could rise to the title of hero and gain physical strength, full control over their elemental abilities, and have their powerless Kanohi masks upgraded to great Kanohi masks, giving them a wide range of secondary powers for each new Kanohi. And with Toa representing the second cycle of Matoran evolution, the third and final cycle was created, known as Turaga. After a Toa fulfills their duties, they can choose to surrender their power and become Turaga, transitioning from warriors to elders with an active hand in guiding Matoran society. The first Toa created was Toa Helrix. Hailing from the land of Artaka, Helrix was sent to Metru Nui to assist the Matoran in its construction and beat back any Zyglek that attempted to breach the city gates.
To further fortify and defend the central processing city, the great beings gave life to a new subset of species known as Rahi, animals of limited intelligence to inhabit the lands and act as a natural defense against invaders. Some of the first Rahi were sea creatures of vast proportions, ancient during the time where Metru Nui was still being built, inhabiting the depths of the Silver Sea of Protodermis around the city. And finally, as Metru Nui neared completion, the Matoran universe was complete at last. From the brain of the robot housing Metru Nui, to the heart and power source of Karda Nui, and to even southern islands at the legs and arms of the robot, Matoran and Toa colonized these individual islands, forming a home across the entirety of the Great Spirit Robot. At this pivotal point in history, the great beings undertook their last creation and forged the Kanohi Ignika, the Mask of Life. Heated by undying fires and cooled in caverns of ice, the Mask of Life housed the power over all life in the universe, and its fate could shape the destiny of all the great beings' creations. As the Matoran labeled throughout the universe, two great beings brought the Ignika down to the southern continent, where they hid it in secret on an island known as Voya Nui, where it was preserved safely for many ages beneath the volcano Mount Valmai, guarded by a new being named Umbra, waiting for its destined wearer to arrive and for its own destiny to be fulfilled. It was with this final act of creation that the great beings completed the universe they had begun, and departed, perhaps forever. All except, of course, Velika, who continued to masquerade as a Matoran to influence the development of a species he considered he had the right to rule. And as the great beings departed the universe, they kick-started the dormant AI of Mata Nui to govern the entire universe in their stead. Awakening, the Great Spirit Mata Nui assumed control of the robot and directed it to depart Spherus Magna, right at the brink of the shattering and bringing us back to where we left off at the end of the prologue.
As Mata Nui flew deep into space, beginning the great work of categorizing and gathering data on other worlds and species, members of the universe began to diverge from their loops and develop their own personalities and motivations. In these early days of the burgeoning universe, the Matoran labored in darkness and lived in sorrow. The best among them were sent to the realm of Artaka. Known as the Great Refuge, this was a glorious place to work safely and happily in the light.
The damaged and malfunctioning Matoran were sent to Karzani, whose original purpose was to repair the Matoran and send them back better than before. But the realm of Karzani was a harsh and unforgiving place, and without the governing hand and supervision of the great beings, Karzani soon realized he was ill-equipped to repair the Matoran on his own. Instead, any attempt he made to rebuild the Matoran resulted in them being reshaped into weaker and more misshapen forms than the ones they arrived in, and giving them weapons to compensate. In his shame, Karzani began to send these poorly rebuilt Matoran to live in seclusion on the southern continent. As Turaga all across the Matoran universe began to realize that no Matoran sent to Karzani ever returned, they barred off all paths to his land, further driving Karzani into a rage and twisting his mind. As the years passed, Karzani became bitter and angry, blaming the Matoran for his failures, deluding himself into thinking that they were not destined to be repaired. Karzani then held captive what Matoran he had left, enslaving them and subjugating them to grotesque experiments in order to fortify his own realm for his now sinister purposes, and awaiting any stray Matoran who may wander into his traps. A passage from Bionicle books describing the realm of Karzani describe it as a place where fire provides no warmth, while the touch of ice burns. Dust falls cascade over mountains, while pools of water sit unmoving. Thunder makes no noise, but the sound of a gentle breeze can be deafening. This is a realm of shadow, of famine, plague, and blight. A world of darkness where there is no place for light, and the ground screams at your very steps. In case it wasn't already obvious, the realms of Artaka and Karzani are basically the Bionicle equivalent of heaven and hell, where the good Matoran are sent to Artaka to work in peace, and the bad ones who do not perform their jobs correctly are sent to Karzani, basically hell. In fact, it was a common insult for Matoran to use against each other, "Go to Karzani," if it wasn't clear enough. During this time of upheaval, the growing numbers of Toa soon rendered the Hand of Artaka obsolete, with many of its members splitting off to form their own organization dedicated to carrying out the will of Mata Nui. This new secret society, known as the Order of Mata Nui, began to operate in secret, keeping a watchful eye over the Matoran universe. To publicly maintain order, Mata Nui also brought a powerful new race of beings known as the Makuta to existence. Joining together into the Brotherhood of Makuta, these new beings had the important role of creating new Rahi in the absence of the great beings to perform unique tasks and aid the Matoran, resulting in a massive rise of diverse new species as these Makuta experimented with viruses, organic material, and liquid protodermis itself to create beasts of burden, laborers, repairers, and more. With the city of Metru Nui completed, it was the Brotherhood of Makuta's primary job to protect the city against any and all threats alongside the Toa, both with the creation of Rahi beasts bred for battle and defense, and by upgrading their own bodies to make them suitable for war individually. And finally, the first alliance of Toa into a cohesive team was then made, a tradition that would endure for the rest of history, and the first Toa canisters were built by the Matoran as a primary means of transport for the Toa. If the Toa canisters look familiar, it's because they literally were the packaging that the toys came in. Pretty cool brand story integration, if I do say so myself. Despite the rise of more Toa and the Brotherhood of Makuta, the Zyglak continued to pose a major threat to the Matoran and Toa, and in a critical moment, the leader of the first Toa team, Lesovic, hesitated, and as a result, his entire team was killed by Zyglak. Guilt-ridden, Lesovic deserted his post and began to explore the universe without a purpose. In spite of this failure, the Order of Mata Nui partnered with Artaka to create 6 elite Toa, physical embodiments of the elements, and unique by the fact that they had never been Matoran. Due to the power of Artaka's Mask of Creation, they came into being as Toa. They were Tahu, Toa of Fire, Gali, Toa of Water, Liwa, Toa of Air, Kopaka, Toa of Ice, Hoahatu, Toa of Stone, and Onua, Toa of Earth. Remember their names, for they would grow to become the central characters in Bionicle lore. For hundreds of years, this elite team of Toa Mata, named after Mata Nui himself, protected the heart of the robot and defended Karda Nui against any and all threats. During this active duty in Karda Nui, the Toa Mata were trained by Weapons Master Hydraxon, now senior member of the Order of Mata Nui, in preparation for their ultimate destiny. Impatient of their endless training and yearning to learn more of their intended purpose, Tahu, leader of the team, along with Kopaka, sought out Helrix, the first Toa, demanding to be told a reason for their existence. Helrix then finally revealed to them their crucial purpose, telling them of the mysterious Kodrex, a giant silver sphere created by the great beings in Cardanui where their journey would begin. It was there that Tahu and Kopaka learned of the team's true purpose. Should Madanui ever succumb to external attacks or even be overthrown from within, they would automatically awaken, jettisoning from their Toa canisters and fueling the Kodrex with their elemental energies, restoring Madanui and saving the Matoran universe. And so, when they were adequately trained and it came time for the Toa Mata to achieve their destiny, they were sent deep into the Kodrex and placed in stasis inside special Toa canisters, designed to sustain life functions but keep them asleep, ready to be summoned in time of crisis. And after this failsafe was put in place, the beings called the Barag twins, queens of the Borak swarms, were brought into creation and sent into slumber alongside the Borak swarms, awaiting the time of their awakening, just like the Toa Mata. But little did this brand new universe know. Storms were brewing, and major internal conflict was about to strike, kickstarting some of the most pivotal moments that plunged the universe into conflict and changed the course of the Great Spirit robot forever. But that's all for next time, and with two major failsafes deep in stasis and the Matoran universe well on its way to being fully developed, thus ends Chapter 1, Beginnings.
Previously on Bionicle Retold, Chapter 1 Beginnings. Birth of a new universe. After a catastrophic extinction-level event that split the world of Spherus Magna in three, a colossal robot rockets away from the destruction, carrying a hybrid species so technologically advanced that they are indistinguishable from fully sentient species. The body of this Matanui robot houses several spheres, with climate-controlled islands and unique ecosystems within. Housed inside this robot are dozens of unique species, Matoran laborers maintaining the robot, animalistic Rahi guarding the boundaries, noble Toa warriors protecting the Matoran, and wise Turaga elders guiding society. The sparks of sentience fan a flame of diverse development, with the Order of Matanui keeping a watchful eye over the universe while working with the Brotherhood of Makuta to keep the peace. Until now, the only threat has been the mindless Zyglak, byproducts of ancient science united in their will to destroy. But darkness is growing at the heart of this universe, and this fragile peace is not to last. This is Bionicle Retold.
Chapter 2, Rise of the Brotherhood. Part 1, Reign of the Six Kingdoms. With the Toa Mata failsafe deep in slumber and the completion of the great city of Metru Nui housed in the brain of the robot, construction on the internal workings of the robot had finally come to an end. The Matoran laborers spread out amongst the island domes were separated, isolated to their own homelands and regions. And so, to maintain order and unite all disparate aspects of the Matoran universe, the Great Spirit Madanui saw fit to bring 6 new, prime species into existence. Perfect physical specimens who radiated beauty and absolute power, these rulers were known as the Baraki, which in the Matoran language translates directly to warlords. The Baraki consisted of Prydak, the strongest and fastest of them all, Kalma, a cruel and emotionless ruler, the secretive and isolated Mantax, Elek, who was once the most brutal of them all, Karapar, an incredibly powerful physical force, and Takadox, a cunning and treacherous warlord with an eerie hypnosis ability that held his armies in his thrall. Just a side note, the images shown on screen like this guy right here for the Baraki are actually 4 mutated versions of the Baraki. Of course, these are not the prime specimens that they once were, but as to why they were mutated, well, you're going to have to wait and find out for that. But unfortunately, we do not have any images of the Baraki pre-mutation, so any images shown on screen here are for the post-mutation Baraki. They're the same characters, just underwent a bit of a physical transformation, which we'll delve into much later in the coming chapters. The rule of the Baraki lasted for nearly 1,000 years, resulting in a massive military campaign to form an empire spanning most of the known universe. After each of the 6 Baraki maintained peace over their own sector of the Matoran universe, they banded together in an alliance, known as the League of 6 Kingdoms. Led overall by Product, this league lasted for more than 14 millennia before it was dissolved. But absolute power corrupts absolutely, and as the Baraki exercised their power as some of the most prominent political and military figures in the universe, it became apparent that some of the methods they used to accomplish their goals were far from peaceful, and arose instead from a desire for the acquisition of wealth, tyrannical domination, and yet more sinister, the overthrow of the Great Spirit himself. Monitoring the political situation intensely, the Brotherhood of Makuta, sworn guardians and defenders of the Great Spirit Madanui, paid off the treacherous Takadox to act as their spy on the inside of the League of the 6 Kingdoms, reporting back to them with troop movements and plans. With the League's main focus now twisted from the preservation of order to the complete domination of all life, the Matoran universe was under a complete, totalitarian state of rule. Matoran were forced to abandon their posts and take up arms as the League drafted more and more people into their armies. And despite Metru Nui signing a trade agreement in exchange for sovereignty and freedom, all other domes across the universe soon fell to control of the 6 Kingdoms, with the Baraki succeeding in their initial goal to unite the universe, but at a great cost. It was at this point that the Brotherhood of Makuta decided to step in. Takadox, the mole inside the League, informed the Brotherhood that the Baraki were prepping their armies to overthrow the Great Spirit Madanui himself. Seeing these warlords had gone too far, the Brotherhood of Makuta, led by the powerful Makuta Mizrax, summoned their own armies to pour forth from their colossal fortresses. Partnered with every available Toa team, they were led in battle by Makuta Pterodax, a high-ranking lieutenant of the Brotherhood. This combined army swept across the forces of the League, overwhelming them in a climactic surprise attack. And so, with their armies defeated and driven away, the 6 warlords were brought before Makuta Pterodax, bound and begging for their lives. In a final act of desperation, the Baraki revealed their details of their plans to Makuta Pterodax, begging him to join them to rule over all the universe. In the moment, Pterodax rejected their treasonous offers, sentencing them all to execution for their crimes against Madanui. Although, of course, he secretly planned to spare Takadox for all his help and information. But before Pterodax got a chance to execute this punishment and reveal to the Baraki who had betrayed them, a crack of energy blasted through the empty battlefield, materializing a being out of thin air before the disgraced Baraki and Pterodax himself. While unaware at the moment, we now know this to be the being known as Botar, teleporting servant of the mysterious Order of Madanui. Unbeknownst to Pterodax and the rest of the Makuta, the Order of Madanui had a far worse fate planned for the Baraki. To punish them for their failed revolt, these secret servants of Madanui tasked Botar to teleport the Baraki to a massive prison known as the Pit, where they would spend the rest of their eternal lives imprisoned in the darkest depths of the universe. And so as energy bonds wrapped around the Baraki and they began to vanish before Pterodax's eyes, this marked the end of the League of 6 Kingdoms. But although the Baraki faded from history and were now forgotten, their ideas remained in the mind of Pterodax, the first seeds of what was to one day become the darkest and most destructive plot in the history of the Matoran universe. Part 2. Rise of the Dark Hunters. A time of subdued chaos followed these momentous events. With the fall of the League of 6 Kingdoms, one of the most powerful and influential forces in the universe, a vacuum of leadership was created. In this vacuum of order and power, trouble began to brew on distant islands throughout the universe. On a secluded island in the southern realms of the robot, a being who would later be codenamed Ancient revolted against the government of his home island, doing dirty work for the highest bidder. Ancient's actions quickly plunged this island into chaos, starting a bloody civil war that resulted in most of the island's population to be wiped out. And as the dust settled, Ancient was approached by another being later known as the Shadowed One with a business proposition. Work together and form a shadowy organization in the underbelly of the universe, doing dirty work for good pay. Thus, the idea of the Dark Hunters, one of the most infamous organizations in history, was born. Conquering a small island called Odina and establishing a massive fortress on its shore, Ancient and the Shadowed One began to rapidly recruit displaced warriors from the disbanded armies of the League. This group would quickly grow in number, consisting of corrupted beings, rogue Toa, bestial tyrants, sadistic murderers, convicted criminals, insane wanderers, and anyone else corrupt and crazy enough to join their ranks. Bit of a fun fact here.
The vast majority of the Dark Hunters, like Ancient here, were actually fan models that were canonized in a major contest that the LEGO Group ran in 2005 to put every single Dark Hunter in a guidebook made up of mocks of different characters and builders in the community. You can actually check out all of these models because I'm doing a weekly review series called Bionicle Fan and Reviews, where I'm reviewing every fan-created canonized Bionicle model, just like this one. So if that's the kind of thing you're interested in, please feel free to go check it out.
Part 3. The Great Disruption. As the Dark Hunters grew in power, the rest of the universe stumbled. Strife, malcontent, and disorder spread across the lands, reaching into the very heart of the Tauran civilization, Metru Nui itself. Thus, 500 years after the defeat of the Baraki, the period known as the Great Disruption began. Heralded by the Matoran Civil War, the Great Disruption marked a dark time for the universe. With no more Baraki present to keep the Matoran in check, it wasn't long until things began to spiral out of control. It all started with a minor dispute between Po-Matoran, the builders and workers of stone, and Ta-Matoran, the crafters and smelters of fire. A small skirmish over trade boundaries and legislation resulted in more and more malicious acts, with angered Po-Matoran sinking Ta-Matoran barges, and the Ta-Matoran reacting by allying themselves with the normally peaceful Ga-Matoran, who attempted to stop the conflict. These attempts were unsuccessful, and soon all work in Metru Nui ceased as the city was engulfed in a full-on civil war. Onu Matoran of Earth joined with Ga and Ta-Matoran as the Le Matoran of Air and Ko Matoran of Ice banded together with the Po-Matoran. With the city descending into violence, the main hub keeping the Great Spirit robot active and functioning was essentially offline, causing a ripple effect through the rest of the universe.
The best way to imagine just the sheer amount of damage done to the rest of the robot, and in turn the Matoran universe, by Metru Nui going offline, is probably by imagining what happens to your own body when you get severe head trauma, or say your brain just decides to shut down. Definitely not a good thing for all of the rest of the systems of the body, especially if the head itself is completely powered off, which was essentially what was happening while the Matoran were busy fighting each other instead of performing their tasks.
For 400 years, the Matoran Civil War raged across Metru Nui, plummeting the rest of the universe into darkness. Once again, the task fell to the Brotherhood of Makuta, the de facto defenders of order in the universe, to remedy the situation. With Makuta Pterodax leading the military forces yet again, a drastic plan was enacted. Remember how one of the main goals of the robot was to catalog and accumulate vast archives of information about animals, creatures, and civilizations? Well, a vast majority of these animals were contained by force in the great archives of Onu Metru, where underground tunnels and passageways held copies of every species that had been discovered thus far, including some of the most vicious Rahi. And so, in a severe act to stop the civil war, Makuta Pterodax and his forces rounded up many of the most militaristic Matoran, sealing them in the archives and unleashing the vicious animals within to purge the survivors. The Matoran leaders who spurred on the conflict were yet again teleported to the pit by Botar, just like the Baraki before them. While this traumatic event known as the Archives Massacre did its job to terrify the Matoran into subjugation and stop the civil war, the damage was done. Additionally, the bloody methods employed by the Makuta, lacking any thought for the preservation of life, sparked enduring distrust between the Matoran and the Brotherhood. The consequences of the Great Disruption were far more widespread than anyone realized. The Great Spirit had been so greatly weakened by the events of the Civil War that he now neared death.
Recap time! In Chapter 1 Beginnings, we explained that there were 3 legendary Kanohi masks, the most important of which was the Kanohi Ignika, whose important role was to kickstart the Matoran universe and the Great Spirit's life should its life force ever dwindle. The way it works is that any member of the Matoran universe can wear the Ignika on their face, thus absorbing their life energy and sacrificing themselves to kickstart the universe, thus saving the entire world and Matanui's life.
So it was that a Toa of magnetism called Jovan was charged with leading a group of his fellow Toa to the heart of the southern continent, to the raging volcano of Mount Valmai. Beneath the fiery mountain, Jovan and his team discovered a maze of passageways filled with a host of trials, and were tested time and time again by the guardians of the mountain's secret. They proved themselves worthy, and at last came to the Chamber of Life, in which waited the Kanohi Ignika, the Mask of Life. Placed there by the great being long ages ago, the Ignika had waited for one destined to take it and use it, and its bearer had come. The group of Toa took the Ignika from its chamber and traveled even farther down beneath the surface of the continent, eventually arriving in Kata Nui, the core of the universe. The Toa who was destined to wear the Ignika did so, fearfully and with regret in his heart, and was consumed by the energies of the mask. His life energy was channeled through the mask and used to replenish the life of the dying Great Spirit. The death of their fellow Toa and the fearful power of the Ignika shocked and terrified the remaining members of the group, who hurriedly returned the mask to its chamber and left in fear and awe. Only Jovan, leader of the group, chose to stay. Giving up his power for the greater good and becoming a Turaga, he settled amongst the Matoran who lived near Mount Valmai, his destiny fulfilled and the utter destruction of the universe averted. Part 4. Evolution of the Makuta. And so, with one major catastrophe put behind them, the Matoran universe settled into a period of rebirth and rebuilding. Metru Nui was slowly rebuilt, and while distrust and prejudice between certain sects of the Matoran still remained, for the most part, all evidence of the Civil War was swept aside to the history books. In the meantime, the Brotherhood of Makuta focused on damage control and anticipating any upcoming threats, as they had allowed the two previous major threats to exist for far too long. A member of their ranks named Mutron was tasked with ensuring the entity Tren Krom from the early days of the universe did not remain a threat. Here's a bit of recap from the Prologue, the Core War. Tren Krom was a being created by the Great Beings to govern the Matoran universe while it was still being constructed, far before the time of Artaka, Karzani, or even the Great Spirit Madanui himself. Tren Krom was a horrendous reptilian organism who featured incredible telepathic abilities, using his powers to bridge his mind between himself and any member of the Matoran universe to uncover their secrets and to be able to control their will. Upon discovering Tren Krom's island, Makuta Mutron was immediately seized, while Tren Krom bridged their minds, catching up on all the events of the universe that he had missed. In return, however, he inadvertently shared some of his memories with Mutron, namely that everyone was created by the Great Beings, and the Great Spirit Madanui was, in fact, a colossal AI controlling a robot hurtling through space, and it was possible to overthrow the Madanui AI consciousness. However, Mutron was expressly loyal to Makuta Pterodax, not the true ruler of the Brotherhood, who was Makuta Miserix. Since Pterodax had led them into battle as Miserix's lieutenant time and time again, Mutron's true loyalties lay with him, and immediately after returning to the Makuta fortress on Destro, Mutron conveyed what he had learned from Tren Krom directly to Pterodax, who immediately called a major convocation, something no Makuta other than Miserix was allowed to do. With all the members of the Brotherhood of Makuta gathered in one chamber, Pterodax gave a grand speech, urging them that with this knowledge, the Makuta had the power to take over the entire universe, arguing that since they did all the dirty work for Madanui anyways, why not have them be the ones in control? Miserix, leader of the Brotherhood, stood firm in his values, arguing that Pterodax's crazy plan could end up destroying the entire universe, and this was all a bid by Pterodax to overthrow him. And so after a brutal fight between the two, the Makuta were called to a vote, Pterodax as their leader, or Miserix. While Miserix still had some staunch supporters, more and more Makuta were swayed to Pterodax's side, with the remaining defenders of Miserix being forced to side with Pterodax to go with the majority. Two members of their ranks, Makuta Spiria and Makuta Krika, were then ordered to kill Miserix, but since they had been secret supporters of Miserix, neither had the heart to kill him, instead sneaking him off the island and faking his death to Pterodax. With Miserix out of the picture and marooned on an isolated island with no allies, Pterodax began a massive restructuring of the Brotherhood, tasking his most loyal lieutenants, Gorast and Icarax, to kill any Makuta who had originally sided with Miserix. Pterodax then tasked scientists within the Brotherhood to seek out new races within the Matoran universe to see if any could be modified for war, prepping for the eventual takeover of the universe. Makuta Spiria discovered a peaceful yet physically adept race known as the Skakti, who he saw fit to alter with viruses, granting them powerful laser vision and even elemental abilities when two Skakti work in conjunction with each other. After this newfound evolution of the Skakti, Spiria left them to their own devices, leaving some Rahi of his own design called Vizorak on the island to keep them in line. But when Spiria returned, it was a total war zone. The Skakti had shed their peaceful ways and with their newfound abilities, defeated the Vizorak guards and started to slaughter each other in bids for power. Not only did he amplify their abilities too much, but he instilled in them a sense of violence and conquest to make them uncontrollable by the Makuta. As a result, Spiria was banished from the Brotherhood for killing a race, replacing them with horrible monsters who did nothing but destroy. Of course, we'll see this band of vicious murderers and psychopathic criminals at some point in the future. Just you wait for the later chapters. While the Brotherhood continued these experiments and began to cease contact with other organizations in the universe, the Order of Madanui grew concerned, suspicious of the secrecy surrounding their latest ideals. Since the Brotherhood of Makuta used the element of shadow as a primary power source, they would be particularly vulnerable to the element of light, particularly if any Av-Matoran were to transform into Toa of Light. Prematurely acting out of suspicion, the Order of Madanui removed several of these Matoran of Light from their homeland as a failsafe, hiding them from the Brotherhood and disguising them as Matoran of other elements to conceal their true nature and brainwashing them into thinking they were ordinary Matoran of other elements. They were then scattered to random parts of the Matoran universe, decentralizing the main hub of Av-Matoran. And so, after this task was completed, Madanui erased the memories of the previous 6 months from everyone in the Matoran universe, save members of the Order. This led to a gap in recorded history known as the Time Slip, where most Av-Matoran vanished, unbeknownst to the population en masse. And as the years passed, the Makuta species began to slowly evolve, shedding the need for robotic parts and transmuting into a gaseous substance now known as antidermis. This evolution did come with a significant weakness. Should the robotic armor of the Makuta be breached, the antidermis containing the essence of the Makuta would seep out, eventually killing the Makuta within. However, this evolution gave the Makuta new abilities, such as the power to possess any purely robotic shell or suit of armor. Part 5. Tale of Toa Likan. During all these events, the grand city of Metru Nui operated in a period of relative peace, under the firm but just rule of Turaga Duma, an experienced elder who had served as a Toa for more than 2,000 years. Under the leadership of Turaga Duma, Metru Nui became a center for innovation and invention. The archives of Onu Metru, a massive museum and catalog of all known species and objects in the universe, were expanded and improved. New technologies such as the Kanoka discs, base materials to make new Kanohi masks, were invented, along with improved methods for forging Kanohi. Security and peace were maintained with the invention of robotic order enforcement squads called Vaki.
Duma was also directly responsible for the mentorship and journey of one Matoran named Likan in its transformation into a Toa hero, protector of Metru Nui. Soon after his creation, Likan too grew wary of the Brotherhood of Makuta, carving a stone tablet in secret that detailed the powers of a Makuta, their locations, and other essential information. Alongside some other Toa he trusted,
they then hid this Makoki stone, detailing the powers of a Makuta, their locations, and other essential information within a heavily guarded fortress, unknowingly close to a camp of vicious Rahi called Frostelis. When word of the stone reached the Dark Hunters, the Shadowed One sent some hunters to raid the fortress and seize this incredibly detailed and valuable tablet of information for themselves. Amidst all this chaos, the neighboring Frostelis chose to strike the fortress and claim it as their territory, resulting in the Makoki stone being lost to the Dark Hunters, and all of Likan's teammates and friends being killed. As Likan fled the fortress, he swore to never run away from anything ever again. Eventually, the Dark Hunters split the Makoki stone into 6 parts and auctioned off each part, with all 6 components eventually being bought out by the Brotherhood of Makuta themselves, who sought to be the ones to hold all their secrets close at hand. But as it turns out, Likan would soon have another chance to prove himself in the defense of Metru Nui. As the ambitious Shadowed One, leader of the Dark Hunters, bent his thoughts on the conquest of Metru Nui, he unleashed a monstrous Rahi called the Kanohi Dragon from an icy prison deep beneath the waves of the Silver Sea, where it had been trapped countless millennia ago. Awakening from its ageless slumber, the enraged dragon emerged from the depths in a blast of heat and flame, burrowing up from the bottom of the archives and wreaking havoc amongst the tall towers and buildings. Eventually, the beast made its way to the great furnace of Ta Metru, where it settled to rest and absorbed the immense heat. Turaga Duma immediately sent out messages calling for help, and summoned Likan and all available Toa to confront the terrible monster. The Toa arrived just in time to save Turaga Duma from 3 Dark Hunters who were attempting to blackmail Duma into securing a base for them within the city. The hunters escaped, leaving the Toa to confront the Kanohi dragon alone. And after a long and tiring battle, they succeeded. 4 Toa of ice froze the Kanohi dragon in an immense block of ice, putting a final end to its destruction. The subdued dragon was taken to the island of Zia, where it was given to the Vortex species for imprisonment. 11 Toa, now led by Likan, then decided to remain in the city to defend against the growing threats of the Dark Hunters. This new team of Toa, dubbed the Toa Mangai, served as the prominent protectors of Metru Nui, warding off most of the Shadowed One's attempts to breach the city walls. During this time, a rash of inexplicable Matoran murders occurred in Metru Nui. At this time, only 3 Toa were left to protect the city: Likan, Toa of Fire; Nidiki, Toa of Air; and Tuyet, Toa of Water. As a state of emergency was declared in Metru Nui, the 3 Toa set out to hunt this serial killer on the loose. Discovered with the bodies of the murdered Matoran were tablets inscribed with the name of one Toa, Toa Tuyet. After confronting their comrade, Likan and Nidiki got Tuyet to confess that the Dark Hunters were blackmailing her, believing her to be in possession of an incredibly powerful artifact known as the Nui Stone, created by unknown beings in the universe to absorb the powers of any Toa in their area and bestow their powers to the user. Each day that Tuyet refused to give the stone to the Dark Hunters, they would murder a new Matoran. Claiming to not actually have the stone, Tuyet joined Likan and Nidiki in flushing out the Dark Hunters, with Likan and Nidiki successfully capturing a few Dark Hunters as they discovered lurking around the area. But to their dismay, the murders continued, even with the Dark Hunters imprisoned. Immediately realizing Tuyet must be behind the murders, Likan immediately went to confront her. Tuyet then revealed that she did in fact possess the Nui Stone, and used its powers of Toa absorption to enhance her elemental abilities. She attacked Likan, intending to use her powers to set herself up as the sole ruler of Metru Nui. But this attack was in vain, as Nidiki and Likan together were able to defeat her, blasting the stone with fire, destroying it. As was the case with all prior insurrectionists, the teleporting being known as Botar appeared to teleport Tuyet away to serve her sentence, but this was not the last time we would see of her. Tune in to sometime around chapters 7 or 8, where Tuyet and the Nui Stone became very, very relevant to what we'd call the main story. Until then, just file this information away in your mind because it's not going to be relevant for the next several chapters. I'm just giving you this information now because it takes place at this particular point in time to fit with the timeline. The events of Tuyet's shocking betrayal and the chaos now gripping Metru Nui prompted the Shadowed One to strike, bringing on a great Toa Dark Hunter war as the Shadowed One sent his forces to seize Metru Nui for his own nefarious purposes. Despite the war being fought valiantly, with many Toa giving their lives for Metru Nui, the Dark Hunters eventually overwhelmed the city, beating down the Toa as a constant barrage. During this volatile time, a Dark Huntress named Lariska convinced Toa Nidiki to betray his brothers and join the Dark Hunters, promising to spare him and even allow him to rule parts of the city once the Dark Hunters inevitably overthrew Taragaduma. Little did Nidiki know, but Likan had been secretly listening in on this deal, and after Nidiki made major moves to betray his fellow Toa, Likan struck back, surprising the Dark Hunters and Nidiki, winning a conclusive victory over their forces. Honorably, Likan let the enemies go, with the promise that they never return to Metru Nui, and they take the treacherous Nidiki with them. Following these events, the Shadowed One inducted a reluctant Nidiki into his ranks, partnering him with the brutish and unintelligent Dark Hunter Kreka to keep him in line, knowing his penchant for betrayal. And as the time passed, Nidiki grew weary of his membership in the Dark Hunter ranks, seeking any way out he could find. And as it turns out, opportunity struck with the arrival of a mysterious stranger named Rudaka on the island, who sought to be trained by the Dark Hunters and increase her fighting prowess. Nidiki immediately approached her, promising to train her in return for a ticket off the island. But Rudaka was a dishonest and traitorous being, much like Nidiki himself, and at the first opportunity, she backstabbed Nidiki, selling him out to the Shadowed One and revealing his intent to leave their ranks. And so as a cruel punishment, the Shadowed One demanded more, telling her that Nidiki had to be stripped of his dreams as a Toa once and for all. Rudaka then used her customized weapon called Rotuka on Nidiki, mutating him into a hideous four-legged creature, bereft of his elemental powers, and with no choice left but to submit to the Dark Hunter's will. Part 6. Corruption of the Makuta. For many millennia, the Toa Haga, an elite Toa team, were tasked as Pterodax's personal bodyguards. With their job to protect this leader of the Brotherhood of Makuta from harm, the Toahaga truly believed they were performing an honorable deed. But as time progressed, the Toahaga discovered a horrible truth. The Makuta had been directly responsible for a series of mysterious and dark attacks and misdeeds in recent history. In a massive strike force against the holy city of Artaka, the Makuta who was originally tasked to protect Artaka turned against it, stealing the powerful Kanohi Evoki, the Mask of Light, from Artaka's fortresses with an army of robotic Exotoa armor, Visorak spiders, and Rakshi, particularly devious Rahi loyal to Makuta. The Makuta also had been partnering with the Dark Hunters, funding their recent strikes and fueling the conflict between them and Metru Nui, and even held sway over the vicious Visorak hordes, long thought to be an uncontrolled menace or Rahi experiment gone wrong. At once, the Toahaga launched a raid on the Brotherhood fortress at Destro, where they stole back the Evoki and Makoki stones, but not before 4 of their members were captured by the ruthless Rudaka, who was now working directly for Pterodax after receiving the favor of the Shadowed One for backstabbing and mutating Nidiki. Rudaka used those same mutagenic powers to transform the 4 captured Toahaga into bestial, malformed creatures she called Rahaga, a combination of Haga and Rakshi, for their grotesque appearance resembled the vile Rakshi. 2 members of the Haga, Norik, Toa of Fire, and Iruni, Toa of Air, managed to escape after barely beating Makuta Pterodax himself in direct combat. And so, after returning to free their mutated comrades, Rudaka struck them in the back as they fled, mutating them too into Rahaga, but not before they were able to escape with the Evoki, Mask of Light, and Makoki Stone. As the former Toahaga, last defense against the Makuta, fled deep into the archives, Pterodax was free to enact his plans. Afraid of the Toa's potential to damage their armor, the Makuta began a covert genocide of all Toa of Iron, wiping them off the face of the map. And now, with the treachery of the Brotherhood exposed, Pterodax enacted his final plan, infecting the Great Spirit Matanui with a virus, which would gradually render the Great Spirit comatose. Its effects weren't immediately apparent, but would have serious ramifications over the entire universe as a whole. Continuing to enact this grand plan, Pterodax imprisoned Turaga Duma and used his shape-shifting powers to impersonate him for over a year and a half. During this time, Pterodax, under the guise of the benevolent Turaga Duma, gradually called all Toa away to secure sea gates, where they were killed by a hired Dark Hunter Eliminator. Pterodax also hired Nidiki and Kreka, who helped him with various tasks in Metru Nui. And so, with all the Toa Mangai wiped out, only Likhan remained. Growing suspicious of Turaga Duma, who had conveniently sent all his comrades to their deaths, Toa Likhan readied himself to choose 6 Matoran to become new Toa in his stead.
Previously on Bionicle Retold, Chapter 2, Rise of the Brotherhood. Corruption! Deep inside the heart of the Matoran universe, the Brotherhood of Makuta, once the protectors of peace and justice, have secretly turned dark. Plotting to overthrow the Great Spirit Matanui and led by the ambitious Makuta Pterodax, the Brotherhood's tendrils spread across the universe, stoking the flame of conflict between Metru Nui, the brain of the robot, and the Dark Hunters, ruthless bounty hunters with their eyes set on this city of legends. While noble Toa once protected the city and the universe from harm, many have met their fates in mysterious accidents, out on mission for the wise elder Turaga Duma, who is secretly Pterodax in disguise. Now, the fate of Metru Nui and the world falls into the hands of one battle-weary warrior, Toa Likhan, as he urgently seeks to transfer his power into 6 new worthy Matoran, creating the next generation of heroes. This is Bionicle Retold. Chapter 3, Legends of Metru Nui. Part 1, Fist of the Vaki. Under the leadership of the false Turaga Duma, Metru Nui slowly fell from a beacon of light and order to a dark Orwellian police state. Matoran were forced to work longer and longer hours, with those who refused meeting grisly fates. With oversight from the false Duma, the Vaki police force were retrofitted with staffs of suggestion, tools that could bend the mind of even the most strong-willed Matoran and force them back to work. Vaki Nurak used staffs of command to fill their target's mind with a single overriding command that was obeyed until the effect wore off. Vaki Borodak used staffs of loyalty to fill the target with a strong desire for Duma's sense of order, causing them to betray even their closest friends for minor infractions. Zadok used staffs of suggestion, turning the Matoran against each other and using them to convince troublesome comrades to return to work. Vaki Kirak used staffs of confusion, scrambling their target's sense of time and place to prevent troublemaking. Rorzak used staffs of presence, allowing them to see and hear what their target saw or heard without their knowledge. These powerful staffs also allowed the Rorzak to detect any rebellious thoughts Matoran may hold, quashing them before they ever got to act on their thoughts. And worst of all, the Vaki Vorzak used staffs of erasing, temporarily eliminating their target's higher mental functions, leaving intact only motor skills. The targets of all these staffs were called Shamblers, Matoran wandering aimlessly through the streets of the Metrus. With the Vaki police force, the false Duma kept a firm grip over the city of Metru Nui, punishing any infractions incredibly harshly and modifying the Vaki's AI processing units to use extreme force and brutality whenever possible. While the staffs never physically harm Matoran permanently as to not decrease productivity, the mental ramifications of the Vaki's abilities cause the Matoran workforce to live in constant, perpetual fear, forever watched by the Vaki that lurked above. Even beyond this powerful police force, new threats lurked in the outskirts of Metru Nui. Makuta Pterodax, operating incognito throughout the city as Duma, unleashed a vile, intelligent plant known as the Morbuzak on the edges of the city. Stretching its vines deep within Matoran civilization, the Morbuzak was designed to push the Matoran into the center of the city, making them centralized in one place. Don't worry if you're confused. You're gonna find out exactly why Pterodax wanted all of the Matoran of Metru Nui in one centralized location later on in this chapter, so don't worry about that and sit tight for now. The Morbuzak's first known action was to grow vines in the area of the Great Furnace and drive the Matoran away, allowing it to grow its king root in the center of the massive building, fueled by molten protodermis and the flames. From there it spread its vines all throughout the city, attacking structures and Matorans seemingly at random, although of course mostly keeping to the edges of the various Metru. The Matoran and even some Vaki fought back, but it was clear that the Morbuzak was too strong for them to defeat. This extreme rising threat of the Morbuzak, coupled with Duma's push to a dystopian police state, caused Toa Likan, sole protector of Metru Nui, to grow deeply suspicious of its leadership and form his own plans. Part 2. Faithful Matoran to Mighty Toa. After many long years guarding the mighty city of Metru Nui alone, Toa Likan secretly stole 6 Toa stones from the Great Temple in Ga Metru, transformative objects with the power to grant a Matoran incredible strength, fighting prowess, and elemental abilities, becoming a Toa themselves. Just as he readied to leave, a massive blast rocked the temple, and Likan found himself face to face with his former comrade turned traitor, the Dark Hunter Nidiki, and Kreka, the brutish and hulking Dark Hunter assigned to keep Nidiki in line. Escaping after a short skirmish, Likan hurried himself to grant the 6 stones to 6 Matoran he deemed worthy of becoming Toa. And yet, in an ironic twist of fate, Makuta Pterodax himself used his mental abilities to influence Likan's decision, twisting his mind to pick 6 Matoran who were quarrelsome, discordant, and overall not fit to be Toa. But little did Pterodax know, but the Order of Matanui, who had been secretly watching all these events unfold, had personally tricked Pterodax into influencing Likan to pick the correct set of heroes, whose flaws would later take them on an emotional journey to grow into the true guardians of the city. In the Ga Metru school district, Likan delivered the first stone to Nokama, a teacher who was wise beyond her years. Moving to Po Metru, the second stone went to Onua, a stubborn carver and craftsman in the quarries. Next was Ko Metru, where a scholar named Nuju received the third stone. In turn, an archivist named Wanua from Onu Metru was granted the fourth, and a test driver named Matau from Li Metru was given the fifth. Finally, Likan descended on his home region, Ta Metru, bearing the final stone to a Ta Matoran forger named Vakama. When Likan discovered Vakama, he was deep in the midst of crafting a mask, using the most powerful discs available to him to forge the legendary Mask of Time. Just a quick recap of the events of the Prologue and Chapter 1 beginnings. The great beings who are the people responsible for creating this entire Matoran universe actually drafted up plans to make 3 legendary Kanohi. The Kanohi Ignika, or the Mask of Life, was the failsafe placed within Mount Valmai to restart the heart of the Great Spirit Mananui. The Mask of Creation was given to Artaka, which allowed him to create literally anything. The Kanohi Vahi, which was the Mask of Time, was originally created to allow users to slow or speed up time in certain areas of the robot, but unfortunately, due to the events of the Shattering, the Great Beings never actually got to make this mask, instead being forced to abandon their plans as the robot left the planet of Spherus Magna. What's really significant about this is that certain members of the Matoran universe, namely Vakama, actually have the ability to create a legendary Kanohi such as the Vahi, which means that their minds are about as sophisticated as some of the great beings were, which definitely goes to show just how far the sentience Velika gave them has gone. In Ta Metru, Lycan snuck into the forge, granting Vakama with the final Toa stone and leaving him with cryptic messages to rescue the city from the grip of the Morbuzak, and something far darker. With all stones delivered and instructions given to the Matoran to go to the Great Temple, Lycan's final task was done. But before he got a chance to leave, Lycan's revelation to Vakama was interrupted when Nadiki sprung from the shadows of the forge along with Kreka. After a short fight, Nadiki dangled the helpless Vakama over the burning furnace, forcing Lycan to throw down his weapons and surrender himself, or else watch Vakama burn. As Lycan was bound by the Dark Hunters and Vakama barely escaped alive, the grip of the Morbuzak tightened around Ta Metru, forcing a widespread evacuation to the center of the city. With its sole protector in chains and a false leader commanding the Matoran, these were dark times for Metru Nui. And so, in the temple in Ga Metru, these 6 Matoran gathered to fulfill their destiny. They were stubborn, harboring ill will towards each other with the remnants of long-past Matoran civil war still influencing their bias. Struggling to keep the peace among the newly assembled group, Nokama attempted to reconcile the Matoran as their Toa stones began to glow, activated by their presence in the temple. 6 tendrils of energy burst from the raised Suva, striking the bodies of the Matoran and imbuing them with Toa energy. And so, they were transformed, and that day signaled the solemn end of their Matoran lives. No longer were they humble craftsmen, now they were powerful warriors, new protectors of the city. Vakama, Toa of Fire, Nokama, Toa of Water, Matau, Toa of Air, Nuju, Toa of Ice, Oniwa, Toa of Stone, and Wenua, Toa of Earth. Together, they would become the Toa Metru, icons of peace and justice across the city. But they were far from a cohesive team yet, and a series of trials and tribulations awaited them. Part 3. The Great Search. As the Toa observed their new forms in awe, Vakama was struck with a vision of the Great Discs, 6 of the most powerful Kanoka discs in existence. While standard Kanoka discs were plentiful and could be used to form many masks around the city, the 6 Great Discs were something special, created by Artaka himself with the intent to be fused together into a disc of time. Each Great Disc represented one of the 6 elemental Metrus across the vast city. Beyond this, the discs were the only objects with the power to eliminate the King Root of the Morbuzak, destroying its grip on the city. And so, the Toa set out on a grand quest to seek out and uncover the hidden locations of the discs. Partnering with Matoran, who had been entrusted with the locations of the discs, the Toa took on this new task with varying levels of enthusiasm, Oniwa in particular doubting Vakama's visions and belittling what he saw as a mere scavenger hunt. Just a quick note here, I am kind of blasting through one of these first major initial arcs for the Toa Metru, mostly because it's not too relevant for the main story as a whole. Kind of unfortunate I have to do this, but we do have to cut this down into a format that is easily digestible. That being said, if you are interested in this setting or in these characters, I actually would highly recommend that you go and check out the Search for the Matoran and the Search for the Masks, which were comic and book arcs, which covered the story that I've summarized in very quick format here, which especially details the Toa Metru learning how to use their elemental abilities, trying to work together as a team, and really gives a lot of characterization to each member, some of which I'll barely even mention throughout this recap. So if you are interested in these characters and want to learn more about their personalities, definitely go check out those books and comics because they do a great job of setting up these people as a Toa team, just not necessarily major world-breaking stuff that we'll have to officially discuss in these recap videos. As the Toa sought out the discs and grew into their new forms, they were deceived by the treacherous Pro-Matoran Akmau, who had been paid off by Nadiki to ensnare the other Matoran who knew the locations of the discs and confuse the Toa into wasting their time and running into traps. I'm mentioning Akmau now because this is not the last we'll see of this slippery character in many more stories to come. Just remember, Akmau is kind of a devious guy. Blaming each other for this deception, the Toa were forced to fight to overcome their differences, banding together to use the disc to eventually destroy the Morbuzak in a climactic battle, resulting in the utter annihilation of the vines and the vicious plant's grip on the city to diminish. Triumphant in their first great quest, the Toa Metru turned to the Colosseum, where they would show that they were indeed heroes of Metru Nui. But before being able to claim their victory and present the great disc to Turaga Duma, the Toa Metru were sidetracked in Onu Metru by a crowd of panicking Onu Matoran, urging them to descend into the depths of the archives and help seal an underwater leak that threatened to flood the entire district. In the darkness of the archives, the Toa struggled to act as a cohesive team, constantly bickering and interrupting each other's elemental attacks. Little did they know, but they were being stalked by a highly intelligent shape-shifting Rahi known as Kraka, who was angered by their intrusion into her territory, but also deeply curious about the nature of the Toa. Observing their discordance, Kraka used their conflict to her advantage to confuse the Toa and further her agenda. Sowing seeds of distrust and conflict in the group, the Toa Metru came close to killing each other before Nuju stepped in to calm the team, uncovering the crafty shapeshifter's plots. In a climactic battle with the Kraka, Nokama managed to trick her into assuming a combination of the bodies of all 6 Toa Metru, overwhelming the telepathic shape-shifting Rahi with information and allowing the Toa Metru to escape. With the battle behind them and the cracks in the archive sealed, the Toa returned to the surface of the city, with an important lesson in trust learned. Part 4. Trials of the Toa Metru. In the Grand Colosseum of Metru Nui, the Toa Metru finally made their first public appearance to the assembled crowd. Presenting the Great Disc to Turaga Duma, the Toa Metru prepared to be officially sworn in as the protectors of Metru Nui, but little did they know that Duma, secretly Pterodax in disguise, would make it much, much harder for them. Belittling their quest for the discs and decrying them as useless, Duma ordered the Toa to pass a great test to prove they were not imposters and deserved to be the guardians of the city. Yet again, the Toa failed to show unity, tackling the task individually and refusing to work together. And so, as Duma ordered the Vaki to swarm the Toa, 3 of their rank were captured: Nuju, Wonua, and Onua, while only Vakama, Matau, and Nokama managed to escape. With the remaining Toa Metru framed for Likon's disappearance and the Vaki on high alert, Pterodax prepared to enact his final plans, still in the guise of Duma. And so, after many confrontations with the Vaki and the Dark Hunter pair of Nadiki and Kreka, the 3 remaining Toa Metru slowly and painfully began to learn to work as a team, as they unlocked their mass powers one by one. Nokama using her Mask of Translation to commune with a rampaging Rahi horde, and Matau using the Mask of Shapeshifting to fool Nadiki and Kreka, using similar tactics the shapeshifting Rahi Kraka used on him to sow discord between the Dark Hunters. All this time, Vakama continued to be beset by twisted visions of the future, foreseeing a vast web covering Metru Nui, his own face contorted into a monster, and a failure to save his team and the city. Throughout these adventures, the 3 Toa encountered yet another monstrous, intelligent Rahi known as the Tatarak, who emerged from a crevice in the ground demanding an answer to a mysterious question. After temporarily incapacitating the mysterious speaking Rahi, the battle-weary trio sought refuge on a Vaki transport in Po Metru, still seeking to find the missing Likon and free their missing comrades. In the meantime, Nuju, Onua, and Wonua strove constantly to free themselves from their cell, but continued to fail yet again due to their non-stop bickering, with some even giving up, accepting their fate. It was then that a mysterious figure emerged from the depths of the prison, a Turaga, who simply told them that they could easily get out, if only they activated their unique mask powers and worked together as a team. Under the instruction of this strange figure, the 3 Toa began a journey of self-discovery of their own. Meanwhile, in the scuttling Vaki transport, Vakama, Nokama, and Matau discovered a multitude of eerie spherical storage containers. Upon placing his hand on the surface of a container, Vakama was struck with another vision of a Matoran sealed within, her eyes gleaming a crimson hue. Awakening from his reverie traumatized, Vakama opened the containers, revealing only emptiness within. Before they could investigate further, they were beset by the Dark Hunters, skirmishing with them across the fields of Metru before narrowly escaping with their lives. At this time, in the prison of the Dark Hunters, Whenua and Onua ceased their work and argued amongst each other, frustrated with the trivial task given to them by their Turaga. It was then that Onua's mask power inadvertently activated, commanding his comrade to take a seat and discovering his mask of mind control. Simultaneously, Nuju discovered the powers of his mask of telekinesis, using his mental force to tear down a prison wall and allowing the three Toa to escape alongside the mysterious Elder. With Whenua using his mask of night vision to see through the caverns of Metru and find a route out, it wasn't long until the Toa Metru were finally reunited at last, sharing tales of their exploits. The Elder then revealed himself to be Likon, his power drained and fully transformed into a Turaga after he had transformed the 6 Matoran into Toa Metru. While Vakama believed they had completed their mission and saved what he believed to be the heart of Metru Nui, Likon was disappointed in the Toa. In all their bickering, conflicts, and side quests, they had failed to address the root of the problem and uncover Pterodax's true plan, which involved the endangered Matoran. All his attempts to weaken the city, from the brutal Vaki to the vines of the Morguzak, and even to the capture and detainment of the Toa, had resulted in a populace ready and willing for subjugation and control. And so, deep in the catacombs of Metru, the Toa finally uncovered the truth. Turaga Duma was an imposter, and the real Duma's body was kept in suspended animation in one of the mysterious metal spheres. Part 5. The Great Cataclysm. Rushing to confront the false Duma, the 6 Toa Metru alongside Turaga Likon sped towards the Grand Colosseum. But they were too late. The robotic Vaki had rounded up all the Matoran, placing them in hibernation within the many spherical pods they discovered earlier. Upon confronting the false Duma, they learned he was Pterodax in disguise, and his plan to take over the Great Spirit was well underway. As a note, Pterodax specifically placed the Matoran into these spherical pods, which would induce amnesia and make them forget everything about their lives in Metru Nui, so that when Pterodax eventually woke up these Matoran, they would only know him as their ruler. As another side note, these are actually the lids to the canisters that the Toa Metru came in, which is some more pretty fun toy set integration even where the packaging is concerned. And yes, you can fit a full Matoran inside this sphere. Pterodax's virus to render the Great Spirit Madanui comatose had taken grip over the Matoran universe, causing the now slumbering Great Spirit robot to plummet from its orbit. In a cruel twist of fate, the robot was ready to return to the star system that started it all, the remains of Spherus Magna, now split into the 3 celestial bodies. But as it orbited around Aqua Magna and broke its orbit, the Great Spirit robot plummeted, crashing into the waves of the ocean planet. Massive earthquakes struck the entire Matoran universe, with widespread devastation wreaking havoc on the internal mechanisms. In the destruction, Pterodax began to siphon and consume Metru Nui's power source for himself, prepping to take Madanui's place as the prime intelligence in command of the robot universe. The events of this great cataclysm were widespread, resulting in several major and climactic events to simultaneously occur across the universe. Some of the events I'm about to describe relating to the Great Cataclysm aren't too relevant for the story as a whole. Just keep them in mind because I'm saying them now because they chronologically take place at this time. And don't worry, I will mention Great Cataclysm in the future when they become relevant again. I'm just telling you them now because it happens in chronological order. The most important of these is probably what happened to the Baraki, which we're about to get to. If you recall from last chapter, Rise of the Brotherhood, the Baraki were the 6 warlords who were basically perfect physical specimens, who once ruled over the League of 6 Kingdoms which united the lands of the Matoran universe. Although eventually they were captured and sent to the massive jail which was the Pit. As the robot struck Aqua Magna and shockwaves cascaded over the world, the great prison of the Pit was smashed open, with the prisoners being engulfed in the black waters of Aqua Magna. As radiation leaked from the damaged robot and mixed with the foreign waters of the ocean, a mutagenic substance affected the prisoners, twisting their physical forms and transforming them into full-on water breathers. Most notably, the once proud Baraki warlords were mutated into grotesque, animalistic monsters, cursed to lurk the depths of the ocean. As the Baraki escaped, they murdered Hydraxon, who was the warden of the prison and member of the Order of Madanui who trained the Toamata himself. Elsewhere in the universe, the southern continent, which housed the pivotal Mount Valmai and sacred Mask of Life, split apart, with a section of the continent breaking away from the mainland and skyrocketing upwards, bursting forth onto the external shell and finally settling as a floating island outside of the main robot, on the surface of Aqua Magna's ocean. The villagers who survived the harrowing events came to call this island Voya Nui, for Great Voyage in the Matoran language. Sadly, Taraga Jovan, the former Toa of Magnetism and member of the team who saved the Great Spirit, perished in this ascent. On this island, 2 agents of the Order of Madanui were stationed. Brutaka, who was deeply shaken by the event and believed the Great Spirit had either perished or abandoned the universe, and his companion Axon, who stood firm in his faith for the Great Spirit to one day return. Despite their disagreements, both warriors stood guard in secret over the Mask of Life, continuing to fulfill their duties. In Karda Nui, the heart of the universe, the mutagenic, irradiated water spilled into the dome, filling the base of the heart of the robot with a great swamp coalescing on the ground of Karda Nui. Stalactites on the ceiling of Karda Nui were dislodged as the remaining Avmatoran, who had once lived in the caves above, fell into the dome with the stalactites and established villages upon the surface of Karda Nui. Even the Makuta fortress on Destral wasn't safe, with massive damage being dealt to the Brotherhood headquarters, and some Makuta, specifically Makuta Icarix, began to question Pterodax's grand plan, which thus far had resulted in chaos across the universe. In the aftermath of the Great Cataclysm, the Great Spirit robot's camouflage system was accidentally triggered, forming a dense jungle island on the face of the robot, which would come to be known as the Island of Madanui. Pipes inside the robot's head leaked its fuel source, energized protodermis, which spurred plant growth and created the island's diverse climates. If you recall back to the prologue, energized protodermis was the substance that sparked the war between the Glatorian, causing the core war to start and the planet to be ripped apart. It had pretty amazing and magical transformative properties as well. Now, this energized protodermis leaked out across the universe, mutating many of the animals and species within. Many Rahi who had been roaming free around Metru Nui also escaped to this island refuge in the chaos. And finally, in a last-ditch attempt to save the system, the Toamata, protectors of Madanui, were launched from the heart of Karda Nui in their canisters, ready to awaken from their slumber and spring to action to restart the core of the robot and perform their duty as a failsafe against a cataclysmic event such as this. Tragically, they were launched too late, and the damage done to their canisters from the fall caused them to malfunction, sealing the Toamata inside the dormant canisters and plunging them to the ocean of Aqua Magna around Madanui, where they would lay in slumber for another 1,000 years, slowly losing all their memories and forgetting their training. But most grievous of all, the tremors reduced much of Metru Nui to ruin. The archives were destroyed and the Rahi within escaped. The great hub of Li Metru, its vast cables and chutes, fell to the destructive forces and became a mechanized jungle of chaos. Ga Metru's schools were ravaged by the quake as well, and the experiment labs were released to wander in the night. The Temple of the Great Spirit, the most sacred structure of Metru Nui, was nearly completely destroyed. Much of Ta Metru was overcome with molten protodermis, and the Ko Metru knowledge towers fell to ruin. As Pterodax consumed the power of the city, the Toa Metru sought refuge and retreated to seek out a safe haven, with the remaining Vaki and Dark Hunter pairs still in pursuit. In his greed, Makuta Pterodax activated a shadowy absorption power, sucking in both Rahi and Dark Hunters and absorbing their essences. And so, the former Toa Nadiki met his fate beside Kreka, combined and overridden with Pterodax's will, guilt in his heart. As the Toa fled the city, Vakama came to a revelation. Combining the 6 great discs, he was able to forge the legendary Mask of Time, right when he received yet another vision showing him the way to the newly created island of Madanui. As they rode across the sea of protodermis, Makuta Pterodax blocked off their escape route in a new, winged form, the power of the city surging through him. To buy his team time, Vakama confronted Pterodax with the newly created Mask of Time, placing the mask over his in a last-minute bid to slow time around them.
Unfortunately, Vakama was overwhelmed with the power of the mask, unfamiliar with how to operate it and slowing time around both himself and Pterodax. Lycon appeared at that moment, blocking Pterodax's shadow hand with a shield, sacrificing himself for Vakama. The resulting blast was fatal for the Turaga, and the Vahi fell from Vakama's head into the ocean. Pterodax, freed from the mass power, dove from the wall after it. And so, with his last breath, Lycon gave Vakama his mask and uttered his final words. "I am proud to have called you brother, Toa Vakama." In his grief, Vakama discovered his mask power, that of invisibility, and went once again to confront the winged dark entity. With the Vahi lost in the sea, the enraged Pterodax attacked Vakama, and in a final battle against this evil force, the 6 Toa Metru, having finally learned unity, sealed Pterodax in a temporary Toa seal to buy time for their retreat. With the battle behind them, the Toa set out for a new refuge, sailing through a new crack made in the robot's external shell. It was Matau who had flown ahead of the transport and first beheld the new land above. Nokama carved small images of the Toa Metru into stone to document their journey, as they last left the winding, darkened tunnels and sailed onto a gleaming ocean, dazzling with an island that would come to be known as Madanui. Part 6. Mutation. With Metru Nui destroyed and its Matoran population in slumber, the Toa Metru were defeated, only able to celebrate a small, temporary victory over Pterodax. Their most monumental tasks still lay ahead: to return to the broken Metru Nui and recover the Matoran population, preparing them for a new life on the island of Madanui. On their return to Metru Nui, the Toa yet again faced many trials, combating the much more intelligent prototype to the Morbazak plant that Pterodax had discarded, and learning much more about the mysterious powers of energized Protodermis. Yeah, again, I'm really skimming through these adventures here. The Toa actually had quite a lot of adventures before returning to Metru Nui. I'm just jumping to the most important ones, but definitely, if you want the full experience, be sure to go down to the links in the description below where I've linked some of the major compilations of the Bionicle storyline. I think the one that I'm describing right now is actually the plot to one of the Game Boy games, where the Toa faced off against the prototype plant for the Morbuzak, which was actually named Karzani, and there was a lot of really interesting character stuff that went into that, even faced some sort of a Rahi Nui that would become relevant later on in the story. But it's just so much to talk about right now, we gotta move past the most important events. So again, check those out if you are interested in these characters and learning more about their personalities. As the Toa Metru made their way back to Metru Nui, battling newly mutated monsters and creatures as they went, a darkness descended on the formerly great city. Summoned by Pterodax to free him from his seal and conquer the city, the Visorak hordes descended on Metru Nui, led by the devious Rudaka and Sidorak, the so-called king of the Visorak. As a quick recap from last chapter, Rudaka was the devious woman who transformed the Toahaga into Rahaga, and in turn gained the favor of Makuta Pterodax, and now serves as basically his right-hand woman. As they advanced towards Metru Nui, the Toa saw a large number of Rakshi, Rahi, and webs covering the dark and crumbling city. The city's archives had been broken, and the Rahi were roaming free around Metru Nui, left to their own devices. Traveling along the ocean, the ship was struck by a fierce storm that capsized the crew. The Toa were washed ashore, and their transport was utterly destroyed in the process. Still prowling the city but cut loose from their original programming, the Vaki remained an ever-present threat. But the real danger was up ahead. As Vakama brazenly led his team into the heart of the city, they were ambushed by the Visorak spiders using their paralyzing weapons. Hung high above the great Colosseum and cocooned by the Visorak, the Toa Metru were bit by the vicious Rahi, injected with Visorak venom, and mutated into half-Toa, half-Rahi freaks called Hordika. No longer Toa Metru, these were the Toa Hordika, nightmarish versions of themselves who struggled to retain a grip on their sanity. As the Toa Hordika were released to plummet to their deaths by Rudaka, they were saved at the last moment by the former Toahaga, using their nimble Rahaga forms to navigate through the sky and seize the Toa as they fell. They took them into the ruins of Ga Metru, where the Rahaga told the Toa that the Hordika venom they had been injected with needed to be neutralized, or else the venom would make their mutations permanent. Their only hope was a fabled, highly intelligent Rahi spoken of in myths and legends called Kitangu, a powerful Rahi gifted in the knowledge of venoms and their counteragents, and possibly possessed the power to heal the Toa.
Just a quick recap before we move on to the next section. In part 2, I described the powerful Kanohi Avoki, the Mask of Light, which the Rahaga stole from the Brotherhood fortress on Destral and fled before being transformed into Rahaga themselves. They actually stole this alongside the Makoki Stones, which was a tablet detailing the powers and abilities and weaknesses of the entire Brotherhood of Makuta, which had then been split into 6 parts in a bidding war led on by the Dark Hunters. Basically, all you need to know is that the Toa Hordika go on a grand quest to find all 6 pieces of the Makoki Stone to unlock the Kanohi Avoki, which the Rahaga had hidden away in order to prevent from falling in the wrong hands. For all intents and purposes, this is basically a team-building exercise which has no major ramifications on the story, and essentially is just a tale told to show the Toa Hordika getting accustomed to their new bestial forms, and even learning how to fight as part animals. Not really too relevant to the story, but it is there if you do want to check it out. Biomedia Project does have this entire story which was told through web animations at the time. Honestly, these web animations aren't really too riveting, so we're going to skim past them both story-wise, although if you really want to dive into it, they are there, but I wouldn't necessarily recommend it over some of the other more gripping Bionicle material.
Part 7. Betrayal. Over the course of their adventures as Toa Hordika, these newly mutated heroes had to become accustomed to their new forms, perfecting the power of their Rotuka spinner weapons, and focusing on suppressing their animal instincts. However, while some of them, like Nokama and Nuju, excelled at using their new forms for good, Vakama, whose mental and emotional state was deteriorating rapidly, frequently left the group for long walks, consumed by his guilt over failing to save the Matoran and his team. Egged on by snideful remarks by Matau, who blamed him for their transformation, Vakama was plummeting into despair. On one of these walks, he was ambushed by the Vizorak, who paralyzed him and brought him before Rudaka. Taking advantage of his emotionally vulnerable state, Rudaka convinced Vakama that his friends no longer cared for him, playing to his insecurities and promising him the loyalty and power of the Vizorak Horde should he choose to lead by her side. Little did Vakama know, but this was all a ploy to usurp Sidorak, the king of the Vizorak Horde, give the Horde to Vakama, and then free Pterodax with the elemental powers of Vakama's team members. But so, with his mind muddled with Hordika venom, a confused and angry Vakama succumbed to Rudaka, pledging his loyalty to the Horde and allowing his venom to take over his mind. Under the leadership of Rudaka, Vakama's first mission was to ambush his former friends and capture the Rahaga, which he successfully accomplished under the cover of night. Leaving only Norik barely alive to tell the tale, Vakama returned to the Colosseum with the captured Rahaga, now the leader of the Horde. However, just before they were captured, the Rahaga managed to parse the location of Kitangu from inscriptions within the Great Temple, conveying to the Toa Hordika where to find the mysterious Rahi. Underneath an icy underground mountain beneath Metru Nui, Kitangu revealed himself, agreeing to help them if only they could prove themselves using their Hordika forms. And so the Battle of Metru Nui commenced. Breaking through the Colosseum's defenses, the 5 remaining Toa Hordika converged on the Horde, with Matau grabbing Vakama and dueling him one-on-one. Meanwhile, the behemoth Kitangu smashed through the throne room, confronting Sidorak and Rudaka. The devious Rudaka slipped away, revealing her betrayal to Sidorak, but only a moment before Kitangu smashed Sidorak to the ground, damaging his body beyond repair and utterly killing him. Meanwhile, Matau and Vakama battled alone, with Matau apologizing for his harsh words and asking Vakama to rejoin the team. In a moment of hesitation, Matau seemingly plummeted to his death, but coming to his senses, Vakama saved his teammate, redeeming himself and rescuing Matau seconds before his demise. As the rest of the Toa Hordika freed the Rahaga and joined the fight, Vakama used his newfound command over the Vizorak Horde to disperse their ranks, leaving only a cornered Rudaka. Preparing to end the fight, the 6 Toa blasted her with their elemental powers. But, to their dismay, this was exactly what Rudaka wanted. As the Toa funneled their elemental power to defeat her, a piece of the seal they had used to bind Pterodax broke off from Rudaka, causing a ripple effect to eventually free Pterodax himself. Pterodax's shadow projection enveloped her body, whisking her away for further misdeeds. And yet, despite Pterodax being unleashed and Rudaka escaping, the Toa Hordika had proved they had overcome their differences and worked as a team, gaining the favor of Kitangu, who reverted them back to their original Metru forms with his special anti-venom. And so, with the Visorak threat demolished and the Matoran capsules free for rescue, the Toa began the long and arduous process of transporting the Matoran to their new home. Part 8. Fate of the Vahi. As the Toa made their way back to Mana Nui on airships carrying the slumbering Matoran, Vakama held back, one final mission forefront in his mind, to search for and retrieve the missing Kanohi Vahi, Mask of Time, which was lost during their battle with Pterodax many moons ago. Meanwhile, the Shadowed One, leader of the Dark Hunters, was furious with the loss of two of his most valuable assets, Nidiki and Kreka, who he assumed had been killed by the Toa Metru. And so, with the Visorak hordes gone, the Shadowed One made preparations to return to Metru Nui in person to get revenge for the loss of his two agents. Accompanied by his bodyguard Sentrak and a time-sensitive Dark Hunter named Voparak, whose sole purpose was to track the Vahi, he left under the cover of night and sailed for what remained of Metru Nui. Just a quick fun note about Voparak: he was created by the Shadowed One in order to detect the Mask of Time. It was literally his only purpose. The Shadowed One made him from an experiment to be time-sensitive and detect the Kanohi Vahi, or Mask of Time, wherever it may appear. Unfortunately, this came with a very dangerous side effect. Voparak's skin emitted temporal radiation, which means that if you touched him, even just for a few seconds, you would be aged thousands of years, making him literally have a living death touch and essentially becoming a living weapon. As such, he was one of the most feared Dark Hunters, although he was rarely let out on mission other than to track down the Kanohi Vahi. And you sure bet that this power is definitely going to backfire at some point. Just wait and see. After searching through the rubble and waves, Vakama finally recovered the Kanohi Vahi, which had been damaged in the battle and leaking time energy in every direction, affecting the wildlife and plants around it. After repairing it with his mask-making abilities, Vakama was struck by a mysterious attacker who claimed the Vahi and left him unconscious. Awakening in a dreamlike state, Vakama found he was no longer a Toa. In fact, his body had reverted to a powerless Matoran. After spending what felt like a few days in this strange mirror world, Vakama slowly started to discover that all was not as it seemed, and he was actually placed under a deep illusion by Makuta Pterodax, who had found him unconscious on the beach and wished to confuse him and keep him in a trance-like state. Right as he was about to break free of the illusion, a strange organic creature affixed itself to Vakama's face, giving him a vision of the future. In his mind, Vakama encountered a noble Toa of Sonics named Krakua, the last bastion against unknown evil forces defending a lone tower. In his vision, Krakua approached him, warning him of threats to come and explaining the coming of a new Toa team known as the Toa Inika, who would make a perilous quest into the darkest place imaginable. Krakua relayed to Vakama crucial information. Without these Toa Inika, Krakua would never become a Toa, and his defense against the dark forces would not ever become to pass. Just a quick note here, the organic creature that affixed itself to Vakama's face is a very special time-sensitive Rahi. When placed on your face, it can give you flash forwards to the future and even open a path of communication between yourself and someone in the possible future. As to who placed it there and why it attacked Vakama specifically, all of those answers are coming later, and honestly, they're not too relevant right now. This exists in this particular story for two main reasons. Number one is so Vakama can have some sort of a understanding of what's to come, so he could help advise the next teams of Toa, specifically the Toa Inika, which were just mentioned. And number two, I mean, it's classic sequel bait, giving a character a flash forward of something darker yet ahead and showing some sort of Toa team or heroes that would face that darkness sometime in the future, literally just teasing what's to come. This specific vision would not really come to pass until several chapters later in chronological order. We'd actually see this at around chapter 5 or 6 if my calculations are correct, so just stay tuned until then and I will be referencing it. As to what exactly this creature is and who placed it there, the explanation is also coming, but one thing the Bionicle writing team liked to do was seed things really early in advance and then pay them off years later. This payoff would happen literally years later, so just sit tight for now, understand that there's some sort of special time-sensitive organic Rahi that can give people visions and connections to the future, and if you can accept that, then you're all good. Before he got a chance to finish, however, the creature was ripped from Vakama's face, and he found himself face to face with Makuta Pterodax once again.
who after a short altercation informed him that the Vahi was in the possession of the Dark Hunter Voparak, who had knocked Vakama unconscious when Pterodax stumbled upon his body. This forced the Toa of Fire and the Master of Shadows to work together to retrieve the Vahi. As Vakama and Pterodax made their way to the Dark Hunter's camp inside the Great Temple, Kitangu emerged from the shadows to challenge Pterodax to combat, sensing his dark presence, leaving Vakama to infiltrate the lair of the Dark Hunters and combat the Shadowed One's bodyguard, Sentrak, alone. As the two battles raged inside and out of the temple, Kitangu began to buckle under Pterodax's blows, while Vakama succumbed to Sentrak. Just as Pterodax was about to deliver the killing blow to Kitangu, a powerful blast rocked the temple, sending all four combatants flying at the feet of the Shadowed One. Quickly chaining Kitangu and holding Vakama and Pterodax at bay, the Shadowed One challenged Vakama, saying he would pay for destroying two of his most trusted operatives. It was then that Vakama urged the Shadowed One to take a closer look at Pterodax, revealing that in fact, Pterodax had been the one to kill Nadiki and Kreka, not the Toa Metru. After seeing elements of both fallen hunters in Pterodax's armor, the pair of powerful villains began to battle. The Shadowed One's disintegrating eye beams destroyed much of Pterodax's chestplate and both of his wings. Vakama saw his moment and took the Mask of Time from the Shadowed One by surprise, swooping down from the air using his jetpack launcher. Blasting a laser from his eye beams, the Shadowed One shot Vakama, sending him falling to his apparent death. The Shadowed One wanted to head after the fallen Toa, but Pterodax threw him at the fallen Voparak in his surprise, causing the Shadowed One to age several thousand years just in contact with Voparak's skin. Barely escaping with his life, the Shadowed One vowed war on the Brotherhood of Makuta and Pterodax himself, kickstarting a major conflict between the two evil organizations that would have major future ramifications in the universe. Vakama barely had a moment to flee the scene of the battle when Pterodax caught up to him, cornering him in an old reclamation chamber. With no other options, Vakama threatened to destroy the Mask of Time, which would cause all reality to become undone in a cataclysmic blast. And so, Vakama struck a deal with Pterodax, proposing that he allow Vakama to depart with the mask and leave the Matoran, Kitangu, Taragaduma, and the Rahaga in peace for 1 whole year. Naturally, Pterodax was outraged, but with no other options and weakened from his battle with the Shadowed One, he agreed to the terms, vowing he would descend upon their island home 1 year from that day to threaten the Matoran with darkness once again. As Vakama warily retreated to Mata Nui, Pterodax came upon an abandoned Matoran sphere, which contained the shifty Po-Matoran Akmau, who had betrayed the Toa Metru for money long ago. Awakening him from his slumber and feeding his mind with lies and twisted tales, Pterodax gained himself one new, faithful servant, Akmau, who would go on to infiltrate the island of Mata Nui and prove to be a troublesome thorn in their side for all of civilization. Eventually, all of the Toa Metru reached the new island of Mata Nui, safe from Pterodax's wrath for 1 year. The Rahaga, Kitangu, and Taragaduma agreed to stay behind in Metru Nui, preparing it for their eventual return and rebuilding the city brick by brick. However, the Toa Metru had one final problem. The Matoran were still comatose in the pods. And so, Vakama sacrificed his Toa power to awaken some of the Matoran, becoming a Taraga in the process. The other Toa followed suit until all of the Matoran were awakened. The effects of the spheres caused the newly awakened Matoran to lose all their memories of Metru Nui, including those of the Toa Metru and Pterodax. The newly transformed Taraga would tell them a false story concerning why they were on the island of Mata Nui, in order to protect them from the Makuta who had arrived there a year later. To honor their time as Hordika and respect the power of nature, Taraga Nuju chose to never speak Matoran again, communing only in the language of the Rahi and using the efforts of a translator named Matoro to communicate with the rest. Waiting for the prophesied Toa Mata to come, the Taraga and the Matoran began to live in the era known as the Dark Times. But that's a tale for next chapter, and with that, we've concluded Chapter 3, Legends of Metru Nui. Previously on Bionicle Retold, Chapter 3, Legends of Metru Nui. Dystopia! Under the fist of Makuta Pterodax operating incognito as Taragaduma, the great city of Metru Nui, or the brain of the robot, once a beacon of safety and light, has been transformed into a cruel surveillance state. Robotic emotionless Vaki patrol the streets, peering into the thoughts of the populace and making dissidents disappear. The brave Toa Metru fight back against the oppressive government, but are too late to stop Pterodax's evil plans. As a shadow is cast over the Great Spirit, the Matoran of Metru Nui fall into a deep slumber, losing their memories as the robot plummets from orbit into the oceans of Aqua Magna, causing catastrophic damage in a great cataclysm. In a pivotal battle between the Makuta and the Dark Hunters, a fragile, one-year peace with Pterodax is earned. And on the shores of their new home, the island of Madanui, the Toa Metru surrender their powers to awaken the Matoran, transforming into Turaga Elders to mentor the next generation of heroes. This is Bionicle Retold. Chapter 4: Infection. Prologue: Aftermath of the Cataclysm. With the Toa Metru's courageous rescue of the Matoran of Metru Nui, Pterodax was left at a crossroads. He had succeeded in his plan to plunge Madanui into slumber, but without a workforce to be influenced and controlled, he was left the ruler of an empty city. True to his word, he left the island of Madanui alone for 1 whole year, during which the Matoran's memories of Metru Nui faded as they established their own unique culture, formed Matoran guard posts, and constructed villages across the island. All this time, the energized Protodermis continued to transform the island's wildlife and plant life, creating a vibrant island paradise full of danger and beauty. During this time, the corrupted Matoran Akmau ingratiated himself with the other villagers, integrating into society as a secret agent of Makuta, his mind filled with lies. 1 year after Pterodax's confrontation with Vakama over the Vahi, his attacks began in full force. From a shadow plague spreading across the land to infected Rahi turning vicious and assailing the Matoran, Pterodax did everything in his power to keep the Matoran in the dark and prevent them from rediscovering Metru Nui. This period came to be known as the Great War, where brave Matoran defended their homes against the feral Rahi, controlled by infected Kanohi masks which placed them under Pterodax's thrall. Elsewhere, 100 years into this dark time, the Matoran villagers of Voya Nui, the island which housed the Mask of Life, built a village on the shore of the island. It was named Mari Nui, and it brought joy into the tough life of the island's inhabitants. But this happiness was not to last, because during a great hurricane, the landmass containing Mari Nui sank beneath the waves. In a cruel twist of fate, the 6 Baraki warlords had built a fortress of their own directly beneath Mari Nui, which was utterly destroyed during its descent. Just a quick refresher from chapters 1, 2, and 3. So the Baraki warlords were a group of people who tried to overthrow the Great Spirit Madanui during their time as rulers of the League of Six Kingdoms. Of course, this revolt was thwarted by Makuta Pterodax himself, and these people were sent to the Pit, which was the massive prison. Unfortunately, during the Great Cataclysm, the robot sunk into the seas of Aqua Magna and the pit was ripped open, which allowed all of its inmates to escape. During this time, the radiation from the energy source for the robot mixed in with the black waters of Aqua Magna, changing it into a mutagenic substance which transformed the Baraki from prime beings who were the height of their power into these grotesque monsters. It also, however, did give them the ability to breathe underwater and made them resemble sea creatures, like Kalma here representing a squid. The massive impact released air bubbles from the nearby airweed fields and encased the city, allowing the Matoran of Mari Nui to survive beneath the sea. During the brief time that these Matoran were exposed to the mutagen in the waters, their bodies became bigger and stronger, undoing much of Karzani the Mad Titan's works. After this catastrophe, the Mari Nui Matoran soon forgot their life on the surface and began their new life underwater, taming Hydruka beasts for air harvesting, building the Mari Nui fortress, and forming their first Matoran council. The Matoran began to be preyed on by the creatures led by the Baraki, though they never knew the nature of their enemies. In the meantime, the war between the Dark Hunters and the Brotherhood of Makuta raged on, with some of the brutal, modified Skakti being drafted into the Dark Hunter force and seizing a Brotherhood fortress. Quick refresher from Chapter 2, the Makuta experimented on the Skakti people, transforming them into brutal and violent warriors. Many of these Skakti warriors were actually drafted into the Dark Hunters due to their fighting prowess. One of these Skakti named Zaktan found an encrypted record of Pterodax's plan. Zaktan then learned the intricate details of this evil plot and vowed to make use of that information. On yet another island in the universe, the co-Matoran Mazika and his mentor worked as scholars on the Trenkron Peninsula, studying many fundamental questions about their universe and the nature of the Matoran species. Among their discoveries was the location and nature of the Makuta species, uncovering their secret antidermis forms. Another quick recap from Chapter 2, the Makuta species evolved into a gaseous state. All of the Makuta that you see are actually robotic exoskeletons controlled by the Makuta spirit inside, which is called antidermis. For all intents and purposes, they are just like ghosts. They need to possess these mechanical skeletons to even move around and create actions. However, if they are outside of this armor for too long, the Makuta will die. So they essentially need a robotic skeleton so they can contain their antidermis essence inside the bones. On this peninsula, a treacherous Matoran named Voltraz sought to obtain Mazeka and his mentor's research, murdering the mentor to gain the secrets of the Makuta for himself. In his grief, Mazeka vowed revenge on Voltraz, sparking a vicious rivalry between the two Matoran. In a grisly battle over a canyon of razor-sharp crystals, Mazeka impaled Voltraz on a spike, leaving him for dead. Knowing that Voltraz had devious intents and possessed knowledge of the Makuta, Pterodax sent one of his underlings, Makuta Gorast, to revive Voltraz and induct him as an honorary member of their ranks. Likewise, Mazeka was inducted into the Order of Madanui, who was given a job protecting the Matoran from deviants like Voltraz. During their conflicts, Mazeka saved a Matoran of Sonics named Krakua, who would also come to join the Order in time. If you may recall from Chapter 3, Toa Vakama in Metru Nui received a vision of the future from a being known as Toa Krakua, Toa of Sonics, who warned him of many threats to come and told him of a future Toa team. Of course, the Matoran in the story named Krakua would become a Toa later on in the storyline, but of course it's just being seeded in right now, so in chronological order, you just keep remembering who Krakua is and how his path towards the Order of Madanui is going to take shape. Part 1. A New Homeland. Welcome to the island of Madanui. A paradise home reclaimed amidst the darkness, Madanui was home to diverse elemental climates, thanks to the transformative effects of leaking energized protodermis from the robot's power source. The region of fire, Ta-Wahi, was home to a charred forest of burnt trees. In the center of a volcano, the great castle of Ta-Koro was erected, the heart of Madanui. On the highest slopes of this volcanic mountain range was the region of Kowahi, an icy wilderness with a spectacular city hewn into the side of the mountain. This was the Kokoro village, with knowledge sanctums and passageways through the ice carved throughout the mountains. Moving downwards to the dense jungle at the base of the mountains was the region of Leiwahi, featuring the treetop village of Leikoro, home to the Matoran of Air who tamed mighty gecko birds as flying steeds. Connecting Leikoro to the center of the mountain was a great tunnel to Onuwahi, where an underground mining village called Onukoro stood firm as the refuge of the Matoran of Earth. As the tunnels reached the surface of the island, they branched off to Powahi, a vast desert where the sculpture artists and craftsmen of Pokoro, the village of stone, called home. And finally, stretching out from a great waterfall on the bay of Madanui was Ga-Koro, city of water erected on massive lily pads. The island home was named Madanui, after the great spirit worshipped by the Matoran. Led by the former Toa Metru who now served as Turaga, the villages of Madanui lived in peace and harmony, united in their defense against the Makuta's Rahi forces. A tribalistic culture evolved on this remote island, with ancient tales of Madanui's battle with Makuta being told with rocks and stone. Above them in the sky soared the mysterious and ever-present Red Star, the booster pack satellite to the Matoran universe that was merely a mysterious celestial object to the Matoran. Most interesting of all, however, was that the island of Madanui held a secret. The base terrain was generated by the automatic camouflage system of the robot's faceplate, accidentally triggered during the Great Cataclysm. In the center of Madanui was a grand temple named Kini Nui, which unbeknownst to the Matoran was created and installed by the Great Beings during their construction of the Great Spirit's planetary exploration system. Upon landing on a foreign planet, the Kininui contraption would deploy from the face of the robot, using its spires as antenna-like sensors for Madanui, informing him of surface events while he was observing a planet. Deep within the Kininui was also a safe tunnel for members of the Matoran universe to enter or exit the surface of the robot, should passageways be needed to go back and forth. It was here that the Matoran carved out a life for themselves amidst the dark, and where our main story begins. I just want to start off this chapter with a quick recap of Chapter 2. In a preemptive strike against the Brotherhood of Makuta, the Order of Madanui secretly stashed away several Av-Matoran, or Matoran of Light, in the hopes that the Brotherhood of Makuta would not realize where they went because they pose significant threats to the Makuta, who are beings of shadow. And since they're Matoran of Light, they could transform later on into Toa of Light, which would make them big threats against the Brotherhood. During this time period known as the Time Slip, the Order of Madanui took several Av-Matoran and scattered them across the Great Spirit Robot and Matoran universe, altering the color of their armor, although sometimes not always perfectly, as well as completely wiping their memories of ever being Av-Matoran or their previous lives. One of these Av-Matoran was named Takua. Right now, he believes he is a Ta-Matoran, despite his blue mask, which again was because he was an Av-Matoran, so they didn't really alter the colors correctly, kind of stands out on a Ta-Matoran, or Matoran of Fire, to have any blue components. Takua genuinely believes he is a Ta-Matoran. He's also the closest thing to a main character Bionicle has had throughout several different years, so definitely remember his name. He's secretly an Av-Matoran or Matoran of Light, but he doesn't know that at this point. Over the many years of his life in Ta-Koro, Takua was dissatisfied with his work. Unlike his close friend Jaller, who was renowned for his fighting prowess and named captain of the Ta-Koro Guard, Takua was always more interested in exploration and adventure, rather than fighting or staying in one place. Seeing a steep decline in his work, Takua was banished by Turaga Vakama, who did this almost as a favor to Takua, who knew he would have a much more fulfilling life wandering around the island as a traveler. Over his many adventures, Takua met with each Turaga of each village, rescuing them from various traps set by pterodax and gaining their trust. Over the course of these many adventures, Takua activated an ancient mechanism within the Kininui Temple, where a massive burst of energy shot forth from the temple and blasted him backwards, giving him a significant amount of head trauma and causing him to yet again lose all his memories. Little did he or even the Turaga know, but he had inadvertently reactivated the Toa Mata failsafe, summoning the 6 Toa canisters that held the Toa Mata, which had been aimlessly floating in the oceans of Aqua Magna. The legendary Toa would soon arrive, heralding the end of the Dark Time. Just in case anyone is confused, at the end of Chapter 1, I described the Toa Mata, an elite team of Toa whose sole mission was to protect the Great Spirit and prevent him from any takeovers, kind of like what's happening right now. They'd been trained directly by the Order of Madanui, specifically Hydraxon, in order to defend Madanui from any attacks, and were sealed within special Toa canisters to launch from the heart of the robot in order to be immediately transported to any area that needed repairs. However, unfortunately, these Toa canisters malfunctioned during Makuta's takeover during the Great Cataclysm, and as such, the Toa canisters were launched all the way up into the air and crashed down into the ocean of Aqua Magna, where they would lay floating in dormant status for thousands of years. Part 2. Quest for the Masks. The 1,000 years floating aimlessly in the ocean had taken a toll upon the Toa Mata. Their organic tissue had decayed over the years, leaving them in a state of disassembly. This long hibernation had also left them with amnesia, forcing to rely on external information while their memories slowly coalesced. And so, when Takua's actions in the Kininui summoned the canisters to the island, the 6 Toa washed ashore on a golden beach, unaware of where or even who they were. They were the Toa Mata, separate and not yet whole. Tahu, Toa of Fire and leader of the group, awoke powerless on the beach until he donned his Kanohi Hau, mask of shielding. Just then a rush of energy came over him, and his elemental powers awoke. Sensing the heat and warmth of Ta-Koro, he rushed into the charred forest. Mistaking him as a threat, Jaller and the captain of the guard attempted to trap Tahu, but before any major conflicts, Turaga Vakama stepped in, bowing to Tahu and encouraging Jaller and the guard to do the same. Meanwhile, Gali, Toa of Water, emerged in the bay near Gawahi. Immediately attacked upon her awakening by a monstrous reptilian Tarakava under the sway of Pterodax, Gali discovered that she wore the mask of water breathing, aka the Kanohi Kaukau, and controlled the element of water itself, fending off her attacker and swimming to Gakoro. Liwa, Toa of Air, headed straight for the treetop jungle of Leiwahi, feeling at home swinging from the branches as he discovered his mask power of levitation, the Kanohi Miru, and command over the element of air. Kopaka, cold and calculating Toa of Ice, cautiously explored his surroundings, using the Kanohi Akaku, the mask of X-ray vision, to scope out a Komatoran Matoro who had been spying on him from afar. Brought to Taraga Nuju, Kopaka was the first who began to understand their strange new situation. Meanwhile, Pohatu, Toa of Stone, had been discovered by a group of Po-Matoran, and thanks to his friendly nature, had already introduced himself to the village of Pokoro, who hailed him as a hero. And Onua, wise Toa of Earth, stumbled upon a Matoran named Onepu in the caves of Onuwahi, who brought him straight to Taraga Wanua to be told of his purpose. Eventually, all 6 Toamata met with the respective Taraga of each region, who quickly realized these Toamata were out of practice, had forgotten their training, and needed to go forth on a quest to regain full control of their powers, much like the Toa Metru themselves faced many trials and tribulations to learn to work as a team. And so, the Taraga sent the Toamata on a quest to discover 5 more masks that they had scattered across the island of Madanui for each Toa. With the special power to wear multiple Kanohi masks at once, and taking advantage of all their powers, these Toamata were especially equipped to seek out these masks, and gain all 6 mask powers throughout the whole team. Collecting all these masks had an added bonus. The Toamata had the ability to unlock special golden Kanohi masks, which had been forged long ago by Artaka himself to grant the Toamata the powers of all 6 great Kanohi at once. Specifically, these were the Kanohi Hau, Mask of Shielding, the Kanohi Kaukau, Mask of Water Breathing, the Kanohi Miru, Mask of Levitation, the Kanohi Akaku, Mask of X-ray Vision, the Kanohi Kakama, Mask of Speed, and the Kanohi Pakari, Mask of Strength. Each of the 6 Toamata began their quest with one of these 6 masks for each of them, and they each had to collect all 6 for themselves to unlock their golden Kanohi. Setting off on his quest, Pohatu Toa of Stone sped through the icy landscape of Kowahi on the hunt for his next mask. In his hurry, he barreled into the irritable Toa Kopaka at super speed, who saved them both from an avalanche, with Kopaka reluctantly agreeing to let the friendly Pohatu travel with him, who insisted they'd be more efficient as a team. This began the start of one of the most enduring friendships in the story of Bionicle. On the cliffs of Mount Aihu, Pohatu and Kopaka stumbled upon the rest of the Toamata, who had finally gathered together as one to get to know one another and discuss their quest. Despite Tahu and Onua arguing to stay together, the Toa split apart. Just then, a large earthquake rocked the earth and the ground split, with rain and hail falling around them. The Toa realized this was the work of Makuta Pterodax, and immediately began a search for their masks. Meanwhile, Takua awoke on the shore of Tawahi, disoriented and confused. Observing the events from afar, a panicked Gamatoran named Maku summoned him, asking if he had seen Toagali. The village of Gakora was under attack by the vicious Tarakava Rahi, as Pterodax had seized the opportunity to assault the village and test the strength of the Toa one by one. Takua arrived in Gakoro by boat to find a capsized house, which he worked hard to bring back to the surface and rescue Taraga no Kama and the rest of the Gamatoran. As the terrified Matoran fled, Takua watched as the powerful Toagali emerged from the ocean, trading blows with the Tarakava and pushing it back in a great struggle. And so, over the course of many months, these Toa embarked on their great quest for the masks, sometimes working together, sometimes alone. During this time, Takua continued to wander around the island of Madanui, his memory slowly returning as he learned more and more about each village. In the stony village of Pokoro, Takua encountered the entire populace in the grip of a plague, which he discovered had been spread by infected Koli balls, rocks used in a popular sport native to that region. Rescued by Toa Pohatu from the grips of some vicious Rahi scorpions, Takua realized the source of the disease was Akmau, the devious Po-Matoran who had conspired with Pterodax to infect the population of Pokoro. His treachery revealed, Akmau pleaded innocence and fled the city for a time. After further adventures and many friends made, Takua found himself in the treetop village of Leikoro, which was under ambush by the insectoid Nui Rama Rahi, controlled by Pterodax to test the fortitude of Toa Liwa. In a stunning attack, Liwa was defeated by the swarm of insects, with his Kanohi mask replaced with an infected Miru, placing him under Pterodax's thrall. In the ensuing battle, the lay Matoran riding Gecko birds were brought down and captured by the Nui Rama. And so, in a climactic battle, Onua Toa of Earth bursts through the walls of the nest, battling Liwa one-on-one and finally managing to free the Toa of Air from his mind control. As this was happening, the other 4 Toa Mata continued their quest for the masks, also discovering and collecting the hidden Makoki stones in the process to gain knowledge about their enemy, the Brotherhood of Makuta. The first sparks of conflict began to fly between the Toa, with Tahu lighting an entire tree on fire to retrieve one single Kanohi mask, much to the dismay and anger of Gali, who had seen him destroy the habitat of several nesting birds. At the same time, Takua continued to meet new Matoran, like Matoro, translator to Turaga Nuju and keeper of the Turaga's secrets, and Nuparu, chief engineer of Onukoro. Of course, he continued to stay in close communication and contact with his friend Jaller, captain of the Takoro Guard. Along his journeys, Takua encountered the mighty Toa as they fulfilled their own quests, witnessing epic battles and even assisting some of them in uncovering mysteries and claiming their own masks. So just a quick note here, the story content that's being covered right now was featured in a game called the Matanui online game. This was many fans' very first introduction to Bionicle all the way back in 2001, and is considered to be one of the best examples of Bionicle storytelling. It was essentially a choose-your-own-adventure game where you played as Takua as he explored throughout Matanui, going to the different villages and meeting different characters, and essentially witnessing the story of the Toa from a second-hand view. It was a really great game that unfortunately I've kind of had to gloss over really quickly in this analysis, especially because there's so much content to get through. So definitely, if this interests you, if the world seems interesting, you can actually play the Matanui online game on a website called Biomedia Project, which I've linked below in the description, so feel free to download it and check it out. It's one of the best pieces of Bionicle content ever, and I feel really bad for summarizing it in a few sentences. Part 3. The Void. Finally, after months questing for the masks, the Toa Mata successfully collected their 6 masks of power. As they headed for the great temple of Kininui in the center of the island to claim their powerful golden Kanohi, Makuta Pterodax rallied his forces for a counterattack, sending his infected Rahi in swarms to assault the temple. But the Matoran were ready, and years of defending their villages had sharpened their combat skills. In his many journeys, Takua had assembled a group of Matoran from each village to fight alongside him. Known as the Chronicler's Company, they held back the Rahi long enough for the Toa to claim their golden masks and descend into the Makuta's lair beneath Kininui, in the passageway from the face of the robot to the deserted sphere of Metru Nui. As the Toa descended into darkness, the Chronicler's Company, aided by Jaller's captain of the guard and Onukoro's Usuri forces, fought on. Upon entering the gate to Mangaya, the Toa were attacked by 2 Manas crabs, powerful infected Rahi that served as personal guardians of Pterodax's lair, deep within Mangaya. Just then, the Toa recalled ancient visions they had seen along their journeys, urging them to remember who they were and merge together into the powerful Toa Kaida. Tahu, Pohatu, and Onua combined their energies to transform into the towering Toa Kaida Akamai, Avatar of Valor, while Liwa, Gali, and Kopaka merged to form the Titan Toa Kaida Warua, Avatar of Wisdom. Now, look, I know what you're probably thinking, what on earth are these, and why did they just come out of nowhere? Well, unfortunately, the thing is, since I'm having to summarize this story relatively quickly, a lot of the story seeds that hinted at this being possible were just kind of glossed over. So let me just give you the quick and dirty version of it. Essentially, every inhabitant of the Matoran universe has the power to form a Kaita, which is the Bionicle form for a combination or some sort of greater being. So these Toa Kaida are actually 3 Toa coming together, Tahu, Onua, and Pohatu forming this one, and Liwa, Kopaka, and Gali forming the other one. This ability was programmed in by the Great Beings to allow certain members of the universe to form together, essentially combining their collective force to solve any problem which required, say, physical strength or extreme unity. And yes, you may have guessed this already, but these are essentially these set combiner models, which honestly I think is something that's pretty cool, because in universe, you're literally combining 3 of the sets, just as you are in the set form themselves to make these larger Titan characters. Fully powered up in their Kaida forms, the Toa struck back against the Manus crabs, utterly defeating them and clearing the path to the lair of their ultimate enemy, Makuta Pterodax. Just then, a wave of destruction swept across the Toa Kaida, separating them back into their original forms. Before they got a chance to confront Pterodax himself, 6 shadowy figures emerged from the walls, mirror reflections of the Toa Mata themselves. Despite fighting valiantly, the Toa realized that these shadow reflections were perfectly matched to themselves, and the true test was to accept that darkness, hatred, and evil was as much a part of them as any sentient being. By acknowledging their shadow counterparts were a part of them, the Toa were able to absorb them into themselves, ending the threat and proceeding to confront Pterodax. In the meantime, with the combined efforts of Takua's Chronicler's Company, the Takoro Guard, and the Onukoro Osori, the Rahi were beaten back, and there was finally a period of peace outside the temple. In this lull in the conflict, Turaga Wanua was escorted to the surface, giving Takua a tip about a secret passageway into Mangaya from Onukoro, so he could watch the Toa battle Pterodax and tell the tale of their exploits. And so, as Takua descended into the tunnels, the Toa Mata entered the final chamber, ready to face Pterodax. In the center of the room, a swirling vortex of robotic components and objects faced the Toa. A Matoran, pitted and rusted with an infected mask, walked out to them, blank eyes staring from empty sockets. This was Makuta Pterodax, who had taken the guise of a Matoran to taunt the Toa, hinting at the true nature of his power. As the Makuta faded back into the vortex, dark tentacles lashed out at the Toa, who were beaten back no matter what they tried. Slowly, the Makuta ceased his attack and gazed down at his defeated opponents. In a final rally, the Toa mustered together their elemental powers and sent a wave of energy at the vortex. But before they could truly defeat Makuta, he faded away, his voice echoing through the room that they could never defeat the Void. All this conflict and buildup was merely a test by Pterodax to see how skilled the Toa Mata truly were. Satisfied by his test, Makuta retreated deeper within Magaya, readying his next plans. But so as the Toa were transported back up to the surface of Matanui, Takua was left behind, surrounded by the discarded parts and damaged rubble from the battle. Instead of taking the path back to the surface, he noticed a separate passageway, a secret tunnel to a massive subterranean network of hives and pods. In fear, Takua watched as creatures within the pods began to stir, slowly awakening the horrors within. Barely managing to escape through an automated portal system, Takua was ejected onto the beach of Matanui, still reeling from the battle he had witnessed and unaware of the threat to come. Little did he know, but the discovery of this hive signaled Makuta Pterodax's next attack, and peace would be short-lived. Part 4. Terror of the Swarm. Weary after their recent fight with Pterodax and uncertain of his next plans, the Toa Mata emerged onto the surface of the Kininui Temple. Before a moment's chance to breathe, a Matoran burst from the shrubbery, terrified and traumatized from a mysterious attack. He would only utter one word from his mouth, over and over again: Bulrock. Recap from chapters 1 and 2. As you probably know by now, everything that's happening within the Matoran universe is occurring in the body of the Great Spirit Robot, which is a colossal robot the size of a planet that can actually lay down on the surface of a planet underwater and have a cloaking camouflage system on its face. Essentially, every time this Matanui robot wants to survey a world, it just lays flat and lets its face stick out above the water. The cloaking is actually pretty cool. Essentially, the metal faceplate of the robot is covered by an artificial layer of foliage and sand, which allows it to stay hidden during its procedures. However, the main thing is that once it is time to take off, as I mentioned in the previous chapters, there is a full-on cleansing mechanism to wipe all of this foliage and sand off of its face. To do that, the Matanui robot employs these small robots called Borak, whose task is literally just to cleanse the surface of the face of the robot, which of course now is the island Matanui. The Borak also have a secret. As I mentioned in chapter 2, all Avmatoran who achieve their destiny, like our friend Takua here, transform into Borak. So essentially, at any point, an Avmatoran could be transformed into a Borak should they be needed to be called upon by the Swarm. This also wipes all of their memories and personality, leaving behind only a robot which is a husk of its former selves. It's a pretty effective way of using the Matoran universe's own inhabitants to be the cleansing mechanism, just in case any Borak get damaged while repairing the surface of the face. So that way you can just take some Avmatoran and replace them.
Deep within the catacombs of Madanui, Makuta Pterodax uncovered an ancient mechanism to prematurely awaken the Borak, triggering their cleansing protocols to wipe the face of Madanui clean.
Remember back in Chapter 2 when Makuta Mutron bridged his mind with the horrible entity Tren Krom and discovered the secrets of the Matoran universe? Well, if you don't, that's why I'm here. When he relayed this information to Makuta Pterodax, not only did it lead to Pterodax's revolt and eventual takeover of the Great Spirit Robot, but it also led to one crucial piece of information. Pterodax discovered exactly how to prematurely activate the Borak cleansing system, which is why he knew how to do all this in the first place.
And so all over the island, thousands of Borak with unique elemental abilities awoke with a singular mission. Tanakh with fire abilities burnt large swaths of forests, with Galak summoning flood tides and Parak shattering stone foundations. Levok used acid attacks to channel dangerous streams of poison, while Korak manipulated the element of ice to weaken even the hardest of substances. Finally, the dangerous Nuvok tunneled deep within the ground, hollowing out sinkholes and swallowing entire villages whole. While the Borak were all simply mechanical shells, the real danger were the Krana, the brains of the Borak. Created by the great beings by exposing Matoran remains to energize Protodermis, the Krana controlled the hive mind of the Borak and had the unique ability to control any inhabitant of the Matoran universe when placed on their face. Through a unique technical interface designed by the great beings, Krana could override the base programming of any Matoran or even Toa to use their powers to accomplish the cleansing task. And finally, deep within the robot itself lurked the Barag Queens, controllers of the Borak and directors of the hive mind. As an extreme security measure, the nest of the Barag was sealed shut, with the only way to bypass the seal and override the hive mind being a complex mechanism requiring 48 different Krana from each of the 6 Borak types.
As you might be able to guess, these Krana were the main collectibles for the year of 2002, and boy were there a lot of them. You see, each of these 6 types of Borak had 8 different Krana, and each of those 8 had 2 different forms based on whether they were active or dormant. So really, that's a lot of Krana in total. The other thing that I want to make very clear here is that the members of the Matoran universe at this point do not know that they're living inside a giant robot. So while they kind of have an understanding that Krana are used to control the Borak based on some sort of hive mind, they don't really understand where the Borak came from, why their mission even is to cleanse the surface of the island, or that they were once Avmatoran. Really, all they know is that the Borak are trying to destroy their homes, which is pretty unfortunate because it is supposed to be something positive for the Great Spirit Madanui to cleanse its face, but Pterodax triggered it early, which is causing all this problem.
Meanwhile, as the Toamata rushed to Takoro to save the village, they found it overrun by Borak, released by Makuta Pterodax immediately after their confrontation in Mangaya. The Toa were surprised to see that unlike the Rahi or Makuta's other pawns, the Borak made no moves to attack or harm them at all. They would simply defend themselves if attacked. Nevertheless, the Toa sprung to action, Gali and Liwa combining the power of water and air to create an immense cyclone that swept through the first wave of Borak, leaving only the Krana behind. Turaga Vakama then emerged from the shadows and shared his knowledge of the Borak with the Toa, explaining that they needed to seek out 48 different Krana to unlock the hive and shut down the invasion. And so, the Toa set off on a 2-pronged quest to delay the destruction of Madanui, while disabling and collecting each Krana to put an end to the Borak threat. Part 5. The Borak Wars. Over the course of several months, the Matoran and Toa staged a brave fight against the relentless Borak hordes. An Onu Matoran engineer named Nuparu created a genius invention in a bind. Scavenging destroyed Borak parts, he created the Boxor and burst through the tunnels of Onuwahi, devastating Borak as he went. Throughout this struggle, Pokora was invaded and its entire population evacuated to Gakuro in a major upheaval. All along the way, Takua followed the Toa on their quest, chronicling their actions and heroic deeds. In the treetop village of Leikoro, disaster struck. In a surprise attack and conversion from the Borak, nearly the entire population, including Turaga Matau, was assimilated by the Borak's Krana, becoming slaves to the hive mind. Despite his lone attempts to free his village, Toa Liwa also succumbed to the Krana, then confronting Onua deep within the jungle. The wise Onua laid his weapons down, telling Liwa that his will was stronger than the Krana, and he should prove himself worthy of being a Toa.
Tearing off the Krana from his face with all the willpower he could summon, Liwa overcame this obstacle, and together with Onua, Nuparu's Boxor vehicles, and even the help of Takua and Captain of the Guard Jaller, freed the village of Lekoro. Finally, with all 48 Krana collected, the Toa agreed to descend into the Borak nest and end the threat of the Borak once and for all. And so, as they journeyed into the depths of the nest, the Borak readied to wipe Gakoro off the face of the map, taking the evacuated population of the Po-Matoran with it. The brave Jaller and Takua led the Matoran counterattack, defending Gakoro from the ever-increasing threat. Despite the efforts of the Matoran and Nuparu's Boxor inventions, the threat was dire, and with the Toa deep underground, the Matoran were fighting a losing battle. Meanwhile, as he traveled deep into the tunnels, Tahu grew wary of Liwa, suspicious that he was still influenced by the power of the Krana, although Onua had faith in his fellow Toa's willpower. But so, after facing many trials to strive towards the center of the nest, Liwa proved his allegiance time and time again, and the Toa finally made it to the center of the hive. Placing their 48 Krana on the slots in the floor, they unlocked the inner nest, opening 6 passageways into the dark. Within these tunnels, the Toa Mata discovered mighty Exo-Toa suits of armor, remnants of the great beings as a failsafe against the Borak. These Exo-Toa may actually seem pretty familiar. It's because that throughout the Brotherhood of Makuta's actions in chapters 1 to 3, they actually use these Exo-Toa to replicate the strength of a Toa and fight in their armies. Essentially, the Exo-Toa can either be worn as a suit by a current Toa to power up their abilities, or they can operate on their own as robotic shells, and can even be controlled by Makuta. Pressing on, the Toa Mata, now wearing full Exo-Toa armor, finally encountered the Barog, queens of the Borak swarms and controllers of the hive mind. In a vicious fight against the Barog, the Toa nearly faced defeat, with their strongest members trapped fighting illusions projected by the queens, and the remaining Toa barely being able to use their elements against their opponents. Just then, Tahu realized that while the Exo-Toa armor gave them incredible strength and fighting abilities, it also consumed and hindered their elemental power, which was the key to the Barog's defeat. And so, in a climactic blast, the Toa sealed the Barog in a cage of protodermis, disabling their connection to the swarm. Without the Queen Hive Mind, Borak all over Matanui were rendered aimless, and the attack on Gakoro ceased. At that moment, all around the island, 6 Toa Suvas, shrines to the Toa and mysterious technological bastions shone with light, and mysterious symbols appeared atop each of the Suva. Turaga no Kama, awed, told the Matoran that the Toa had succeeded, and the threat of the swarm was over. Back in the nest of the Borak, the Toa felt a rumbling beneath their feet. As the floor gave way, the Toa Mata were thrust into tubes of bubbling, energized protodermis. You might recall this from the prologue, but energized protodermis was the mysterious substance that had the incredible power to create, transform, or even destroy. This was the substance that sparked the Core War and arguably the entire Bionicle story itself, because it was the major resource being fought over in Spherus Magna. Submerged within the mysterious energized protodermis, the Toa Mata were physically transformed, evolving into beings far more powerful than any Toa in existence. Armed with powerful new masks, weapons, and solid protodermis armor, they became the Toa Nuva, rising from the ground in their striking new forms. As boulders of earth rained down upon them, Tahu Nuva activated the power of his Hau Nuva, the Mask of Shielding, and was surprised to discover that he had shielded not only himself, but his entire team. As the Toa slowly came to the realization that their new forms allowed them to share mask powers amongst each other, Liwa activated the Mask of Levitation, the Miru Nuva, while Puhatu used the Mask of Speed, the Kakama Nuva, to propel this newly transformed Toa team from the depths of the hive back out to the surface. In Gakoro, with the fight over, the Matoran busied themselves with repairing the land. Krana were harvested and placed in a massive pit where they could not infect any more mines. With the mindless Borak now acting as mere robots, Matoran were able to use their powerful forms to reconstruct what they had destroyed, the Borak acting as a force for creation rather than destruction. In the aftermath of the battle, Takua and Jaller enjoyed a brief moment of respite, celebrating with the Ga-Matoran and Po-Matoran, specifically Huki, who was leading the Po-Matoran guard, as well as Holly, one of their Ga-Matoran companions. Looking out to the ocean, Takua was thankful for the end of the Borak Wars, but was unaware of the danger lying ahead, and how this was only the first stage in Pterodax's plans to overthrow the Great Spirit and seize the Matoran populace for himself. Previously on Bionicle Retold, Chapter 4, Infection. Danger on Mata Nui. After the Great Cataclysm wiped the minds of the Matoran of Metru Nui, Turaga and Matoran seek refuge on the Paradise Island Mata Nui on the face of the robot. Summoned by an ancient mechanism, the Toa Mata arrive on the shores of the island, their memories fragmented from centuries adrift at sea. The brave Toa Mata battled the darkness of evil Makuta Pterodax and the terrible menaces he unleashed that threatened the Toa and the world. In the depths below the island, the Toa faced their greatest threat, the Bolrock Swarms, an ancient safeguard to clean the surface of the robot prematurely activated by Pterodax. At the climax of this conflict, the Toa were thrust into the mysterious energized protodermis, emerging as fully evolved Prime Toa Nuva. These Toa Nuva would need all their power, all their skill, and all their wisdom to combat even more dangerous threats on the horizon. This is Bionicle Retold. Part 1. The Bolrock Call Strike. Across the island of Mata Nui, celebrations ring out. With the threat of the Bolrock behind them and the Toa Nuva more powerful than ever, Matoran in every village began the slow process of rebuilding and retaking the land from the wreckage. As Toa Tahu returned to Ta Koro, Turaga Vakama took him aside and secretly gave him the Kanohi Vahi, the powerful Mask of Time to be used in emergencies only. In this time of peace and rebuilding, 6 mysterious objects appeared atop the Toa Suvas, symbols of the elemental power each Toa Nuva held. So to give some context for this, the Toa Nuva are not like normal Toa. They're one of a kind, and their elemental abilities are so powerful that they don't actually work the normal way. Instead of just being innate to the Toa Nuva themselves, these elemental energies are fed to the Toa Nuva from these special Nuva symbols. If these symbols are in friendly territory, then their elemental powers remain, and they're much stronger than any normal Toas. But there's a catch, because if these elemental symbols were to ever be removed from friendly territory and stolen by enemy powers, then the elemental powers would vanish, leaving the Toa Nuva powerless. Artaka actually created these in anticipation for the Toa Mata to be upgraded one day, which is why they even exist in the first place. It's kind of a catch-22. They give the Toa Nuva awesome powers, but at a cost. As the Toa Nuva trained and honed their newfound increased elemental abilities, they were unaware of a growing threat. With the Barog, Queens of the Bolrock, sealed in stasis deep underground, a failsafe was automatically activated in the form of the Bolrock Call. 6 elite Bolrock with unique elemental abilities and personalities of their own, whose sole mission was to free the Barog. As they awoke from their chambers and emerged onto the island, they encountered the Nuva symbols, whose innate elemental abilities were the key to unlocking the Barog seal. And so, as the Bolrock Call split up to steal the symbols from the Matoran, the Toa Nuva began to lose their powers one by one over the island, confused and afraid. Soon, these now powerless Toa Nuva would have to face the combined might of the Bolrock Call, with only their own strength and skill. And these elite Bolrock were a formidable force. Ta Nak Kal wielded the element of electricity, striking at the Ta Koro Guard and Captain Jala to access Tahu's symbol. Gala Kal was the Bolrock Call of magnetism, soundly defeating Pohatu in a humiliating attack that left several nearby Rahi magnetized to his armor. Levok Kal was the master of the vacuum, sucking the air out of his surroundings to render Toa Onua helpless and steal his symbol. Parak Kal wielded plasma, melting his way through to Pohatu's symbol. Nuva Kal controlled gravity, hurling massive objects with his unique abilities. And finally, strongest of them all was Korak Kal, who was gifted with the elemental power of sonics to deafen his opponents, project sonic force fields, and even generate concussive blasts of pure sonic energy. Just a behind-the-scenes explanation for why these exist. So when the Bolrock first came out in 2002, they were one of the LEGO Group's most popular toys and outsold many expectations. And so, to attempt to recapture the popularity of the original 2002 Bolrock, the LEGO Group just basically did the same thing, but in silver. Essentially, for all intents and purposes, they were literally identical models. And as you can probably guess, the Borak Call didn't quite sell as well as the original Borak, because most fans were wanting something new. That something new would come later, but for now, that's why the Borak Call even exists in the story. And so, with their powers stolen, the 6 Toa Nuva set off on a quest to regain their elemental Nuva symbols and stop the Borak Call from reawakening the Barok and the Swarms. Along their journeys, the Toa Nuva collected new sets of Kanohi Nuva, hoping to supplement their abilities with the elemental powers now drained. Throughout these journeys, Gali discovered a carving of the Toa Metru, the first evidence to them that they were not the first Toa on the island. But that mystery was a story for far later, and soon the confrontation with the Borak Call was nigh, and as the 6 powerless Toa Nuva descended into the Borak nest yet again, they were met with a ferocious battle raging before their eyes. The Exo Toa armor suits had been automatically activated, wielding all their power against the forces of the Borak Call. As the mechanized guards succumbed to the power of the Borak Call, Tahu summoned the Kanohi Vahi, slowing time around them for just long enough for Gali to formulate a cunning plan. Using all of her willpower and joining forces with the other Toa Nuva, Gali and the others connected to their Nuva symbols mentally, flooding their elemental power into the symbols and into the Borak Call. Not built to handle the full might of the Toa Nuva, each Borak Call succumbed to their own abilities gone haywire. Tanak Call was trapped in a never-ending field of electricity, while Levok Call hurtled miles into the air from a blast of air. Magnetic fields hurled half-destroyed Exotoa parts through the air, crushing Gala Call. Nuvok Call's immense gravitational abilities crumbled his body inwards, creating a miniature black hole. Parak Call melted far below the ground in molten plasma, and devastating sound waves ripped Korak Call apart. Exhausted, the Toa Nuva collapsed to the ground, their mission complete and Nuva symbols reobtained. With the threat of the Borak Call finally over and the swarms behind them, the Toa emerged back onto the surface of Madanui, weary from their trials. Part 2. A Time of Peace. Following the defeat of the Borak Call and the triumph of the Toa Nuva, celebrations yet again rang out across the island of Madanui. In a great ceremony, the Turaga honored key Matoran who were vital in the defense of their villages over the course of the Rahi and Borak attacks. This naming ceremony continued a long-standing Matoran tradition, where certain Matorans' names were elongated and modified to signify great achievements, which was a unique cultural aspect of the Matoran. Alongside these new names, the Matoran were also rebuilt into new and more powerful forms to signify their accomplishments. So here's why this actually exists. Back in 2001 when Bionicle first launched, LEGO designers drew from the Maori culture in New Zealand, essentially taking words from their dictionary and translating them directly into Bionicle terminology. Unfortunately, not all of these translations were 100% accurate, and many of them were offensive to the Maori culture. One cultural appropriation lawsuit later, and we have Naming Day, an in-universe event to slightly change the names of certain characters, just enough so they remain recognizable, but enough so that they do not fall under exact Maori words. For instance, Jala, spelled J-A-L-A, becomes Jaller, spelled J-A-L-L-E-R, and so on and so forth. They also use this as a justification to upgrade the Matoran builds. Originally, the Matoran, or the Tohunga as they were first called, were released as Happy Meal toys, so they were pretty small and admittedly pretty cute, but didn't have too much articulation. Well, in 2003, 2 years later, LEGO actually made full-on Matoran sets, and so they actually managed to include a full-on upgrade in the story itself to justify this set change as well. I guess it kind of makes sense in universe, and they did the best with what they could to change the names, although it is admittedly a little clunky. During the ceremony, Matoran honored included Jaller, brave captain of the guard and defender of Takoro, his companion, the chronicler Takua, and Huki, Po-Matoran Koli Sports champion, among many others. As the Toa Nuva continued to train and hone their skills as a unit, the Matoran continued work on their daily tasks, preparing for a grand Koli tournament to celebrate the Toa Nuva. A unique sport developed on the island of Madanui, Koli started off as a simple game with weighted rocks and balls, and over the years was altered and improved to include specialized staffs and tools to compete in the game. Every Koro across Madanui competed in Koli, and for the upcoming grand tournament, competitions were held as semifinals across the island until a massive three-way game would be held with the top 3 tribes. One of these competitors was a Ga Matoran named Holly, who had participated in the defense of her village against the Borak and honed her newly developed athletic skills to become a champion of Koli. Having spent a considerable amount of time with Jaller fighting against the Borak, Holly knew exactly who she'd be up against in the Koli tournament, and spent the following months honing her body, mind, and willpower, training in tests of stamina, speed, strength, purity, and more across the many villages. Over the course of these adventures, Holly competed in the regional tournaments with her partner Maku, eventually earning Gakoro a place in the upcoming Grand Tournament. During these journeys, she met fellow Matoran like Kongu, airman of the Gakko Bird Force, Nuparu, the engineer who built the famed Boxor vehicles, and Matoro, translator to Turaga Nuju. As a recap from Chapter 4, many of these Matoran played a pretty significant role in Takua's adventures across the island of Madanui, where he met different villagers and got to know the different cultures across the island. And keep these names in mind, because some of these Matoran would become much more relevant in the future chapters of this story. As the Matoran busied themselves in preparation for the tournament, the Turaga delved deep into discussion about when would be the right time to reveal their origins, and potentially start a mass migration back to Metru Nui to rehabilitate the great city of legends. On the eve of the tournament, a decision was made. After the game was over, the Toa Nuva would be summoned and told the great tale of Metru Nui, learning of the true origins of the Matoran and the Turaga's past lives as the heroic Toa Metru. But of course, if you've been following this series, you've already heard the tales of the Toa Metru in Chapter 3 Legends of Metru Nui. Part 3 Quest for the 7th Toa. Hours before the Koli Championship, Jaller wandered through the now empty city of Takoro, searching for his partner Takua. With the entire population of the city housed in the massive Koli arena in preparation for the game, Jaller had free access to the deepest caverns and normally restricted tunnels of lava. In these lava chambers beneath Takoro, Jaller found Takua examining a strange totem across a boiling river of lava. Distracted by his newfound discovery, Takua failed to realize he was late for the tournament, and that the lava levels were steadily rising. In a volcanic blast, the totem was knocked from his hands, melting away and revealing the mysterious Kanohi Avoki, the Mask of Light. So here's a brief history of the very powerful artifact, the Kanohi Avoki, or the Mask of Light. Years ago, the being known as Artaka created the Mask of Light on his island as a safeguard in case the Brotherhood of Makuta, who used Shadow as their primary weapon, ever turned evil, which of course they did, so he definitely was in the right to create it. It remained on Artaka's island for thousands of years until, of course, the Brotherhood of Makuta turned evil, and one of their agents, Makuta Kojal, stole it during a raid on Artaka and brought it back to the Makuta fortress in Destro. There it sat for hundreds of years until the Toa Haga, as we mentioned in the previous 2 chapters, raided the Brotherhood of Makuta fortress to retrieve the Avoki, and were unfortunately mutated into Rahaga in the process. The Kanohi Avoki remained in the possession of these Rahaga until the events of 2005, or Chapter 4, where the Toa Metru transformed into Toa Hordika and had to unite the Makoki stones to claim the Kanohi Avoki from the Rahaga and bring it back with them. And if you're not confused already, the Toa Hordika transformed back into Toa Metru, went to the island of Madanui, and placed the Kanohi Avoki in safekeeping in Takoro until it was discovered by Takua just now. So essentially, all you need to know is that it's an ancient artifact, the Turaga stored it in Takoro, and Takua just now found it. You really don't need to know the other backstories if you don't really care, although it's pretty interesting to know the history behind this artifact. The other thing that you may or may not have forgotten about Takua, and it's really important, is that he is not actually a Ta Matoran, or a Matoran of Fire. In fact, he's an Av Matoran, or Matoran of Light in disguise, and was displaced from his original home when the Order of Madanui secretly hid Av Matoran all across the Matoran universe in preparation in case the Brotherhood of Makuta intended to turn against all of the Matoran of Light. Takua himself doesn't even know he's an Av Matoran, and for all intents and purposes, he just believes himself to be a Ta Matoran. But just remember, he's actually a Matoran of Light. It also explains why, despite being a Ta Matoran, there's a lot of blue coloring on Takua. Of course, Av Matoran can alter the color of their armor in whatever color they wish, and the process that Takua used probably wasn't that good, so despite trying to blend in as a Ta Matoran, he has a lot of blue armor, so it's a little bit confusing, and that explains it. In a sudden volcanic blast, the chamber began to shake and collapse around them, with Takua about to be engulfed in lava. Just then, Toa Tahu Nuva swooped in to rescue Takua, activating his Mask of Shielding to defend the Matoran from the oncoming lava. catching a glimpse at the Mask of Light, Tahu gave the two Matorans strict instructions to present the mask to Turaga Vakama, after the tournament was over, of course. And so, as Jaller and Takua rushed to the stadium, the Grand Koli Finals tournament began. In a series of intense matches, Holly swept the competition, crowning Gakoro as the champion of the tournament and leaving Pokoro and Takoro in the dust. As the players gathered in the center of the field, Takua inadvertently revealed the Mask of Light, which activated at his touch due to a secret Matoran nature. But Takua was irresponsible and shirked from his duties, instead shining the light on his companion Jaller, tricking the Turaga and the crowd into naming Jaller as the Herald of the 7th Toa, bearer of the Mask of Light. After gathering for a brief meeting to discuss the future of the mask, the Turaga sent Jaller and Takua on a quest to find or summon the 7th Toa, a new Toa of Light who would wear the Kanohi Evoki and provide a massive advantage over Makuta Pterodax. After these events, the Toa and Matoran dispersed their own homes and roles. Holly wished her companions luck on their journey and embarked on a quest of her own to visit temples across the island and uncover her own destiny. And during all this, in the darkness of Makuta's lair beneath the island, Pterodax grew anxious, seeking to stop the coming of the 7th Toa, whose powers of light would pose a significant threat to his shadows. And so, he was forced to unleash grotesque reptilian creatures known as Rakshi from the shadows, born from his own shadow and flesh to execute his will as the sons of Makuta. As Toa Gali Nuva meditated at the great temple of Kininui, the ground beneath her split, 3 Rakshi soaring outwards towards Takoro. With the urgent emergency alarm sounded, the Matoran of Takoro were ordered to evacuate the city immediately, while Toa Tahu stood as the final defense against the onslaught. In the ensuing battle, Tahu was injured, his mask scratched by the poisoned staff of the Rakshi. Unable to continue his fight, Tahu was forced to flee as the Rakshi destroyed his home in Takoro in their search for the Mask of Light. As the poison slowly spread throughout his body, infecting his mind, Tahu swore vengeance on Makuta and the Rakshi, watching a now destroyed Takoro sink into the lava, never to be rebuilt. Makuta Pterodax was equally angered, as Jaller and Takua had set off with the Mask of Light mere hours before his Rakshi attacked the village, and they had managed to slip from his grasp. Meanwhile, unaware of the ticking clock and Takoro's destruction, Jaller and Takua continued their quest to uncover the 7th Toa, unsure of where to go and what to do. As they blindly followed the light of the mask, their journeys took them across the island, from Lake Kora where they encountered Toa Liwa, and Kokoro where they were rescued by the aloof Toa Kopaka from another set of unleashed Rakshi. As the Toa Nuva headed to the remains of Takoro to convene with Tahu and Gali, Takua and Jaller continued on, entering the dark tunnels to Onukoro for their next journey. In the depths of these catacombs, Takua was separated from Jaller, and was cornered by a mental projection of Makuta Pterodax himself. Pterodax threatened to kill Jaller should Takua not bring the Mask of Light to him, and while Takua refused Pterodax's demands, he soon abandoned the quest, feeling the responsibility to protect both the mask and his friend was far too much for him. After a brief quarrel, Jaller resolved to find the 7th Toa himself, accusing Takua of abandoning his duty yet again. All this time, Tahu and Gali continued to battle waves of Rakshi, desperately fighting them back as Liwa and Kopaka rushed to their location. At this time, news of Takoro's destruction had not yet reached Onua and Pohatu, and the Rakshi's strength began to overwhelm the remaining Toa. Watching these battles through the eyes of his Rakshi, Makuta unleashed yet more Rakshi, who wielded the powers of fear, anger, and hunger in their rampage searching for the Mask of Light. Witnessing these new Rakshi soar through the air, Holly hurried to warn the Toa. But her warning was too late. Ambushed by the new Rakshi, Tahu was struck with a blast of anger, which mixed with the poison in his system, accelerating the infection. As the Toa rushed to pursue the Rakshi deep within Onukoro, Takua emerged alone in the subterranean city, admitting he had abandoned his quest and left Jaller alone with the Mask of Light. However, he was finally able to warn Pohatu and Onua of the oncoming threat, and he arrived in the nick of time, for just then, the Rakshi burst through the walls of Onukoro, seeking out the Mask of Light and following Takua's scent. Hot on their heels were the remaining Toa Nuva, who emerged in a climactic confrontation with the Rakshi. Struck with a blast of anger from the Rakshi, Tahu finally succumbed to the poison in his veins, turning against his comrades in a fit of rage. During this fight, Takua barely escaped with his life, with Onua being forced to sacrifice the entire village of Onukoro in a massive cave-in to buy them time to escape from the Rakshi. And so, with both Takoro and Onukoro utterly destroyed, Tahu barely contained by Kopaka's ice, and Jaller and Takua split up and adventuring alone, the fate of Madanui was more dire than ever. Part 4. Coming of the 7th Toa. After a traumatizing experience deep within Onukoro, Takua was overwhelmed with guilt, and resolved to catch up with Jaller and rejoin him on his quest for the 7th Toa, especially after witnessing the Toa Nuva prove to be no match for the Rakshi when divided. Reuniting with Jaller, Takua apologized, promising to no longer forsake his duty and continuing to aid Jaller on their quest. Meanwhile, hiding out in healing pools besides a river, Gali concentrated on summoning all her power to purge the poison from Tahu's body. As she focused on cleansing Tahu, the other Toa continued the fight against the Rakshi, with Liwa nearly killed by a powerful combination of 3 Rakshi merged as one. Remember last chapter when the Toa Mata fused together into the powerful Toa Kaida and proceeded to destroy the Manas in a combined form of their 3 beings? Well, they're not the only ones who can form Kaidas, because the Rakshi can do it too. And if one Rakshi was bad enough, just imagine how dangerous 3 Rakshi merged into one being could be. And even beyond the threat of the Rakshi Kaida, the Toa discovered that the slug-like Krata worms, housed within the Rakshi's armored shells, had the power to infect the minds of Matoran, hinting at their true nature as spawn of Makuta. Over this time, Tahu was eventually healed, and the 6 Toa Nuva were finally united as one against the Rakshi. After much traveling, Takua and Jaller found themselves at the Temple of Kininui. Taking the Mask of Light from Jaller, Takua held it in his hands, desperate for it to reveal the 7th Toa. Unexpectedly, a burst of light shot forth from the mask, destroying part of the temple to reveal a hidden carving underneath, a carving of Takua's own face. Before they had a chance to process that revelation, the 6 Rakshi arrived at Kininui, having finally caught up with Jaller and Takua. But they were not alone. Bursting from the ground, the 6 Toa Nuva leapt into action, finally united as one powerful team with the poison cleansed from Tahu's body. Combining fire, air, and stone, Tahu, Liwa, and Pohatu formed a tornado of glass, sweeping through the Rakshi's ranks. Onua and Tahu combined their powers to hurl molten lava at the remaining beasts, melting their armor and rendering the Krata slugs within powerless. But even with the combined unity of the Toa Nuva, they were too slow, and a Turok, Rakshi of Fear, managed to strike Takua with a powerful blast, paralyzing him with fear. Leaping to defend his friend, Jaller rushed at the Rakshi with nothing but a standard knife, buying Takua enough time to regain his senses, but sacrificing himself in the process, and taking the full brunt of the Turok's attacks. Overwhelmed with the full might of the Rakshi, Jaller collapsed, his final words convincing Takua to accept his destiny and don the Mask of Light. And so, in a stunning transformation, Takua knew exactly what he had to do. Placing the Mask of Light over his own, a beam of light consumed his body, transforming him into the first Toa of Light, renamed Taka Nuva to reflect the honor bestowed upon this transformation. And so, in silence, Taka Nuva picked up Jaller's lifeless body and left Kininui to grieve alone. Part 5. Duty of the 7th Toa. Sometime later, Takanuva spoke with Taragavakama about his destiny, promising that Jaller's sacrifice was not in vain, and resolving to descend into Pterodax's lair and confront him once and for all. Instructing the Toa Nuva to wait for his return, Takanuva descended into the tunnels alone, convinced it was his sole duty to finally defeat the evil of Pterodax. Unbeknownst to him, Holly snuck aboard his craft made of disassembled Rakshi armor, determined to chronicle his exploits as the new chronicler of Madanui, now that Takua had been transformed. Takanuva had no choice but to let her come along, warning her to hang back as he ventured into the inner sanctum of Pterodax's lair. As the Makuta's voice echoed throughout the chamber, Pterodax emerged from the darkness, revealing himself to Takanuva and Holly. Resolved to defeat the Makuta and reawaken Madanui once and for all, Takanuva ordered Holly to go back to the surface and summon all the Matoran to the lair to witness the defeat of Pterodax. And so, Takanuva alone faced Pterodax, who challenged him to a mock Koli match, taunting him that mentally he was still just a lowly Matoran, just the fearful Takua who he had confronted in the cave. And so, as the population of the island slowly descended into the tunnels, the Toa Nuva protecting them from all sides, the battle between light and shadow commenced. Hurling balls of shadow at Takanuva, Pterodax proved to be a formidable opponent, countering Takanuva's blast of light with his own opposing balls of shadow.
As the fight went on, neither opponent losing ground, Takanuva and Pterodax found they were equally matched as they stumbled into a pit of energized protodermis, the mysterious mutagen that was housed within the depths of the robot. And after a moan of suspense, Takutanuva, a new merged being, arose from the pool. Light and shadow had become one, and in a brief moment, the consciousness of both Takanuva and Pterodax had been overrun with a singular drive to protect the Great Spirit robot and reawaken Madanui. In his new merged form between Makuta and Takanuva, Takutanuva opened the gate to Metru Nui, allowing the denizens of Madanui to flood the passageway back to their original home. As Holly rushed through the doorway, Jalar's mask in hand, Takutanuva stopped her, fueling what remained of his life force into the mask and resurrecting Jalar in his Matoran form.
Pause time. So this action is pretty hotly contested throughout the Bionicle community, and for good reason. As you can probably guess, it's kind of debatable that a being like Takutanuva even had the power, ability, or knowledge to resurrect a dead member of the Matoran universe. Now, if you go into the official explanation, it has something to do with the Red Star being a booster pack holding the quote-unquote digital souls of all the members of the Matoran universe, and somehow he was able to revive it just for that one moment to resurrect Jalar, but honestly, it's kind of just something you have to accept. And thankfully, this never actually happens again in the entire Bionicle story. And so for a LEGO theme that ran for 10 years, I can honestly accept it as just one of the very few retcons that the story had to include over its 10-year-long run. Especially if you compare it to something like Ninjago, which retcons itself multiple times every few years. This is a pretty minor thing in comparison, and everything else about the story is very, very tight and locked down, so I can kind of excuse just this one small little resurrection because obviously this was around 2003. LEGO was probably pretty wary about killing off a character on screen permanently in one of their first feature films, so I can see why they didn't do that.
With his energy expended, Takutanuva collapsed under the gate, Makuta's antidermis spirit separated from his armor housing, and Takanuva's spirit housed within the Mask of Light. As the mask glowed with light and Takanuva's body was reformed from this combination, a light shone across the Silver Sea, revealing the long-lost island of Metru Nui, their original island home. And as the population of Madanui returned to the surface, the Turaga held a grand meeting, revealing the ancient origins of their history as the Toa Metru, the tales of the great city of Metru Nui, and began preparations to reclaim the old metropolis. With the Matorans sailing off across the Silver Sea to repopulate Metru Nui and restart the brain of the robot, the denizens of the Matoran universe were now one step closer to reawakening the great spirit Madanui once and for all. And while the spirit of Pterodax still survived in antidermis gaseous form, he would need time to rebuild and regain strength, and thus began a long-awaited time of peace for the Matoran. On the shores of Metru Nui, the Matoran migration from Madanui began. Old friends were reunited, with Turaga Duma and the Rahaga emerging from the city to greet the new population. New buildings were built, and the great forges of Ta Metru shone with fire once again. The city of legends, Metru Nui, was finally restored with its full population, and the Matoran and Toa readied themselves for a new era of light and hope.
Previously on Bionicle Retold, Chapter 5, Light. Rise of the Toa Nuva. An ancient failsafe resulted in the reawakening of the formidable Borak Kal, who sought to free the Barag Queens from their imprisonment. In a pivotal battle, Tahu activated the legendary Kanohi Vahi, Mask of Time, freezing the Borak Kal and allowing the Toa Nuva to gain the upper hand. In a brief time of peace that followed, Matoran like Holly, Huki, and Jalar trained to compete in a Grand Koli tournament, while Takua stumbled upon the secret hiding place of the powerful Kanohi Avoki, the Mask of Light. But with brighter light came darker shadows, and out of the darkness came the dreaded Rakshi, servants of the evil Makuta Pterodax. In a quest that spanned across the island, Jalar and Takua sought to discover and awaken the seventh Toa, only to find that Takua himself was destined to transform into Takanuva, Toa of Light. After descending into the darkness to face Pterodax himself, Takanuva claimed a major victory over the Makuta, shattering his armor and paving a way back to the City of Legends, Metru Nui. And so, as the Matoran began a great migration back to their original homeland, they were unaware that Pterodax had survived in the form of his antidermis spirit, and greater darkness was on the horizon. This is Bionicle Retold. Chapter 6, The Ignition Trilogy, Part 1, Doomed. Part 1, The Daggers of Death. After 1,000 years of darkness, the Matoran had finally migrated back to their island home of Metru Nui. As the Matoran worked with Turaga Duma, the Rahaga, and Kitongu to rebuild the once great city of legends, Turaga Nuju observed the stars and learned a grim truth. After 1,000 years in disrepair, the great spirit Madanui was dying, and their efforts to rebuild and restart Metru Nui, the brain of the robot, were too little, too late. It was here that Turaga Duma told the Toa Nuva of the ancient Kanohi Ignika, the Mask of Life, and its power as a failsafe to restart the Matoran universe and save Madanui from death. Recap time! In Chapter 1 Beginnings, we explained that there were 3 legendary Kanohi masks, the most important of which was the Kanohi Ignika, whose important role was to kickstart the Matoran universe and the Great Spirit's life should its life force ever dwindle. The way it works is that any member of the Matoran universe can wear the Ignika on their face, thus absorbing their life energy and sacrificing themselves to kickstart the universe, thus saving the entire world and Madanui's life. Still housed on the remote island sphere of Voya Nui after all these years, the Mask of Life lay dormant, waiting for a savior to appear and kickstart the rebirth of the Matoran universe. Known as the Island of Doom or the Daggers of Death, Voya Nui was tucked away in a remote corner of the universe, surrounded by treacherous waters and hostile lands. The only safe way to reach the island was by Toa canisters, and so the 6 Toa Nuva set off to make landfall on the mysterious island to claim the Mask of Life and save the Great Spirit from death, while Takanuva stayed behind to protect Metru Nui in their absence. Meanwhile, as the Toa Nuva settled into stasis for the long journey to Voya Nui, trouble began to brew back on the now abandoned island of Madanui. 6 Dark Hunters of the Skakti race heard rumors that Makuta Pterodax had been killed, and many treasures lay in the Dark Lord's former lair. So as a quick refresher from Chapter 2, these Skakti were a race of beings that started out as very peaceful, but after being experimented upon by the Makuta, they turned into vicious and brutal warriors. In an effort to curb this violence, the Makuta made it so that each Skakti had innate elemental abilities, but they could only use it in conjunction with another Skakti, which means that at the very least, 2 of them had to work together to actually use their powers. In Chapter 4, we met a green-skinned Skakti named Zaktan, who was a member of the Dark Hunters, and during a mission for them, he inadvertently discovered traces of Makuta Pterodax's grand plan to take over the entire universe, which he vowed to use that information for himself. As of right now, Zaktan is one of the only beings who at least has an idea of what Pterodax's plan is, and even us as the viewers don't know the full aspect of it. Years ago, Zaktan plotted with some of these fellow Skakti to overthrow the Shadowed One and take over the Dark Hunters with him in command. After reaching the inner chamber of the Shadowed One, their betrayal was uncovered, and in an attempt to execute Zaktan for his betrayal, the Shadowed One assaulted him with his disintegrating eye beams. To his surprise, Zaktan's body instead dissolved into billions of prototypes, microscopic Rahi that now formed the entirety of Zaktan's body. As these insectoid creatures never stopped moving, Zaktan's body always appeared to be writhing, and each prototype contained a portion of his consciousness and could function independently of his body as a whole. The Shadowed One surprises the rest, let them live, with Zaktan's mutated and deformed state serving as a reminder to never betray him again. Over time, Zaktan learned to use his new form to his own advantage, allowing him to send parts of himself on the attack as a swarm, fly unhampered through the air, evade physical attacks more easily, and even slip through spaces too small for an insect. These 6 Skakti, led by Zaktan, officially broke off from the Dark Hunters, forming their own group called Paraka, an appropriated obscenity that roughly translates to murderer or gangster thug. And so, after sneaking away from the Dark Hunter fortress on Undina under the cover of night, these Paraka schemed to loot Pterodax's former lair, get rich with powerful artifacts, and cash out. Besides their cunning leader Zaktan, this gang of villainous thugs comprised of Thok, a clever and manipulative loner who exploited conflict between the team and used it for his own benefit. Avak, a talented engineer with a powerful psychic ability to project the perfect living prison for his enemies. Radak, an intelligent, famed hunter with extraordinary tracking abilities. Hakan, an egotistical, cruel, and unpredictable brute disliked by many of his fellow Paraka. And Vezok, who is arguably the most dangerous of them all, with a calm and collected personality combined with excellent tactical skills and a high intelligence. As these former Dark Hunters arrived at Pterodax's Mangaea lair, they came upon his body, crushed and mangled by the fallen gate. Unaware of the true nature of the Makuta, the Paraka happily ventured onwards, ready to claim the treasures within. When Radak attempted to steal the Kanohi Kraken Mask of Shadows, it revolted against his touch, activating an automatic defense mode to hurl bolts of shadow at any being other than a Makuta that tried to access it. And so, giving up on the Kraken, the Paraka ventured deeper into the lair, coming across more and more ancient tools and weapons. One of these artifacts was the mysterious Spear of Fusion, created centuries ago by Artaka with the power to merge beings together or split them apart. Toying around with the spear, Hakan accidentally set it off in reverse upon Vezok, splitting him in two. In Vezok's place were now two beings, a deformed half-being they dubbed Vezon, who was imbued with Vezok's tactical thinking but driven completely mad, and what was left of Vezok, whose once calm, intelligent, and collected nature had disappeared, with only a brutish, rage-filled being left. Immediately, the rage-filled Vezok attacked Vezon in a blind rage, and in the commotion that followed, the ancient Manako Rahi awakened, guardians of Makuta's lair. As the Paraka fled Mangaea, the gaseous spirit of Makuta Pterodax seeped into their minds, implanting the idea into their heads to travel to Voyanui and claim the Mask of Life. The Paraka, unaware that Pterodax had given them the idea, decided to seek out the mask for fame, glory, and power, unknowing of Makuta's true purpose for the Mask of Life.
As a recap of Chapter 2, the Makuta species evolved to no longer actually have any organic components. Instead, every Makuta exists in the form of what we call an antidermis spirit, which means that they can essentially possess any suit of armor or purely robotic being, but that also means that if their spirit were to be left too out in the open for too long, then they would eventually die. However, this comes with an added benefit, because essentially the Makuta are like ghosts, which means they can act as spirits and influence the minds of others in their vicinity to do their bidding.
As the 6 original Paraka scattered and fled from the Monaco, Vezon took advantage of the commotion to seize the Spear of Fusion for himself, and began a journey to Voyanui on his own. As the rest of the Paraka emerged onto the shores of the island of Madanui, they discovered the original 6 canisters that Toamata used to travel to the island. Formulating a cunning scheme, Zaktan suggested that when the Paraka arrive on Voyanui, they fool any native Matoran claiming to be a unique breed of Toa heroes, sent to protect and lead them. As they began preparations to arrive on Voyanui, Hakan secretly sent a message detailing their plans to the Shadowed One, leader of the Dark Hunters, in the hopes that selling out his teammates would earn him a reward. One by one, the Paraka arrived on Voyanui, claiming to be Toa. Its Matoran, who had not encountered Toa since Jovan had led his team there in the Great Disruption, believed the Paraka's ruse, although some had their misgivings due to the blatant violence the Paraka displayed. Immediately claiming to be their saviors, the Paraka put the Matoran to work to drain the Lake of Lava and construct a massive stronghold. Within this Paraka stronghold, Zaktan collected Pterodax's antidermis energies in a large vat, though he did not realize its true nature. This action preserved the life of the Makuta, which had anchored to the Paraka back in Mangaea lair. As Zaktan spent more and more time alone in the darkness of the stronghold, under the thrall of the spirit of Makuta Pterodax, he began to ponder dark designs, evil contraptions, and mysterious sciences. Zaktan summoned Avac to his chamber to create strange launchers from mysterious ideas planted in his head by Pterodax, one of which was stolen by the Matoran Garan, who grew more and more suspicious of the Paraka's presence on Voyanui. Meeting with a few other trusted Matoran, Garan examined the launcher, realizing it was a weapon constructed to fight the Matoran themselves. Realizing the Matoran were growing suspicious of them, Hakan and Avac joined together to create a creature of fire and stone, summoning it to attack the Matoran near the base of Mount Valmai. While Hakan controlled it, Avac drove it away from the villagers, pretending to defend the Matoran. The 2 false Toa boldly defeated the monster, winning the admiration of the Matoran at large. And yet, Garan and his companion Balta remained suspicious, following the Paraka and overhearing them discuss their past as Dark Hunters. Appalled, Garan officially formed the Voyanui resistance team in their mountain hideaway, consisting of himself, Balta, and 4 other Matoran named Kazi, Dalu, Piruk, and Velika. In the prologue to this series, we revealed that Velika was actually no normal Matoran. In fact, Velika is the great being in disguise who actually is responsible for giving sentience to the entire Matoran universe. And so you may be wondering what he's doing just kind of running around on Voya Nui. Well, essentially he joined the Matoran resistance team mostly just to observe his so-called creations and to see how they interact with each other and how well the Matoran could fight back. Another thing to note about Velika and the rest of the Matoran on Voya Nui is that every single Matoran on that island was actually sent there by Karzani, the Mad Titan. In Chapter 1, we described how Artaka and Karzani, who were brothers, had a rivalry, and Karzani, who was given his own realm and a job to repair all Matoran, was slowly driven insane, and instead of repairing Matoran, he instead just mutilated them and gave them weapons to compensate. So essentially, these Matoran are a lot shorter and more deformed than your normal Matoran, but they have pretty powerful tools and weapons to fight back against anyone who would attack them. Of course, every Matoran sent to Voya Nui was sent from Karzani's land before he was driven even more mad and just closed off his gates and took all the Matoran in that he had still left as his own servants. And we'll get to that in a second.
Meanwhile, Zaktan's plan was nearing completion. Under the influence of Pterodax, Zaktan created thin Zamor spheres of antidermis and realized it had the power to bend the mind of any Matoran, turning them into feeble-minded slaves. Placing a prominent Matoran leader under their sway, the Paraka ordered him to gather all the Matoran for a meeting, where they plotted to place the entire populace under the sway of Pterodax. And so, that night, all but the 6 members of the Matoran resistance had gathered together, and with the power of Avak's new Zamor sphere launchers, the Paraka succeeded in enslaving the minds of nearly every Voya Nui Matoran. Tragically, the Matoran resistance team was too late, and as they returned to their village, they discovered the entire populace transformed into mindless slaves, laboring day and night to empty the volcano. As Matoran fell into the lava and perished, or were outright killed by the Paraka for working too slow, Garan grew more and more disgusted and outraged. With Voya Nui now shrouded in darkness and disrepair, its only hope was the powerful team of Toa Nuva en route to the island, guardians of peace and justice. Part 2. Fall of the Toa Nuva. After traveling through the oceans around Voya Nui, the Toa Nuva finally made landfall on the west coast of the mysterious island, unaware of the dangers now present on the island. Moving inland, they were spotted by Hakan and Radak, who attacked the Toa Nuva with a hail of boulders that kick-started a massive battle between the two forces. Even with all 6 Toa Nuva against just 2 Paraka, the battle was vicious, and neither side managed to gain the upper hand. Hearing the sounds of battle on the far side of the island, the rest of the Paraka rushed to join the fight, unaware that in this distraction, Balta, a member of the newly formed Matoran resistance team, had managed to sneak into their stronghold to steal some Zamor spheres to study them. Radak proved to be almost unstoppable, causing the Toa to concentrate on him while the other Paraka arrived. Unaware of the Paraka's abilities, the battle quickly went south for the Toa Nuva. Hakan defeated Gali with a mental blast, Avak imprisoned Kopaka in the perfect jail, and after a brief but intense swordfight, Tahu was overwhelmed by Zaktan's prototype swarm. Liwa, Pohatu, and Onua finally downed Radak, but were subsequently defeated by the other Paraka, with Liwak's arrow blade snapped completely in half. In an instant, the battle was over just as it began, with the Toa Nuva completely overwhelmed by the surprise attack. Stripping them of their mass and weapons, Zaktan ordered the rest of the Paraka to throw the Toa's lifeless bodies into the fiery depths of Mount Valmai. Meanwhile, back on Metru Nui, Jalar became suspicious about the prolonged disappearance of the Toa Nuva and attempted to question the Turaga, who refused to answer him. Furious, he ordered a strike in the city, ordering all reconstruction work to stop until the truth was revealed. Knowing that news of the rapidly approaching death of the Great Spirit Madanui would destabilize the Matoran populace and spread panic, the Turaga refused to relent, only stating the Toa were away on a great mission and urging the Matoran to return to work. However, Turaga no Kama pitied Jalar and secretly informed him of the dire consequences of the Toa Nuva's quest, and the fact that it had been many months without any word from the famed heroes. And so, Jalar decided to take the initiative and set off for Voya Nui to help the Toa Nuva with a team of 5 other Matoran. Among this company was Holly, the Ga Korokoli champion and chronicler, who had aided the Toa in their previous adventures, Kongu, the captain of the Lake Horogukko Air Force who led efforts against Makuta's Rahi attacks years ago, Nuparu,
the Onu Matoran engineer who created the powerful boxor to use against the Borok, Huki, the sports champion of Pokoro, and Matoro, the translator to Turaga Nuju and sole keeper of the secrets of the Turaga. He also recruited Takanuva, Toa of Light, who was eager for an adventure. The Matoran and Takanuva traveled through an underwater chute to find themselves on a narrow strip of land in the south of Metru Nui's dome. After scouting ahead for some time, Jaller found a tunnel leading to the south. He could not tell what was beyond it, and Takanuva decided that, as a Toa, he should go in first. When he ventured forth into the tunnel, however, he vanished from sight, despite the bright light he was exuding. Despite repeated efforts, the mysterious tunnel seemed to absorb all light and sound. After several failed attempts to pass through the tunnel, Jaller instructed his friends to travel through in groups of 3. Jaller, Huki, and Kongu went first and immediately disappeared from view. Nuparu told the remaining 2, Huki and Matoro, to tie themselves together so they would not get lost. In the darkness of this mysterious passageway, Matoro felt a presence clutch his hand. Initially scared, Matoro realized it meant him no harm, and the stranger was potentially also seeking a way out of the tunnel. And so, as they ventured on, Matoro gripped the hand of this mysterious stranger, leading them onwards. He emerged to find Takanuva and the rest in front of him, but as he turned to see who had grabbed his hand, the stranger let go and disappeared back into the tunnel. To not alert his fellow companions, Matoro chose not to mention this peculiar event, and the company continued onwards towards Voyanui by land. Little did he know, but this mysterious presence was actually the consciousness of the Kanohi Ignika, Mask of Life itself. Seeking a new bearer, the mask had decided to test the morality and worthiness of Matoro, who had passed this first test by being willing to help a complete stranger when he himself was in a time of need and surrounded by darkness. Back on Metru Nui, Turaga Duma discovered that Takanuva, Jaller, and his companions had left for Voyanui. Enraged, he summoned the Turaga to his chambers and accused one of them of revealing their secret. Finally, Nokama stepped forward, confessing she had informed Jaller of the Toanuva's quest, but had not anticipated he would set out for Voyanui and take the city's last defense, Takanuva, with him. In the shadows around Metru Nui, the Dark Hunters, led by the Shadowed One, searched for the Mask of Time. Realizing that the city was undefended, they prepared to strike. Meanwhile, on Voyanui, the Matoran resistance team were holed up in their mountain hideaway on the slopes of Mount Valmai, anxiously awaiting Balta's return with the intel gained from the Paraka stronghold. They were interrupted by Piruk, who brought bad news. 5 of the Paraka were coming their way, accompanied by 6 strangers. These strangers, of course, were the powerless Toanuva, who Zaktan had ordered to be thrown in the burning fires of the volcano. Just then, the ground shook and the volcano erupted, disturbed by the non-stop mining underneath. As the Paraka fled the molten lava, the Toanuva began to slowly regain consciousness. Tahu called out to Pohatu, who raised walls of stone to keep the lava at bay. With little time to spare, Liwa carried Gali to safety as Pohatu helped Onua to his feet. During the scramble, Kopaka burned his leg badly as the Toa ran northwest to escape the hot lava. As the maskless, weaponless Toanuva fled the eruption, they were watched and followed by the Matoran resistance team, who had mistaken them for allies of the Paraka. And so, just as the Toanuva made their way down to safety, they were confronted by the Matoran resistance team, and despite their efforts to explain that they were Toa, Tahu and the others failed to convince Garan and his team that they were not false Toa, much like the Paraka. A quick skirmish broke out between the two groups, with the Toa reluctant to harm the Matoran but easily being overpowered due to their weakened state. To buy the Toa some time to discuss strategy, Tahu generated a wall of fire, but it was too late. Gali was hit by Dalu's enhanced weapons, which enhanced her sight to a frightening degree and drove her into madness. Frustrated and outraged, Kopaka proceeded through the wall of fire and quickly froze 3 of the Matoran, while Tahu attempted to subdue a now mad Gali as she rampaged through the wilderness. Onua and Liwa kept Kopaka from using lethal force, and the battle came to an uneasy pause, where the Toa once again attempted to explain who they were. But the wary Matoran would not budge, and the two sides readied for combat once again. Near the base of the mountain, Balta fled with a Zamersphere in tow, discovered by the Paraka Vezok, who chased him in a brute rage. Terrified, Balta hid inside a cave, which was promptly sealed shut by Vezok, leaving him there to die. Just as Balta was about to slip into unconsciousness, a mighty axe cleaved the cave entrance in 2, and he stood facing the Titan Axon, member of the Order of Madanui, who had been stationed on the island years ago. Axon bid Balta to go to his friends and tell them to stop fighting the Toa Nuva, and then departed. Encountering Gali stumbling through the woods, Axon healed her minds with the Mask of Truth and sent her back to join the other Toa Nuva, promising to reveal himself and his intentions when the time was right. If you recall from Chapter 4, Axon, the guy wielding an axe, and Brutaka, the brutish-looking guy, were the two Order of Motunui members stationed on the island of Voyanui, who were essentially the sworn protectors of the Mask of Life. Unfortunately, during the Great Cataclysm, Brutaka lost his faith in Motunui, believing that the Great Spirit had forsaken them and slowly falling closer and closer into darkness. Axon, on the other hand, held steadfast in his resolve and essentially stayed as the sole protector of the Mask of Life as well as the Matoran of Voyanui. During this time, Axon has been biding his time and essentially trying to decide what is the right time to strike against the Paraka, whereas Brutaka was beginning a downward spiral into darkness, harboring ideals to claim the Mask of Life for himself. Back at the base of the mountain, the Toa Nuva found themselves in a standoff against the Matoran, right as Balta rushed in and urged his comrades to stop fighting the Toa Nuva. As a show of faith, Onua removed his armor, making himself vulnerable in front of the Matoran and promising he would not fight back should they attack him. Convinced by this gesture, Garan ordered the rest of the Matoran to stand down, and the two factions allied against the Paraka. During all of this, the Paraka themselves were facing some internal conflicts of their own. Angered that the rest of the gang hadn't confirmed the Toa Nuva were dead, Zaktan lashed out at the rest of the Paraka, ordering them to find and kill the Toa Nuva at all costs, and have the Matoran work harder to speed up the draining of the volcano, not to mention the looming mystery of what happened to Vezon and where he went. As Zaktan left the stronghold, the devious Hakan lurked behind him, curious as to why Zaktan was so urgently attempting to claim the Mask of Life. Hakan discovered Zaktan deep in conversation with the mysterious Brutaka, Axon's former companion, and watched as Brutaka was struck with a Zammer sphere that, to Hakan's surprise, made him stronger and angrier rather than susceptible and weak-willed. Zaktan, who knew all along Hakan was trailing him, made efforts to lead him closer to Brutaka in his angered state, hoping the Titan would dispose of Hakan for him. During all this conflict on the island, the brave company of Jalar, Takanuva, Matoro, and the rest of the Matoran ventured onwards over the dangerous land passageways to Voyanui. They proceeded along a narrow land bridge, surrounded by a violent ocean, and neared a stone archway, leading to a dizzying path that ran between two mountains. There, Huki discovered a great mask, left over from a fallen warrior, and alerted his friends. Takanuva tried it on and, hearing Holly's thoughts, realized it was a Suletu, Mask of Telepathy. The group then stopped to rest, Jalar keeping first watch while Takanuva scouted ahead. Plagued with confusion and fear over his experience in the tunnel, Matoro was restless, and in the dark of night, he reached out to Jalar to discuss his fears, but was interrupted by Takanuva's return. He had seen a Matoran on the other side of the archway, and so the group moved closer to the arch. As the sixth Matoran passed through the gateway, Takanuva was repelled back by an invisible force field, which then blocked the Matoran from returning back. As the group realized the barrier was built to keep Matoran in and beings of light out, Takanuva gave up and began his return to Metru Nui, nowhere else to go. Meanwhile, the Matoran proceeded along the path, unsure of what dangers awaited them in this mysterious land, and why the invisible gateway had herded and locked them in. Part 3. The Realm of Madness. Without their Toa protector and friend, Jalar's group of brave Matoran ventured alone, traveling through unfamiliar territory and climbing a vast cliff. As scuttling noises were heard all around them, they were beckoned by a frightened Matoran, soon quickly surrounded by an escort of Manas Rahi, the powerful beast who once guarded Pterodax's lair. Their Matoran guide led them into a huge canyon, populated by more twisted and anguished Matoran, where common laws of nature did not seem to apply. A volcano erupted in burning ice, screams echoed from the ground itself, and dust trickled by on a waterfall. Holly observed a terrible metal castle far in the distance, comparable in size to the Colosseum of Metru Nui and covered with twisted and jagged towers. Soon enough, they encountered the Mad Titan Karzani, who they recognized from the legends that Turaga told. Again, to recap Chapter 1 beginnings, Karzani was one of the most powerful beings created at the birth of the Matoran universe by the Great Beings, whose job was to repair damaged Matoran and send them back to their respective homelands. However, after suffering a humiliating defeat at the hands of his brother Artaka for the Mask of Creation, Karzani was driven more and more insane, and after the great beings departed, he began to lose his skill of repairing Matoran, just mutilating them and giving them weapons to compensate. Because of this shame, he began first sending Matoran to Voya Nui, which is why all the Matoran on Voya Nui look kind of deformed and are wielding very strange weapons. And after this, as Turaga realized that any Matoran sent to Karzani's land was never sent back, they began to just block off all paths of entry to his land, which drove Karzani even more insane and caused him to enslave all of the remaining Matoran he had on his island as his own personal workforce. Karzani has essentially remained there to this day and has been completely unaware of any of the external events of the Matoran universe, just sticking to his own kingdom. As Jaller and his companions were brought before Karzani, the Mad Titan confirmed the legends about him were true, but did not recognize the names of Makuta or Madanui. At his order, strange and grotesque Matoran emerged from the darkness to take their belongings, and Karzani ordered Jaller and the rest to take off their masks. In a show of defiance, Jaller refused, stating his mask had once belonged to the great Toa Khan and would never be separated from him. In response, Karzani used his Kanohi Olisi, the Mask of Alternate Futures, to force a vision on Jaller and the rest, depicting what would have happened had he not sacrificed his life for Takua months ago in their battle with the Rakshi. Startled and overwhelmed by the horrific vision, Jaller took off his mask and succumbed to the rule of Karzani. Just then, Matoran workers brought the company sets of strange, new masks as symbols of their identities being stripped away in servitude to Karzani. Only Kongu managed to avoid this mask, slipping on the Suletu they had found abandoned on the path earlier. Karzani then ordered all of them to tend to the fires, with the exception of the chronicler Hali, who was to tell Karzani of the goings-on in the outside world. As the rest of the Matoran were sent to a colossal furnace, Hali engaged in deep conversation about the current events of the Matoran universe, explaining to Karzani the dire mission to save Madanui. Karzani, of course, scoffed at this mission, believing none in the universe to be more powerful than himself and Artaka, and not believing any tales whatsoever of the great spirit Madanui. As the hours passed, Hali took a short rest and sat down on a rock, only to hear it scream underneath as her feet slowly began to turn to stone. After Hali recoiled in fear, the Mad Titan Karzani began to chuckle, warning her that all the rocks around them were once Matoran, forcibly turned to stone for pausing his infernal work. In the meantime, the other 5 Matoran managed to slip away from their mindless work at the furnace, discovering a stone tablet that detailed Karzani's fall to madness and his original purpose in the universe. Realizing their lives were in immediate danger and Karzani would never let them leave, Jaller and the other 4 Matoran made haste to escape the realm immediately, desperately searching for any exit. In their search, they stumbled upon an old mysterious Av Matoran, who, despite being completely insane, managed to explain that he was once the builder of all Toa canisters back in the Av Matoran refuge of Karda Nui, the heart of the robot, explaining that 6 experimental Toa canisters were stored in a secret chamber beneath Karzani's island. This mysterious builder led the 5 Matoran into the depths. Done listening to Hali's tales, Karzani brought her to the furnace, only to discover her 5 companions were missing. Furious that Matoran would oppose him, he scoured his island, both with his eyes and mind, and located them in the vault. Dragging Hali behind him, Karzani advanced towards the vault to punish them. By this time, deep in the underground chamber, Jaller announced his plan to retrieve Hali and escape in the canisters, but the builder objected and told them the canisters were only for Toa. Ignoring him, Jaller instructed Nuparu to decipher the canisters' workings while the other 4 left to get Hali. However, they were stopped by Karzani, Hali in his grasp, who denounced them as liars, believing that there were no such thing as Toa or Madanui, and prepared to destroy the canisters. Thinking fast, Matoro goaded Karzani into using his mask and showing him the worst vision possible, a future in which Madanui were to die, and the Matoran universe with him. At the end of the vision, the Matoran were shaken by the tragedy, but Karzani even more so, astounded that Madanui had greater power than him. The Matoran seized their chance, collecting Hali and entering the canisters, while the mysterious builder elected to stay, having been heartened by the knowledge that Madanui was not dead yet. Jaller's group activated the canisters and departed Karzani, setting a course for Voya Nui. As they left, Karzani realized that Hali's tales were true, and that Madanui, for all his great power, was currently asleep. Intending to fill this power vacuum and expand his empire, he began to follow the Matoran to Voya Nui. Part 4. Reign of the Piraka. As Jaller and their friends faced their trials in Karzani's realm of madness, conflict was brewing on the island of Voyanui. Lurking behind Brutaka, Hakan offered the fallen warrior a deal. Brutaka would help Hakan dispose of Zaktan, and Hakan would procure more Zammer spheres filled with antidermis for Brutaka to make him more powerful. Of course, neither had any intention of keeping their word whatsoever, but with this shaky alliance struck, Brutaka and Hakan began heading back to the Piraka stronghold. Meanwhile, as Avak and Thok searched for the Toa Nuva throughout an area of Voyanui known as the Green Belt, they suddenly came to a realization. Rahi wildlife, trees, and water were so plentiful across the Green Belt despite the rest of the island being mostly a barren wasteland because the Mask of Life must be hidden somewhere underneath the belt, and Zaktan had been focusing their efforts on the volcano as a distraction to claim the mask for himself under the Green Belt. Furious with their leader and intending to confront him once and for all, the pair of Piraka rushed back to the stronghold. Confronting Zaktan, Avak used his mental powers to generate the perfect prison that produced ear-splitting sounds every time Zaktan tried to break out, driving the prototypes out of their minds. Thok eagerly appointed himself the new leader of the Piraka, but Hakan arrived with guns blazing, thinking they had staged a coup and wanting in on the action. As Avak was struck with Hakan's blast, he nearly lost focus to maintain Zaktan's prison, causing Thok to turn against Hakan in a rage. Just then, Hakan introduced Brutaka, who advanced inward, intending to kill all 6 Piraka with his bare hands and claim the antidermis for himself. Coincidentally, the maskless, weaponless Toa Nuva and the Matoran resistance team had chosen this exact time to also strike against the Piraka stronghold. Tricking an approaching Radak into bashing in the door, the Toa Nuva and Matoran slipped in, retrieving their tools and moving inwards to reclaim the Kanohi masks and gain back their full strength. By this time, Radak had stumbled upon the chaos within the stronghold. Avak and Thok were fighting Brutaka as Hakan watched gleefully. Radak, realizing Hakan was behind all of it, approached Hakan from behind and threw him into Avak, knocking the Cage Master unconscious and freeing Zaktan from his prison. At that exact moment, the Toa Nuva blasted open the eastern door, armed with their reclaimed masks and tools and accompanied by the resistance team. Zaktan tried to rally up his fellow Piraka to fight, but they stood back, realizing the Toa could defeat Zaktan for them. Resorting to desperate measures, Zaktan offered to give Brutaka the secret of the antidermis spheres if he could help him. And so, in one mighty swing of his sword, Brutaka downed all 6 Toa and 6 Matoran, ending the conflict before it could even begin. The Matoran were taken with the Piraka to be interrogated by Radak in the Chamber of Truth, while the Toa were left in Brutaka's hands. Dumping the bodies of the unconscious Toa Nuva in a holding cell, Brutaka left them to drain their elemental powers and eventually die. As the Matoran resistance team was taken to the interrogation chamber, Dalu regained consciousness and began to study her surroundings. As Zaktan boasted about his second victory over the Toa Nuva, admiring their masks, Dalu saw her chance to flee and escaped alone. Running into Hakan, she was briefly recaptured until Zaktan caught up with the pair. Blaming Zaktan for his negligence in letting her loose, Hakan confronted the Green Piraka in an argument that soon turned violent. And so, in a vicious fight that ended with Hakan defeated and crushed by a boulder, Dalu managed to escape once again as the Piraka fought each other. Meanwhile, Thok and Radak had separated from the group and roamed the slopes of Mount Valmai, discussing the power of the Mask of Life. As this discussion quickly turned into an argument over who would claim it first, Thok saw his chance to seize more power and pushed Radak off a cliff, thinking he was one less threat to worry about. Enraged, Radak managed to climb back up, attacking Thok and attempting to throw him off the cliff in turn. Back in the stronghold, as alliances began to crumble all around them, Avak proposed an alliance with Vezok, who in turn told him he already had made a secret deal with Radak to kill the rest of them, but offered to spare Avak's life once they found a Mask of Life. Just then, the 2 Piraka were ambushed by Axon, who had finally decided to reveal himself during all this chaos and make the first move. Tricking the Piraka into a cave of Voyanui's knowledge, Axon triggered a cave-in, temporarily trapping Avak and Vezok within. And so, as Axon rushed to confront the other Piraka, he found them brawling amongst themselves, with all 6 members engaged in a massive free-for-all. Avak and Vezok burst free from the cave, and the conflict between the 6 Piraka and Axon spanned to undiscovered regions of the island, where all 7 combatants stumbled upon the remains of a 7th Toa canister, the one that Vezon had used to get to the island. Claiming Vezon had become a servant to the Mask of Life and was beyond their reach, Axon prepared to strike down all 6 Paraka at once, ending their blight upon Voyanui, but was attacked from behind by Brutaka, knocking down the 2 titans. As Axon and Brutaka squared up to battle, the 6 Paraka entered an uneasy truce, fleeing from the conflict between the 2 former friends. As they fled, Hakan devised a devious scheme to steal Brutaka's power for themselves, and looped in Radak, Thok, and Avak on the plan to create a Zamor sphere that siphoned the power of its target into the user. As all this happened, deep within the hidden chambers underneath Voyanui somewhere on the island, Vezon discovered the Mask of Life calling to him, taking advantage of his maddened mind to convert him into its own servant and protector. Upon arriving in the majestic Chamber of Life, Vezon attempted to seize the mask for himself, but was instead cursed by it. The mask fused Vezon to an enlarged Spider Rahi named Fenrak, and gave him the power of foresight and the ability to absorb kinetic energy, and the mask itself fused to Vezon's head, making him one of its guardians. Vezon remained in the chamber for the next few weeks, toying with the Spear of Fusion and waiting for his quarry to arrive. And so, as the fighting died down and the island settled in for the night, the 6 Toa canisters that held Jalar, Hali, Kongu, Huki, Nuparu, and Matoro began their approach to Voyanui in the midst of a great storm. As lightning crashed above, a bolt from the Red Star lanced downwards, striking all 6 canisters and transforming the Matoran within. No longer were they mere Matoran adventurers. Now they were powerful and unique new Toa, lightning coursing through their veins and electricity emanating from their very bodies. These were the Toa in Nika, and as 6 new Toa spirit stars appeared in the night sky, the time for new heroes was upon us. With the 6 Paraka scattered, Axon and Brutaka still continuing their non-stop battle, and the Toa Nuva imprisoned and alone, the fate of Voyanui and the world was more dire than ever. Near the interrogation chamber of truth, Balta awoke and freed the rest of his comrades, save Dalu, who had already escaped. It was then that Velika introduced the resistance team to a pool of energized protodermis, the ancient material that had split Spherus Magna apart millennia ago, and claimed they could use it to free the Matoran from the effects of the Makuda's antidermis. Quickly gathering the substance in Zamor spheres of their own, the Matoran resistance team took refuge back in their hideaway to plan their next moves. Meanwhile, ashore on the island, Jalar and his companions awoke in their strange new bodies, still reeling from their sudden transformation. The Toa took shelter in a cave to plan their next actions, and as they examined their new armor and masks, they discovered that the masks themselves were somehow sentient and alive, and their maskless faces gave off bright, blinding glows. As they experimented with their new abilities, the 6 Toa discovered that their elemental powers were entwined with innate lightning, and their unique mass powers could even activate against their will. Inadvertently using the power of his Kanohi Aiden, the Mask of Spirit, Matoro's body crumpled to the ground as his soul flew onwards, spotting the Matoran resistance team nearby. He reported this to the other Toa, who agreed to meet these Matoran and ask them about the island. At the Matoran Resistance's mountain hideaway, the 6 Toa Inika finally met the Matoran rebels and discussed their situation. Armed with new energized protodermis Zamor launchers developed by Velika, the Toa Inika and Matoran managed to free many enslaved Matoran while catching up with Axon, who had been badly injured by Brutaka and made them promise to stop the unhinged warrior at all costs. As the Toa and Matoran rushed to the stronghold to free the Toa Nuva and defeat the Paraka, a great battle began. Fighting off the stronghold's automated defenses, the Toa rushed in, preparing to end the menace of the Paraka once and for all. While the Matoran rushed into the fortress to find and free the Toa Nuva, the Toa Inika clashed with the Paraka in one-on-one duels, Nuparo engaging his Kanohi Kaden, the Mask of Flight, to propel Zaktan far away from the battle. Deep within the fortress, the Matoran resistance team encountered ancient carvings and historical documents seized by the Paraka. Documents that spoke of a village that once existed thousands of years ago, named Mari Nui, that had sunk into the black waters of Voyanui in a devastating catastrophe. Mari Nui was first mentioned in Chapter 4 Infection, which was essentially describing how the Matoran had built a grand village atop the island of Voyanui, but in a catastrophic accident, the landmass containing Mari Nui sunk beneath the waves and essentially caused the Matoran to be forced to adapt to this underwater environment, creating and farming large bubbles of airweed to produce domes above their heads and encase their city in oxygen. We'll be seeing this underwater city very, very soon, so the hints are kind of being laid down here first. Just then, Hakan put his devious plan into motion, firing the power siphoning sphere at Brutaka, just as Thok realized this deception and arranged to also be overloaded with Brutaka's strength. And so, in a blast of energy, Brutaka's raw strength and power was drained from his body and transferred to Hakan and Thok, who forced him to finally reveal the secret location of the Mask of Life underneath the Green Belt. With their newfound strength, Hakan and Thok defeated the remaining 5 Toa Inika and the rest of the Paraka, leaving all the combatants imprisoned in the fortress as they headed to claim the mask location alone. Part 5. Race for the Mask of Life. Having defeated Zaktan in battle, Nuparu returned to the fortress to find a devastating sight before him. His Toa Inika comrades were reeling from the fight, still imprisoned in the fortress, while Brutaka, Avak, Radak, and Vezok lay beside them, all weakened and bruised from battle. Just then, Axon arrived, still wounded, and while he desperately wanted to head directly for the Mask of Life to stop Hakan and Thok, Jalor convinced him to stay with them and band together as one. As the Toa realized the best way to stop the pair of overpowered Paraka was to return Brutaka's power to him, it became clear that only the remaining Paraka, namely Avak, knew how to do that. And so, an uneasy alliance between the Paraka, Axon, Brutaka, and the Toa Inika was formed, all 4 separate parties working together against a larger threat. While the Paraka created a unique Zamosphere that would reverse the effect of Brutaka's power theft, Axon warned Jalor of the many guardians protecting the Mask of Life, and discreetly handed him a glowing Zamosphere for use in emergencies. And so, the Alliance left for the Green Belt, while Axon stayed behind to tend to his former friend Brutaka. As they scoured the Green Belt, Hakan and Thok turned on each other and began to fight, devastating their surroundings and exposing the entrance to the 777 Stairs, secret hiding place of the Mask of Life. Following this trail of destruction, the Toa Inika and the remaining Paraka confronted them, launching their surprise weapon and restoring Brutaka's powers back to him in a flash of energy, leaving every member involved unconscious save for Zaktan, whose prototype nature saved him from the blast. Back in the fortress, Brutaka's power and strength returned to him in an explosion of energy, and despite Axon's promises of forgiveness, Brutaka refused to submit, and the 2 former friends prepared for deadly combat within the Paraka stronghold. Reawakening before the Toa Inika, the Paraka slowly came to, banding together under Zaktan's lead once again as they descended the 777 stairs to the Mask of Life. Soon afterwards, the Toa Inika regained consciousness, quickly following the Paraka in a race to the Ignika. As they ran down the steps, the Paraka came to a fork in the tunnel with the left path blocked, and descended the Zone of Nightmares. There, they came face to face with a grotesque being with golden skin, the legendary Urnak, a nightmarish creature from Skakti mythology who had been manifested from their worst fears into flesh and bone. Collapsing to the ground in fear, the Paraka recoiled from the sight of the monstrous being, all except Zaktan, who challenged Urnak to a battle of wits. Realizing Urnak was merely an illusion of fear manifested by the Mask of Life, Zaktan threatened to kill the rest of the Paraka to purge the fear from their minds, thus killing the false Urnak as a result. Claiming that the horrors in his past deeply changed him and that he was the true embodiment of fear itself, Zaktan passed the first test and forced the projection of Urnak to melt away. Meanwhile, the Toa Inika soon came to a fork in the path, but this time the left path was open and the right path to the Paraka Zone of Nightmares was closed off. As they headed down the path, the Toa Inika came face to face with a projection of Toa Likan, who warned them to turn back before they met the same fate as him. Ignoring the warning and continuing to press onwards, the Toa Inika came face to face with some of the many monsters, beasts, and evil beings that threatened them during their time as Matoran on the island of Mananui. Facing them was the insectoid Nui Rama Rahi, the fearsome Muwaka, the dreaded Borak and Borak Kal, the exact Rakshi Turak that had killed Jalor as a Matoran, and Makuta Pterodax himself. As the Inika leapt into battle, they found themselves radiating with lightning and elemental ability, and despite their intentions, they killed every single one of their opponents. In an instant, the bodies of their enemies shifted before them on the ground in the forms of the Toa Nuva. Recoiling in horror, the Toa Inika were convinced they had been tricked into slaying the Toa Nuva, and their new powers had spiraled out of control. All except Jalor, who took the lead and convinced the rest of his team that this was a trick by the Mask of Life, and that they must press on despite their fears. As the Inika moved onwards, the corpses vanished behind them, and they realized it was all an illusion. Back in the Paraka stronghold, the heated combat between Axon and Brutaka raged on. Brutaka used his Kanohi Olmec to open a dimensional portal to the field of shadows behind Axon and tried to force him into it. Meanwhile, the Matoran came upon the Toa Nuva, who had been enslaved by Antidermis and weakened by a device that drained their elemental powers. Utilizing their own Zamor launchers, the Matoran freed the Toa Nuva and informed them of the existence of the Toa Inika. Back in the catacombs below the island, the Paraka continued their quest, finding themselves trapped in individual cylinders as the water level beneath them began to rise, filling the room with a mysterious black liquid. After the events of Chapter 3, where the Great Cataclysm destroyed most of the Matoran universe, a lot of its radioactive energies, energized protodermis, and other materials began to seep into the black waters surrounding the pit jail, transforming it into a pit mutagen, which transformed the Baraki from proud warlords into grotesque underwater freaks. This same black pit mutagen was about to mutate the Paraka very slowly before they actually did anything. Just then, a voice rang out amongst the chamber, an ancient recording of a great being itself. The voice stated that the Paraka would be released if they all pulled their levers at the same time, but if one of them pulled his lever early, then only he would be released, free to claim the mask for himself and himself alone. Scrambling to each pull the lever first, Radak managed to be the first to free himself, but to his confusion, pulling his own lever freed all 6 Paraka, exposing the group to the mutagenic black waters of the pit. Unaware of these mutagenic effects, the Paraka swam through the passage, eventually encountering the lava chamber gate, where they prepared to battle the Toa Inika, who are currently facing their own trials. Within the Chamber of Death, the Toa Inika encountered the recorded voice of a great being as well, who stated that in order for them to pass, one of them must sacrifice his or her life. Jaller nearly volunteered for the sacrifice, but his guilt and fear held him back. Having been killed once before by a Rakshi, he was traumatized from the experience, paralyzed by fear. In his place, Matoro volunteered, claiming that as an interpreter and not a warrior, he was of the least use to the team. As a beam of energy shot forth from the ceiling, Matoro was seemingly destroyed, but his body was reconstituted, and the voice proclaimed that they had passed the trial. As the Toa Inika continued onwards, facing unique enemies like enlarged Protodax and the being known as Umbra, sworn guardian of the Mask of Life and servant of the Order of Mananui, they finally approached the Great Lava Chamber Gate, and the Paraka laying in wait for them. In a brief battle, Kongu inadvertently created a massive cyclone that buried the Toa Inika beneath the bridge, and the Paraka left them for dead to claim the Mask of Life. As the group approached the Chamber of Life, the Paraka were finally reunited with the mad half-being Vezon, who wielded the Spear of Fusion. Fused to the back of his head was the legendary Kanohi Ignika, Mask of Life, which had siphoned Vezon's mind and turned him into its protector. Vezon offered to give it to them if they had killed Vezok, but Zaktan discerned that Vezon couldn't even give the Ignika to them if he wanted to. Vezon then used the Spear of Fusion to merge Vezok and Radak into a monstrous giant, which lashed out in a blind rage, defeating the other Paraka. Back in the Paraka stronghold, the battle between Brutaka and Axon raged on, with Axon warning Brutaka that his outwardly treasonous actions against the Order of Mananui would summon the omnipresent jailer Botar, who would send Brutaka into the pit prison. As previously mentioned in Chapter 3, when the pit jail was struck during the Great Cataclysm, most of it sunk beneath the waves, and despite Botar still transporting prisoners there to this day, most of the pit has essentially been destroyed, and all the water seeping in causes any inhabitant to be teleported into the pit to be automatically mutated by the black water. In its days of glory, in Chapter 2, when the pit was still fully operational, Botar teleported prisoners there such as the Baraki warlords in their failed revolt against the Great Spirit Mananui. Driven to rage by Brutaka's corruption, Axon attacked with unbelievable force, shrugging off Brutaka's attacks entirely. In desperation, Brutaka looked to the vat of Antidermis, looking for a power surge increase, but Axon destroyed it before he could reach it. Managing to strike down Brutaka with a blast of power, Axon left Brutaka unconscious, and Makuta Pterodax's spirit unleashed from the Antidermis vat yet again. In a flash of blinding energy, as Axon foretold, Botar, the jailer of the Order of Mananui, materialized, taking custody of Brutaka and warning Axon that any attempts to interfere with his punishment would be met with the same. Nevertheless, Axon privately vowed to free his friend and redeem him back to the light. Back in the chamber of the Mask of Life, Vezon separated the rampaging Paraka fusion back into Vezok and Radak, both falling unconscious from the strain. As the Toa and Nika came face to face with Vezon and Fenrak, final guardians of the Mask of Life, an epic battle began, and all 6 Toa and Nika managed to force Vezon back into the lava. But the Mask of Life still fought to protect itself and test the Toa and Nika, mutating Fenrak into a monstrous card-ass dragon. As the fight recommenced twofold, the Paraka slowly regained consciousness, biding their time and watching the Toa fight Vezon and his mutated beast. Just then, Jala realized that the Mask of Life had sentience, and ordered Kongu to read its thoughts with the Mask of Telepathy. To his surprise, Kongu discovered the Ignika desired Metoro as its bearer, rather than Vezon. Transferring these thoughts into Vezon's mind, Kongu sent the half-being into a rage, distracting him long enough for Jaller to fire Axon's special Zammer Sphere, which froze Vezon and Cardass in stasis and allowed Metoro to remove the Ignika. But before Metoro had a chance to claim the Mask of Life and save the life of the Great Spirit robot Madanui, the Paraka sprang into action, seizing their chance to take the mask for themselves. In this commotion, the Mask of Life began to glow, blasting upwards through the 777 stairs with the Toa Ignika and Paraka in hot pursuit. The Ignika led them onto the surface, and then plunged into the depths of the Voya Nui Bay. Immediately diving after to retrieve it, Holly was overwhelmed by immense pressure and began to drown. Just as all seemed lost, a mysterious Tomatoran emerged from the deep underwater depths, bringing Holly back to shore and saving her life. Sickened by the change in pressure, he gasped out a cryptic plea for help beneath the waves and died, his final act to save a Toa he never knew. With the Mask of Life plunged into the ocean, the Toa Ignika were forced to hang back, confused and disoriented from the whole ordeal. Little did they know, but the Mask of Life was sentient itself, and sensed that many Matoran deep underneath the waves needed help and assistance, and so plunged down beneath them in hopes the Toa Ignika would follow. And as they stood on the bay of Voya Nui, Axon and Botar approached the Toa Ignika, with the Matoran resistance team leading the now freed and recovered Toa Nuva behind them. Naturally, the Paraka quickly fled back, deciding to watch from a safe distance and not attract the ire of the combined forces. And so, in the aftermath of the battle, the Toa Nuva met the Toa Ignika for the first time, marveling at their mysterious transformation and applauding their deeds and defeat over the Paraka. During this time, Botar spoke briefly with Tahu, informing him that the Toa Nuva's destiny was to retrieve and follow an ancient scroll of preparations as decreed by the Order of Madanui. As such, the Toa Ignika were told to continue the quest for the Ignika alone, for it was not the destiny of the Toa Nuva to save Madanui's life just yet. To keep the Toa Nuva's mission completely secret, not even Jaller nor his team were informed of where they were headed next, and Tahu's promise to see them when this was all over turned out to never be fulfilled. As the dust settled, Axon volunteered to watch over the Matoran of Voya Nui, finally coming into the light as their public protector and leaving the Toa Ignika free to pursue the Mask of Life beneath the waves. As the Toa Ignika descended into the depths of the black waters surrounding Voya Nui, this chapter of their story closed, and the fate of the Great Spirit Madanui and the entire Robot Matoran universe hung in the balance. With the stakes higher than ever, and the two Toa teams embarking on separate, crucial quests for Madanui, this ends Chapter 6, The Ignition Trilogy, Part 1, Doomed. Previously on Bionicle Retold, Chapter 6, The Ignition Trilogy, Part 1, Doomed. Countdown to catastrophe. After thousands of years in disrepair, the Great Spirit Madanui, sentient energy source behind the robotic Matoran universe, is dying. In a perilous quest to claim the Kanohi Ignika, Mask of Life, and kickstart the rebirth of the robot, the Toa Nuva traveled to the dangerous island of Voya Nui. There, they faced a sound defeat at the hands of the brutish Paraka, rogue dark hunters unwittingly influenced by the spirit of Makuta Pterodax, who sought to claim the mask for his own purposes. Concerned with the fate of the Toa Nuva, the brave Matoran Jaller assembled a party of courageous Matoran to venture to Voya Nui. After a harrowing journey across the hellish realm of Karzani, 6 new heroes washed ashore on the beaches of Voya Nui. Mutated by cosmic lightning from the Red Star and glowing from electricity coursing through their veins, they became the Toa Ignika. Taking the fight to the Paraka and aided by powerful members of the Order of Madanui, these Toa fought and they won. But before they could claim the Mask of Life, the Ignika dove deep between the black waves of the dark oceans below Voya Nui, sensing Matoran in danger and lives to be saved. This is Bionicle Retold. Chapter 7, The Ignition Trilogy, Part 2, Sacrifice. Prologue, Ancient History. Thousands of years ago, the Great Spirit Mata Nui created the 6 Baraki warlords. Radiant and noble, these Baraki were the prime beings of the universe, and divided the realm into a league of 6 kingdoms. Their rule was firm and absolute, but as their power grew, so did their ambition and greed. Plotting to overthrow Mata Nui and claim total control over the Matoran universe, the 6 Baraki began to raise armies amidst their kingdoms, preparing for a great revolution. But one among their ranks was uncertain of their success. Hoping to gain the favor of the Brotherhood of Makuta, he sold them out, and in a preemptive strike, Makuta Pterodax, general of the Grand Army of the Makuta, swiftly defeated the Baraki's gathering armies and captured the 6 treacherous warlords. But before the traitor could reveal himself, the mysterious Botar, servant of the Order of Mata Nui, revealed himself to the assembled warlords and Makuta, teleporting the Baraki to the darkness of the pit prison as penance for their crimes. Thousands more years passed in darkness, where the Baraki stewed and rotted away in their confinement. When Pterodax himself enacted his grand plan to overthrow Mata Nui and cast him into a deep slumber, the great cataclysm's violent earthquakes ripped the prison of the pit apart, flooding it with the mutagenic waters of the pit. No longer were the Baraki prime physical specimens. Instead, they were now grotesque, hideous creatures of the deep, cursed to live beneath the waves of Aqua Magna. In their escape, the Baraki began to seize control of what little land they could beneath the ocean, erecting a massive stronghold above the ruins of the pit. But their brief rule was not to last, and during a freak accident, a chunk of land broke off from the island of Voya Nui and crashed deep beneath the waves, carrying a small population of Matoran with it. Utterly demolishing this Baraki stronghold, the landmass known as Mari Nui settled beneath the waves, with the Matoran farming the potent airweed disturbed by its landing to form colossal spheres of malleable oxygen, keeping the mutagenic waters out. Furious and scattered, the Baraki were driven even deeper within the ocean, becoming more twisted and deformed as their hatred for the Matoran of Mari Nui grew, and their singular drive to escape the black waters grew even stronger. Years passed, with the Matoran of Mari Nui unaware of the Baraki's presence and barely managing to survive beneath the waves, being picked off one by vicious sea creatures or unknown threats. But all that was about to change as the Kanohi Ignika, Mask of Life, sensed their peril and dove deep beneath the waves. The future of the Baraki, Matoran, and all the universe was about to change, and a great conflict beneath the waves was primed to begin. If you're interested in learning a little bit more about the story, it was actually covered all the way back in Chapter 2, Rise of the Brotherhood, in a lot more detail, but of course I wanted to recap it now, just so you know the most relevant bits for this particular legend. Part 1. The Lost Land. Welcome to Mari Nui, a former coastal village now sunk beneath the waves. This lost land stood as a bastion against the darkness of deeper waters, anchored to the island of Voya Nui by a cord of solid protodermis, left over from the eruption of Mount Valmai ages ago. In this underwater village, Matoran farmed the precious airweed, harnessing it in grand bubbles to keep out the mutagenic water. Over the years, this society radically diverged from all other civilizations, with the Matoran growing stronger, adapting to become great swimmers, and even experimenting with unstable underwater craft to delve deeper to more and more unexplored parts of the ocean. At the heart of this underwater refuge was the Matoran Council Chamber, inner sanctum where the Matoran of Mari Nui would gather monthly to discuss the latest issues and defense strategies. Here, the Matoran formed a direct democracy, with different Matoran leading the meetings each month. This council chamber was the largest room in all of Mari Nui, with a vast dome ceiling that allowed light through crystal skylights lined with light stones. Items that floated down from Voyanui were also stored here before being moved to the Matoran Holy Sanctuary, a place of peace and worship to the Great Spirit Madanui. But as more and more Matoran began to mysteriously disappear each day, a state of emergency was declared throughout the underwater city. The current council leader of the month, a lay Matoran named Defilak, ordered a search through the perilous black waters of the pit to investigate these disappearances and launch a preemptive strike against these mysterious threats. It was at this time of exploration and upheaval that the Kanohi Ignika, Mask of Life, plunged deep beneath the waves surrounding Voyanui, sensing the Matoran of Marinui in grave peril. As the glowing golden mask descended into the deep, it was observed by the Matoran of Marinui, who sent out a search party to retrieve it, unaware of its true value. But deep in the darkness of the pit, the Baraki also watched the mask's descent and prepared to seize it for themselves. Twisted by their time beneath the waves, the 6 former warlords reconvened for the first time in ages and plotted to seize the Mask of Life together, hoping its transformative power could provide salvation, curing them of their mutations. The first of them was the cold and ruthless Kalma, whose mutations gave him regenerative properties and squid-like features. Commanding an army of giant squids, Kalma was a formidable threat, and was responsible for breeding an army of smaller sea squids, parasitic life forms that could be fired from specialized launchers. Next was Elek, a bitter but cautious former warlord, suspicious of the other Baraki in his firm belief that one among their ranks had betrayed them. Elek led his own army of venom eels and was protected by a brutish lieutenant named Nocturne, who he'd recruited during his time in the pit prison. Moving onwards, Mantax was the most secretive of the Baraki, who spent most of his time alone, lurking beneath the sand with his incredible hunting skills. He too led a unique army of underwater rays, using them as packs of hunting animals to forage for food and prey amidst the ocean. Most dangerous of all was the scheming Takadox, always seeking an edge over friend and foe alike. He was the most skilled of the Baraki at planning, seeing life as a game board and everyone as pieces to be moved as he wished. Despite not being physically strong, Takadox's greatest ability was a powerful hypnotic sway, which he could use to command the minds of lesser beings. Takadox used his hypnotic ability to continually hypnotize Karapar, the 5th Baraki who once had a strong mind, but whose mental skills were eroded due to centuries of Takadox's hypnosis. The strongest and most brutal of the Baraki, Karapar devolved into little more than a brutish bodyguard, commanding an army of Keras crabs and pit war tortoises to ride into battle. And lastly, they were led by Prydak, the vicious and arrogant shark-like Baraki whose wit and speed propelled them to the top of their ranks. Establishing himself as the alpha male of a group of Takia sharks, Prydak transformed them into his personal legion, becoming one of the most dreaded forces of nature. These 6 Baraki met and schemed as they discussed plans to seize the Mask of Life for themselves. In the past, they had seen no strategic value in attacking Marinui, so they let the Matoran be. But now that the Ignika was about to fall into the possession of these underwater Matoran, things were about to drastically change. Part 2. Darkness of the Pit. As the Baraki plotted and formulated plans, the Mask of Life fell into the possession of a Ga-Matoran scout named Kyrex. As she took hold of the mask and brought it back to Marinui, the raw energy of the Mask of Life leaked out, bringing inanimate objects to life all around her. Little did she know, but every being who touches the Mask of Life is cursed with a unique and twisted power, which in this case was to bring objects around her to life and sentience. As seaweed and plants sprouted mouths and began to scream and writhe around her, Kyrex recoiled in horror, terrified by the raw power of the mask. Just as she was about to be overwhelmed by the plants come to life, a Matoran hunter named Dekar leapt into action, saving her from their grasp. Terrified into silence, Kyrex gave the mask to Dekar and fled without any other words. Meanwhile, deeper in the ocean, Takadox began to form schemes of his own, hypnotizing Elek's lieutenant, Nocturne, to deliver the mask to Takadox should it fall into his hands. After being caught by Kalma, Takadox managed to convince him that he was spying on Mantax, whose secretive and distrustful nature caused many of the Baraki to not trust him in turn. And as the 2 Baraki began to scheme against Mantax and followed him deeper and deeper into the pit, they were ambushed by the monstrous Zyglak, who had retreated into the depths of the Black Waters eons ago after being driven forth from Metru Nui in the early days of the Matoran universe. If you recall back to Chapter 1 Beginnings, the Zyglak were hideous lizard-like creatures created by the Great Beings by accident. They were opposed by the Hand of Artaka and the very first Toa teams, who eventually succeeded in driving them from the face of the Matoran universe. In a quick skirmish, Takadox and Kalma struggled to free themselves from the grip of the Zyglak. Thinking fast, Takadox directed his hypnotic abilities to Nocturne once again, provoking him to rush at the Zyglak and allowing himself and Kalma to escape. During this brief conflict, the Matoran of Marinui geared up for an underwater exploration into the waters of the pit. Council leader Defalak and his close friend Gar gathered a small strike force of Matoran on an expedition into the unknown. The 4 Matoran, joined with a Ta Matoran named Sarda and a Ga Matoran named Idris, clustered together in Defalak's ramshackle submarine and descended into the depths. As they delved deeper and deeper, they came upon the territory of Prydak and his Takia Shark army, who attacked their craft from all sides and utterly destroyed their submarine. In the commotion, Sarda was tossed out as bait for the sharks, mutating into a water breather in the process, while the rest of the Matoran were captured by Prydak and brought to his chambers for interrogation. Unaware of this catastrophe, Dekar, the Po Matoran who currently held the Mask of Life, began to ponder the nature and powers of the mysterious Kanohi. On his way back to the city, he was assaulted by a vicious venom eel, and despite all his attempts to harm or kill the creature, Dekar was unable to injure the creature whatsoever. In shock and fear, Dekar witnessed a massive swarm of venom eels headed directly for the city, led by the Baraki Elek, who believed the Mask of Life to be held within the city's gates. Quickly retreating back to the safety of the city, Dekar rushed to warn the others, unaware that he had been cursed by the Ignika to radiate healing energy from his body, making him unable to deal harm to any living being. Meanwhile, Takadox ordered Karapar through hypnosis to kidnap Kyrex for information regarding the mask. And although the overall interrogation had proved to be a failure, Takadox and Karapar both learned that the Mask of Life was still in Mari Nui. Fearful that Elek's attack would totally destroy the city and the Mask of Life, Takadox ordered Karapar to stop Elek, while he took Kyrex back to the city as a gift of peace. In turn, Karapar managed to force Elek to stop launching attacks on Mari Nui in case the mask was still there. As the commotion took place, the large army of venom eels had begun their assault on Mari Nui. The brave Matoran fought hard to defend their homes and defeat the eels, but due to Dekar's healing presence, no damage was done to the army. Quickly realizing it was the fault of the Mask of Life, Dekar rushed to remove it from the city, planning to smash the mask to pieces in an isolated cave far from the city. Meanwhile, in the territory of Prydak's Takia sharks, Gar and Idris made plans to swim for the city as quickly as they could, no matter how many dangers awaited them. Their companion, Defalak, was still being interrogated by Prydak, and the other Matoran began to lose hope that he would ever break free. As the 2 Matoran staged their escape, Dekar was spotted by Kalma and Mentax, who chased him to the isolated cavern. And in a swift stroke, Dekar brought a sharp rock down on the Mask of Life, sending shockwaves of energy as he cracked the surface of the legendary Kanohi. Just then, Kalmar seized Dekar with his tentacles as the Ignika fell from his grasp. But the sentient nature of the mask acted to defend itself, reaching out to a simple eel with life energy and transforming it into a 300-foot-long monster. The massive growth and transformation of this creature drove it mad, and as it writhed through the waters, both Dekar and Kalma were knocked unconscious, with Mantax quickly burrowing beneath the sand to escape its unfocused wrath. As Prydak continued interrogating Defalak about the Mask of Life, growing tired of his stalling tactics, they were interrupted by the maddened 300-foot eel, which had dove deeper into the ocean with chaos in its wake. In the chaos, Defalak caught up with Gar and Idris, barely managing to return safely to the city, with news that Sarda, the Ta Matoran who had accompanied them, was lost and likely killed. Little did they know that Sarda was rescued by a mysterious stranger, but that story is for another time. As the Matoran made their escape, Mantax caught up with Prydak and filled him in on the chaos unfolding around them. As the 2 Baraki headed for the cave where Dekar planned to destroy the Mask of Life, Elek and Karapar quickly followed them, suspecting that Prydak secretly knew the truth of who betrayed them years ago and planning to confront him. As the Baraki approached the cave, they found that Dekar was long gone, and in his place was a mysterious golden-skinned stranger, partially mutated by the Black Waters. This titan was Brutaka, who had recently been teleported deep beneath the waves to the pit prison by Botar. Now twisted into a water-breathing creature, Brutaka demanded the Baraki take him to the Mask of Life at once. If you recall from Chapter 6, Brutaka was the former member of the Order of Mananui who broke off from his friendship with Axon to pursue his own intents and seize the Mask of Life for himself. After aiding with the Paraka, Brutaka was defeated by Axon in a great battle that smashed Makuta Pterodax's antidermis vat, and was teleported by Botar to the remains of the pit prison. Unfortunately though, because the pit prison is basically pretty much destroyed underwater, this only brought Brutaka one step closer to the Mask of Life. As the 300-foot eel was distracted by the lights and glow of Mari Nui, it swam towards the city, with the Matoran rushing to smash their lightstones and plunge the city into darkness. As it approached the cord anchoring Mari Nui to Voya Nui, the eel was distracted by the sounds of a great battle raging inside the cord itself, a battle that we shall revisit shortly. As the eel reached the cord, it slowly began to squeeze, forcing the unknown combatants closer and closer to the entrance of the Black Waters. Amidst this chaos, Dekar regained consciousness and saw the Mask of Life laying beside him. As he reached out and touched it, the mask shone with light and radiated a desperate call for help. For the first time in its existence, the mask felt fear. In this physical contact, the mask shared all its memories and deep history with Dekar, who was overwhelmed by this onslaught of information and the true nature of the Matoran universe. Meanwhile, bolts of energy flew as the 6 Baraki worked together to subdue the 300-foot-long eel. Arriving at the scene, Brutaka made a beeline for Dekar, who was still stunned by the power of the Mask of Life. But before he could claim the mask, Brutaka was dragged deeper into the Black Waters by a giant squid, and Pridak broke off from the battle to seize the mask for himself. Just as Pridak made contact with the glowing mask, it reacted violently, glowing with immense power and energy. In the mask's blinding light, life energy radiated outwards, surging massive transformative beams in every direction, and changing the course of destiny for the 6 Toa Inika who had just begun their descent into the pit forever. Part 3. Descent into the Deep. As the Baraki, Matoran, and Brutaka clashed over the Mask of Life, the Toa Inika had finalized their preparations and began their descent into the depths of the Black Waters. Traveling through the hollow cord that anchored Mari Nui to Voya Nui, the Toa Inika were immediately embroiled in a non-stop 3-way battle with the Zyglak beasts and the mad, half-being Vezon, who had followed them from the chamber of the Mask of Life in his attempt to regain the Ignika. As the Zyglak captured Vezon and dragged him away, the Toa Inika continued to blast through their ranks, voyaging deeper and deeper to the depths of the ocean. Just then, as Dekar touched the Mask of Life and it sent out a transformative cry for help, the 6 Toa were struck by its energy, their very bodies and anatomy transformed to adapt to the ocean environment. No longer were they Toa Inika. Now, they were new, water-breathing Toa, complete with new masks, weapons, and armor that were perfectly suited to their new habitat. As the Toa reeled from their transformation, the battle for the Mask of Life still raged. As energy shockwaves radiated from the mask, the Po-Matoran Dekar, strangled by Kalma and close to death, was transformed into a reincarnation of the long-dead jailer of the pit, Hydraxon. Memories flashed through Dekar's mind as ancient history was reborn before his eyes. He witnessed glimpses of Hydraxon's early life as member of the Hand of Artaka, and his recruitment into the Order of Madanui by the first Toa, Helrix herself. He saw himself train the 6 Toa Mata in tests both physical and mental, building their team bonds. He witnessed Hydraxon train his personal energy hound Spinax and use the powerful beast to test the Toa Mata. And as the 6 Toa Mata descended into stasis in their canisters, Dekar witnessed firsthand how Hydraxon was assigned to be the guardian and jailer of the pit prison, with a fleet of emotionless Maxillos guards protecting him. And then there was darkness. When the great cataclysm struck and demolished the pit, Hydraxon was gravely injured, and to all of history, his story ended when Takadox, stumbling upon the injured jailer, took the opportunity to finish him off once and for all. But to Dekar, these memories were lost, and the power of the Mask of Life overwrote his consciousness completely, bearing his original personality. In Dekar's place was the mighty Hydraxon, Titan jailer of the Order of Madanui, with a quest to capture everyone in the open ocean, friend or foe, as he believed them all to be escaped pit prisoners. As this happened, the new Toa fought for their lives against the 300-foot-long venom eel. Kongu unwittingly used his new Kanohi Zath, the Mask of Summoning, and summoned countless normal venom eels. Metru then activated his new mask, discovering to his repulsion that it was a Kanohi Trina, the mask of reanimation, with the deeply immoral power to allow its user to give artificial life to any corpse or dead body, resurrecting them to serve as brainless servants of the user's will. Using the mask, Metru reanimated the long-dead carcass of a Takia shark, sending it forth against the mighty eel. Huki, using his new mask of gravity, forced the eel to rapidly sink to the ocean floor, knocking it unconscious and ending the chaotic battle. Appalled by the gruesome power of his new mask, Metru vowed to never use it unless under extreme circumstances. Throughout the events of Chapter 6, the Kanohi Ignika, or Mask of Life, wished to continually test the morality and willpower of Metru. As Matoran, it tested him deep within the dark tunnels to Karzani's lair, and it also tested him in the Chamber of Death, where Metru volunteered to sacrifice himself for his friends. Now, bestowing this very corrupt and immoral mask on Metru was the latest in a long line of tests of Matoru's morality and willpower. With the battle won, the Toa approached the city of Mari Nui, but the Matoran were wary of these 6 strangers and asked that they prove themselves as Toa by fighting back against Karapar's Keras Krab army, which was ransacking their airweed fields. As leverage, they demanded one among their ranks stay with them while the other 5 Toa undertook the quest, and so Metru stayed behind, soon realizing the power of the Ignika had changed them forever and he could no longer breathe air. In these airweed fields, the remaining 5 Toa were ambushed by the Baraki. Claiming to be fellow prisoners of the pit like them, the 5 Toa managed to trick the Baraki into trusting them, but this ruse only served to further confuse the Matoran of Mari Nui, who drove out Metru from their city, thinking him to be allied with the Baraki. As Metru fled the city, he was captured by Hydraxon and taken to what remained of the pit prison to be confined in a solitary cell. Distrustful of the Toa, the Baraki placed the 5 remaining members in sea caves while they discussed amongst themselves what to do with them, and what to do with the Mask of Life, which had fallen into Prydak's possession following the events of the battle. When it became clear that none of the 6 Baraki could agree on how to use the mask or what to even do with it, they decided to temporarily place it in Nocturne's safekeeping, thinking the brainless lieutenant would merely protect the mask and follow their orders. But the dim-witted Nocturne soon discovered that the mask granted him the curse of death, and everything he made physical contact with immediately shriveled and died. Overjoyed with this terrible new power, Nocturne abandoned his post, taking the mask with him. Unbeknownst to him, but cracks in the mask made by Dakar were seeping life energy, and uncontrollable forces began to permeate the animals and creatures around the mask, including a microscopic, plankton-like Gadunka, which began to ever so slowly grow in size. As the Baraki schemed, the 5 Toa made plans of their own to escape, with Holly using her Mask of Kindred to mimic the hypnotic power of a deep-sea Rahi, tricking the animal guards outside the cave to disperse. As the 5 Toa quietly made their escape, they came upon some unique Kordak blasters and firearms, designed for underwater destruction. Coming back up to Mari Nui, Holly acted fast, asking Kongu to use a blast of air to push Deflak outside the air bubble, and swiftly saving him in a sphere of water. Stating that if they wanted to kill the Matoran, they had the power to do so, Holly returned Deflak to safety, and in turn earned the trust of the Matoran of Mari Nui. Swearing to protect the underwater city and reclaim the Mask of Life, the Toa were renamed the Toa Mari, symbols of their duty to protect the city. Splitting up to cover more ground, the Toa Mari headed to different sectors of the ocean to search for the Mask of Life, encountering their own trials along the way. In a desperate battle that ended in stalemate, Holly made a truce with Mantax, who was also searching for the mask on his own, and the two agreed to temporarily help each other locate the mask and defend against the vicious sea creatures. Jaller and Kongu confronted Kalma and Karapar, and were immediately engaged in a battle with energy-sucking squids. Meanwhile, Nuparu and Huki were trapped in an undersea trench, attacked by Elek's army of eels and knocked unconscious. During all this time, Takadox's location was unknown. While all this was happening, Metru remained in confinement in the remains of the pit prison, alone with his thoughts. As Hydraxon, jailer of the pit, went off to track down more escaped prisoners, Metru was left to be guarded by an automated Maxilos security robot. But to his surprise, the Maxilos robot began to speak, and the voice behind it was darker, deeper, and one Metru recognized immediately, for it was the voice of Makuta Pterodax himself. In Chapter 2, we discuss the evolution of the Makuta and how they exist in an antidermis state, which is fully gaseous and basically, for all intents and purposes, like a ghost. Every Makuta, in this form, can possess the body of a robot without a mind to think of its own, just like the automated Maxillos security robots here, as well as influence the thoughts and perceptions of others around them. This comes with a big downside though, because if a Makuta stays in the antidermis state for too long, then they'll eventually dissipate, eventually just killing the Makuta themselves. So they do have to find a host at some point. In Chapter 6, when Axon smashed the antidermis vat, Makuta Pterodax's spirit was released, and eventually, somehow, he made it down to the waters of Mari Nui and possessed this Maxillos robot. As Metru claimed that Pterodax would never win, and the Toa would triumph over the Makuta, Pterodax only laughed, and in a single swing, he freed Metru from his cell. The reason? Pterodax was now on his side, or so he claimed. Wary of Pterodax but thankful for his newfound freedom, Metru agreed to keep Pterodax's identity a secret, just as he had kept the secrets of Turaga Nuju safe for years upon the island of Madanui as his sole translator. Leaving the cell together, Pterodax instructed Metru to travel with him to regions unknown and deeper parts of the ocean. As Metru and Pterodax traveled together, the 5 remaining Toa Mari continued their search for the mask. Holly and Mantax traveled together, while Jaller superheated the waters around him to force a truce between him, Kongu, Kalma, and Karapar. In this uneasy stalemate, Jaller proposed an alliance with the Baraki, promising to revert them back to their original prime form should they retrieve the mask. Kalma and Karapar agreed, with one condition: Prydak would have to be killed, as the 2 Baraki already suspected him for knowing the truth about who betrayed them eons ago, and hiding it from them. Meanwhile, Huki and Nuparu came too, blasting past Elexials and heading for Mari Nui to regroup. In deeper, darker waters, Pterodax and Metru encountered hundreds of Takia sharks, remnants of Prydak's vicious army. In a desperate battle, Pterodax refused to help Metru, forcing the Toa to activate his Mask of Reanimation to resurrect the bodies of dead sharks to rip their living kin apart. Winning the battle but revolted at what he had to do to survive, Metru continued onwards with Pterodax, who in turn was pleased at how quickly Metru had used the immoral power of his mask. As they delved to deeper echelons of the pit and places long forgotten, Pterodax led Metru to the corpse of a Toa of water, none other than the insane serial killer Toa Tuyet, who had menaced the Matoran of Metru Nui in her quest for the Nui Stone centuries ago. Recap time. In Chapters 2 and 3, we met the dangerous Toa Tuyet, who lusted after the power of the Nui Stone. The Nui Stone was a dangerous artifact that allows any being to absorb the powers of Toa in a wide radius, essentially taking all their powers and granting them onto the wielder of the Nui Stone, making them one of the most powerful beings in the universe. Toa Tuyet actually possessed the stone back on Metru Nui thousands of years ago, but after a series of murders that she framed on the Dark Hunters, Toa Likan and Toa Nadiki eventually found out and confronted her. During this confrontation, the Nui Stone exploded and fragments of it were embedded in Toa Tuyet's chest, right before she was captured by Botar and taken to a mysterious location. Now, the corpse on the ocean floor is presumably Toa Tuyet, or at least what appears to be her. But there's a few more things going on here that not even Makuta Pterodax is aware of, which probably won't even be covered in this chapter alone. So as of right now, just know that, at least in terms of what everyone thinks, this is the dead body of Toa Tuyet. But is it though? Be sure to check in with the future chapters to find out exactly what's going on here. Toa Metru and Pterodax stood over the battered armor and mask of the long-dead Toa Tuyet. Threatening to kill Metru, Pterodax demanded he resurrect the body of Tuyet, in the hopes that she could provide clues to regaining the Nui Stone. As Metru was curious himself as to what Pterodax's plans entailed, he agreed to resurrect the lost Toa, using the terrible power of his mask to bring a semblance of life back to Tuyet's corpse. At his feet, the Kanohi mask and armor began to move, slowly coming together. What had been a pile of junk a moment before had now taken on a form. Other pieces of armor were rising up through layers of mud, struggling to rejoin the rest. In a sickening and amazing display of power, the body that once belonged to Toa Tuyet rose from the floor of the pit and stood unsteadily, waiting for commands. And that was when Metru noticed something. Incredibly tiny, almost microscopic pieces of crystal embedded in the dead Toa's armor. These, proclaimed Pterodax, were the fragments of the Nui Stone, and all he needed was the proper tool to recreate the stone as it once was. Pterodax boasted that the tool was the ancient Staff of Artaka, and the Toa Nuva were about to claim it for him. Interlude. Scroll of Preparations, Part 1. While all this conflict happened beneath the sea, the Toa Nuva, original heroes of Mata Nui, were on a wildly different quest of their own. Sent by Axon to fulfill a scroll of preparations to awaken the Great Spirit Mata Nui once and for all, the Toa Nuva set forth to fulfill this duty and prepare for the reawakening of Mata Nui. First on the list was the task to awaken the Borak swarms in their proper purpose, to cleanse the surface of the face of the robot, and utterly demolish the island of Mata Nui. Despite some trepidation and resistance within their ranks, Onua finally made the decision to free the Barag Queens, and all around the former island refuge of Mata Nui, the Borak began to awake and achieve their duty, ravaging everything to the ground. Meanwhile, in the darkness of the Makuta's lair, the core leaders and generals of the Brotherhood of Makuta began preparations of their own. Telepathically contacted by Pterodax to begin sending a full strike force to the heart of the robot, Karda Nui, the Brotherhood of Makuta began sending an army of Makuta armed with shadow leeches, specialized Rahi designed to drain the light from any Matoran and turn them into servants of the Makuta. On the side, Pterodax ordered his top general, Makuta Icarax, to intercept the Toa Nuva and seize the powerful staff of Artaka. As this was happening, the Toa Nuva in turn ventured to retrieve the Staff of Artaka, the second item on their list to prepare for Mata Nui's awakening. With the unique power to recreate any broken object, the staff would be crucial in repairs to severely damaged sectors of the robot. Learning it had been stolen by the Dark Hunters long ago, the Toa Nuva confronted the Shadowed One, who made a deal with the Toa. Kill the treacherous Rudaka, who had betrayed the Dark Hunters ages ago to serve Pterodax, and he would tell them where to find the staff. And so, the Toa Nuva traveled to Rudaka's home island of Zia, where they were caught in the crossfire between two rampaging Titan Rahi, the mysterious Tatrak of Metru Nui, who had been teleported across the lands in adventures of its own, and the ancient Kanohi dragon, which had been transported to Zia ages ago by Toa Likan. In the chaos, they managed to capture Rudaka, and under threat of death, forced her to reverse her mutations on the Rahaga. And so, in a flash of energy and light, 6 Toa of old stood tall and firm after years of their powers drained. The Toa Haga had returned. Returning to the Shadowed One and promising him that Rudaka was in the hands of the 6 Toa she had mutated long ago, who would show her no mercy, the Toa were then sent to the now abandoned realm of Karzani, where they encountered Makuta Icarax, who had seized the Staff of Artaka first and defeated all 6 Toa Nuva in battle. As ordered, Icarax headed straight for the black waters of the pit to deliver the staff to Pterodax, with the Toa Nuva in hot pursuit. Part 4. Terror of Karzani. Back in the waters of the pit, Pterodax led Metoro and the mindless, reanimated body of Tuyet to a rendezvous point with Icarax. Along the way, they encountered Holly, who was confused and horrified to see Metoro leading the dead body of a mysterious Toa with him. Pterodax remained physically silent in the body of the Maxilos robot, but telepathically threatened Metoro. Should he warn Holly of Maxilos's true identity, he would kill them both. Knowing the Makuta meant his word, Metoro kept Pterodax's true identity a secret, but also secretly warned Holly in a coded message that something was wrong, and he was in serious trouble. As the two parted ways, Holly hurried to gather the other Toamari and help Metoro. At this point, it's time to revisit some prior events, and investigate what some other major players in the universe have been up to. In Chapter 1, we met the noble Toa Lesovic, leader of the universe's first Toa team, who tragically lost his entire team to a swarm of Zyglak in a fatal mistake. Guilt-ridden and denouncing his Toa status, Lesovic returned to his village in sorrow, prepared to lay down his Toa tools forever. To his horror, he discovered that in his time away, the Turaga of the village had gone mad and banished the entire Matoran population to the realm of Karzani, where they would never be seen again. Among these were Lesovic's old friends, Sarda, a Ta Matoran, and Idris, a Ga Matoran. As fate would have it, Sarda and Idris had been on Voya Nui when Mari Nui sank beneath the waves, and were the 2 Matorans sent on the submarine mission earlier this chapter. Since that point, Lesovic spent tens of thousands of years wandering the universe, looking for his friends and trying to redeem himself. On his journeys, Lesovic met Toa Jovan, fought the Rahi Nui, defended an island from a group of Vizorak, and explored unknown lands in the south. His wanderings often took him as far north as Karzani's realm, but he failed to get past the Manas guards protecting it and find his friends before they were sent to the southern continent. Following Karzani's departure from his homeland, Toa Krakua, now full-fledged member of the Order of Mananui, sought out Lezovic and told him that Karzani had allied with the Zyglak and was going to attack Mari Nui. That brings us 2 weeks ago, where in the first Matoran expedition to the Black Waters, Defilak's submarine was ripped apart and the Ta Matoran Sarda was presumed dead. But just as Sarda was about to be ripped apart by Takia sharks, Lezovic arrived just in time, fending them off and saving his old friend. But there was no time for a reunion, for they had spotted the mad titan Karzani, now mutated beyond recognition by the waters of the pit, searching for the Mask of Life on his own quest. In a brief battle, Karzani trapped Sarda in a horrific vision, mutating Lezovic into a water breather as well. As Karzani fled, Lezovic and Sarda met up with their old friend Idris, and the trio vowed to destroy the mad tyrant once and for all, and stop him from gaining the power of the Mask of Life. As Karzani ventured deeper into the ocean, he came upon Pterodax, Matoro, and the reanimated Tuyet. In a heated battle, Pterodax seized control of half of Karzani's Manas Crab army, causing the powerful Rahi to rip each other to shreds. Enraged at Karzani's attempts to trick him with visions of doom, Pterodax lashed out at the Titan in a devastating mental blast, ripping Karzani's mind to shreds and sending him into the depths of the ocean. Following Karzani's tumbling body, Lezovic, Sarda, and Idris devised a trap to ensnare the wounded Titan once and for all. As Pterodax, Matoro, and Zombie Tuyet left the battle and continued onwards, the trio of Toa and Matoran engaged the still wounded Karzani in combat. And after a brief but intense fight, Karzani was temporarily defeated, and in a flash of energy and blinding light, the omnipotent Botar materialized before the 4 combatants, seizing Karzani and taking him away to places unknown. His fight finally over and his honor redeemed, Lezovic left Mari Nui, accompanied by his companion Sarda, ready for more adventures ahead. Meanwhile, at the edge of the pit, Icarax arrived to deliver the Staff of Artaka to Pterodax, who dismissed him and attempted to use the staff to recreate the fragmented Nui stone from Tuyet's armor. Acting fast, Matoro rushed at Pterodax to prevent him from gaining the ultimate power of the stone, but was too late. Just as Pterodax was about to recreate the Nui stone, Brutaka appeared out of nowhere, revealing he had been following the Makuta for weeks, and seized the Staff of Artaka. Over his many weeks in the pit, Brutaka had been given time to reflect and ponder on his actions, and the betrayal of his closest friend Axon, and came to the realization that his greed would lead him nowhere. Overwhelmed with immense guilt, Brutaka summoned Botar and gave him the Staff of Artaka for safekeeping, overcoming his personal greed and lust for power, and taking the first step on his long journey back to the light. Telling Matoro to get back to his friends, Brutaka prepared to hold off Pterodax for as long as he could, buying Matoro time to escape as he battled with the Dark Lord. In the chaos as Matoro fled, the reanimated body of what appeared to be Tuyet crumpled to the ground. And in the ferocious attack, the 2 titans were forced into a stalemate. To buy himself some time to recover, Brutaka told Pterodax that the Mask of Life was in the hands of the brainless brute Nocturne and was ripe for the taking. Forced to break off the engagement by this news, Pterodax left and warned Brutaka that their fight was not over. And so, the final countdown was about to begin. Seeping life energy and leaking cosmic rays, the Mask of Life began to curse all around it, with its current bearer, Nocturne, none the wiser. The resurrected Hydraxon continued his patrols around the pit, Nocturne in his sights as one of the most notorious escaped prisoners. Matoro had reconvened with the Toamari, who had formed an uneasy truce with some members of the Baraki, while others, like the treacherous Takadox and their leader Prydak, were nowhere to be found. The robotic Maxilos robot, possessed by the spirit of Makuta Pterodax, was on a direct course to the Mask of Life, which in turn was slowly succumbing to its sustained damage. Time was about to run out for the universe, and in these final moments, everything was about to change. Part 5. Final Moments. As Nocturne held the Kanohi Ignika Mask of Life, he gloated at the terrible curse it granted him, suffocating all life where he walked. Just then, Hydraxon was the first to encounter him, and in a quick fight, Nocturne was soundly defeated. As Hydraxon stared at the Mask of Life, small pieces of memories began to flash before him. The original memories of the Polmatoran Dekar, whose dying will was to destroy the Mask of Life, which he deemed too dangerous to be kept intact. With this small part of Dekar's consciousness fueling his actions, Hydraxon prepared to fire upon the Ignika and destroy it once and for all. But his blast was knocked off course by Toahali, who had arrived first with Mantax to protect the Mask of Life. In the explosion, the Ignika fell in possession of Mantax, who was cursed to drain the energies of all around him and strengthen Mantax in the process. Reveling in his newfound power, Mantax broke off his shaky alliance with Holly and left with the mask in hand, Hydraxon hot on his tail. And finally reunited at last, the 6 Toamari assembled to assess the situation and plan their next steps. Metru warned the other Toamari that the cord of cooled protodermis connecting Voyanui to Marinui must be destroyed for Marinui to be revived, which would allow Voyanui to sink back down to rest in place on the surface of the robot. This destruction would immediately kill all Matoran living on Voyanui and in Marinui, so the Toamari hurried to get them to safety as their first priority.
Alright, so I just want to interject here with a quick bit of geography that is a little bit confusing to a lot of fans, myself included when it first came out, so I'm going to try to boil this down in the simplest possible terms. So this is the Great Spirit Marinui robot. So you've got the head here, you've got some sort of a body with a chest plate and whatnot, and it continues from there. So, of course, this was basically the standard configuration, and as I've said many times throughout many videos, the heart of the robot was Carda Nui. So we've got right in here the heart of the robot, KN. This is essentially what serves as the power source for the entire robot. Above the sphere of Carda Nui was a place called the Southern Continent, and this is essentially just a piece of armor that is inside the robot that Matoran were living on to perform maintenance. During the Great Cataclysm, a portion of the Southern Continent broke off and rocketed upwards, so it burst a hole from the Southern Continent right here, so now there's a hole directly to Carda Nui. It broke through the chest plate of the first outer shell of the robot and skyrocketed upwards to the surface of the waters of Aqua Magna. So essentially this is the island of Voyanui. It was once part of the Southern Continent, but now it's essentially broken off and become its own thing. So of course that means that the waters of Aqua Magna, particularly the mutagenic waters, are now starting to seep inwards into Carda Nui through the hole it created, causing a great waterfall to be formed and essentially filling up the base of Carda Nui with a swamp. But that's not really relevant for right now. What is relevant though is that during a freak accident several thousand years later, the coastal village of Marinui, which was on Voyanui, sank down back beneath the ocean and rested somewhere near the Carda Nui hole spot right here. So we've got Marinui underwater, part of Voyanui above water, and then of course on top of Voyanui we have Mount Valmai, the secret hiding place for the Mask of Life. So eventually when Mount Valmai erupted, you've got a ton of molten protodermis cascading down the island. This molten protodermis went down the side of Voyanui and connected itself to Marinui underwater, forming this cord that eventually got cooled over time because of course it was molten protodermis trickling into the water. And that's what this whole cord thing is. To kind of expand out from here, you've got the whole island of Marinui here, this cooled molten protodermis cord that's essentially a spike that's anchoring Voyanui, the larger island, in place. So essentially what the Toamari need to do is, if they want to repair the Great Spirit robot, right, they've got to repair and plug the holes in the exterior wall as well as the hole above Carda Nui. And in doing so, they got to somehow get Voyanui back down. And they realized a way to do this. So actually, Makuta Pterodact explained part of this to Metru, and Metru was sharing it with the others. But what they had to do was essentially just destroy the cord here. If you blow up the cord, then Voyanui will come crashing back down to the original spot it was supposed to be. But of course, this is pretty catastrophic, and it will destroy all life on the island of Voyanui, as well as completely destroy Marinui in the process. So obviously they have to do some sort of evacuation first. But if the Toa succeed, then Voyanui rockets back down, let's get rid of this extra stuff here, would destroy Marinui, plugging back the hole, and Voyanui would have been no longer on the surface of the water. And now you've got the hole completely plugged in to Carda Nui, which is stopping this great waterfall from flowing inwards and essentially repairing this large exterior damage to the robot itself. So that's essentially what the goal is of the Toamari to do. The other thing that I do need to mention is that don't forget the Paraka from last chapter are actually still hunting after the Mask of Life, and these Paraka have been tailing the Telomari along their journeys, so we'll be seeing them pop up very soon. And one final thing, in order to actually resurrect the Great Spirit Robot, someone needs to actually bring the Mask of Life into Carda Nui, because that is the heart of the robot. They have to somehow get past through the hole while Voya Nui is plummeting down to kickstart the heart of the robot once again in the process of it falling down and Voya Nui returning back into place. So if you wanted to revive or at least prevent Mata Nui from dying, you gotta get into Carda Nui with the Mask of Life first. So that's essentially where the stage is set, and we can get back to the story now.
In these final hours, the Telomari made preparations to save both the Matoran of Voya Nui and Mari Nui, leading both to underground chambers with the help of Axon, protector of the Matoran of Voya Nui. The Toa temporarily housed the population of both cities in these safe tunnels to prepare for the descent of Voya Nui. During this migration, the Telomari were ambushed by the Paraka, who had been mutated into reptilian snakes. Zaktan took some Matoran hostage as the other Paraka swarmed around the Toa in a brutal ambush. Just then, Axon came to the rescue, charging in to defend the Matoran and managing to capture the Paraka under the watchful eyes of the Order of Mata Nui. With the brief battle behind them, the Telomari prepared for their descent back into the deep. Housed in an organic half-beast, half-machine, the Telomari's armor and weapons were repaired as the powerful transport blasted through the waters to carry them into battle. And as the Toa emerged from their transport, they were immediately attacked by the armies of some of the Baraki, who in turn were chasing after Mantax for the Mask of Life. Arriving on the scene of the battle were freaks of nature transformed by the mask, like Gadunka, the microscopic plankton now enlarged to massive stature and fueled by a drive to consume. As Holly, Nuparu, Huki, and Kongu engaged the sea monsters, Jaller and Matoro rushed after Mantax to claim the Mask of Life. Ambushing the Baraki with his powers of fire, Jaller separated Mantax from the mask, only for it to fall back into the hands of Hydraxon, who once again prepared to destroy the Mask of Life. Just then, the Maxilos robot appeared on the scene, finally revealing his true identity as the puppet master Dark Lord, Makuta Pterodax, to all who stood before him. Defeating Hydraxon in a duel and leaving the mask on the seafloor, Pterodax only stood by as Matoro seized the Mask of Life, making no attempts to stop Matoro and stating that he had his own reasons for the Toa to succeed, and that he had not lied in the beginning when he claimed he was an ally to Matoro. Elsewhere, the Baraki met at the Razor Whale's teeth, where Mantax revealed that they had been betrayed by one of their own thousands of years ago. Before he could reveal the traitor through a tablet he found on the ocean floor, explosions from a fight between Maxilos and Hydraxon, who now knew Pterodax's true identity, caused an avalanche. Takadox exposed himself as the traitor by stealing the tablet and trying to kill Mantax, but the other Baraki did not kill him, instead opting to keep him around just as long until they recovered the Mask of Life. Immediately afterwards, they were confronted by Maxilos, who revealed himself as the reason behind their imprisonment years ago, Makuta Pterodax. After a brief battle that left 5 of the Baraki seemingly unconscious, Takadox presented the ancient Tablet of Transit to Pterodax, which had been carved centuries ago as proof of his loyalty to the Brotherhood. Takadox hoped to be spared and offered to betray his fellow warlords once again, but instead, Pterodax cast him into a horrific vision of his sea insects turning on him, and left him to suffer alone. While he was distracted, the Baraki, who had faked their unconsciousness, gathered their armies. They ordered them to attack the Maxilos robot, damaging it beyond repair and departing with their armies, intent on acquiring the Ignika again. Hydraxon then found the damaged Maxilos, but noticed that it no longer held any sign of Makuta Pterodax, who had once possessed it, but now had mysteriously transferred to another unknown host. The Toamari, once again reunited with the Ignika, fired their blasters at the cord and destroyed it, sending Voya Nui plummeting to the depths, where it smashed Mari Nui to pieces and sank ever deeper towards its original location on the robot. Pulled along in its wake, the Mask of Life was tossed into the current, with the Toamari and Baraki in hot pursuit. Catching up with the mask, Matoro seized it to make a beeline for the gap to Carda Nui to restart the heart of the robot, but as he swam, the color slowly faded away from the mask, and all around it felt its life force weaken and die. Matoro had been too late, and the great spirit Mata Nui was dead. Refusing to let their journey end that way, Metru still continued on his path to Cardanui, desperately fighting to save the universe. To buy him time, Jaller and the rest of the Toamari made a final stand against the armies of the Baraki and their vicious attacks, fully prepared to sacrifice themselves for Metru. As Voyanui continued its ascent, Metru managed to catch up, slipping through the holes in the Cardanui dome and plummeting down a vast waterfall in the heart of the robot, just before the Voyanui armor plate slammed into place. As the Toamari fought a losing battle against the Baraki and their armies, Jaller realized he would have to make the ultimate sacrifice: perform a Nova Blast. An extreme ability that would prove fatal to all around the vicinity of the explosion, the Nova Blast is the ultimate expression of Atoa's elemental power that would kill all 6 Baraki, their armies, but also the remaining Toamari with it. Despite the protests of his teammates, Jaller prepared this suicide detonation, superheating the water around him and radiating with fire and light. Meanwhile, as he fell, Metru felt a strange sense of peace and purpose. Slowly donning the Kanohi Ignika mask of life, Metru was overwhelmed with information, viewing the entire history of the mask and learning how to activate its sacred power to restart the heart of the universe. And so, as the consciousness of the mask merged with his mind and Metru fell through the heart of the robot, he prepared to commit the ultimate sacrifice. Using the last remnant of his individuality, Metru used the power of the Ignika to teleport the Toamari safely back home to Metru Nui, reversing their mutations and allowing them to breathe air once again. And in his final moments, Metru felt no fear. He knew his friends, the Toamari, had succeeded, and they could resume their lives in Metru Nui. The Turaga and Matoran across the city would know his friends as true heroes. But Metru, he never considered himself a hero. As Matoran translated to Nuju, as noble Toa Inika, and as Toamari, all he ever tried to do was his duty. And now, that duty had led him to his destiny. Since the day the Mask of Life chose him as its bearer, all roads led to this moment. Metru's energy mingled and merged with that of the mask, only to be released in an incredible explosion of light and power and life that surged through the Great Spirit. In that instant, Metru, Toa of Ice, Keeper of Secrets, and Hero, truly died so that Madanui can live again. No one could explain the wonderful feeling that swept across the universe, but all knew the reason for it. Back safely on land in Metru Nui, Jaller deactivated his Nova Blast charge, and the 5 remaining Toamari sat in silence, remembering their comrade and friend. In a grand ceremony to honor Metru, the population of Metru Nui celebrated his life and sacrifice, bathed in the warm glow of Madanui's light. The Toamari's fight was over, and all their trials had led to this moment. Epilogue: Scroll of Preparations, Part 2. While the death of the Great Spirit Madanui had been prevented, the quest for the Toa Nuva was far from over, and while Madanui had been saved from death, he was still entombed in a great slumber. The Nuva's duty still remained: revive the Great Spirit Madanui and restore him from this slumber. And so, while they had failed to recover the Staff of Artaka, the Toa Nuva continued on their quest to fulfill the Scroll of Preparations. Tahu and Kopaka went to Ardedax to quell a series of active volcanoes, while Onua and Pohatu journeyed to obtain an artifact known as the Heart of the Visorak, controlling the Visorak hordes to gather in Ardedax, wiping the scourge of the insectoid spiders off the face of the universe once and for all. With the Visorak extinct, meanwhile, Liwa ventured to what remained of Madanui to find a sundial, ordered by a strange and mysterious telepathic voice inside his head. Gali also went to Madanui to mark the location of the Red Star. While doing so, she activated her Kanohi Akaku and discovered that to her shock, there was movement within the mysterious satellite and potential living beings trapped deep in space. As she hurriedly went to find the other Toa Nuva, she was transported by Botar to Daxia, where the Toa Nuva were reunited. There, Botar gave them the Staff of Artaka, which was used to repair the damage done in the Great Cataclysm as the final item on their Scroll of Preparations. With their list complete, the Toa Nuva were ordered to gather in the mysterious realm of Artaka, where their next mission was about to commence in an epic final battle in the heart of the robot, Cardanui. Previously on Bionicle Retold, Chapter 7, The Ignition Trilogy, Part 2, Sacrifice. In a deadly countdown to the death of the Matoran universe, the Kanohi Ignika, Mask of Life, spiraled deep beneath the black waters of the pit, forever changing the course of destiny for the Matoran dwelling in the underwater city of Mari Nui. Hunted by the exiled Baraki warlords and encountering ancient hunters brought back to life, the Toa Mari, led by Jala and Matoro, fought bravely beneath the waves. As they struggled to bring Maranui back to life, they were unexpectedly aided by the Dark Lord Makuta Pterodax, who pulled the strings of their success for his own mysterious reasons. And finally, in a tragic sacrifice to save the life of the Great Spirit robot, Matoro donned the Mask of Life, giving his own life to save the universe. And in faraway lands, the Toa Nuva, original team of heroes, sought to fulfill the Scroll of Preparations, an ancient document detailing a list of tasks to prepare for Maranui's revival. Along their journeys, they restored the Rahaga to their rightful forms, resurrecting the powerful Toa Haga, and ultimately gathered in Artaka to face their final destiny. This is Bionicle Retold. Chapter 8, The Ignition Trilogy, Part 3, Rising. Part 1, Siege of Karda Nui. In the darkness of the Brotherhood of Makuta's lair, factories churned and dark experiments on Krata worms brought vile shadow leeches to life, parasitic insects capable of draining all light and morality from Toa or Matoran. After delivering the Staff of Artaka to Pterodax within the pit, Makuta Ikrax returned to their fortress on Destro, eager to test his new shadow leeches. Calling for his Matoran servant Voltraz, the twisted Ta Matoran with an ancient rivalry with Mazika, Ikrax drained what little light was left in the devious Ta Matoran's heart, completing his first successful test of the insectoid creatures. During his missions for the Brotherhood, Voltraz discovered a secret entrance to Karda Nui, the heart of the Matoran universe, and reported his findings to the assembled Makuta. Still deep in the waters of the pit in his Maxillos form, Makuta Pterodax telepathically received the news and ordered all available Makuta to venture into the core of the universe and seize the land for the Brotherhood. And so, the gates of the Brotherhood's Destro fortress swung open, with an army of Makuta sweeping forth, headed straight for Karda Nui, the heart of the robot. Leading this strike force was the aggressive yet honorable Makuta Antros, general of the Brotherhood's armies and tactical commander of their legions. Wielding the Kanohi Jutlin, Mask of Corruption, Antros possessed the unique ability to break down any inorganic object with a single thought. Close behind him was the incredibly ambitious Makuta Biddle, who followed Pterodax only to gain more influence and prove his worth. Biddle wore the Kanohi Motrek, Mask of Time Duplication, which allowed him to summon past versions of himself to fight as his own personal legion. Aiding them was a fanatical Gorast, a true believer of Pterodax's plan who was willing to face death to see it carried through. With the Kanohi Fellness, Mask of Disruption, Gorast had the incredible dangerous ability to disrupt any natural powers of an enemy via touch, which she could use to interfere with the Toa's innate elemental abilities. Assisting them from above was Makuta Vampra, the mute hunter who never spoke a single word, using his Kanohi Avsa, Mask of Hunger, to drain positive emotions from his target. In addition to the warriors, 2 top Brotherhood scientists were brought along to assist their research and creation of new Rahi. The first of these scientists was Makuta Chirox, infamous for creating vicious and destructive Rahi. His rival was Makuta Mutron, an eccentric, nearly insane scientist who specialized in mutations that were extremely destructive in nature. Both scientists wore copies of the Kanohi Shelek, which allowed them to deafen or mute targets. Neither scientist had respect for the other's mutations, driving a professional and personal rivalry between the two. And finally, there was Krika, the reluctant and regretful Makuta who believed that nothing good would come out of Pterodax's grand plan if it succeeded, but supported him out of fear and self-preservation. Krika wore the Kanohi Krast, Mask of Repulsion, which allowed him to repel any object away from himself at high speeds, including the ground itself, which he used to fly through the air. and as the hordes of Makuta rushed to Cardanui with their shadow leeches, seeking to turn the entire Matoran population to darkness, Icarax stayed behind, tired of following Pterodax's orders, and believing the attack on Cardanui to be a suicide mission. Okay, so I just introduced, or at least reintroduced, many characters that really haven't gotten a lot of focus until this particular chapter. So I wanted to take this time to really address which of these are really important to follow throughout the course of this chapter, and which ones you can kind of just see as background enemies or background Makuta. So first off is Makuta Krika. So Krika is really the closest thing we have to a quote-unquote good Makuta. Again, as I mentioned, he's very reluctant to follow Pterodax's plan, and actually, he was the Makuta to free, secretly, Makuta Miserix. He spared Miserix's life, who was the original ruler of the Makuta thousands of years ago. So Krika has already kind of revolted against Pterodax in his own ways. And what's really important is that Makuta Miserix, who was the original leader of the Brotherhood of Makuta, will actually be reappearing this chapter, making some major moves. So just remember that in the past, he was kind of thrown out by Pterodax, overthrown as the ruler, but Krika spared his life and instead took him to a deserted island instead of killing him. So Miserix will be coming back in a bit. With those folks aside, basically what we have next is Makuta Antros here. Honestly, Antros is just the leader of the army, but really he doesn't have that much to do character development-wise. He basically just stays steadfast as a strong leader for the Makuta, so he's the main guy you'll see in many of the fight sequences and many of the aspects where he's leading the Makuta into battle in Cardanui, but his character doesn't really do too much. The same goes for Vampra over here. Because Vampra is literally mute, Vampra does not speak whatsoever, there's not a lot of character stuff going on here, so you can really just see Vampra as another one of the Makuta enemies. Next up, really the only thing you need to remember about Makuta Chirox here is that she's very devoted to Makuta Pterodax's plan. She's willing to risk anything to make it happen, so just remember that about her character, and she really doesn't ever change. She's just very much a fanatic for Makuta Pterodax. Makuta Biddle here is basically just another enemy, not really much to do character development wise, but just some other enemy for them to fight. And the two scientists that we've got here are really only important during these scientist scenes. They actually have a really fun interpersonal dynamic between them because they're very much rivals, not really respecting each other's work, and there are many scenes set within their laboratories, so when they appear, they're relevant, but again, not too much character-wise going on. You just have to know that these are the two scientists creating stuff for the Makuta, and that's why they've been brought alongside for the ride. Now, Makuta Icarax here actually, as I mentioned, sits out most of the action, at least for the first half of this chapter. He becomes very important in the later halves of this chapter, where he actually kind of joins the fray and starts to embark on his own personal missions that deviate from Pterodax's main plans. But for the most part, you're not going to be seeing Icarax for a lot of the early parts of the initial Cardanui invasion, so you can kind of just set him aside for now and just remember that Icarax chose not to go to Cardanui because he basically believed Pterodax's plan to be crazy. And speaking of Pterodax himself, we last saw him in the Maxilos form in the Mari Nui chapter, which was last chapter, and Pterodax basically just will not appear throughout this entire chapter until the very end, because he's been setting a lot of stuff up on his own, very mysterious things going on with Pterodax, so there's kind of a big reveal near the end of the chapter. I'm not going to spoil it here, but that's why you're not actually going to see him for basically all this chapter, because Pterodax is really the guy pulling the strings behind all of these Makuta. He's the one who mysteriously sent all of the Makuta to Cardanui. He wanted to make sure they were all there, so there's something he's planning, and you're going to find out in a little bit. And finally, the last thing I wanted to mention is the Matoran Voltraz here. If you recall back to chapters 1 and 2, Voltraz was one of the most evil Matoran. He murdered a ton of people and essentially murdered the mentor of the Matoran Mazika. So Mazika or Mazeka has this very strong rivalry with Voltraz and presumed him dead. So when Mazika thought he killed him, Voltraz actually was recruited by the Brotherhood of Makuta to be a Matoran spy for the Makuta. And at this point in the story, he's basically just serving Icarax, and he will actually crop up quite a lot. However, Voltraz and Mazika kind of have their own story that's completely tangential to Cardanui. It's still pretty important, but it's not really too related to the main events, so only try to remember them or remember that they're relevant for their own particular parts of the story. They actually go explore some alternate dimensions, things get really crazy, doesn't really matter for the main Cardanui plotline though. And with all those Makuta summed up, it's time to get back to the main story. In a swift attack, darkness descended upon Cardanui. The 7 Makuta blasted through the secret entrance to Cardanui, taking the Avmatoran population by surprise and converting each village one by one to darkness with their shadow leeches. The Makuta strike force split up, one half led by Antros to infect the villages, with the other half led by Krika to descend into the swamps at the bottom of Cardanui, blocking off any escape routes. In this decisive attack, all Avmatoran villages succumbed to darkness, save for one. And just as the final village was about to be destroyed, a colossal rumbling shook the stalactite villages of Cardanui. The Toa Mari had just succeeded in their quest to restore Voyanui, plugging the hole in Cardanui's dome, and in the distance, Metru fell along the great waterfall, completing his noble sacrifice and restarting the heart of Cardanui. As Metru donned the mask of life and a flash of incredible light engulfed the surroundings, the 3 Makuta who had been laying siege to the final village were struck with this outburst of light, permanently blinding them. Disoriented and enraged, Antros, Vampra, and Chirox faltered in their attack, allowing 3 Avmatoran from the final village, Tanma, Solek, and Photok, to strike back, quickly trying to gain the upper hand with their customized jetpacks and blades of light. As the battle continued, the 3 blinded Makuta called for their newly turned Shadow Matoran to merge with them, acting as their eyes via telepathy. As the battle for the final Cardanui village raged on, the 6 Toa Nuva were granted the honor to set foot in the realm of Artaka. Having completed the scroll of preparations to prepare the universe for Matanui's awakening, the 6 original Toa were greeted by the mysterious Artaka, who had opened the gates of his fortress for the first time in millennia to welcome in the Toa. All around them, an indescribably ancient yet young voice rang out from the fortress, the rocks, the trees, and even the air itself. As Tahu listed off the completed tasks from the scroll of preparations, Artaka was pleased. Materializing from the very air in front of them were sets of strange armor, weapons, and masks. These were the adaptive armor pieces, Artaka's greatest creations. Wherever the Toa should journey, the armor would adapt to their surroundings. No terrain, no climate, no wind or wave would ever again be their master. And as the Toa Nuva donned their new gear, their surroundings began to morph before their eyes, teleporting the 6 heroes to the world that feeds the world, the heart of the Matoran universe, Cardanui. When their vision finally cleared, they were in midair, high above a strange Matoran village. Somehow their armor had shifted in 100 ways, making it possible for them to stay aloft. But there was no time to wonder about that, for all around them, a battle raged in the sky. Go, Toa Nuva! The voice of Artaka echoed throughout this new land. Go and find your destiny at last. And so, in a blinding flash of light, the 6 Toa Nuva appeared on the scene. Tahu, Toa of Fire, now sprouted quadruple jetpacks and a blazing shield of fire. Gali, Toa of Water, utilized a high-powered scoped rifle complete with aerodynamic fins on her mast to soar through the sky. Liwa, Toa of Air, was truly in his element, soaring above the ground with dual jetpacks and an energy sword. Kopaka, Toa of Ice, now sported metallic wings and a laser scope on his adaptive Akaku. Pohatu, Toa of Stone, had his armor morphed to an orange color, with dual propeller claws to keep him afloat. And Onua, Toa of Earth, used ankle-mounted propulsion engines in conjunction with a blaster shield combo. As the 6 Toa engaged the 3 blind Makuta, they quickly realized that the Makuta could only see through the eyes of their Shadow Matoran. Targeting the corrupted former Avmatoran, the Toa temporarily drove back the 3 Makuta, giving them a chance to meet up with Tanma and the other Avmatoran to discuss the situation. As Pohatu examined their surroundings, memories flashed before his mind, and he soon realized that not only had the Toa been to Cardanui before, but it was the source of their original power. Quickly catching up on recent events, the 6 Toa Nuva realized that Metru had sacrificed himself to save the universe, and the Kanohi Ignika, Mask of Life, had fallen somewhere in the swamps at the base of Cardanui. Eventually, the team decided to split up. one half of the team, consisting of Tahu, Gali, and Onua, would fly down to the swamps to search for the Kanohi Ignika, while Kopaka's team of himself, Pohatu, and Liwa stayed to fight Antraz's Makuta strike force. And so, as the Toa Nuva split up on their separate missions, the final battle for the Matoran universe was upon us, and the stage was set for the ultimate clash between Toa and Makuta. Part 2. Elsewhere in the universe. While the Toa Nuva fought bravely in Karanui, other Toa teams throughout the universe were pursuing their own vital destiny to awaken Madanui. The Toa Mari, led by Jaller, were sworn in as the official guardians of Metru Nui, and were immediately thrust into action to defend the city from the rampaging Kardas dragon, which had left Voya Nui after being separated from Vezon and had been drawn to the Grand City of Legends. Meanwhile, the Toa Haga, recently restored from their Rahaga forms and back in the action, had turned over the devious Rudaka into the custody of the Order of Madanui, and were given a new task: find and destroy the elusive Makuta Pterodax, who had last been seen in robotic Maxilos form, but whose spirit was nowhere to be found. To aid them in their task, the Order of Madanui delivered the Paraka Zaktan to their custody, who had a special telepathic link to Pterodax due to his prolonged antidermis exposure during the events of the Voya Nui saga. As the Haga received their mission, Gaki was struck with a terrifying vision from her mask of clairvoyance, which showed the Haga journeying to a place of death, and that one among them would never return. During this time, the Order of Madanui dispatched many of its most powerful agents elsewhere in the universe, dealing with trials of their own. After Brutaka had overcome his personal temptation and surrendered the Staff of Artaka to Botar in the pit, the Order of Madanui rescued him, fitting him with a breathing helmet to survive on land again and declaring him a probationary member of the Order. Brutaka's first mission brought him to the city of Metru Nui, where he was accompanied by Toa Helrix, leader of the Order, and Krakua, Toa of Sonics, who had finally passed his trials to become a full member of the Order. In Metru Nui, this Order of Madanui strike team recovered the ancient sundial of Madanui, which Toa Liwa had left in the archives according to a telepathic voice in his head, sent secretly by the Order during their time achieving the Scroll of Preparations. Using a Kanoka disc of shrinking, Brutaka miniaturized the sundial, placing it in the care of Toa Krakua. Elsewhere, Botar and Trinuma, another member of the Order, were on a secret supply run to the weapons manufacturing island of Zia to prepare for Brutaka's next mission. Unbeknownst to the pair of Order agents, but Makuta Icarax, pursuing his own goals, had also been lurking on the island of Zia, and in a surprise attack, he ambushed Botar and Trinuma, using his magnetic power to crush Botar's armor, killing one of the most powerful members of the Order. Barely escaping with his life, Trinuma managed to store the weapons elsewhere and hurried to report the tragic loss to Helrix. Managing to seize Pterodax's old Mask of Shadows, Makuta Icarax returned to the Brotherhood fortress, crowning himself as the de facto leader of the Brotherhood in Pterodax's absence. Back on Metru Nui, Takanuva, Toa of Light, patrolled the streets, defeating vicious camps of Frostilis Rahi that preyed on the Matoran and serving as guardian of the City of Legends alongside the Toa Mari. Just then, Makuta Icarax descended upon the city with a sole target in mind, Toa Takanuva. As Icarax deployed his shadow leeches, Takanuva was struck by surprise, and to his horror, the leech began to suck the light from him, draining the gold from his armor and filling his mind with dark thoughts. In the final moments of this agonizing struggle, Takanuva managed to blast the leech with a thin ray of light, just before he succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing on the ground. Pleased with this display, Icarax swiftly departed Metru Nui without alerting the Toa Mari, hoping he had permanently turned Takanuva to the dark. Dimensional Interlude 1: Trials of Takanuva. When he awoke, Takanuva found himself deep beneath the archives, and realized that as a result of his light being partially drained, he now wielded control of both shadow and light. Just then, Toa Helrix, leader of the Order of Madanui, and Toa Krakua of Sonics approached him. Using the mental powers of a specialized Kratana Rahi, Helrix cast Takanuva in a vision of the past. The Toa of Light watched as memories flashed before his eyes, showcasing the Toa Mada training in Karanui and being sent to slumber. The visions delved deeper into the past, showing the construction of the Great Spirit Robot himself, and how the Madanui AI consciousness took over from the entity Tren Krong, awakening the heart of Karanui and filling the entire land with lethal energy storms. As Takanuva awoke from his vision, Helrix and Krakua informed him that if the Toa Nuva succeeded in awakening Matanui, these devastating energy storms that powered the heart of the robot would be unleashed once more, destroying everything in their path except for the spherical Kodrex structure within the swamps. Helrix then tasked Takanuva with a vital mission, to warn the Toa Nuva to take refuge within the Kodrex should they succeed, and aid them in their battle against the Makuta. As a recap of Chapter 1 beginnings, the Kodrex was a mysterious metal sphere housed within Cardanui, which is the heart of the Great Spirit robot. Inside this metal sphere were 6 giant light stones, which were designed to be fueled by the powers of the 6 Toa Mata. If they fueled their elemental energies into these light stones, they could essentially use these to shock the heart of the Great Spirit Matanui, reawakening him should he ever fall into slumber. Think of it as a giant defibrillator for the massive Matanui robot. Now, of course, as soon as you wake him up, the massive energy storms inside his heart would consume any living being within Cardanui, killing them instantly because it's essentially a massive factory of energy deep within there. As Takanuva agreed to follow Helrix's plan, Brutaka emerged from the shadows, introducing himself as a member of the Order of Matanui. Having heard tales of the once greedy fallen warrior, Takanuva was suspicious of the Titan, but was forced to let Brutaka assist him with the power of his Kanohi Olmec, Mask of Dimensional Gates. Krakua then handed Takanuva the shrunken Great Sundial of Matanui, explaining that the great beings themselves had forged the sundial for a singular purpose, to locate the Kodrex in Cardanui. And so, Brutaka activated the power of his Olmec, ripping open an interdimensional gateway. As Takanuva prepared for his journey through the inner space between dimensions to teleport to Cardanui, Brutaka struggled to gain control over his mask, which had been severely damaged in the pressurized waters beneath the pit. As Takanuva rocketed through space and time, he viewed glimpses of other worlds beyond space and time, pushed through countless alternate timelines by the power of the damaged Olmec. For every decision made in the core universe, an alternate timeline sprung up where a different outcome occurred, and the possibilities of this infinite multiverse were endless. Branches of energy rippled through the timeline, and Takanuva found himself thrust from our main timeline, careening into a pocket dimension. When he came to, he found himself surrounded in a forest of black trees and dying grass. Within this strange parallel universe, he came upon a majestic city of silver, rising from the barren wasteland. Within the city, he encountered a breed of biomechanical beings known as Kastora, and over his time spent in this silver city, he found the Kastora to be devious, unfeeling beings, and encountered the Spectral Mask, where after many trials and battles, Takanuva earned the respect of this mysterious being, which opened up a new dimensional gateway for him on his long journey back to our core universe. Dimensional Interlude 2, The Kingdom of Matanui. Enter the Kingdom Universe. As Motoro rushed to save the life of the Great Spirit Matanui, he faltered for just a moment, failing to reach Cardanui in time and dooming the entire universe to darkness and death in this alternate version of our main world. In his failure, Motoro was disgraced, and all in the Matoran universe shunned him, naming him the Disgraced One and forcing him into life in solitude in a tiny hut to himself. As the Matoran universe collapsed and fell into disarray, a mass migration of all species fled in panic from the dying universe, seeking refuge on the island of Matanui. It was in this time of chaos that the Order of Matanui finally revealed themselves, teaming with Takanuva to beat back the Brotherhood of Makuta and stop them from escaping. In the narrow tunnels to Matanui, Huki and Pohatu were tragically killed by rampaging Rakshi, and Jalur, Tahu, and Kopaka were too late to save them. To force the Makuta in, Takanuva erected great barriers of light to instantly destroy any beings of shadow, and in this final act of power, Takanuva of this universe used his remaining light energy to create a team of 6 Toa from the Voyanui Resistance Team plus Tanma, transforming into a Turaga in the process. In this act of sacrifice, Turaga Takanuva established the kingdom of the Great Spirit, where all previously warring species worked together in harmony to survive. He then named Toa Helrix, Turaga Duma, Rudaka, the Shadowed One, the Skakti warlord Nektan, and a Ninra ghost weapons manufacturer as members of this ruling council. The Dark Hunters became his new law enforcers, and the Toa assisted in keeping the island of Matanui together, as well as creating new land to expand this glorious kingdom. 10,000 years after the establishment of the kingdom, the Takanuva of our prime reality found himself careening through interdimensional gateways, finally landing in a blast of energy and light on the shores of this kingdom of Madanui. Landing a meeting with his alternate Turaga self, Takanuva was tasked with a new quest. Recent attacks on the kingdom had increased in ferocity, and somehow the Rakshi commanded by Makuta Pterodax were slipping past the barriers of light. Turaga Takanuva then promised to help Toa Takanuva return to our prime universe, should he assist the kingdom in their defense against the beings of shadow. And so, Takanuva was armed with a power lance and Midax Skyblaster cannon, teaming with Tanma, now Toa of Light. Before embarking on their mission, Toa Takanuva insisted on visiting Metru first, convincing the disgraced Toa of Ice to accompany them as a chance to be seen as a hero again. And so, the trio set forth to the abandoned Powahi Borak tunnels, encountering SWATs of modified Rakshi sporting shadow armor, which allowed them to pass through the barriers. After a long fight with the Rakshi, the three Toa watched as a monstrous behemoth emerged from the darkness. This was Makuta Pterodax. He had driven Makuta Icarax from his armor and possessed it, and went on to absorb all other Makuta in his essence. As Takanuva, Tanma, and Metru engaged this monstrous opponent, Toa Tanma was disintegrated completely, but not before he and Takanuva were able to knock the Mask of Shadows off Pterodax's face and destroy it. In a last-ditch attempt, Makuta Pterodax created a shadow hand to absorb Metru into his essence, and while Takanuva attempted to stop this, Metru willingly let himself be absorbed, overpowering the will of Pterodax from within, and sacrificing himself to destroy the Makuta. Returning to the surface alone, Takanuva told the populace of the brave sacrifices of Metru and Tanma, staying just long enough to see a statue made in honor of Metru, until asking the alternate Brutaka of this universe to use his Olmec, ripping open yet another dimensional gate for Takanuva to travel to destinations unknown, and get closer to our prime universe. Part 3. Rise of the Ignika. Back in Kardanui, the Toa Nuva's battle against the Brotherhood of Makuta raged on. As Tahu, Onua, and Gali dove down into the mist-filled swamps of Kardanui, Kopaka, Pohatu, and Liwa had a chance to talk more with the Matoran of Kardanui, learning of their past while defending the village from attack. In a brief moment between battle, Solek, the Matoran of Light, told the Toa of the mysterious, fragmented keystone, a device that, according to legend, had an important role to play in awakening Madanui. Giving Kopaka his piece of the keystone, Solek explained that there were 5 other hidden keystone pieces scattered across Kardanui, and the Toa Nuva would need to collect them to awaken the Great Spirit. Meanwhile, Liwa and Tenma managed to ambush and capture a flying Shadow Matoran who turned out to be Kirop, the former leader of the Avmatoran village. After Tahu's team arrived in the swamp, they decided to split up in order to cover more ground in their search for the Kanohi Ignika. While searching, Tahu discovered the massive spherical Kodrex, hurled backwards by the sphere's powerful energy field. As Tahu crashed into the swamp, he was discovered by Makuta Krika, who now sported a monstrous, insectoid appearance due to his exposure to the pit mutagen in the swamp. As Krika approached the fallen Toa of Fire, he began to explain his personal philosophy and motivations, all while using the power of his mask to drain the heat around Tahu. Desperate for help, Tahu then used his remaining power and launched a fireball into the air as a signal to his teammates. Meanwhile, deep within the Makuta's Shadow Leech Hive, which had been erected on the ceiling of the Kardanui Dome, Mutron and Chirox, the 2 Makuta scientists, were hard at work creating a monstrous Rahi beast by order of Antraz. As they bickered over the qualities of the beast, Chirox summoned a Shadow Matoran to him, throwing the helpless servant into the vat and creating a foul and gruesome Rahi. Arriving at the cave, Antraz explained his plan. The arrival of the Toa Nuva had foiled their plans to convert all the Kardanui Matoran to their side, and in order to win the battle, they would need to call on Makuta Icarax, self-proclaimed leader of the Brotherhood, to turn the tide. Wary of underestimating their opponents, Antraz sent the Rahi abomination out to distract the Toa long enough for Mutron's personal assistant, a Shadow Matoran named Vikan, to split past the Toa and summon Icarax. Back in the swamps of Kardanui, Onua fended off wild Nui-Kopen Rahi, searching for the Mask of Life. Just then, he was ambushed by Makuta Biddle, who used his time duplication mask to surround Onua with an army of his past selves.
Thinking fast, Onua engaged in battle, and as his adaptive armor shifted to mirror a strange blaster Biddle was wielding, Onua struck Biddle with a sphere of energy, sending him plummeting to the swamps below. And as Onua fought Biddle, Gali was attacked by Makuta Gorast in another part of the swamp, but not before claiming another keystone for the Toa Nuva. As Gorast struck Gali with her light-draining stinger, Tahu's emergency fire blast rose in the distance, and as Gali struggled to get free, Onua arrived on the scene. With Gali saved from Gorast and the Makuta temporarily defeated, Gali and Onua rocketed off to save Tahu and reunite with their team leader. While the Toa Nuva searched for the keystones in the Ignika, the Mask of Life itself was sitting deep beneath the waters of Kardanui Swamp. Reaching out with its life energy, the consciousness within the Mask of Life drew the particles drifting through the swamp water to build itself a body. Inspired by Matoro's sacrifice, the Ignika wished to experience life and serve as a hero like Matoro and the rest of the Toamari. And as this new being generated a skyboard, he flew out of the water, sensing the Toa Nuva up above, hoping to establish the first friendships of his life. And with that, the most powerful Toa in the history of the Matoran universe was born, Toa Ignika, sporting the consciousness of the Mask of Life itself. Interlude: The Federation of Fear. As Takanuva hurtled through the multiverse and the Toa Nuva faced trials and danger in Kardanui, the Order of Madanui was occupied with a singular task: find and kill Makuta Pterodax. And so, the Order tasked their probationary member, Brutaka, to assemble a team of outcasts, rejects, and criminals to find and free the former leader of the Brotherhood of Makuta, Makuta Miserix, who Pterodax had overthrown centuries ago and was secretly saved from death by Makuta Krika. And so, after preparations were made and an odd assortment of beings were assembled, Brutaka approached a prison cell holding 5 criminals, captured by the Order of Madanui. As the prisoners awoke in a daze, Brutaka approached to explain their mission, stating that there were 2 and only 2 ways they would ever be allowed to leave their cell: either by carrying out a mission for some friends of his, or by being promptly killed and dumped in an unmarked grave. All the inmates had something in common: they all dealt with the Brotherhood of Makuta at some point in their lives. First up was Rudaka, former queen of the Vizorak, who betrayed the Brotherhood to the Dark Hunters, then betrayed the Dark Hunters as well. Now both sides wanted her dead. Next were Takadox and Karapar, former Baraki whose armies were crushed 80,000 years ago by the Brotherhood, who had been quietly kidnapped from the waters of the pit and recruited for this team. Sulking in the corner of the cell was the 4th member, the disgraced Makuta Spiria, who had fouled up an experiment on the island of Zakaz so badly that his own people marked him for death. This was, of course, the Makuta responsible for mutating the Skakti race into criminal thugs, barbarians, and warriors. And lastly, there was Vezon, who had recently been saved from the Zyglak who dragged him away in the pit and now found himself face to face with the rest of the strike force. Despite Vezon's objections that he had never had any dealings with the Brotherhood, and they likely confused him with his other half, Vezok, Brutaka forced him in line, revealing the second thing that the band of criminals had in common with each other. They were all completely expendable, and their deaths would make no difference in the grand scheme of the universe. As such, this Federation of Fear was made up of the perfect candidates for a suicide mission. So if you're a fan of DC Comics, it's probably pretty clear exactly what this is. The Federation of Fear is basically Bionicle's answer to the Suicide Squad, and this is actually a direct influence because the writer of Bionicle, Greg Farshti, is a big fan of comic books. Now, this story serial is probably one of my favorites throughout all of Bionicle, and it really does wonders to Vezon's character, making him one of the funniest and most entertaining characters in the entire Bionicle world. If the Federation of Fear is Bionicle's version of Suicide Squad, Vezon is definitely Bionicle's version of Deadpool. And unfortunately, because I have to recap the story as quickly and concisely as possible, a lot of Vezon's most funny remarks and actions really aren't covered too closely within this retelling. So if you are interested in this concept and want to learn more about this, definitely go check out the Federation of Fear online story serial, which actually is fully hosted on Biosector 01 today, which is the biggest Bionicle wiki. Brutaka and his team, Rudaka, Vezon, Karapar, Takadox, and Makuta Spiria, had arrived on the shores of the island of Stealth in a small boat. As soon as Rudaka recognized the skyline, she began to protest. Stealth was the home of the late Sidorak, her former comrade, and his people. Worse, Rudaka had set up Sidorak to be killed,
and it was likely everyone on Stealth knew that. But Brutaka insisted they would need a bigger boat to get where they were going, and this was the easiest place to get one. The only other team member to voice an objection was Spiria, who believed Brotherhood of Makuta agents were waiting in every village to grab him. Just as Rudaka began to question Brutaka as to how they would purchase a boat, she was swiftly bound by Karapar, and Brutaka approached the Stealthian craftsman with a deal. He could give them his largest boat, and in return, they would surrender Rudaka to him, or he could claim the bounty for one of the most wanted beings on Stealth. As they bartered, Takadok snuck away, hypnotizing the crew of the ship with his mental powers to jump overboard, while Vezon distracted the traitor long enough for Brutaka to knock him unconscious, ending the ruse and claiming the boat for the Federation. After days of sailing, Makuta Spiria made his move, betraying the team and summoning a contingent of Zyglak to commandeer the boat. Despite this quick and sudden betrayal, Brutaka made no attempt to stop the rogue Makuta, and as Spiria changed course to seek revenge on the Skakti, his Zyglak armies were beset by members of Elex species, allowing Brutaka to regain control of his team and threatened to reveal Spiria's location to the Brotherhood should he attempt to betray them again. It was then that Brutaka revealed the sixth member of the team, the devious Dark Hunter Lariska, who he'd secretly hired to follow them and intervene with Brutaka's allies should any member betray the team. Journeying to the southern regions of the universe, the Federation of Fear came across a barren island, where the weapons collected by Botar and Trinuma had been deposited in haste following the attack by Makuta Icarax. Just as the squad of anti-heroes approached the central cavern on the small island, they began to hear the sounds of a massive organism breathing, a wet, hollow sound as if inhaling through mud. Before the Federation had a chance to flee, vast walls of rock suddenly sprang up from the shoreline, forming a 200-foot-high wall around the island and cutting the team off from their boat. Sharp spears of stone erupted from the ground itself, impaling the wings of Makuta Spiria, who attempted to flee. All around them, a slimy, repulsive voice echoed from deep within the cave. A massive tentacle shot out, wrapping itself around Brutaka and pulling him inside. The next moment, he was in the presence of something so horrible, so alien, that it took all of his willpower just to hold on to his sanity. This was Tren Krom, a writhing, crimson mass of tentacles emerging from a gelatinous central core, with two dead yellow eyes that somehow followed every movement without ever moving themselves. To recap the prologue in Chapter 1 beginnings, Tren Krom was the original entity the Great Beings created, which was a purely organic being, to rule the entire Matoran universe while they were still constructing the Madanui AI. Of course, once they instated Madanui as the Great Spirit ruler of the entire robot, there was really no more need for Tren Krom, and he was cast off to live the rest of his life in exile on a remote island where he was basically cut off from the rest of the Matoran universe. Now, Tren Krom has the power to invade the mind of any Matoran universe member who approaches him, and unless they're members of the Order of Madanui who have their minds mentally shielded, he can really just read every single one of your thoughts and even sometimes invade your mind, controlling your body. Tren Krom's appearance is also completely disgusting and horrific. There is no canon image of Tren Krom throughout the entire Bionicle history because the writer Greg Farshti preferred to leave his appearance up for interpretation. That being said, any being to gaze at him for too long will be driven mad because their minds just simply aren't built to comprehend what they are seeing. Of course, behind me, I've put a fan illustration of what Tren Krom could look like, just for purposes of illustration here. The entity seemed over time to have merged with the stone floor and walls of its cave, so that lurker and place of concealment were one. The acrid stench of decay hung over everything, and in vain, Brutaka tried to break free of the grip of Tren Krom's tentacle. He could feel the strange being trying to probe his mind, but so far Brutaka's mental training had allowed him to resist. If that should fail, he knew the secrets of the Order of Madanui would be exposed to this monster. As Tren Krom demanded they tell him what wonders had come into the universe in the millennia since his exile, Lariska stepped up, claiming that Tren Krom's universe was in danger, and if he kept them there, he would be hurting the one thing he helped bring into being. Karapar edged slowly to the side, sword in hand. No one paid any attention, for all eyes were on Lariska, who had been grabbed by one of Tren Krom's many arms. Without the discipline Brutaka possessed, her mind was an open book to the entity. She screamed as a lifetime of memories were sifted through in an instant, crying out as she saw glimpses of the ancient mind of Tren Krom. When he finally released her, she collapsed on the stone floor, and in the distraction, Karapar began to make a move, raising his sword to strike the entity. Then, a third eye suddenly appeared directly on Trenkrom, one gazing right at Karapar. The Baraki froze in mid-blow. A shaft of energy shot out from the eye, bathing him in its glow, and in the next instant, Karapar shattered into fragments as if he had been made of crystal. There was nothing left of him but a pile of glittering dust on the stone floor. And with Karapar disintegrated, Trenkrom left them with his final words. He had helped birth a world of order, but the denizens of the Matoran universe had turned it into a universe of madness and fear. It was no longer worth saving to him, and he saw it as greater punishment to condemn the rest of the Federation to their deserved fate, life in the universe they and their kind had made. With no one taking the time to argue, they gathered up Brutaka and Lariska, fleeing the cave even as the stone walls that surrounded the island receded into the sand. Only Takadox paused to look back at the cavern where Karapar had died, wondering for a moment just what it would take to end the life of a being older than the stars. As the band of misfits journeyed onwards, they finally reached their destination. Looming out of the mist was an island of black sand and jagged rock, volcanic peaks and strange rahi arcing and wheeling through the sky. Despite the bright light that played off the waters around it, the island seemed to be in perpetual shadow. This was the island of Ardedax, home to the imprisoned Makuta Miserix. As the squad crept into the tunnels deep beneath the island, they heard the entrance slam shut behind them, and realized the devious Takadox had sealed them in. Now down to just Brutaka, Vezon, Rudaka, Lariska, and Makuta Spiria, the team ventured ever onwards, with Spiria being threatened with death should he not join them. As they blasted past strange rahi and automated defenses, they came upon the largest occupant of the chamber, a massive dragon-like beast chained to the stone floor. All around it flew much smaller rahi, darting and dodging the shadow hand that occasionally shot out from the creature's chest. This 40-foot-tall creature was Makuta Miserix, original leader of the Brotherhood, now chained to the caverns and surrounded by strange, flying clack rahi with piercing sonic screams. Glancing around the chamber at the squad, Miserix caught sight of Makuta Spiria, and in an instant activated his shadow hand, devouring Spiria's essence and absorbing his life force, for Spiria had been one of the first to side with Pterodax in their revolt. Now down to just 4, the Federation of Fear began to attempt to convince Miserix to join them, breaking his chains and freeing the monstrous dragon Makuta. Despite Rudaka's attempts to betray the team and side with Miserix alone, the great dragon was convinced by Rudaka's promise, a promise of revenge against Makuta Pterodax in exchange for working with them. And so, as the dragon sprouted wings, Brutaka, Lariska, Vezon, and a stunned Rudaka climbed on his back. They soared high above the island, pausing only long enough for Miserix to make a muttered vow to come back and destroy the place one day. Brutaka noted that the team's boat was gone. Takadox had gotten away. But it was of no concern to Brutaka, who stayed firm in his resolve. A storm was coming to this universe, and when it hit, there would be nowhere for anyone to hide. Miserix spread his wings and turned to the north, carrying his passengers into the unknown. Part 4. Shadows in the Sky. As the Federation of Fear freed Makuta Miserix and Takanuva continued spiraling through dimensions, Tahu's team of Tawanuva in the swamps of Kardanui battled the armies of Makuta, uncovering secrets of the Kodrex and Keystones. High in the skies above Kardanui, the team led by Kopaka interrogated the captured Shadow Matoran Kirop after seizing his piece of the Keystone. After realizing the Matoran's mind had been twisted by darkness, the Toa decided to trick the Matoran of Shadow, allowing him to overhear a false conversation about a planned raid on the Shadow Leech Hive, the location of which the Toa had still not deciphered, but hoped to trick Kirop into leading them there. As expected, the loyal Shadow Matoran blasted through his makeshift prison, making a beeline for the secret location of the Hive, with Kopaka, Pohatu, Liwa, and the Av Matoran right on his heels. Just then, the team of heroes encountered the monstrous Rahi the Makuta scientists cooked up, and just as they were about to succumb to the jaws of the multi-headed monstrosity, Toa Ignika, the consciousness of the Mask of Life, rocketed into action, using the power of life to rapidly age the creature, sending it plummeting to the ground and dying of old age. In the commotion, the Toa failed to recognize that this mysterious, mute stranger was actually bearing the Mask of Life, but readily accepted all the help they could get, and together they flew onwards to the Shadow Leech Hive. As Kirop approached the Shadow Leech Hive, Vikon had already fled to summon Icarax, and the scientist Mutron watched as the Toa and Matoran approached in the distance. Barring the door shut to buy himself some time, Mutron conjured up several illusions with his unique powers, disguising the vats of shadow leeches as solid rock. Just then, the Toa blasted the door open, with Kopaka staying to fight Makuta Mutron while the rest of the Toa flew deeper within the hive in search for the shadow leech vats, unaware they were right before their eyes. As Liwa, Pohatu, Toa Ignika, and the Avmatoran soared through tunnel after tunnel, they grew confused, passing by all the disguised vats and venturing deeper into the Makuta's lair. Just then, Liwa and Pohatu turned in fear, and directly behind them was a snarling, white-skinned Rahi, primed to attack. Little did they know, but this was actually Toa Ignika, whom Mutron had projected another illusion over to trick the Toa into fighting amongst themselves. As Liwa and Pohatu attacked the disguised Toa Ignika, the Mask of Life reacted angrily, slowing their life processes to end their existence. Meanwhile, as Kopaka continued to fight Mutron, he was dazed for a split second by fear powers, allowing Mutron to use his mental abilities to begin to drive the Toa of Ice insane. And as the battle with Mutron raged on, Pohatu and Liwa begged Toa Ignika to stop killing them, realizing in shock and confusion that the mysterious stranger was wearing the Mask of Life. As they pleaded with the mask, the other Makuta burst in the hive, Antraz rallying Vampra and Chirox to defend their lair and strike back against the Toa. Knocking Kopaka unconscious with their powers of shattering and magnetism, the three Makuta reinforcements proceeded to use their power screams to knock out the rest of the fighting Toa Nuva and Matoran, ending the battle within the lair. As the Toa fought within the Shadow Leech lair, the Shadow Matoran Vikon, scientific assistant, touched down on the Makuta fortress on Destro, using a tablet of transit to gain access to the Brotherhood fortress. Shocked, Vikon saw Icarax sitting on Makuta Pterodax's old throne, wearing Pterodax's old Mask of Shadows and fresh from killing the teleporting Botar. Despite Icarax scoffing at the fact that Antraz would attempt to give him orders, he agreed to go to Cardanui and join the fight, if only to persuade his fellow Makuta to abandon Pterodax's plan and side with him instead. As Vikon returned to Cardanui, Icarax gathered his weapons, preparing for war. Meanwhile, within the Shadow Leech Hive, Pohatu managed to escape captivity with his powers of stone, freeing Toa Ignika, who slowly began to trust him again. Thinking fast, Pohatu activated his Kanohi Kakama Nuva, Mask of Speed, and vibrated through the Shadow Leech vats, shattering the glass and casting the Makuta into mayhem. In the confusion, the Toa Matoran and Ignika escaped, with Toa Ignika using his powers of life to snap the semi-organic stone holding up the hive, bringing the Makuta crashing to the ground. As both sides regrouped for a final battle in the skies, Makuta Icarax arrived on the scene, rendezvousing with his fellow Makuta and agreeing to defeat Toa Ignika and claim the Mask of Life, if only for his own amusement. And so, the last battle over the villages of Cardanui began, with the Makuta flying over the village, spreading shadow over the remaining village of light. Just before breaking off from the formation, Mutron and Icarax struck the roof of Cardanui with lightning. Antraz used his weather control power to create a storm, and Vampra and Chirox alternated the use of their sonics and cyclone powers to destroy all the Matoran homes and light vines. Revealing the hiding place of the Toa and Matoran, they were stunned to find it completely empty, for the Toa had flown back to what remained of the Makuta's lair to seize their piece of the keystone. And so, when the Makuta returned to their lair, a heated battle began. Antraz fired off deadly beams of heat vision, only for Kopaka to form a hail of ice, redirecting them at the Makuta and piercing his armor. As some of Antraz's antidermis essence began to leak out, Chirox and Kirop engaged Pohatu and Liwa, and in a thrilling conclusion to this epic battle, Icarax activated his powerful gravity abilities, sending all around him hurtling downwards to the swamp, including Pohatu, the Avmatoran Photok, as well as Antraz and his Shadow Matoran servant Radiac. While the battle was completely over, Kopaka and Liwa broke off from the attack to dive after Pohatu, spiraling down to the mysterious Swamp of Secrets. Up to this point, Toa Ignika had not participated in the battle because he was too overwhelmed by the course of the fight. However, after seeing Pohatu careen into the swamp, Ignika was enraged, flying directly at Icarax with his Blade of Life. Recognizing the Mask of Life, Icarax acted swiftly, using his density control power to let the blade pass through him, then increasing the density of his fist to punch Ignika off his skyboard.
Just as Icrax reached down to take the Mask of Life, Ignika cursed him, reversing his evolution until all his antidermis transformed back into organic tissue, and dealing Icrax waves of excruciating pain, for his armor was intended for energy, not organs and muscle. Capturing Icrax and the scientist Mutron, Ignika prepared to fight the rest of the Makuta, who fled from the gruesome scene. And with the battle temporarily over, both the Toa and Makuta were scattered, wounded, and reeling from the climactic clash in the sky. Interlude: Destiny War, Part 1. As battles continued in Katanui and Takanuva grew ever closer to returning to his home universe, the Order of Matanui Fortress on Daxia was on high alert. Brutaka's suicide mission had succeeded, and the colossal dragon-like Makuta Miserix had been brought to the Order's main stronghold. As Axon stood firm as a defender of Voyanui, he was contacted by Toa Krakua under orders of Helrix to return to the fortress at once, for all agents of the Order of Matanui were being recalled back to their stronghold to prepare for an all-out destiny war. As Axon arrived on Daxia, he was brought face to face with his old friend, once mortal enemy, Brutaka, for the first time since their battles on Voyanui. Astonished to see Brutaka redeemed and once again a full-fledged member of the Order, Axon was overjoyed, finally reuniting with Brutaka. But there was no time to catch up, for Toa Helrix had put out a major announcement. After all these years, the Order was about to come out of hiding. First of the Order of Matanui's agents to respond was Mazika, the Co-Matoran warrior who had held a brutal rivalry with the Ta-Matoran Voltraz, now servant of Makuta Icrax, for killing his mentor years ago in a senseless spree of murders. Mazika was training with fellow Order of Matanui agent Tobduck when he heard Helrix's call, and his first destination was to seek out and detain his old rival Voltraz, who potentially held great secrets to be used against a Brotherhood. Sailing forth to the island of Stelt, Mazika tortured a Ninra ghost for information about Voltraz, learning that the devious Voltraz had paid that Matoran to build a sleek skyfighter for him. After learning that Voltraz was headed for Kardanui, Mazika made a beeline for the Order of Matanui headquarters, demanding to be told of the secret location to the entrance of Kardanui. There, he met up with his old partner Tobduck, who promised to lead him to Kardanui after Mazika helped him attack the Brotherhood of Makuta's fortress on Destro, in the hopes that they could force the armies of the Makuta to teleport directly to Metru Nui and be faced with the Order's most powerful legions there. Meanwhile, on the beaches of the island of Odina, Dark Hunter's stronghold, Ancient, the right hand of the Shadowed One, and secret double agent for the Order of Matanui, stood on the beach, waiting for Lariska to return from her suicide mission. As strange birds flew in unique patterns in the sky, Ancient received a coded message from the Order of Matanui, convinced the Shadowed One to side with the Order in their war against Makuta, or kill him personally. Next on the list of the Order's allies was the resurrected jailer Hydraxon, who had once fought alongside Toa Helrix in his original form and would answer the call to battle once again. Plunging deep within the black waters of the pit, Toa Lezovic met up with Hydraxon, who had just received a list of secret orders from Helrix. As the two warriors paced through the now partially reconstructed pit prison, Hydraxon came upon the four remaining Baraki warlords, Prydak, Kalma, Mantax, and Elek, who he had rounded up and recaptured over the past few months. Promising their freedom and a chance to rebuild the League of Six Kingdoms, Hydraxon convinced the Baraki to fight with the Order against the Brotherhood, a chance the Baraki readily accepted to return to the land once again. Back in the fortress of the Order, Vezon had been thrown back in a cell alongside Rudaka. Across from him were makeshift water tanks holding what remained of the Paraka, all except Zaktan, who had been sent off with the Toahaga on a secret mission months ago. In the opposite tank was the mad titan Karzani, now driven fully insane and mutated by the waters of the pit. Just then, the crimson-armored Order of Matanui agent Trinuma opened the door to his cell, and despite Vezon's claims that they must have freed him to draw on his self-proclaimed great intellect and strategic expertise, Trinuma merely replied that the Order needed someone who could die horribly without being missed. And just like that, Vezon was recruited to yet another suicide mission. As the Order began to make their moves, the first mission was to the Skakti-ruled island of Zakaz, where the Order wished to make a deal with the Skakti warlord Nektan to arrange an alliance between them. And as Axon and Brutaka were brought before Nektan, they lied, claiming that they had already gained the allegiance of other Skakti warlords to share in the spoils of war with the Brotherhood, and Nektan would be missing out on sacking their fortresses, looting their weapons, and slaying their warriors.
And so, Nektan agreed to lead his Skakti forces in a battle against the Makuda's armies, and first in their sights was a contingent of vicious Rakshi, sons of Makuda, on a neighboring island. Meanwhile, the Toahaga were on mission for the Order of Madanui to uncover the secret hiding place of Makuda Pterodax. Led by the devious Zaktan, who now was little more than a head and spine floating in a makeshift fishbowl, the Toahaga had arrived in the gates of Metru Nui with a terrible mission: destroy the Colosseum, for Makuda Pterodax likely seeped in gaseous form beneath the structure to secret caverns below. As the Haga arrived in the Colosseum, they were confronted by Jalar and the Toamari, who were on edge due to the mysterious disappearance of Takanuva, and willing to defend Metru Nui at all costs. Despite the Haga attempting to explain their mission to find Makuda Pterodax and destroy the Colosseum in the process, the Toamari refused to believe them, and seeing the Haga as a threat to the city, the two Toa teams engaged in a destructive conflict throughout the city of Metru Nui. As this was happening, Trinuma explained Vezon's mission: to arrive at the Makuda fortress on Destral, where he would likely be killed, and pretend to betray the Order of Madanui, announcing an attack on the Makuda fortress in the hopes that the Makuda would activate the ancient teleportation engine within, which could move the entire stronghold anywhere in the Matoran universe. As Vezon was captured on arrival, to his surprise, he was led to the only Makuda left on Destral, a lone warrior named Tridax, who was the sole Makuda left to guard the fortress while Entraz's strike force and Icarax were away in Cardanui. Just then, a blast rocked the side of the fortress, and to Tridax and Vezon's surprise, the fortress was already seemingly under attack. Mazika and Tobduk had arrived to bring their deceptive plan to motion, hoping Tridax would teleport the Great Fortress and all of the Makuda's armies to Metru Nui. Far to the west, Pridak watched as another Brotherhood of Makuda fortress outpost burned and smiled at the sight. He had been fortunate since his release from the pit. His captors had provided him with ships and the resources with which to raise an army. From the worst holes in the universe, Pridak had found ex-Dark Hunters, exiled Vortex, even a Skakti or two for his crews. Before Kalma even had a chance to devise a battle plan, Pridak had sounded off without him on a voyage of conquest. His men had routed the forces of the Makuda who occupied this place, but had found no actual member of the Brotherhood of Makuda, for all of them were occupied in Cardanui. And as Pridak claimed this Makuda refuge, he discovered the pieces to a grand tablet on the wall, inscriptions detailing dark plans and evil schemes. Piecing together the message, Pridak sent his armies outside as he alone sat and read the inscriptions, for this was the grand plan of Makuda Pterodax himself. Meanwhile, back on the islands near Zakaz, Axon and Brutaka stood on a steep rise overlooking a battlefield. Down below, the assembled might of the Skakti of Zakaz were locked in combat with a small army of Rakshi. Initially, the Skakti had suffered horrible losses, but they were capable of something that the Rakshi could only pretend: rage. Hungry for victory and filled with hatred for their enemy, the barbarians regrouped and tore through the Rakshi ranks. To Axon, it was overwhelming, thrilling, and sickening all at once. And as the Skakti distracted the Rakshi battalions, Brutaka and Axon crept past the battle and came upon an ancient sanctum. Before them was the pool of mysterious green antidermis, the original pool where the Great Spirit Madanui first created the Makuda long ago. Discovered by order of Madanui informants as the source of all new Makuda, Axon and Brutaka made plans to destroy the vast pool once and for all, ending the threat of potential new Makuda. As they prepared to strike, the waters of the pool suddenly exploded upwards and outwards. Foul, scalding liquid struck Axon and Brutaka, seeping into the openings in their masks and armor. It hissed and writhed like a thing alive, burning wherever it touched. Temporarily blinded and in pain, the two warriors staggered and then stumbled, plunging into the pool itself. Back in the Shadowed One's lair, Ancient managed to convince the Dark Hunter ruler to ally with the Order of Madanui, his hatred for the Brotherhood of Makuda fueling his actions above all. As the Shadowed One recalled all Dark Hunters to fight for the Order, their first mission was to seize the island of Zia, pacifying the local Vortex and preventing them from joining the Brotherhood like their devious Rudaka. With the population of Zia imprisoned and corralled in a matter of hours, the Shadowed One had grown bored, coming across a Vortex worker frantically clearing rubble to seize a treasure deep within. Binding the worker with crystalline protodermis from his staff, the Shadowed One began to dig, never taking his eye off the Vortex. The deeper he got, the more visibly upset the Xian natives seemed to be. Several feet down, he came upon a proto-steel box. Burned into the lid was the symbol of the Brotherhood of Makuda. Opening the box carefully, the Shadowed One's eyes widened as he gazed upon a mysterious set of virus vials, which may soon make him master of the universe. And in the far edges of the universe, skies darkened as the great Makuta dragon Miserix roamed free once again. Announcing to all corners of the world that he was back, Makuta Miserix began his sole mission to find and kill Makuta Pterodax, in the hopes of finally getting revenge on the man behind his suffering for eons of years. During all these events at the start of the Destiny War with the Brotherhood of Makuta, Toa Helrix, original Toa and leader of the Order of Madanui, sat in the command chamber of her fortress on Doxia. The war against the Brotherhood of Makuta had begun, and it had not begun well. Although the Order, through the Dark Hunters, now held Zia, they had been unable to dislodge Makuta forces from the island of Ninra. In other places, the Order's surprise attacks had met unexpectedly fierce resistance from Rocksheed and Exo-Toa. With battles erupting on multiple fronts and the brunt of the Makuta's legions currently occupying Karda Nui, Helrix had little to do but watch and wait, observing where the Great War would lead. The greatest conflict in the history of the Matoran universe had just begun by her hand, and the outcome would change the destinies of all who called the Matoran universe home. Again, going back to the comic book references, this time with Marvel, the Destiny War, which was led by Toa Helrix, the leader of the Order of Madanui, is basically Bionicle's version of Marvel's Infinity War, where everyone rallied together from all different parts of the universe against a major threat. This is why there's just so many characters doing so many different things throughout the universe, because all of this is culminating in one final battle. But we'll get there in a second, and the outcome of at least the movie version of Infinity War is remarkably similar to the Bionicle version of Destiny War. But we'll get there in a little bit. Part 5. Swamp of Secrets. As the Destiny War broke out throughout the universe, engaging all major players and factions, the Toa Nuva and the Makuta and Karda Nui were none the wiser, engaged in their own heated conflict for the heart of the Great Spirit Madanui. While Kopaka led his team in raids on the Shadow Leech Hive in the skies above Karda Nui, and the Mask of Life rocketed upwards in the form of Toa Ignika to join the fight, Tahu, Onua, and Gali were still locked in battle with Makuta's Krika, Gorast, and Biddle in the swamps below Karda Nui. Still battling with Krika, Tahu had just sent up his emergency flare when Gali and Onua rushed to his aid. In the skies above, explosions echoed from the fight with the other Toa, and Makuta, Gorast, Biddle, and Krika rushed to save the falling Makuta Chirox, who had been caught in Icarax's gravity blast. In this lull in the conflict, the Toa Nuva in the swamp were stunned to encounter a clearing of Av Matoran. Watching from a distance, they observed as the Av Matoran lay on the ground, writhing as electronics replaced organics, and the once sentient individual beings evolved into the mindless Borak. To Tahu's horror, he realized that all the Borak they had fought on Madanui years ago were once Av Matoran, and this was a natural part of their life cycles. In this clearing now filled with Borak, Tahu and his team claimed another piece of the keystone, dropped by a Matoran that had now been fully evolved into a Borak. From there, the Toa Nuva of the swamps had little time to ponder this dramatic reveal about the true nature of their world, for the Makuta were distracted by the falling Chirox, and now was the time to strike. In a surprise attack, the Toa launched into a volley of attacks, each temporarily knocking out their opponents to claim yet another piece of the keystone. During this brief conflict, the Makuta of the swamps were distracted yet again by a telepathic message from the other Makuta in the skies. Icarax had fallen, and the Kanohi Ignika, Mask of Life, had created a Toa form of its own, who had bested the Makuta with a fraction of its power. Stunned by this revelation, the Makuta were too late to prevent Tahu's team from escaping to the Kodrex, and instead decided to lay in wait for the Toa near the Kodrex entrance, ready to ambush them at their destination. In the swamp, Tahu and his team arrived at the Kodrex, where they met steep resistance from the Makuta. Despite Krika's attempts to have a conversation with Tahu and convince him that both sides were doomed to lose should Pterodax succeed, the hot-headed Tahu merely continued attacking Krika with fireballs. Forced to lower his density, Krika allowed the flames to pass right through him, only half-heartedly fighting back. For Gali and Onua, however, their opponents lashed out with unrestrained force. As the battle continued, Krika informed Tahu that he should check his surroundings, and as Tahu looked behind him, he watched as the other Makuta from the skies, led by Antros, were on a direct course to the swamp. And as all available Makuta rallied around the Swamp of Secrets, the Toa were about to be overwhelmed. Dimensional Interlude 3: Empire of Fallen Toa. Thousands of years ago, in our prime universe, the deranged serial killer Toa Tuyet attempted to frame the Dark Hunters for her spree of murders around the city of Metru Nui in her quest to keep the Nui Stone. But unlike our main universe, just as Toa Likan confronted Tuyet, in this dark mirror alternate world, Toa Nadiki instead chose to side with Toa Tuyet, and the pair of corrupted Toa killed Likan. The Dark Hunters were successfully blamed for the murders, and Tuyet set about convincing the other Toa that they were better off forcefully protecting the Matoran, forming an empire in order to deal with threats. Along with the Dark Hunters, the Brotherhood of Makuta were targeted for extinction, and the weapons manufacturer Ninra Ghosts were also attacked, because their creations could potentially be used against the Empire. The existence of the Toa Mata was discovered, and Tuyet sent the signal to launch their Toa canisters, freeing them to join the Toa Empire. As Turaga Duma was publicly opposed to the Empire's ruthlessness, he was quietly dealt with Tuyet toppling his rule and establishing her grand regime over all of Metru Nui as a base of operations for her new Empire of Toa. While some, like Toa Lesovic, fought back, sticking to their morals and values, most of the Toa Mata came to serve Tuyet, as their loss of memories made it easier to mold them to accept this new status quo. Years passed, and this ruthless Toa Empire grew in power, killing all those who opposed them and imprisoning the rest in secret torture chambers within Metru Nui. It was at this time of expansion and oppression that a great portal opened in the sky above this alternate Metru Nui, transporting the Toa Takanuva of our prime universe to this dark mirror world. Encountering the Matoran Kapura in the streets, his old friend from the island of Matanui, Takanuva was shocked to see the Matoran beg for his life before him, and statues of the Toa Mata lining every street. As Kapura begged Takanuva to let him pass, the temperature dropped sharply all around them, and in an instant, Kapura was locked in a foot-thick shell of ice from the neck down, just enough to make him feel the excruciating pain of the intense cold. As Kapura cried out in pain, Takanuva looked up to see Toa Kopaka descending upon them, accompanied by Toa Tahu. As they demanded to see Takanuva's identity tablet, Kopaka brought his sword to his neck, imprisoning him as an enemy of the Toa Empire. Tossing Takanuva in a dark cell, Tahu merely laughed at his protests, refusing to answer his questions and locking him deep within the Colosseum of Metru Nui. As Takanuva examined his cell, a weak voice echoed from behind him. Illuminating the cell with a fraction of his light power, Takanuva saw a Matoran hanging from the wall, with chains around his wrists and ankles. This imprisoned Matoran was none other than Takua, an alternate version of Takanuva himself that had never become a Toa of Light. Freed by his variant, Takua began to explain the history of the Toa Empire universe, and how he, like countless other Matoran, had been left to rot in prison for not meeting the Toa's strict productivity requirements. When Gali and Karzani's Matoran re-education facilities failed, and even hours of Vaki conditioning failed to break the will of Takua, they had simply dumped him in the cell for all of eternity. As Takanuva took in Takua's tales of the state of this universe, he was resolved to immediately escape and return to his main world, but not without trying to improve this dark mirror dimension first. Escaping from their cell, Takanuva and Takua crept through the archives, which to Takanuva's disgust had been converted to a twisted trophy room of fallen foes, a museum of conquest and suffering. A long-dead and mounted Vizrak Karpa stared from the shadows with glassy eyes. A collection of weaponry was nearby, each item identified with a small inscribed tablet. The Staff of the Shadowed One, Spear of Fusion, Zammer Sphere launchers, Rotuka launchers, and more. Next to those was the most amazing sight of all, the Kanohi Mask of Shadows, property of the leader of the Brotherhood of Makuta, now nailed to the wall like just another trophy. And most terrifying of all was a massive stasis tube, imprisoning Duma to barely keep him alive in eternal suffering. Acting fast to free the Turaga, Takanuva introduced himself, begging Duma to trust him and help fix this broken world. As the trio of escapees delved deeper within the archives, they came face to face with two hooded, cloaked beings of shadow, the Makuta of this universe. Behind them echoed a voice all too familiar to Takanuva, the voice of Makuta Pterodax. In this world, he wore a rusted and pitted Kanohi Hao, explaining that even touching his former Mask of Shadows would immediately alert Toa Tuyet and her Vaki enforcers. Threatening to kill Takanuva and his companions, the Toa of Light revealed himself, stating that he was in opposition to Tuyet's rule, and his powers as a Toa of Light could help turn the tide of battle in their favor. Pterodax and Makuta Krika offered Takanuva a deal.
They would help him find this universe's version of Brutaka to transport him back to the main universe, but only if Takanuva agreed to help the Makuta claim a valuable artifact to fight back against the Toa Empire, the legendary Mask of Time, which in this universe had been forged by Artaka himself. This Mask of Time was en route to Metru Nui in the hands of a Toa Empire convoy, protected by Toa Bomanga and Koalas, and led by fanatical Matoran Jaller, Takanuva's old friend in the Prime Dimension, now turned devout servant of the Toa Empire. Cooking up a specialized virus that gave Takanuva the power of flight, Makuta Krika and Pterodax bid him on his journey, agreeing to protect Takua and Taraga Duma while he was away. And so, Takanuva encountered the procession, introducing himself to Jaller, Koalas, and Bomanga. Claiming to be one of Tuyet's secret Toa enforcers, Takanuva managed to earn their trust, learning that the Brutaka of this universe had been killed by Toa Bomanga himself during the Empire's so-called lawful expedition to Voya Nui. Right before Takanuva was about to be exposed, a gust of wind swept past the caravan, and in an instant, the two Toa Haga and Jaller were downed, and in their place was Toa Lesovic, who had spared Takanuva's life in the hopes that he would aid him in the rebellion against the Toa Empire. And under the cover of darkness, Toa Lesovic and Takanuva darted through the sculpture fields of Metru. Leading Takanuva to a misshapen and haphazard throne of stone, Lesovic introduced him to this universe's version of Toa Pohatu, former enforcer for the Toa Empire, now leader of the resistance efforts against the brutal dictatorship. Pohatu explained that over time, he had grown wary of Tuyet's regime, and the final straw was the senseless massacre of 4 dozen Matoran, which Pohatu refused to be a part of. After making contact with Lesovic, Pohatu had established a full-on resistance effort, comprised of Makuta, Dark Hunters, and even Matoran within the Toa Empire's ranks as secret agents. Joining this resistance was the Matoran Akmau, who had been a devious trickster in Takanuva's Prime Universe, but in this world, any being opposing the Toa was an ally to Takanuva. As the resistance team met in Pohatu's secret hideout, their plan was laid out. Akmau would alert every available Makuta in the city, while the Dark Hunter Darkness would rally together what remained of their organization. Any Matoran or Toa willing to revolt would be drafted into the rebellion, and in one night, every force that sought to oppose the Toa Empire would descend upon the city in a full-scale assault. It was a dangerous plan, but Takanuva had no choice but to agree, if he wanted any chance of breaking into the Colosseum and stealing Brutaka's old Olmec. It had all started out so well. Lesovic's band had made it close to the Colosseum before being spotted. As planned, Takanuva used his newfound shadow powers to blind the guards, Pohatu following with a massive fist of stone that cracked the walls of the huge structure. To the east, Makuta Pterodax led Makuta Krika, Makuta Kojol, Taraga Duma, and Takua into battle. At first, they made short work of the Matoran and Toa who guarded Tuyet's fortress. Then, it went all wrong. A Toa of iron appeared on the walls, and to Takanuva's horror, a hail of spikes impaled Takua, ripping his body to shreds and killing Takanuva's alternate self. Makuta Kojol fell next, his armor crushed by the Toa's power and his essence incinerated by a Toa of plasma. Forced to pull back, Pterodax fled from his opponents, circling back to aid Lesovic's squad. The Dark Hunter Primal had run into Tahu in the eastern entrance, and in a surprise attack managed to kill the Toa of Fire. As revenge, Gali summoned a sphere of water around Primal's head, suffocating him on dry land. Toa Krakua hit Gali with a wave of solid sound, blasting apart her mask and armor, and Pohatu cried out too late, for Akmau had already dashed ahead and slain the fallen Toa of Water. He didn't get to enjoy his triumph long, for Kopaka flash-froze Akmau, and a swipe from Onua's claws shattered the Matoran into little pieces of crystal and protodermis. Now, it was no longer one battle, but a dozen separate ones being fought at once, the lines moving back and forth. Pohatu fought his way into the Colosseum, but found himself too evenly matched with Onua to make much progress. Lesovic fell with an ice dagger in his shoulder, but rallied to blow Kopaka off his post high atop the Colosseum. Takanuva only could wince as the Toa of Ice hit the ground and lay still. As Takanuva, Pterodax, and Darkness rallied to storm the gates of the Colosseum, a battle like no other lay ahead of them. All around him, allies fell and familiar faces cried out in pain and death. Surrounded by suffering, Takanuva found the resolve to charge ahead, blasting his way past a group of Toa and finally reaching the inner chamber, the throne room of Toa Tuyet. There, framed in the chamber doors, was Tuyet, Nui stone in one hand, mask of dimensional gates in the other.
Takanuva barely had a chance to react before he was blown through half a dozen walls by a focused tidal wave, Tuyet immediately making the first move to kill the outsider. Takanuva charged, and the next few seconds were a blaze of battle. Lasers turning water to steam, waves crashing against walls, a race to see what would happen first, Takanuva drowning in the tide or Tuyet drowning in darkness. When the fight was through, Tuyet stood once more triumphant. But just then, a distant sound echoed through the halls of the Colosseum, and as the two combatants surveyed the now demolished central square of Metru Nui, they could hear the sound of thousands of armed Matoran marching up to the building, finally rising up against the oppressive regime. In the distance, Takanuva could see airships and sea-going vessels carrying other Matoran, Dark Hunters, Vortex, and other beings, all bent on descending on the city, their eyes fixed on the Colosseum. In a moment of distraction, Tuyet activated the Mask of Dimensional Gates, intending to scour the multiverse to raise an army to return and crush the rebellion once and for all. As an energy portal opened in the center of the room, Takanuva seized the opportunity to steal the Olmec, snatching the mask from her face. The second it lost contact with her, its power shut off and the portal began to slowly close. Takanuva, mask in hand, dove through, but Tuyet was not about to let him escape so easily. And even as he cleared the portal, she grabbed onto his leg, trying to follow him. Blasting him with hard bolts of water, Tuyet caught his hand and tore the mask, causing it to float away in the space between dimensions. Takanuva turned back, and what he saw horrified him. Tuyet was halfway through the portal, trying to drag Takanuva back in. She was so consumed by rage that she never noticed the portal closing until it was much too late. Screaming as the gates of reality slammed shut on her body, Tuyet's upper half was left in the void, and her lower half in the Colosseum on her world. Mercifully, death came instantly. Takanuva hovered in the inner space for a long moment. He wondered what would happen in Tuyet's universe with her gone. Would the Toa become protectors again? Would the Matoran take control? Or would some group of the Dark Hunters and Makuta become the new dictators? Perhaps someday, if he was able, he would return to find out the answer. Turning his head away from the remains of Tuyet, wondering how a Toa could go so wrong, Takanuva realized with a shudder what a fine line it could be between justice and tyranny. Tuyet's life had been wasted, but the lives of no more Toa would be lost if he could prevent it. With grim resolve, he resumed his journey to Karda Nui, and as he opened a dimensional gateway which would finally bring him back to his core universe, it's time to return to Karda Nui and return to the events of the core timeline and battles being fought and won during Takanuva's multiversal journey. Part 6: Battle for the Codrex. Meanwhile, back in Karda Nui, the final battle was about to begin. As Toa Ignika held guard over Makuta, Icarax, and Mutron, the rest of the Toa Nuva followed the Makuta deep into the swamp. Reunited at last and combining all the pieces of the Keystone, the 6 Toa Nuva engaged in the final battle for the Matoran universe. Hurtling towards each other through the air, each Toa locked in battle with each Makuta. After a brief struggle with Tahu, Vampra had flown into the mist and now silently hunted the cautious Toa of Fire. Krika, who had been attacked by Gali, finally decided to make his moves while the Makuta were distracted. Partially draining some of Gali's energy, Krika carried her off into the swamp, hoping to have a peaceful conversation. Liwa, Kopaka, and Onua failed to notice this, occupied with the rest of the Makuta while Pohatu battled Gorast one-on-one, unable to deal any significant damage while the Makuta used the powers of her mask to disrupt his elemental power of stone. During this, Tahu managed to hurl a fireball at the plants below Vampra, causing a massive explosion and distracting the Makuta long enough to rejoin his friends. With Gorast distracted, Pohatu regained control over his elemental powers, reuniting with the Toa Nuva and realizing that Gali and Krika were missing. Still flying towards the Codrex, Tahu ordered Pohatu to find Gali, while he went off to help the others fight. Away from the battle, Krika spoke with Gali, still dazed from the attack. Revealing to her that he had secretly betrayed Pterodax and left Makuta Miserix alive, Krika outlined the history of the Brotherhood of Makuta. As they spoke, Krika gave Gali a tablet of transit and told her to leave Karda Nui before the other Toa could awaken Mata Nui so she could save herself from the death that awaited all who lingered there. Questioning his motives, Gali continued to doubt Krika, who simply told her that he wished to be different from the other Makuta and show mercy rather than an endless cycle of pain and death. Meanwhile, back in the former lair of the Makuta, Mutron's assistant Vikon was left to guard the equipment and Rahi experiments. One of these Rahi, the perplexing clock creature, attacked Vikon from a shattered vat with a piercing sonic scream. To Vikon's confusion, he felt the shadow within him begin to drain, replaced back with his Mora light and returning him to a lay Matoran. And Vikon came to the crucial realization that the Rahi Clack held the power to revert the Shadow Matoran back to their true selves and cure the Shadow Leech infection. But just as Gali was about to ask Krika about the true nature of Pterodax's plan, a bolt of lightning coursed through the sky, and a crackling dimensional gate ripped open in front of Gali and Krika. Emerging from the portal was Takanuva at last. Due to his nature as a Toa of Light, Takanuva felt the raw energy of Karna Nui fueling him, increasing his size to titanic scale and feeding energy and light throughout his entire body. Firing a bolt of light at Krika, Takanuva forced the Makuta to escape, sinking beneath the waters of the swamp with a resigned look on his face. For he had tried to warn Gali, but with the arrival of a Toa of Light and Shadow, there would be no stopping them from awakening Mata Nui now. Retrieving the miniaturized sundial of Mata Nui, Takanuva shone light upon it, instantly locating the hidden entrance to the Codex. As Takanuva gazed at the sky, he noticed Pohatu soaring through the air, but due to his orange armor and altered appearance from the adaptive armor, Takanuva failed to recognize him, and the darker, shadowy part of his nature instinctively pushed him to lash out with shadow. Mistaking Takanuva for Pterodax in disguise, Pohatu prepared to attack this new Toa of Light and Shadow, only for Gali to step in. Bridging her mind with Takanuva's just as she had done when he was merely Takua on the island of Mata Nui, Gali learned of the multiverse of madness Takanuva had just hurtled through, and realized his command over Shadow was the result of Ikrax's Shadow Leech attack. Convinced that the armored titan before him was truly Takanuva, Pohatu apologized, and the three Toa flew onwards to reconvene with the rest of the Toa Nuva. Interlude: Destiny War, Part 2. As Takanuva joined the fight in Karna Nui, the rest of the universe was engulfed in turmoil. The war between the Order of Mata Nui and the Brotherhood of Makuta raged on, and no faction or land was left untouched. Across the universe, each major player was embroiled in their own individual conflicts, unaware that their paths were all about to collide. Axon and Brutaka had just tumbled in a pool of antidermis, their fates unknown. Vazon had been captured by Makuta Tridak, just as the fortress was attacked by Mazika and Tobduk in a major diversion in the hopes that Tridak would teleport the vast fortress and what remained of its armies to Metru Nui, where the Order would ambush them with all their forces. On the island of Zia, the Shadowed One, under command of the Order, had seized the populace, preventing them from supporting the Brotherhood, and he had just made a startling discovery of his own on the island. Elsewhere, Prydak, leader of what remained of the Baraki, had discovered a tablet detailing Makuta Pterodax's grand plan, and learned of the intricacies on how to cast the Great Spirit Mata Nui into slumber with a concoction of special viruses, the viruses that the Shadowed One himself had just stumbled upon. As Kalma, Mantax, and Elek waited to receive word from Prydak on the war efforts, the only other remaining Baraki alive, Takadox, had sailed away, making schemes of his own. In other corners of the universe, the intelligent Rahi Kitongu waged a war against the Visorak Scourge, driving the Makuta servants from their land and freeing their captives. Meanwhile, Toa Helrix watched the war from her inner chambers, observing and plotting. And in the darkness of the pit, Hydraxon and Toa Lezovic finally left to join the Order of Mata Nui in battle. During all this, a heated battle between the Toa Mari and Toa Haga had broken out, with the Haga resolved to destroy the floor of the Colosseum to root out Makuta Pterodax once and for all. And all this time, the colossal dragon Makuta Mizrix soared in the skies of the universe, searching for Pterodax on his own quest of revenge before being directed to the Colosseum, the same place the Toa Haga hoped to find Pterodax. All across the universe, the Order of Mata Nui launched surprise attacks on the Brotherhood of Makuta and used their allies to conquer key positions. The Brotherhood was taken unaware and lost their footing in much of the lands, though managed to keep up a resistance effort. As battles raged from Ninra to the southern islands, the Order of Mata Nui began to claim victory one by one. It was at this time that Toa Helrix began to set her grand plan into motion, fortifying the city of Metru Nui with large walls and sentinels at every coastline, transforming it into a fortress. Despite the complaints of Turaga, Vakama, and Duma, the fortification continued, and Helrix ordered double agents on stealth to begin leaking rumors that the Great Furnace on Metru Nui was being converted into producing a virus that could destroy Makuta armor, luring a final battle to Metru Nui. With the main Makuta fortress on Destral under siege and Makuta Tridax tricked into rushing to teleport their armies to Metru Nui, the ultimate battle to end the war was about to begin.
Back in the city of Metru, the Toamari and Toahaga were still locked in combat, decimating most of the city in their wake. As their fight brought them to the archives, Koalas activated his mask of Rahi control as a desperate measure, summoning a massive Rahi beast to erupt from the pavement and attack the Toamari. Acting fast, Toahali blasted Koalas with a stream of water, which proved to be a fatal error, for the enraged Rahi broke free from Koalas' control, rampaging through the streets of the city. Putting aside their personal feelings in this crisis, the Toamari and Haga reluctantly worked together to subdue the beast, teaming up to beat it back to the archives and sealing it deep underground. As the 11 Battle-Weary Toa stood around the unconscious beast, the Toahaga had enough time to explain to the Toamari what was going on, and what their true mission was. As they detailed the Toanuva's daring battles in the core of the universe to fight for the Great Spirit, the Haga revealed that the true secrets of the cosmos and its workings were somewhere beneath their feet, in a place that no Toa, Matoran, or Turaga had ever been. Right now, they had reason to believe Makuta Pterodax had reached that place, and if they were right, it may have already been too late. And so, after hours of planning and half a day to convince the Turaga to support their endeavor, the Toamari and Toahaga finally worked together to create an entrance to the Colosseum. And as the Haga descended into the darkness, they begged the Toamari to stay behind, for they were the last line of defense against Makuta Pterodax, should the Haga fail and Pterodax were to escape. Reluctantly agreeing to sit out the fight below the Colosseum, Jalar and his companions watched Norik lead his team of Toahaga into the tunnel as the entrance sealed behind them. Just then, a mysterious stranger materialized behind the Toamari. Carrying the golden heart of the Visorak, the stranger introduced herself as Jomak, agent of the Order of Madanui, and bid the Toamari on a dire mission to summon the Scourge of Spiders to be trapped in their final resting place. This heart of the Visorak had been obtained by the Toanuva for the Scroll of Preparations months ago, and now was the time to use it. Refusing to leave Metru undefended, Jalar bid Huki and Kongu farewell to guard the city, while he, Holly, and Nuparu ventured to Ardedax to summon the Horde. Meanwhile, Toa Helrix, leader of the Order of Madanui, had chosen that time to take drastic action. Traveling to the island of Ninra, one of the last strongholds of the Makuta, and home to the weapons-crafting Ninra Ghost Matoran, Helrix arrived at the site of a grand struggle between the Brotherhood of Makuta and the Order. The Makuta had kept a strong resistance of Rakshi and Exo-Toa on Ninra, which had held for most of the war, but after a recent climactic battle, their beach was now littered with dead Rakshi, and the Order had claimed victory. Now, Helrix wandered the sands, occasionally picking up a piece of Rakshi armor, studying it for a moment, and then discarding it. Using the power of her mask of psychometry, Helrix could read the past of an object simply by touching it. Her goal was simple. Since the Rakshi were created using energized protodermis, the Order wished to know every source of that substance used by the Makuta so they could capture or destroy those sources. Without them, no new Rakshi could come into being, and it would be far easier to defeat the Brotherhood by cutting off their source of power, rather than beating them in battle. As a vision flashed before Helrix's eyes, she saw an island directly to their north, and caught a glimpse of the scientist Makuta Chirok standing before a silvery pool, one that had a being emerging from it, made of pure energized protodermis. Focusing on that location, Helrix visualized the path to the final pool, and summoned the intelligent Rahi Kitongu, who had agreed to temporarily break off his efforts to save the victims of the Visorak long enough to help in the war. In return, Helrix had promised him that the Visorak would never again be a threat to anyone else, a mission that Jalar and his companions were about to fulfill. Arriving on the mysterious island, Helrix and Kitongu warily ventured forth, seeking the final source of Rakshi. Their destination at first seemed uninhabited, but that illusion didn't last long. Helrix spotted things skulking among the rocks. They weren't Matoran or Rahi, but looked like something in between. Something was very wrong on this island, and the air, ground, and even the inhabitants all felt off, somehow, in a way that made even Kitongu uneasy. There were no buildings on this island, just a large, central cavern entrance that beckoned the two warriors forward. Deep within this cave, Helrix and Kitongu came upon a vast lake of energized protodermis, the largest source in all of existence. Rising from the center was a figure of a living being, a head, 2 arms, and a torso ending in the lake itself. Its features were barely there, and its substance was the silver color of energized protodermis. This was a mysterious protodermis entity
who claimed to be a raw force of nature, born of creation and destruction. This entity explained how it had once lived in the core of a planet, until one day a portion of its substance forced its way onto the surface. It did not take long for the inhabitants of that world to discover its power or to begin warring over it. But some of what makes up its form was taken and placed inside the Matoran universe, and so escaped before Cataclysm overtook that world. This was, of course, the events of the Shattering and the Core War for Spherus Magna, spoken for the first time in the Matoran universe. Now, the energized Protodermis had taken on a will of its own, experimenting on the island around it, and even allowing others, like the Toanuva, to make use of its power if it found their intentions intriguing enough. As Helrix threatened to destroy the entity of living energized Protodermis, it only laughed, bubbling up and threatening to cascade downwards towards the two warriors in a wave. Meanwhile, back on the Makuta fortress on Destral, Tridax rushed out of the prison chamber to investigate Mazika and Tobduck's attack, leaving Vezon to wander free around the fortress himself. Reaching a sub-basement, Vezon encountered a Kanohi Olmec, Mask of Dimensional Gates, in front of a large number of stasis tubes, which to his horror held twisted and dark versions of Takanuva, fully converted to darkness and plucked from the multiverse of madness to serve the Brotherhood in the war. Before Tridax was able to unleash the Shadow Takanuva army on the attackers, Mazika and Tobduck burst in, exposing Tridax's armor to a protosteel-eating virus and incinerating his antidermis cloud with Tobduck's staff, killing the Makuta where he stood. As Tobduck surveyed the Shadow Takanuva army, he ordered Mazika to kill Vezon. But seeing as Vezon did not appear to be allied with the Makuta, Mazika spared his life, allowing Vezon to escape with the Kanohi Olmec to a random destination in the universe. Fleeing through a portal, Vezon left the fortress, and with their duty completed, Tobduck told Mazika where to find the Cardanui entrance, who left to seek out Voltraz immediately. As the fortress began to crumble from their attack, most of the Shadow Takanuva were crushed by rubble where they lay. But unbeknownst to Tobduck, a few managed to escape, plotting their next moves in service of Pterodax. While all this was happening, back on the island of Zia, Ancient encountered the Shadowed One knelt over a small box of viruses, laughing to himself with the body of a dead Vortex beside him, the crystalline Protodermis covering his face. The Shadowed One then explained to Ancient that long ago, a Makuta by the name of Kojol had visited Zia with a stash of viruses, looking to combine them into the ultimate weapon. The official story was that Kojol had succumbed to his own viruses, but secretly, Ancient knew that the Order of Madanui had him killed, but the viruses were never recovered. Trying not to look as worried as he felt, Ancient attempted to convince the Shadowed One to ransom the viruses off or give them to the Order, but the Shadowed One took him by surprise, stating that the viruses were the original mix that Pterodax had used to overthrow the Great Spirit Madanui, and that a secret shared was no longer a secret. In an instant, two beams of power lanced out from the Shadowed One's eyes, striking Ancient. The veteran Dark Hunter vanished, disintegrated by the force of the blast, for the Shadowed One was willing to kill even his most trusted advisor to keep this a secret. Weeks later, Prydak conveyed everything he had learned of Pterodax's plan to his fellow Baraki, and so Kalma, Mantax, and Elec traveled to Zia, hoping to strike an alliance with the Shadowed One, who they believed to be in possession of some sort of virus left by Makuta Kojol ages ago. Confronting the Shadowed One, the Baraki stated that if the virus was on Zia, he had it, but only the Baraki had the information on how to use it, gained from Prydak's knowledge of Pterodax's grand plan. And so, the Shadowed One agreed to meet Prydak on neutral ground, in the abandoned land of Karzani, planning for Dark Hunters and Baraki to walk side by side into a new dawn. Meanwhile, back in Metru Nui, the city continued to be fortified for battle. Objecting to the Order's goals to have Metru Nui be Stage 1 for the final battle, Huki and Kongu were swiftly removed by the Order of Madanui, temporarily imprisoned so the Order could continue its work. Unaware of the commotion above, the Toahaga continued to delve deeper into the catacombs beneath the Colosseum, traversing into the inner sanctums of the brain of the robot. Just then, in a crash of tearing metal and dust, Makuta Miserix plunged into the tunnels, teleporting directly beneath the Colosseum and confronting the Toahaga. After briefly discussing their intentions to beat Pterodax in his own lair, the Toahaga agreed to team up with Miserix, despite the protestations of Zaktan's floating head in the fishbowl, whose pleas for the Toahaga to kill Miserix were ignored. After what felt like hours of travel, the tunnel at last came to a stop. It ended in a mid-sized chamber, lined with sophisticated machinery. But that wasn't what captured the attention of the Haga. No, they were focused on the two corpses in the room. Above them was a large scroll of text, and Gaki could only make out one phrase, Bara Magna. Scraping off a piece of the armor of the long-dead warriors, the Toa and Mizrax were amazed to find that their armor was not made of protodermis, and the warriors sported mostly organic, decayed tissue. Since all things within the Matoran universe were made of protodermis, the mysterious corpses had to be from somewhere else, somewhere older, outside their known world. These were, of course, the bodies of Glatorian warriors who had somehow made it into the brain of the robot during the shattering, but were trapped in the catacombs beneath the robot. And as the Haga, Mizrax, and Zaktan ventured forwards, they prepared to confront the darkness of Pterodax. Meanwhile, Jaller, Holly, and Nuparu set foot on the land of Ardedax. Placing the heart of the Vizrak in the center of a massive volcano, the Toa Mari prepared to summon the millions of Vizrak from around the universe, trapping them there. Just then, Takadox slunk from the shadows, revealing that he had been following them from some time. Trapping all three Toa Mari in his hypnotic sway, Takadox forced them to stand still on the island as the Vizrak approached, stealing their boat and stowing away for further exploits. As the horde of Vizrak approached and the Toa Mari stood helpless on the beach, all seemed lost. But just then, a voice began to rattle through Jaller's mind. Taunting him, he recognized it as the voice of Makuta Pterodax himself, who for reasons unknown, wished for the Toa Mari to be freed of their hypnosis. Laughing at the Toa for making such good statues, Pterodax sent a sharp jolt of pain through Jaller's mind, leaving him with the parting words that it would be a shame if Pterodax didn't have a chance to see Jaller's expression as he found out the truth. As the pain cut through the fog of Takadox's hypnosis, Jaller awoke, and with no time to even try and figure out why Makuta Pterodax had saved them, he quickly shook Holly and Nuparu awake, and as they fled the island, the volcanoes erupted behind them, instantly killing every single Vizrak and decimating one of the most powerful armies of the Makuta, finally completing one of the major tasks on the Scroll of Preparations. Back on the mysterious island of energized protodermis, Toa Helrix and Kitangu prepared to face the wave of the mutagenic material. Just then, a portal opened in front of them, and Vezon rushed out, fleeing from the Destro Makuta fortress's destruction. The mad half-being had opened the portal to a random location, which just so happened to be directly in front of Helrix and Kitangu, just as they fled the wave of protodermis. Charging through Vezon's portal, Helrix redirected its location to Pterodax's lair below the Colosseum, seeking to confront the Dark Lord once and for all. As the portal closed behind them, that left only Vezon, holding the Olmec to his face, as the wave of energized protodermis crashed towards him. Barely having a chance to speak, Vezon cried out as he was transformed by the protodermis, fusing him to the Olmec and granting him the innate ability to open transdimensional gates. In an instant of madness, Vezon hurtled through the multiverse, and portals to other worlds began to rip open all across this universe and beyond. It was at this exact moment that Axon and Brutaka found themselves submerged in the pit of Antidermis. To Axon's horror and surprise, the Antidermis had bonded with Brutaka, who already shared a unique connection to the twisted essence of the Makuta after his time on Voya Nui. Brutaka then began to speak, but in a voice that was not his own. And as Brutaka seized Axon in a grip of iron and burning touch, he used his Olmec to open a portal to the catacombs beneath the Colosseum, and in an instant, Axon and Brutaka materialized before the Toahaga, Makuta Mizrax, and Zaktan, followed directly by the materializing forms of Toa Helrix and Kitangu. There was only the briefest of moments for the stunned warriors to reunite, for all around them, the voice of Makuta Pterodax began to laugh. In an instant, a bolt of lightning arced out, shattering Brutaka's Olmec, for Makuta Pterodax did not want them to be able to escape. At the same moment, a loud hum filled the room, and Zaktan's water tank shattered, leaving the former Paraka leader presumed dead, for he had known too much of Pterodax's plan. The remaining combatants stood and faced the voice of Pterodax, and their own final battle was about to begin. High above the catacombs below the Colosseum, the final battle for the Destiny War had begun. Surrounded by towering walls with weapons mounted on the top of each, Metru Nui was converted to a full-on fortress, weapons belching fire and smoke at the attackers. Ships flying the banner of the Brotherhood of Makuta ringed the island city, while flying Rakshi assaulted from every direction, firing bolts of energy from their staves while others pounded on the walls. In one section, a portion of the wall had already crumbled, and warriors fought in the gap, trying to keep the invaders out. By the time Jaller, Holly, and Nuparu returned, the battle was in full force, and even Huki and Kongu had been freed to defend against the Brotherhood's forces, allowing the Toamari to reunite at last. Inside the Colosseum, Turaga Vakama rushed to a secure room, the chamber in which he housed the legendary Kanohi Vahi, Mask of Time. He was halfway down the stairs when he heard the crash. Racing down, Vakama found a dozen heavily armed Tamatoran scattered like leaves in a windstorm. The door to the chamber had crumpled and rusted with age, and stepping through it was a being Vakama hoped to never see again. A little over 1,000 years ago, when he was still a Toa, Vakama had battled a being called Voparak. Surrounded by a field that aged everything it touched, Voparak now worked for the Dark Hunters and sought one thing in Metru Nui, the thing he now held in his great claw, the Kanohi Mask of Time. Looking back at Vakama with contempt, the Dark Hunter shrugged and left, rapidly aging any Order of Madanui agent who tried to stop him. Resigned to the loss, Turaga Vakama rushed out of the Colosseum, prepared to man the defenses and muster the armies to battle with all the strength he had. And all around him, Jaller watched as his city crumbled under the power of the Brotherhood's forces. In his day as the captain of the Takuro Guard, Jaller had honed his mind with battle strategies, and it was clear that the Order had badly underestimated the ferocity of the Makuta attack. As he watched, the defenders of the wall fell back, and the invaders began pouring through. Metru Nui, the city of legends, was almost lost, and it would take a true miracle for the Brotherhood's forces to be beaten back. Part 7. Mata Nui Rising. As the climactic battle began both above and below the city of Metru Nui, the Toa Nuva continued on their singular quest to reach the Kodrex and reawaken Mata Nui once and for all within the swamps of Karda Nui. With Takanuva, Titan Toa of Light and Shadow on their side, the Toa Nuva prepared for one final battle against a Brotherhood of Makuta's most powerful enforcers. Meanwhile, Icarax, still guarded by Toa Ignika, telepathically sent a message to his Shadow Matoran servant Voltraz to rendezvous in Karda Nui and cause a distraction to allow Icarax to escape. Soaring into Karda Nui, Voltraz arrived in the Skyfighter, unaware he was being tailed by his mortal enemy, Mazika, who had been following him ever since gaining directions from Tobduk and encountering Vezon in Makuta's Destral Fortress. As Mazika moved to intercept Voltraz, he managed to distract the Shadow Matoran from his mission to help Icarax escape. Consumed by rage at the sight of his mortal enemy, Voltraz changed course, making a beeline for Mazika. Just then, a mysterious dimensional gateway opened between them, an after effect of the many portals opened by the crazed Vezon. In an instant, both Mazika and Voltraz were sent careening through the multiverse, hurtling towards another alternate universe, while Vezon disappeared into yet another portal, his newfound powers spiraling out of control. Seeing that his distraction had not come to pass, Makuta Icarax sought to distract Toa Ignika in some other way to be able to free himself. As he taunted the silent warrior, Icarax realized that the Ignika did not know it was designed with a countdown that signaled the time when the mask would absorb all life in the universe. After Icarax informed Ignika that this countdown would end when the Kanohi's coloring changed from its current shade of silver to pure black, Ignika forgot all about his prisoner and sped down into the swamp to warn the Toa Nuva. Back in the swamps below Karda Nui, Tahu and the others collected their 6 keystones, reading inscriptions detailed on the stones as instructions to unlock the Kodrex and open the heart of Mata Nui. At this moment, Toa Ignika arrived and told the Toa, using his new knowledge of spoken language, that he was not simply wearing the Mask of Life. He truly was the essence of the Kanohi Ignika, and on an unstoppable countdown to destroy the universe. Even beyond that, Takanuva added that should they succeed in awakening Mata Nui, devastating energy storms would decimate the entire region of Karda Nui, leaving only the Kodrex as a safe space. Refusing to give up, Tahu came up with a daring plan: sneak inside the Kodrex, use the Mask of Life to awaken Mata Nui, and somehow escape faster than the storms could hit. And with that, the ultimate battle began. Clashing through the sky and spiraling down to the swamp, all 8 Toa fought all 8 Makuta, with Icarax and Mutron joining the fight. Words cannot describe the immense scale of this clash of epic proportions, so I won't even try. As the battle outside the Kodrex raged on, Tahu slipped away to unlock the force field around it, allowing the Toa to enter the mysterious structure while Takanuva and Toa Ignika kept the Makuta busy. Unbeknownst to them, Makuta Antros managed to slip in behind them, trailing the Toa as they began to discover the secrets of their origins, the Great Spirit, and the nature of Mata Nui himself. Inside the structure, the Toa found 6 giant light stones and 6 pathways leading off in different directions. Liwa, Pohatu, and Kopaka then came upon 3 fantastical vehicles, sporting technology the likes of which they had never seen before. Just as Pohatu and Liwa claimed their vehicles, seeing them as the perfect exit from Kara Nui, Antraz rushed in, seizing the final vehicle and blasting out of the Codrex, with Liwa and Pohatu in pursuit. As the rest of the combatants made their way into the Codrex, Icarax lashed out with shadow energy, threatening to destroy the Codrex to stop the Toa from awakening Mata Nui. Takanuva left to try and restore the Shadow Matoran to their original state, while Onua, Gali, Ignika, and Tahu tried to figure out how to awaken Mata Nui. Within the structure, the Toa Nuva came to a tragic realization. The Codrex had been intended for them to shock the Great Spirit awake with their powers, but that would take time. And with the damage Icarax had done to the structure, there was only one way they could awaken Mata Nui: if Toa Ignika sacrificed himself, using the energy of the Mask of Life to power the field himself. Initially lashing out in anger at the suggestion and even attempting to kill Tahu, Toa Ignika only slowed after being reminded of Matoro's sacrifice, and what it truly meant to be a hero, to make the ultimate sacrifice to save the universe. The Makuta were attracted to the noise of cracking metal, and Gorast, Gavla, and Vampra were sent to investigate. Surprised to find Icarax destroying the Codrex, the Makuta and Shadow Matoran began to attack him for deviating from Pterodax's grand plan to allow the Toa to awaken Mata Nui. As this epic battle of Makuta versus Makuta commenced, another skirmish erupted in the skies. Liwa and Pohatu used their battle vehicles to chase Entraz, while Kopaka flew after them, looking to regain control of his vessel. In a swift attack, they expelled Entraz from his craft, sending him hurtling to the ground while Kopaka seized control of his ship. Back in the battle with Gorast, Vampra, and Icarax, Entraz and Mutron quickly joined the fight to preserve Pterodax's will, and in a brutal attack, they blasted Icarax apart mid-teleport, sending each of his atoms scattered across the universe and killing the so-called leader of the Brotherhood once and for all. In the skies above Kara Nui, Takanuva encountered the scientific assistant Vikon, who told him of the clock Rahi and the curative powers of its sonic scream. Rounding up as many Shadow Matoran as he could capture, Takanuva brought the Av Matoran to the recently captured Clack, where they began to slowly be cured of their shadow. Just in time for a cured Shadow Matoran to explain that the Makuta actually wanted the Toa to win and awaken Mata Nui for reasons unknown. Rushing to warn his friends, Takanuva made a beeline for the Codrex, unaware that Makuta Krika had overheard his revelations about the energy storms, and began to slowly piece together the true depth of Pterodax's plan. As Takanuva hurtled downwards to the swamps, he was attacked by Chirox and Biddle, using his power of light to rend holes in their armor and force their antidermis essence out. Giving in to his battle rage and shadow side, Takanuva fired devastating blasts of shadow from every limb, tearing the Shadow Matoran from the backs of the Makuta and focusing his power on burning the Makuta within. As Kopaka caught the Matoran as they fell, he managed to calm down Takanuva, bringing everyone back inside the Codrex to discuss the plan to reawaken Mata Nui. Despite Takanuva's warnings that the Makuta wanted this to happen, the Toa Nuva felt that there was no other way to achieve their destiny. And so, loading into the vehicles and gathering as many Matoran as they could, the Toa Nuva prepared to leave Kara Nui, just as Toa Ignika hurtled towards the Lightstones to reawaken Mata Nui. As the Toa Nuva fled the Codrex, Makuta Krika caught up to his fellow Makuta, desperate to save his companions. Despite not agreeing with Pterodax's mission, Krika still felt respect and camaraderie with his fellow Makuta, and felt compelled to warn them of their fate. For if Pterodax truly wished for the Toa Nuva to reawaken Mata Nui, then he knew the energy storms Takanuva spoke of would materialize before them, ripping the Makuta apart. In his horror, Krika realized that all 8 of the strongest lieutenants for Pterodax had been sent to a suicide mission as the pieces of Pterodax's plan fell into place. Catching up to the fanatical Gorast first, Krika begged her to listen to reason and help him convince the Makuta to abandon Kara Nui and save themselves. But seeing Krika as a deterrent to Pterodax's grand plan, Gorast activated her mask power, making Krika lose control of his power of intangibility, and ripping his body apart from within. And just like that, Makuta Krika died, failing to save the universe, warn the Toa, or even save his companions, at the hands of which he had just been killed. Inside the Codrex, Toa Ignika began the process to sacrifice himself, channeling energy into the Great Spirit. At this very instant, in the lair beneath the Colosseum, Makuta Pterodax was taunting those who tried to stop him, immediately sensing the power of the Ignika fueling the body of the Great Spirit once more. As Makuta Miserix lashed out at the machinery in vain, he was restrained by Axon, Brutaka, and Helrix, who realized he was damaging the very mind of the Great Spirit itself. Only chuckling, Makuta Pterodax cast Miserix into a powerful illusion, transforming the enraged dragon into a painting of himself. In the same instant, Makuta Pterodax cast the Toahaga into a powerful illusion, one where the battle was over, Pterodax had been defeated, and there would only be peace and happiness wherever they looked. As the Toahaga happily sauntered out of the chamber, Pterodax then turned his attention to the remaining foes, teleporting Brutaka, Axon, and Kitongu out of existence to the far southern reaches of the universe. And now, all that was left was Toa Helrix. Taunting the first Toa, Pterodax promised to keep her imprisoned for all eternity in the mind of the Great Spirit, sharing his plans, dreams, hopes, and ambitions with her, for as long as she remained sane. Anyone else would have been filled with dread at Pterodax's words, but not Helrix. Instead, she saw an opportunity. She would be alive, her memories would be her own, and she would be in the center of Pterodax's thoughts. Right then, she made a vow. She would not break. She would not crumble before the weight of his darkness. No matter what, she would defy him, and somehow find a way to help others do the same. As Helrix promised Pterodax that this wasn't over, Toa Ignika committed the ultimate sacrifice in the heart of Cardanui, kickstarting the heart of the Great Spirit robot. Only Gali noticed a flash of darkness slip through the cracks between the Kanohi Ignika, and there was little time to ponder that as the energy storms began to restart all around Cardanui. Realizing that Pterodax had betrayed them, the remaining members of the Brotherhood of Makuta tried fruitlessly to escape, save Gorast, who was stunned and driven mad by this treachery. And so, each Makuta was disintegrated, one by one, with Pterodax's main competition all taken out, leaving him the sole living Makuta in the universe. Climbing onto their vehicles, the Toa Nuva soared out of Cardanui, passing the clack creature which cured Takanuva just as the dome was enveloped by light, for the Great Spirit Matanui had awoken again! Meanwhile, back in the grand city of Metru, the battle continued to rage on. Just then, all around the combatants, everything began to change. The stars brightened overhead, the breeze turned warm, the earth shook in a gentle tremor. Somehow, all the warriors were certain, the Great Spirit had awakened. Beyond the city walls, a storm rose, tossing the Makuta fleet about like toys. Yet that did nothing to deter the Rakshi, who kept on coming. They had broken through the walls in 4 places, rampaging through Ta Metru. Just then, Vakama and Jalur put a daring plan into motion. Hailing Krakua, Toa of Sonics, they convinced him to cycle through a series of sonic frequencies before he found just the right one to awaken the Borak that had been stored in the archives below Metru. And so, the ground itself erupted before the Rakshi, and hundreds of Borak poured out with a singular mission, to reach and cleanse the island of Matanui. As the Rakshi attacked the Borak, the city slowly shook from a series of explosions, and a cry echoed from the highest towers of Kometru. There were fighter vehicles inbound. Holly looked up to see 3 incredibly fast aircraft soar over the city, bank as one, and head back to where the ships waited. One slowed and dipped its wing to her, and she recognized Pohatu in the pilot's seat. The Toa Nuva had come home. Peppering the Rakshi with blasts of light from their vehicles and decimating what remained of the Brotherhood ships, the Toa Nuva and Takanuva had arrived to turn the tide, and finally, the storm was over. The Brotherhood ships had sunk to the bottom of the Silver Sea, and while the walls around the city had been battered down, the rubble was littered with dead Krata and shattered Rakshi army. Metru was safe, and as the Toa Nuva confirmed, the Great Spirit had awakened. The power of the Brotherhood of Makuta was broken for all time. Taragaduma and Taragavakama appeared side by side to announce that tomorrow would be a citywide day of celebration in the Colosseum. Only Toa Holly stood aside. Despite all the wounded and dying among the defenders, she could not help but feel it had all been a little too easy. True, there had been some unexpected help. The airships, the Borak, the storm. But they had faced an army of Rakshi. Something told her they should not have won, at least not with so much of the city still intact. And as she returned to aid to the wounded and shook off these troubling thoughts, she failed to hear the sound of dark laughter on the wind. Outside of the Matoran universe, beneath the endless ocean, in the heart of a massive cave, energy pulses course through rock.
Machines which sat immobile for 1,000 centuries shuddered and slowly moved, shaking the universe. Power raced through long disused conduits and streamed further and further from Carda Nui. Water rippled around the barren island of Mata Nui, stripped of all life and vegetation by Borak hordes. Powerful quakes shook the earth, and massive megaliths of mountain and bedrock crashed into the ocean. An immense chasm ripped upward through the middle of the doomed island, each side sliding toward the ocean as something massive pushed up from below. Far away, to the south and east and west, water foamed and boiled as underwater shockwaves spread from the movement beneath the sea. Gigantic whirlpools formed and disappeared. The sea itself heaved up towards the sky. Two halves of the island churned, already frothing waters as they slid apart and dissolved into the maelstrom. A tremendous head made of metallic protodermis rose from beneath the shattered remains of the once beautiful island. Water, soil, and rock cascaded off its face as it rose higher and higher into the sky. Titanic shoulders breached the ocean, and an equally immense chest pivoted upwards. Slowly, the robot climbed to its feet and towered above the clouds for the first time in 100,000 years. Yellow light gleamed from its eyes as it surveyed the ocean below. Mata Nui has risen. Colossal eyes flashed for the briefest of moments before turning dark. Within the Grand Colosseum of Metru Nui, Turaga Duma gave a thrilling speech praising the exploits of the Toa Nuva in their efforts to reawaken Mata Nui. As he proclaimed that the age of darkness was over and they could finally live in the light, his words were cut off by a fleeting shadow that passed over the twin moons, and an ice-cold breeze cut through the Colosseum. High above, the stars of Metru Nui were darting across the sky, spinning wildly. It looked as if the universe itself was being undone and remade at the same time. Slowly, the stars began to realign, coming to rest in a pattern both bizarre and horribly familiar. From random stars in the sky, they had arranged themselves into a shape, the shape of the Mask of Shadows, symbol of Makuta Pterodax. As Kopaka slowly began to realize why Makuta Pterodax wanted them to reawaken Mata Nui, a dark, humorless laugh boomed from every stone, every star, from the ground, the sky, the ocean. Matoran huddled in fear even as the Toa drew their weapons. As Tahu yelled into the sky, promising to fight back against the Makuta, Pterodax only continued to laugh, explaining that when the Toa Nuva awakened Mata Nui, the antidermis spirit of Makuta Pterodax had been in the brain of the robot already, and managed to slip in and take the place of Mata Nui's spirit. And so, the Toa Nuva had awakened Mata Nui's body, with Makuta Pterodax's spirit taking his place. And to the Toa and assembled crowd, the voice of Pterodax chuckled. How could they fight the air they breathed, the ground they walked on? For Pterodax was no longer a physical opponent. To the denizens of the Matoran universe, he was their god. Omnipotent and all-powerful, the only threat to Pterodax now was the spirit of Mata Nui himself. And as the great spirit robot's eyes turned red, the ground beneath the Toa's feet shook violently as a surge of energy flowed through all existence. Outside the robot, the Mask of Life was ejected from the Matoran universe, carrying the life force and spirit of Mata Nui. And as the Matoran, Toa, and the Order of Mata Nui prepared for an eternity of misery under this reign of shadows, their only hope now was the spirit of Mata Nui. Somewhere in the endless void between planets, the Mask of Life flew. Free of the bounds of the Matoran universe, it had turned from silver back to gold once more. It carried within it the mind and spirit of Mata Nui, on a journey whose destination no one could know. But if anyone were able to hear the being within the mask, one statement would have been clear, ringing through the void like the tolling of a bell. I will return. Previously on Bionicle Retold, Chapter 8, The Ignition Trilogy, Part 3, Rising. Thousands of years ago, battles raged across the planet of Spherus Magna in the cataclysmic Core War, shattering the planet in 3 chunks and decimating the population of Agori villagers and Glatorian warriors.
In this extinction-level event, scientist kings known as Great Beings devised a last-ditch attempt at survival, sending a colossal Great Spirit Matanui robot hurtling into deep space to survey and collect data on other worlds, societies, and technology, with the hopes of returning after thousands of years to repair the planet. Thanks to a rogue Great Being, the inhabitants of this microcosm of a universe gained sentience, and over these 1,000 years paved their own path forwards in the legend of Bionicle. As the evil Makuta Pterodax overthrew the Matanui consciousness governing the robot, and the Matoran universe plunged into darkness and suffering, it's time to shift our focus to the now barren remains of Spherus Magna, and how this post-apocalyptic world evolved since the Shattering. This is Bionicle Retold. Chapter 9, Rebirth. Part 1, Sands of Bara Magna. Welcome to the wastelands of Bara Magna. Once a thriving, rich world full of life and resources, Bara Magna is now a husk of its former glory. With scarce food and water, only the strongest and most resilient manage to carve a life amidst the desert. Agori villagers, struggling to survive, were aided and protected by stronger Glatorian warriors who defended their elemental tribes from the dangers that lurked in the sands. The deadly warrior faction of Skrull managed to coexist with these other villagers, forming a unique culture and society of their own. To the far north of the planet, treacherous mountains rose from the desert, an icy wilderness filled with the remnants of the Great Being's experiments. Like the shape-shifting Batera, robots programmed to instantly kill any being holding a weapon. Even further north lay the mysterious Valley of the Maze, an ancient fortress of the Great Beings from long before the Shattering. During the final stages of the Core War, the Great Beings ordered the Batera to construct an impenetrable labyrinth around their fortress complex, designed to keep the Element Lords from acquiring the ultimate power source housed inside. As some of the most powerful beings on Spherus Magna, the Element Lords survived the Shattering, and were trapped for thousands of years somewhere in the northern regions.
If you recall from the Prologue, the Element Lords were the original rulers of Spherus Magna, created by the Great Beings to have ultimate control over each of the elemental tribes. Of course, they're also the ones that started the Core War, and because of them, the entire planet was split apart. So essentially, these Element Lords are power-hungry and will do anything to regain the control they once had over the Agori and Glatorian. Now, just a bit of a behind-the-scenes info here as well. Now, the Element Lords were supposed to be the main villains of the Bionicle 2010 storyline, but unfortunately, since Bionicle was cancelled, they didn't really end up doing anything. And for the most part, their fate is left pretty much unresolved. We'll touch on this a lot more when we actually get into the epilogue for Bionicle Retold, so stay tuned for that if you want to hear more about where the Element Lords were probably going.
All across the planet of Bara Magna, remnants of experiments left behind by the Great Beings littered the landscape, largest of which were the scattered body parts of the first prototype robot, activated and destroyed years ago when its power source grew unstable. Colossal limbs, joints, and machinery stood stark against the desert sands, a reminder of the once great technology this world boasted. Directly following the Shattering, a contingent of Water Tribe Agori, led by the Glatorian Tarix and Kina, ventured far south to the Sea of Liquid Sand. While most of their tribe perished en route, those who survived established the village of Tajun and created their own isolated society there. Likewise, the Ice Tribe migrated to the icy Equinox village amidst the White Quartz Mountains, creating vast mines and villages within the ice, and discovering rich deposits of a precious, metallic element known as Obsidian, valued for its endurance and ability to withstand sand erosion and rust. Soon, all aspects of society began to use Obsidian for their weapons, armor, helmets, and even vehicles. Meanwhile, the Agori of the Jungle Tribe were embroiled in a vast political conflict, with the Agori population deeply divided between those who supported the war and those who did not. Thus, their elders issued a challenge. Whichever faction built the quickest and best settlement would be allowed to live in the small pocket of jungle on Bara Magna. However, the elders carefully arranged for neither side to have sufficient resources, forcing them to turn to each other for help. This cooperation healed the rift in the tribe as they worked to create the twin villages of Tisara, taking refuge in the shade underneath the fingers of the colossal prototype robot. Lastly, the Fire Tribe, boasting the largest surviving population on Bara Magna, took up residence in Volcanus, a pit of cooled lava that provided shelter and vast spaces to construct villages and trading outposts across the sand. Far beyond the civilized pockets of society, the open desert was the home of the Sand Tribe, who lived in the ruins, foraging for food and mentally regressing into the primal, animalistic Vorox and Zesk. North of the Black Spike Mountains, the Skrull race and their rock tribe following established a secluded empire, only venturing to civilized lands on rare occasions. And following the genocide of the race after the Great Dreaming Plague, the only two remaining Iron Agori, Samad and Tellurus, became desert bandits, preying on travelers in their makeshift vehicles and battlecraft. Soon, the four civilized tribes of fire, water, jungle, and ice began fighting over resources, such as the Exidian peddled by the Ice Agori Metis. Seeking to avert another war, a group of Glatorian, led by the grizzled Core War veteran Sertavis, developed a system of arena matches using new Glatorian fighters. Instead of fighting in all-out wars, villages could challenge each other by sending forth champions to the Grand Atiro Arena, a free city where combatants fought one-on-one to determine the victor with a strict no-killing rule. As this system prevented the needless deaths of both Agori and Glatorian, all four civilized tribes agreed, and the inhabitants of Bara Magna entered a new phase of their lives. Part 2. Fall and Rise of the Skrull. As the Agori and Glatorian established their arena system and began to settle into the four separate villages, the Skrull warriors, led by the last surviving member of an elite breed of Skrull named Tuma, were cut off from their homeland after the global disaster of the Shattering. Following this, the Skrull resolved to tame the lands in which they found themselves, the volcanic, unstable, and dangerous territory north of the Black Spike Mountains. Although some parts of it remained too treacherous even for the Skrull to explore after tens of thousands of years, they became the undisputed masters of their empire. The Skrull ventured onwards, conquering more and more land and delving deeper into unexplored regions of Bara Magna. Tens of thousands of years after the Shattering, a Skrull patrol led by the warrior Braynar searched the Black Spike Mountain for supplies. As the snowstorm around them increased in ferocity, Braynar slowly lost contact with all other Skrull legions, and to his horror, he came upon all his allies brutally slaughtered, torn limb to limb by mysterious attackers. For the Skrull patrols had inadvertently awoken the Batera, silent, lethal shapeshifters who struck from thin air and vanished again. As another recap from the prologue, the Batera were robots created by the Great Beings to seek out and kill anyone holding a weapon on Spherus Magna, as part of a last-ditch attempt to stop the Core War. Unfortunately, the Batera proved to be a little bit too effective, and eventually were about to decimate the entire population of the planet. When the Great Beings tried to shut them down, the AI programming of the Batera became too smart, locking out the Great Beings from their systems and continuing to operate to fulfill their prime directive: kill anyone they see holding a weapon. After the planet split into 3 chunks, most of the Batera were left stranded on the northern regions of Bara Magna, where of course that's where the Skrull just rediscovered them today. As Braynar returned to the Skrull fortress to report his findings, Tuma rushed to contact all other Skrull outposts, and heard nothing but silence. Realizing all other outposts had been systematically destroyed by the Batera, which had followed Braynar back to the Skrull Empire fortresses, Tuma led legions of Skrull out to combat the threat. In desperate battles and surprise ambushes, Skrull died en masse, and even small tactical advantages gained by warriors like Stronius, who discovered the Batera were machines, were not enough to hold them back. In a violent massacre, most of the Skrull armies took refuge in a forest of trees, only to find that the trees themselves were shape-shifted Batera, leaving only Tuma, Stronius, Braynar, and a small legion of Skrull left. As they holed up in the remaining Skrull fortress for the night, Tuma sent out search parties to retrieve food and supplies. As one single search party returned with firewood, Tuma realized too late that the firewood itself was Batera in disguise, and in a vicious attack, the Skrull Empire was nearly completely decimated, with Tuma forced to set the stronghold on fire to temporarily trap the Batera inside. And so, the beaten, weakened Skrull were led south, towards Baramagna villages, forced to abandon their vast empire among the mountains. In the aftermath, the psionics-imbued Sisters of the Skrull, only female members of the Skrull species, established a separate haven from the males and lived in isolation, gradually descending into myth and legend as witches lurking in the shadows. As the remnants of the Skrull established a new base in the southern, civilized lands of Baramagna, Tuma began to make plans to conquer the remaining 4 tribes, so they would be better prepared for the Batera when they eventually arrived. To track their migratory patterns and hunting capabilities, the Skrull established regular Vorox runs, in which they led captured Vorox into the Black Spike Mountains as bait for the Batera. During this time, the Skrull also entered the Glatorian arena matches, winning resources and training their superior warriors in preparation for their coming conquest. As the years went on, new Glatorian were born, and warriors like Vastus and Galu were trained by the veteran Glatorian Sertavis, who eventually passed away of natural causes. In a freak Vorox attack, the leader of the Volcanus fire tribe was killed by wild Vorox, and the Agori Ranu eventually came to lead the tribe, becoming a devoted and respected elder across all the tribes. During the many Glatorian matches, a young trainee from the village of Jungle named Gresh managed to defeat Kina in a match, rising quickly to prominence as one of the most promising young warriors from the jungle village of Tessara. Culture evolved and Glatorian forged their own paths over the years, with a subculture of high-octane racers and vehicle pilots developing to win resources and settle their own disputes through vehicle combat. Even some Glatorian, like Perdidas, gave up their arena post to participate in these races, which stretched across the desert sands and provided a source of entertainment, danger, and even fun for some Agori and Glatorian. In the unexplored regions of the desert, the Iron Agori Samad continued his life as a bandit, clashing with roaming parties of bone hunters, less civilized Agori who chose a life of bounty hunting and piracy, traveling in packs. Eventually, as the Skrull military force grew, Samad was recruited as a slaver for the Skrull, capturing any Agori traveling alone and forcing them into servitude to the Skrull Empire. In the meantime, the water Glatorian Kina discovered an underground laboratory near Tajun and made it her hideaway. Little did she know, but this was a secret laboratory of the Great Beings, and inside was proof of the Matoran universe and sentient life beyond Baramagna. As Kina delved deeper into this conspiracy, her dreams of one day leaving the planet and meeting other sentient lifeforms beyond their barren desert were scoffed at by the other Agori and Glatorian, who dismissed her as a mad conspiracy theorist. As time went on and culture further evolved, vehicle combat was factored into the Great Glatorian tournaments, which became more and more of a cornerstone of society. One Glatorian warrior, a fire tribe combatant named Malam, began to become more and more unstable, beating the jungle tribe Glatorian Vastus senseless in an arena match, only to be stopped by the ice Glatorian Strak. Ranu and Akar talked to Malam about his growing rage, worried that he may cause the downfall of the arena system, but Malam refused to change his ways, and in a fateful match against Strak, Malam's rage consumed him, and after attempting to kill the Ice Tribe warrior, Malam was only stopped when the rookie Gresh and veteran Fire Glatorian Akar stepped in to stop him. After Equinox filed a formal protest against Malam, Elder Agori Ranu was forced to banish Malam to the Wastelands, where he encountered a group of Vorox and defeated the Alpha Male, becoming their new pack leader. As the Glatorian evolved and their society grew, the Skrull readied their blades and honed their warriors, prepping to seize all of southern Baramagna for themselves in a grand defense against the Batera. Part 3. Fall of Atiro. As the Glatorian and Agori settled into life in the sands, one such Agori, a water tribe member named Barracks, began regular scavenging expeditions across the desert, searching for armor and weapons he could use in the arena to counter even the power of the Glatorian. Over one of these many expeditions, Barracks was saved by Gresh, Strak, and the water Glatorian Terex after being assaulted by bone hunters, who reassured the Agori that payment was not necessary when it came to saving lives. Just as the group was attacked by a pack of vicious Vorox, the creatures mysteriously retreated, revealing that the exiled, disgraced Malam was now leader of most Vorox packs, and had chosen to spare the lives of the 3 Glatorian and Barracks. Back in the Atiro arena, Gresh returned to face off against a Skrull warrior who had challenged his village of Tessara for control over a desert oasis. Despite fighting bravely, Gresh was soundly defeated by the Skrull, who claimed another victory for his tribe in a series of major successes for the Skrull race. Over time, as matches continued and battles were fought and won, some Glatorian began to grow sick of the conflict, with Akar becoming increasingly bitter in his role as a Glatorian, and Strack growing more and more violent and reckless, losing his morals, and even becoming willing to sell out his fellow Glatorian to gain more riches for himself. Skrull warriors and search parties became more and more aggressive, blatantly stealing from the Agori and looting their trading caravans, defeating all those who opposed them in the arena. And as Kina, Akar, and Gresh began to form strong bonds of friendship, they grew wary of the Skrull forces, who took what they wished, descended into the arena, and beat back anyone who dared challenge them. Meanwhile, in the Skrull village of Roxtus, Braynar was on a regular patrol north when he and his companions were ambushed by Batera, who had begun their migration south far sooner than anticipated. Panicking, Braynar rushed to warn Tuma, who pushed up his plans and ordered the Skrull to attack Atiro the next day, to prepare for the oncoming Batera onslaught and unite the warriors of Bara Magna against this threat. Unbeknownst to the Glatorian and Agori, there was a traitor in their midst. The opportunistic Ice Agori Metis, who seized his chance to gain riches for himself and sold out his fellow companions to the Skrull, detailing their hideouts, plans, and locations to Tuma. Claiming to know the secret weakness of the Batera, Metis forced Tuma to accept him as his partner, in the hopes that he could seize control with the Skrull. The next day, the grand tournament in the free city of Atiro began, and Glatorian from all around journeyed to the Arena Magna to participate. Some Glatorian, like Water Tribe fighter Terex, were unhappy to be there, as the Water Tribe Agori had been continually beset by bone hunters, and all their fighters were in the arena, leaving the Agori defenseless. Others, like Strack, were anxious to fight and prove their worth, training endlessly with other Glatorian to hone his skills. As the Glatorian trained and prepared for the match, the jungle Agori Tarduk took the chance to wander outside the arena, exploring the ancient ruins near the city. In these ruins, Tarduk discovered a mysterious metal map, detailing vast island spheres, a city within the brain of a robot, and the enigmatic red star at the center of it all. Consumed by curiosity, Tarduk returned to the arena to share his findings with Gresh, only for the two to be interrupted by the disgraced Glatorian Malam, who had arrived at the arena to warn his fellow Glatorian. The Skrull were marching to the arena en masse, and not even Malam's Vorox hordes could stop them. Tarduk took the chance to quickly leave the arena, gathering two other Agori, Crotetius and Kerbald, to leave with him, setting off to investigate the Great Being's carvings on the Red Star and the Matoran universe. After Ranu and the other elders were quickly warned, Tarix reacted fast, gathering the Glatorian there to defend Atiro until the Agori could leave and make it to safety. Despite this defense effort, the Skrull numbers were overwhelming, and the Glatorian were forced to escape and hide in caves. At least half a dozen Glatorian were killed in the battle, and many Agori were scattered or lost. The Skrull had claimed their first major victory, upsetting the social structure of the Glatorian fighters, and many of the warriors were forced to scatter and regroup away from the arena. Part 4. Riddle of the Great Beings. Meanwhile, the trio of Agori seeking the Great Being's knowledge ventured further into unknown lands, unaware of the fall of Atiro and destruction of the cornerstone of Agori civilization. As Tarduk, Crotetius, and Kerbald ventured into the White Quartz Mountains in a desperate search for answers in a way off Bara Magna, they stumbled into a den of vicious iron wolves. Just as the animals prepared to strike, they were called off by their master, the ancient Glatorian Surel, who had been gravely injured during the Core War and presumed dead. Over the thousands of years spent alone in the mountains, Surel managed to train a pack of iron wolves, keeping a watchful eye on the trapped Element Lords, who had just managed to escape and break free from their prisons. Begging the Agori to turn back, Surel warned them that the Element Lords were seeking the Great Being's Valley of the Maze, hoping to gain the power of the mysterious energy source held within for themselves, and re-establish their rule over the planet. Before Surel and the Agori had a chance to converse more, the Element Lord of Ice, who had been watching them from afar, seized this chance to bury them in an avalanche, triggering a massive cataclysm of snow that was stopped last minute by the Element Lord of Fire, who took the chance to take out his competition and attack the Lord of Ice with a devastating firestorm. As the two elemental beings clashed, the Agori fled, Surel opting to stay behind and protect his wolf pack. Leaving the White Quartz Mountains and descending into the eerie Forest of Blades, the three Agori ventured onwards, passing by the petrified statues of once proud warriors, forever fused to nature by the Lord of Jungle. At the sight of this gruesome forest, Kerbold decided to leave and return to civilization, bidding the remaining two Agori farewell. And so, Tarduk and Crotetius ventured onwards alone, determined to seek out the true nature of the great beings and save their people. The moment the two Agori stepped foot in the Forest of Blades, they were seized by plant life, revealing the Element Lord of Jungle, who had been driven mad from isolation. Seeking to forever take the Agorius trophies and merge them with the forest, the Lord of Jungle rambled onwards, and out of nowhere, Kerbold returned with a torch, lashing out at the jungle vines and allowing his friends to escape. Rejoining their party after his change of heart, Kerbold led the group onwards, reaching the river Dormus, where the three Agori were attacked by the Element Lord of Water, who believed they knew how to access the secret entrance to the Valley of the Maze. Just as they were about to drown, the Element Lord of Ice froze the river, challenging the Lord of Water in a duel. As the trio of Agori fled, they were saved by the Element Lord of Rock, who lifted them onto the riverbank and questioned them about the Valley of the Maze. After Tarduk revealed their noble intentions to save their race, the Element Lord of Rock let them pass. The three Agori traveled along the bank of the river, keeping a watchful eye out for another Element Lord attack. A few hours later, they reached the headwaters, and there before them was a massive archway decorated with ornate carvings. Written across the top in Agori were the words Spirit's Wish, an ancient archway that, according to legend, would teleport the user exactly where their heart desired. And so, as the Agori stepped onto the arch, they found themselves back in Atiro, surrounded by ruins and burning flames. For despite his resolve to uncover the secrets of the great beings, perhaps Tarduk was only truly longing for home. Crotetius and Kerbold were on their feet now, looking around at the ruins of Atiro in shock. Tarduk knew they would want to head back to their villages, and so did he. But once he was certain Tisara was alright, he resolved to head back north, make it through the arch, and find what he was seeking. He had set out to solve a riddle, and the Element Lords were seeking the same answer. It was still out there, tantalizing him, a question without an answer. But he would answer it somehow, and soon. For the true significance of the Red Star and its function within the Matoran universe and how it related to the Agori was right within reach.
So you might be wondering, well, what exactly was the point of that story? Because the three Agori just basically ended up where they started, and nothing really that major changed in the plot. Well, basically, what you need to know from that is that the Element Lords are out there trying to find the maze of the great beings and find their way inside. There's some sort of a power source hidden inside, not really sure exactly what that is supposed to power yet, but it'll become clearer as the story goes on. And ultimately, this was most readers' first chance to get to know the Element Lords, and also kind of get to understand some of the history and backstory with the Corps in the novel or book format. Now, of course, if you've seen the prologue video or have been following along to this point, this is probably all old news, so maybe the story didn't really offer much new things for you. That being said, Tarduk's journey to find the Red Star and uncover the secrets of the Matoran universe leads into a much more important story that we're actually going to cover in the epilogue of the entire Bionicle Retold series, because it actually takes place after the official ending of Bionicle. So stay tuned for that, and just remember, Tarduk desperately wants to find and discover the secrets of the Red Star.
Part 5. Raid on Volcanus. In the aftermath of their attack on Atiro, the Skrull warriors began to expand their land and territory, preparing for the inevitable Batera invasion. Soon afterwards, Tuma and Stronius traveled to the secret haven of the Sisters of the Skrull, attempting to negotiate a truce and partnership with the secretive female members. Thousands of years ago, the Sisters of the Skrull had been given psionic abilities by the Lovecraftian entity Anana, who hoped they would destroy their male counterparts with their newfound powers. But instead, the Sisters actually believed that a great being named Angons had given them their abilities, and the legend of the great being Angons was passed on from generation to generation, all new Sisters wishing to someday locate Angons and receive more powers. Tuma used this legend to his advantage. Claiming to know the location of Angons, he attempted to arrange a partnership with the Sisters, but instead, he and Stronius were thrown out, only allowed to live because of this claim. On their way back to Roxtus, they were assaulted by Batera, who had grown even closer to the southern regions, and it was then that the treacherous Agori Metis made his move, commanding Tuma and Stronius to throw down their weapons, shutting off the Batera's attack mode, and allowing the three travelers to escape. Having saved the leader of the Skrull and his right-hand man, Metis negotiated a higher position of power for himself with Tuma, and the company returned to the Skrull camp at Roxtus. Meanwhile, following the destruction of the arena, many Glatorian were forced to work odd jobs and take on other duties, as the Agori elders discussed how to resolve conflicts moving forwards. Gelu, the backup Glatorian for the Ice Tribe, took a job protecting caravans while he was ambushed by a bone hunter holding a detailed map of the entire Village of Fire, Volcanus. Quickly rushing to warn Ranu and the others, Gelu began to formulate a defense plan, aided by Gresh and veteran Fire Glatorian Akar, who split up to venture to the different villages to convince other Glatorian to help defend Volcanus. While some Glatorian, like Vastus of the Jungle Tribe, believed the raid to be a diversion and refused to leave their hometowns unprotected, other Glatorian like Strack managed to be swindled or coerced into defending Volcanus. On the night of the attack, Akar ventured into the Vorox-infested wilderness to seek an audience with his old friend Malam, now undisputed ruler of the Vorox Pax. While Malam agreed to launch a preemptive strike on the Bone Hunter camp to prove his strength and help out his old ally, he refused to help defend Volcanus, for he wanted nothing to do with the village that had exiled him long ago. Killing dozens of Bone Hunters in a vicious battle, Malam and his Vorox Pax returned to their camp. But despite this seeming victory, Akar was unconvinced that they had truly driven off the Bone Hunters for good. Days later, his suspicions were proven correct. Over 24 Bone Hunters swarmed Volcanus, smashing past its defenses and overwhelming Akar, who defended the city as best he could as its lone warrior. Just as the Bone Hunters were about to strike him down, Kina, Tarix, Vastus, and an army of other Glatorian appeared on the horizon, pushing back the Bone Hunters. In the aftermath, the other Glatorian explained why they had come. None among them had any allegiance to Volcanus, but only came to help their old friend and veteran Glatorian mentor, Akar. It was at this time of chaos and discovery that far from Bara Magna, on the planet of Aqua Magna, the Matoran universe was thrust into darkness. Makuta Pterodax had achieved his ultimate goal and cast the spirit of Mata Nui, held within the Mask of Life, out of the universe, sending it rocketing in the deep reaches of space. As the Order of Mata Nui, the Toa Nuva, and all the inhabitants of the Matoran universe began life under a dreaded rain of shadows, the Kanohi Ignika, Mask of Life, blasted towards the sands of Bara Magna, fueled by one singular thought: I will return. Part 6. The Legend Reborn. All across Bara Magna, the skies glowed and a brilliant comet streaked through the stars. Tuma and Stronius, discussing battle plans and unification strategies, dismissed it as nothing more than a shooting star. In a brawl with a Skrull warrior, Gelu watched the comet soar through the air, distracting the Skrull long enough to make his escape. In the wastelands, Gresh and Vastus conversed with Tarduk, learning of the Element Lords in his quest for the Red Star and Matoran universe, and watched the glowing object fall to the surface of Bara Magna. In Volcanus, Kina and Akar ceased their practice duel, enraptured by the mysterious glowing comet. And in the barren desert, a swarm of Scarabax beetles scurried across the dunes, scattering from the harsh light of the falling mask. As the Ignika smashed into the ground in a brilliant explosion, intense heat fused sand to glass as smoke drifted from its metallic surface. In an instant, the mask rose into the air, swirling the sand beneath it with life energy in a contained sandstorm. 2 arms, 2 legs, and a torso formed from the whirling grains and turned solid. The Kanohi Ignika, now housing the spirit and consciousness of Mata Nui himself, had risen in Toa form at last. Stunned and disoriented by his journey through the cosmos, Mata Nui stumbled, unaccustomed to his new form and still reeling from Pterodax's attack. For millennia, he had slumbered, and had awoken just long enough to feel the presence of Makuta Pterodax take over his body and cast him out to worlds unknown. As a curious Scarabax beetle approached Mata Nui, he inadvertently activated the cosmic power of his Mask of Life, temporarily transforming the beetle into a living shield with the powers of his mask. Mata Nui had little time to ponder the abilities of his Ignika, for he was beset by a crazed, wild Vorox who he was forced to beat back to defend himself. Just as Mata Nui defeated his opponent, ripping off his stinger tail as a makeshift weapon, he was approached by the devious Agori Metis, who, unbeknown to the society at large, had secretly sold out his villages to the Skrull. Watching the display from afar, Metis quickly made attempts to befriend Mata Nui, realizing he could be a powerful ally in the coming conflict. And so, as Metis drove Mata Nui back to Volcanus, they arrived just in time to see a brutal Glatorian match between Akar and Strack. In this fierce battle, Akar defeated his opponent, earning Mata Nui's respect, who claimed Akar fought like a Toa from his world. As the devious Strack prepared to attack Akkar from behind even after conceding the fight, Matanui leapt into action, saving Akkar and transforming his Vorok stinger tail into a full longsword. Soundly defeating Strack and earning the respect of the Agori who watched the fight, Matanui introduced himself as a Toa to Akkar, and the two began discussing Matanui's origins, the Matoran universe, and proof of life outside Bara Magna. As they talked, the pair of warriors were interrupted by Kina, who was overjoyed to find proof that life in the stars existed, and promised to help Matanui in exchange for his promise to take her with him when he returned to his homeland. And so, the three warriors set off, all eager to help Matanui return to his homeland and gain his help in defending their people along the way. Having discovered a secret chamber of the great beings deep beneath Tajun, Kina led the way. As they traveled through the canyons and desert passageways of Bara Magna, the three warriors battled vicious Scopio monsters while bonding with each other and explaining to Matanui how society functioned on the planet of Bara Magna. Eventually, the trio made it to Tajun, and to Kina's horror, she found it utterly destroyed by Skrull and Bone Hunters, working together for the first time in history to seize more land. At Tajun, Matanui and his team quickly rescued a badly wounded Gresh, who had been the only Glatorian left to fend off the hordes, and the team sought shelter in the mysterious lair of the Great Beings. Along the way, they encountered the Agori barracks, who had also sought refuge in the secret lair during the attack. To Matanui's astonishment, the room was filled with ancient carvings, markings, and blueprints, detailing the creation and birth of the Matoran universe. To Matanui's surprise, Kina explained how she and many Glatorians hated the Great Beings, for they had failed to stop Calamity and simply disappeared into the night. But there was little time to ponder this revelation, for the warriors had to rush to the nearby jungle village of Tessara to warn them of the Skrull's allegiance with the Bone Hunters and rally the Glatorian to fight together as one against the united force. Before they left, Matanui continued to experiment with the Ignika, bestowing raw elemental abilities onto Akkar, Gresh, and Kina, transforming them into fully fledged Toa-like heroes. As the four heroes arrived in Tessara, Akkar used his newfound fire sword to gain the respect of the crowd, stopping the ongoing Glatorian match to compel the Agori and Glatorian to band together against the united army of Bone Hunters and Skrull. As the village elders discussed late into the night, Barracks noticed an Agori slip away from the crowd and sneak off into the night. As he tailed this mysterious stranger, he came upon him sharing information and secrets with the Skrull. For this stranger was the traitorous Metis, who had informed the Skrull that Matanui had rallied the Glatorian and Agori together. Before he had a chance to react, Barracks was swiftly captured, and Kina, who had grown suspicious of Barracks for sneaking off and assumed that he was the traitor, was also captured. As soon as Matanui realized the pair had been kidnapped, he immediately set off for Roxtus on his own, leaving Akkar to guard the village of Tessara. In the Skrull camp, Kina and Barracks resolved their differences while the Skrull and Bone Hunters awaited the approach of Glatorian warriors, having set up a trap to lure them away from the villages using Kina and Barracks as bait. To their surprise, only one lone warrior appeared on the horizon, Toa Matanui, who had come to challenge Tuma in a one-on-one battle. In a heated match, Matanui felled the mighty Tuma and claimed his shield in victory. Just then, Metis revealed himself as a traitor, ordering the Skrull and Bone Hunters to kill Matanui. But he was too late, for an army of Glatorian appeared on the scene, engaging in an epic battle between Glatorian, Bone Hunters, and Skrull. As Akkar, Kina, Gresh, and the others led the charge, Matanui ran to confront the escaping Metis, using the power of the Mask of Life to transform him into a serpent, a cruel but fitting fate for this slippery traitor. As Metis slithered away, Matanui rejoined the fight, and with the elemental powers he had bestowed upon the Glatorian, they swiftly beat back the opposing armies, ending the Skrull threat. In the aftermath of the battle, Matanui negotiated peace between all tribes on Bara Magna, and began to physically unite all the villages, reconstructing the colossal prototype robot left over by the Great Beings. As this was done, Matanui turned his gaze to the maze of the Great Beings, resolved to venture forwards and uncover whatever secrets lay inside, bringing him one step closer to returning to the Matoran universe and bringing peace once and for all. As the weeks passed, Matanui and his team marveled at the size and scope of the united mega village of Bara Magna. With Akkar named lead defender and Ranu as the chief elder of the villages, the tribes of Bara Magna had finally united under one roof after thousands of years. But Matanui's quest had only just begun. Shortly afterwards, the team of Glatorian, Matanui, and Barracks began a long journey to the Valley of the Maze. Ambushed by a group of wandering Skrull, Barracks was gravely injured, and Matanui was forced to continue alone while the rest of the Glatorian returned to the Mega Village to protect the city and heal the wounded Agori. Traveling north through the Black Spike Mountains, Matanui arrived at the Sacred Valley and entered the Great Maze, determined to reach the tower stationed in the middle of the labyrinth. Before him lay great trials, traps, and ancient machinery conjured by the great beings to protect their secrets, and Matanui would need all his strength, all his skill, and all his wisdom to make it inside and learn the secrets of old. Meanwhile, far away from the planet of Bara Magna, we return to the Grand Colosseum of Metru Nui in the Matoran universe, where Makuta Pterodax had just made his chilling announcement, and a wave of darkness fell over their world. Pterodax had truly become god of this world, and Toa, Order of Matanui, and even the Dark Hunters would need all their strength to mount a resistance effort from within the body of the Great Spirit Robot. As lightning crashed through the skies and Rakshi rose from the very ground, the Matoran and Turaga took refuge in what remained of the archives of Metru Nui, even as agents of Pterodax and remotely commanded Rakshi ravaged the lands, leaving a trail of death and suffering behind them. Previously on Bionicle Retold, Chapter 9, Rebirth. Reign of Shadows. In a climactic final battle above and below Metru Nui, the Toahaga, Makuta Miserix, and leading members of the Order of Matanui were soundly defeated. In a cunning plot to seize control of the entire Matoran universe, the spirit of the Dark Lord Makuta Pterodax overthrew the Matanui consciousness, assuming control over the colossal Great Spirit Robot and casting the Mask of Life deep within the void of space. As Matanui discovered the desert world of Bara Magna and fought alongside Glatorian warriors in a quest to return home, the Matoran universe was plunged into darkness. With warriors like Vezon, Mazika, and Voltraz plunging through alternate universes in a desperate attempt to get home, all eyes are on the Toa Nuva, Toa Mari, remaining members of the Order of Matanui, and even the Dark Hunters, as they lead an ill-fated rebellion against the Makuta from within, desperately struggling to fight back against the god of their world. This is Bionicle Retold. Chapter 10, Destiny. Part 1, Reign of Shadows. On the desert planet of Bara Magna, the Kanohi Ignika, Mask of Life, crash-landed in the barren wasteland, forming bonds of friendship with the Glatorian warriors and battling to find a path back to the Matoran universe and rescue his people. As Toa Matanui ventured across this hostile realm, we return to the planet Aqua Magna, where the Great Spirit Robot stands tall for the first time in 100,000 years. With Makuta Pterodax established as Dark Lord of the universe, thus began a period of endless suffering. On the island fortress of Doxia, headquarters of the Order of Matanui, armies of Rakshi made landfall, sweeping across the fortified cities and decimating most Order agents left to guard the main base. As precious few veteran agents like Trinuma fled the massacre, the Paraka vanished from their water tank prison, and the Dark Hunter Dweller, confined deep within the darkest dungeons of the Order stronghold, fled his captivity in the chaos. The only remaining pool of energized protodermis in existence was held deep within Daxia, and quickly claimed by Pterodax. The few members of the Brotherhood of Makuta who remained alive were enslaved by Pterodax, forced to endlessly churn out new Rakshi before being swiftly eliminated, leaving Pterodax the only Makuta left alive, save for the enslaved Makuta Miserix, who was stuck in the illusion of a painting for Pterodax's amusement. In the aftermath, Makuta used his newfound godlike powers to recreate the Visorak race, undoing the efforts of the Toa Nuva and Toa Mari to wipe out the Scourge from the universe, and commanding the vicious spiders to sweep across the land in his name. In the vast city of Metru Nui, the majority of the Matoran population were enslaved by armies of Rakshi, with Matoran workers slaughtered en masse until the populace finally gave in, keeping the forges running to operate the mind and body of the Great Spirit Robot. The Turaga were subsequently imprisoned, with the devious Matoran Akmau placed in charge of city operations. What Matoran could escape sought refuge in the darkness of the archives, locating the shape-shifting Rahi Kraka, who agreed to protect the city's remaining population.
and deep within these archives, the surviving Toa teams, agents of the Order, and the Dark Hunters convened, planting the seeds to a larger rebellion against the Makuta. As Rakshi roamed the empty streets of Metru Nui, killing or imprisoning all who ventured out, plans were made and speeches were given deep underground, with the Toa Nuva and Taka Nuva taking the lead as the powerful figureheads of the rebellion. Realizing they would be a bigger target if they stayed together, the Toa decided to split up, each covering different pockets of the Matoran universe to establish a secret communication network and intelligence system across the universe. Journeying to the ruins of the Makuta fortress on Destro, Takanuva and Pohatu hid in the darkness, scavenging through ancient artifacts and weapons to get an edge on Rakshi enforcers. Uncovering the colossal teleportation engine, Takanuva quickly summoned Toa Nuparu for his engineering skills to repair the engine, and Nuparu began the monumental task of reverse engineering the ancient and powerful artifact. Discovering the remains of the massacre on Daxia, Tahu rushed to convene with Gali and warn the others of the Rakshi army movements, who in turn was deep in research on the Great Beings, hoping to find a weakness to cripple the Great Spirit Robot and Makuta Spirit from within. All these years, the Toa Nuva had strived to reawaken the Great Spirit Robot, and now all their trials had led to this cruel, ironic final mission, destroying the robot which they had fought so desperately to awaken from within. As months passed under Pterodax's reign, the Toa Nuva rallied the resistance effort and embarked on their own missions, forming ragtag teams with former enemies and Dark Hunters to cripple Makuta's new form. As Tahu correctly assumed, it took Pterodax time and practice to master the complexities of the Matoran universe and acclimate to his new form, and the resistance effort used that precious time to their advantage. In the ruins of the deserted realm of Karzani, Tahu led a strike force consisting of the Dark Hunter Guardian, Ancient Keeper of Secrets, the shape-shifting female Rahi Kraka, Jomak, agent of the Order of Matanui with the Atom Reconstruction power, and Lariska, former member of the Federation of Fear and Dark Hunter assassin. Alongside them was the new chronicler, Kopik, who once aided Takua years ago on the island of Matanui as part of the Chronicler's Company. Their mission was to meet up with Onua, who had led his own team of Order of Matanui agents to seize a weapons cache to the south of the realm, and rendezvous in the middle of the Forsaken Land. As the team discussed strategies and reassured Kopik's fears, Guardian left the campsite, wondering if there was a way off the universe, and if their fight against the god of their world was truly a lost cause. In an instant, beneath his feet, the ground opened. Bonds made of solid stone wrapped around him, yanking him down into the hole even as he screamed. Then, the barren earth slammed shut again, and he was gone. Just like that, one of the oldest and most experienced Dark Hunters was killed in an instant, fused to the ground itself and crushed under tons of rock and soil. Leaping to their feet, Tahu and his team came to a terrifying realization. Makuta Pterodax had begun to master the ability to pinpoint the locations of individual beings in the universe, and was simply leaving Tahu and the rest of his team alive to toy with them. Sounds of metallic footsteps filled the air, and to their horror, Tahu's team was immediately surrounded by dozens of Exo-Toa sentries, missiles loaded and aimed at the fugitives. As the robotic shelves spoke in the hollow voice of Makuta Pterodax, threatening to enslave or kill the dissidents, Tahu suppressed his impulse to leap into action and go down fighting. Learning from his past and drawing from his experience, Tahu kept a level head and stayed calm, preventing needless violence and bloodshed. As the team prepared to surrender and stage a future escape, the ground began to shake beneath them, and erupting from the catacombs below Karzani was Toa Onua, who instantly generated a vast pit underneath the Exo-Toa, temporarily delaying them. As he caught up with Tahu, Onua explained how Rakshi had killed the remaining Order agents, seizing the weapons cache and preventing Onua from claiming the supplies. As Lariska began to brainstorm a new mission, Onua came up with a deadly plan. Makuta Pterodax was clearly not fully in control of his new power, and needed Rakshi and Exo-Toa to act as his eyes and ears on the ground. While Pterodax was all-powerful, there was still only one way to make new Rakshi, by transforming Krata with energized protodermis. And so, to stop the steady flow of new Rakshi, they had to complete the mission the Order of Matanui began in the early stages of the Destiny War, destroy the final source of energized protodermis in the heart of the former Order fortress on Daxia, now heavily guarded by the most powerful agents of Makuta. Back in Metru Nui, smoke billowed as an army of heat vision Rakshi raced to Po Metru to pacify the Matoran workers, led by the Skakti warlord Nektan, who had sided with Pterodax against the will of his fellow Skakti warlords. Desperately defending their home and blasting through the Rakshi ranks, the Toa Mari defended Metru and the entrance to the archives, where many of the other Matoran had sought refuge. As Tahu, Onua, and the rest of their team embarked on the long journey to Doxia, the rest of the Toa were embroiled in their own personal missions. With Gali still studying the great beings, the Toa Mari defending the archives while attempting to break the Toa Haga out of their trance, and Kopaka on a quest of his own. That left Liwa on a simple mission: venture to the island of Artaka and convince the ancient ruler of that sanctum to join the fight against Makuta. But as he came within sight of the island, he could tell it was already too late. Shattered Rakshi littered the coastline, but more still were advancing on the fortress. Artaka's Matoran workers were fighting a desperate defense, but it was a lost cause. Just as Leo prepared to jump into action, the voice of the Titan Artaka echoed through his head. Proclaiming the island and himself as a lost cause, Artaka teleported Liwa to a mysterious cave, bidding him to seek the aid of another ancient being should Artaka fail. And so, Liwa found himself face to face with a writhing mass of tentacles, bones, and eyes. The old god, Tren Kron. Meanwhile, on the Skakti island of Zakaz, the 5 Toa Mari assembled with a new mission. Weeks ago, they had defended the archives against the Skakti warlord Nektan and his Rakshi invasion, who had allied himself with Makuta Pterodax. Now, Nektan led his armies of barbarians south for purposes unknown. Having failed to free the Toa Haga from their trance or reconstruct the Destral teleportation engine, the Toa Mari had been sent by Tahu to gather information on the remaining Skakti warlords and potentially recruit some of the savage warmongers to their cause. On top of that, there was a mystery to be solved. Following the widespread destruction on Doxia, the sea snakes that were once the evil Paraka had vanished. It had been believed they were just buried in the rubble, but rumors were flying that they had been rescued and spirited away to Zakaz. For what purpose, no one could say. Quickly suffocating the Skakti guards on the shore, Kongu took the lead, and the 5 Toa ventured inland, with Huki using his powers of stone to distract the Skakti patrols long enough for Holly to use her elemental power of water to detect an underground river leading straight to the largest Skakti stronghold. As the amphibious Toa Mari dived deep beneath the water once again, they came upon a massive sanctum, where a Skakti warlord was delivering a rousing speech to a gathering of nearly 500 barbarians. As rallying cries punctuated a grand speech declaring their intent to rise up against Makuta Pterodax himself while the Toa, Dark Hunters, and Order hid in the darkness, a massive tank rose from beneath the ground, bubbling with energized protodermis. Before the Toa Mari had a chance to even process the fact that the Skakti had somehow obtained more of the substance, their attention was drawn to a group of prisoners being led to the pool. A savage Zyglak, a defeated and battered Vortex, a brutish Steltian laborer, and 5 of the Paraka, still writhing and gasping in their sea snake forms. Horrified, the Toa Mari came to a realization. The Skakti would have had no idea which specific beings to throw in the bubbling pool unless the idea was planted in their heads by the god in control of destiny, Makuta Pterodax. At the warlord signal, the 3 prisoners and the 5 Paraka were thrown into the energized protodermis tank. So engrossed were the Skakti that they failed to notice a strange, greenish cloud of antidermis emerge from a nearby lake, hover in the air for a moment, and then plunge into the energized protodermis tank. As the liquid began to froth and bubble, the Toa Mari could see a shape forming in the silver fluid, something monstrous and horrible. As they watched in shock and terror, before their eyes, a new and terrible form of life began to climb from the tank. Elsewhere in the universe, the Baraki Pridak stood on a pedestal before his assembled legions of warriors and outcasts. He, Kalma, and Mentax had rebuilt their legions, while Elek had returned to the sea to gather his own troops. They were poised to strike as soon as the Shadowed One unleashed his viruses on Makuta Pterodax. The universe would be theirs to rule once more. But then there was nothing. The appointed time had come and gone, with only a violent earth tremor to mark it. At first, Pridak thought that the Shadowed One had succeeded, and the quake was a sign he had overthrown Makuta Pterodax. But it became rapidly obvious that nothing had changed. Pterodax was still in control, and now Pridak had a choice. March on Metru Nui and risk destruction at the hands of the Makuta, or stay put and risk rebellion by his legions. Seething with rage at the Shadowed One's apparent failure, Pridak resolved to march on Metru Nui with the rest of the Baraki and their combined legions, rallying the armies to march on Makuta Pterodax's Rakshi, Exotoa, and Vizorak forces in the city. In a chamber on the island of Zia, the stone floor was littered with the shattered remains of precious vials. There was no trace of the Shadowed One, or what once contained the vials of viruses. Every vortex in a wide radius had met a horrible death, pulverized into fragments without a trace. In his attempt to unleash the prototype viruses on Makuta Pterodax, the Shadowed One had inadvertently released a deadly viral agent, barely surviving to flee to other corners of the universe. And on an uncharted island in the southern regions, Axon, one of the final surviving members of the Order of Matanui, had been teleported from the chambers beneath Metru Nui by Makuta Pterodax. Locked in an endless illusion and desperate to find his comrade Brutaka, Axon used his mental powers and Mask of Truth to finally break free of Pterodax's spell, finding himself on an uninhabited beach in the middle of nowhere. He didn't know for certain where he was, nor did he care at the moment. All that mattered to him was where Makuta was, and he knew that answer. Somehow, someway, Axon was going to make it back to Metru Nui, and Makuta was going to pay for what he had done, even if it cost Axon his life. And finally, Toa Helrix, leader of the Order of Matanui, sat alone in her prison, with only the echoing thoughts of Pterodax and a portrait of Makuta Mizrix to keep her company. Knowing the Matoran population could never be convinced to stop working if their comrades and friends were killed as a result, Helrix came to a sickening realization. Defeating Pterodax and demolishing the machinery that ran the Great Spirit Robot would spell the eventual death of all beings that lived inside it, the very destruction that Toa Inika, Toa Nuva, and Toa Haga had fought so hard to prevent, and Matoro had sacrificed himself to save. The planet outside had no known landmasses and no place to flee to. The inhabitants of the Matoran universe would suffocate or freeze in the darkness. As leader of the Order of Matanui, Helrix often had to make decisions that sent agents to their deaths. It came with the job. And so, Helrix resolved to stop Pterodax before he killed or enslaved billions of innocents in the universe beyond. Closing her eyes and drawing on all her power, Helrix prepared to unleash a Nova Blast within the mind of Pterodax, preparing to doom the entire Matoran universe to save billions beyond their world. Part 2. Trials of Vezon. As the inhabitants of the Matoran universe faced their greatest battles yet, Vezon, Mazika, and Voltraz tumbled through alternate worlds, cursed by the power of the Olmec now fused to Vezon's face. With the two Matoran enemies cast out to dimensions unknown, Vezon continued ricocheting through the multiverse of madness. One moment, he was out in the sunshine of the Kingdom universe, seeing Matoran and Dark Hunters working together in perfect harmony. The next moment, everything had shifted, and he found himself in a mirror world where an evil Matanui spirit plotted to overthrow the Great Spirit Makuta. His body, his essence, and his mind had fused to that of the Olmec. Wherever he stepped, a new dimensional portal ripped open, and as time passed, Vezon gained more and more mastery over this powerful new ability. In a flash of energy and light, Vezon tumbled toward a portal through the sky, finding himself surrounded by sand in every direction. As he journeyed towards buildings and jungle trees in the distance, Vezon watched as the vast desert gave way to a lush jungle, filled with workers toiling away at constructing vast villages. Some of these workers were lay Matoran, but others Vezon did not recognize. For these were Agori, and Vezon had found himself in the Spherus Magna alternate universe. Flashing back to thousands of years ago, when the Great Spirit Matanui robot had delved deep into the unknown reaches of space, the Brotherhood of Makuta and Pterodax had chosen not to rebel against Matanui, allowing the colossal robot to fulfill its purpose and return to Bara Magna with the technology to restore the planet to its rightful place, recreating and terraforming the planet of Spherus Magna as it was in the old days. Here, Matoran, Agori, Toa, and Glatorian worked side by side to create a new form of society, rising to prominence among the stars. There, Vezon encountered a variant of Tarduk, who assumed he was a Toa and brought him to the villages of this strange new world. Vezon watched as Toa like Jalar and Kongu worked alongside Glatorian like Gresh and Kina, and most surprising of all, saw that the Brotherhood of Makuta, who in this universe had never revolted, overthrew Tuma and his Skrull legions, taking over command of the black armored warriors to defend the villages. But before Vezon had a chance to comprehend the changes of this world, they were interrupted by a vast army on the horizon. Platoons of Skakti bellowed war cries as Rudaka led her Vortex-kin towards the village, all led by Makuta Mizrix in his dragon form. Bone hunters rushed towards the village, and all around, Toa and Glatorian prepared to defend their villages. As Vezon tried and failed to activate his innate teleportation abilities, the world began to slow and freeze around him. As color faded from the universe and time began to stop, a voice echoed in Vezon's mind, a voice that claimed to be a great being from our core universe. Eons ago, this great being made the error of touching the mask of life. As a result, everything around him, furniture, equipment, even rays of light, came to life. For their own safety, his fellow rulers imprisoned him, and now this cursed great being was perpetually surrounded by living chains, living blocks of stone, and the screams of light as the darkness extinguished it. As Vaison quickly began to understand the plight of the cursed being, an idea came to him. Offer to free the being from his fortress should he return Vaison to the core universe and grant him full dimensional mastery of the Olmec. And with Vaison's fate hanging in the balance, we now shift focus to Mazika and Voltraz, who were cast abruptly from Kara Nui by the power of Vaison's Olmec, and now found themselves hurtling to destinations unknown. Part 3. The Melding Universe. Space. Reality. It's more than a linear path. It's a prism of endless possibilities, where one decision, one choice, could change the course of a universe forever. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the core war for energized Protodermis ripped Spherus Magna apart, kickstarting the events of the Legend of Bionicle. But in this universe, the Great Beings created the first Toa far earlier to repair the planet and protect it from the inevitable cataclysm caused by the Shattering. Instead of creating the Great Spirit Matanui robot, the Great Beings refined and perfected the Toa design, granting them the smaller statures of Matoran of our universe, but with greater agility and enhanced elemental and Kanohi powers. The Toa was sent underground, with containers to hold the energized Protodermis and the duty of repairing all the planet's damage. And after 5 years, this task, dubbed the Melding, was successfully completed. In the aftermath of the melding, the Great Beings continued to reside in the Valley of the Maze, adding crystal and iron fortifications to the fortress at its center. To create an order of true peacekeepers and servants of the light, the Great Beings brought the Makuta race into being, towering titans with blinding white armor and sworn protectors of the Glatorian, Agori, Toa, and Matoran of this universe, who were much larger Glatorian-sized beings to assist in heavy labor. And with that, we return to Kara Nui, the heart of our core universe. The stage was set for two mortal enemies to collide, hurtling towards each other in a final clash. Just then, there was a sickening moment of darkness and disorientation. In a flash of blinding light, Mazika and Voltraz found themselves plummeting towards the ground, barely escaping a vast lake of energized Protodermis as they fell before a massive tree banded with gold metal. In seconds, the two Matoran of Ice and Shadow had been transported to the Melding alternate universe. As the Matoran awoke, dazed from their journey, they were approached by Toa Maku and Matoran Helrix, who assumed Mazika and Voltraz were other Toa, given their smaller forms. Mazika and Voltraz soon realized that in this world, Toa were Matoran, and Matoran were Toa, and they would be forced to blend in, lest they draw the attention of the Makuta, heroic protectors of the land. Explaining they were seeking passage home, Mazika and Voltraz were brought before Makuta Pterodax of the Melding Universe, who explained his purpose to uphold the values of unity, duty, and destiny, no matter the cost. In this world, a Makuta must be utterly without doubt or fear or any trace of shadow, with years of meditation required to claim the noble title. As they ventured through the Valley of the Maze, Makuta Pterodax saluted Gorast and Icarax, also wearing pristine white armor, and brought them before a vast council chamber illuminated by dim lightstones hanging from the chamber ceiling. As voices began to echo from the dark, and flickering light illuminated the outlines of 6 mysterious figures in the darkness, Makuta Pterodax of the Melding Universe introduced Mazika and Voltraz to the Great Beings. Announcing he had used his telepathic abilities to peer inside their souls, Makuta exposed Voltraz as a being filled with darkness, stunning the Great Beings by this flaw in their creation. As the group conversed, the Great Beings explained that they were aware of the multiverse and their counterparts in the vast, uncounted realities that exist. It was only a matter of time until visitors from mirror dimensions pierced the dimensional walls, and to the Great Beings, the chance to dissect and study Voltraz was an alluring opportunity. And so, Mazika was offered an exchange. The Great Beings of the Melding Universe would allow him to be returned to his universe, so long as they could keep Voltraz to study him, to understand what went wrong in his creation. In return, they would allow Mazika to choose one being from their universe to go with him to our prime dimension, to keep the balance between realities. While Mazika at first refused, his noble heart unwilling to doom even Voltraz to an eternity in a separate reality, the Great Beings made it clear he had no say in the matter. Makuta Pterodax had seen the rot in his spirit, and peered into a distorted mirror, and fully supported Voltraz's punishment. and as the Shadow Matoran was dragged away by other Makuta, Mazika made his choice. Calling on the white-armored Makuta Pterodax, he made ready to return to the main universe and bring a powerful new ally to turn the tide. Back in our core universe, on the planet of Aqua Magna, Makuta Pterodax, in the huge robotic body that once belonged to Matanui, surveyed the world he stood on. There was nothing but water as far as the eye could see. Despite the waters teeming with life and escape pit prisoners still struggling to survive, to Pterodax, all their struggles were beneath him, and there were worlds out there teeming with life, waiting to be conquered. Pterodax pondered to himself, why should he be satisfied with ruling a universe inside this body, where he could master a true universe of planets and suns and stars? This robot body had the power to lay waste to cities, to shatter mountains, to subjugate entire planets, and yet Matanui had not used any of it. And so, Pterodax made his decision. Once he had crushed the final remnants of rebellion inside him, he would beckon to the red star above and begin his journey of conquest, starting with tracking down Matanui's spirit in the Mask of Life on Bara Magna, and crushing him and all he cared for beneath his feet. But just then, his thoughts were interrupted. Pterodax felt the presence of another Makuta deep within his body, and since the only remaining living Makuta, Miserix, was trapped in the illusion of a painting, this had to be something else, someone else. And there was only one answer. This new Makuta had come from an alternate universe, and Pterodax was about to come face to face with himself. In a blinding flash of light and energy, Mazika and the Makuta Pterodax of the melding universe materialized in an uninhabited portion of the southern continent. As darkness began to creep over the valley, Mazika was surprised to see the melding Pterodax drawing light from the region to prepare for battle. For despite the fact that the Makuta of the melding universe had purged all darkness from their souls, they had total control over light. And what is darkness but the absence of light? And so, walking down the now darkened path, the two allies made their way out of the valley as their quest truly began. Approaching a sacked and demolished village of Ba Matoran, Masters of Gravity, Mazika and the melding Pterodax discussed the circumstances of the core Pterodax's fall to darkness, and how easy it may have been for the melding Pterodax to do the same. Their conversation was interrupted when all around them the winds rose. In a moment, they had gone from gentle breeze to screaming maelstrom, so powerful it knocked Mazika off his feet and sent him tumbling towards the edge of a ridge. Landing among the ruins, Mazika's impact shattered the long-dead corpse of a Visorak into fine black powder. Now that he looked around, he could see the other bodies of Visorak spiders scattered here and there. The villagers who had lived here had gone down fighting. But then, a voice came from the dead mouths of the Visorak all around. Pterodax recognized it as his own, but touched with madness and evil. As the heroic melding Pterodax proclaimed himself as truly stronger than the Pterodax of this world, for overcoming the temptations he could not, the mouths of the Visorak corpses only laughed, proclaiming a test for the white-armored Makuta. The air crackled with ozone, and then before Mazika and Pterodax's eyes, three figures appeared. Each resembled Takanuva, legendary Toa of Light, but their armor was jet black and shadow energy swirled about their hands. For Pterodax had his own army of beings from alternate universes, and an apocalyptic final battle was nigh. Part 4. The Many Deaths of Toa Tuyet. Thousands of years ago, in the great city of Metru Nui, the deranged serial killer Toa Tuyet sought the power of the Nui Stone, ancient artifact with the ability to absorb Toa energy into the wielder of the stone, transforming them into the ultimate elemental being with colossal strength and power. Seeking to massacre all Makuta, Dark Hunters, and anyone who stood in her way, Tuyet nearly succeeded in her quest, but after being thwarted by the efforts of Toa Likan and Nadiki, she was imprisoned by the order of Matanui by the teleporting titan Botar. Officially, she was brought to the prison of the pit, where she allegedly lived out the rest of her days in confinement. And in the depths below Mari Nui, Toa Matoro and Makuta Pterodax in the form of Maxilos Robot encountered the dead body of what appeared to be Tuyet, and while Pterodax's attempts to rebuild the Nui Stone with the Staff of Artaka ultimately failed, all in the Matoran universe believed Tuyet to be dead, and she slowly faded from history. But that is only the history you know, for secretly, the Order of Matanui wished to gain the power of the Nui Stone for themselves. Teleporting Tuyet to a pocket dimension where no Toa existed, the Order of Matanui interrogated her for thousands of years, studying the fragments of the Nui Stone embedded in her armor, and managing to extract samples of the powerful artifact safely from her armor. To cover up this research, the Order of Matanui traveled to an alternate dimension, where they found and killed the Toa Tuyet of that world, transporting her corpse back to the Prime Dimension, where she was placed in the pit with false crystal fragments resembling the Nui Stone embedded in her armor. Meanwhile, after 1,500 years passed in her prison, Tuyet managed to sway a prison guard into believing in her vision. Faking an explosion and claiming Tuyet had died in the unforeseen accident, the Order of Matanui agents secretly helped Tuyet escape, equipping her with the technology of that dimension to traverse universes like the power of the Kanohi Olmec. For years and years, Tuyet began a trans-dimensional journey, carving a path through the multiverse and charging the ancient Nui Stone along the way. After 2,000 years passed and Tuyet grew more and more powerful, she finally arrived back in our core dimension, materializing in the archives of Metru Nui right at the peak of Pterodax's reign. Meanwhile, in the archives below Metru Nui, Matoran had formed their own resistance movement, aiding the Toa in their missions to relay information and free their comrades whenever possible. Word that Tahu and Onua's mission to destroy the final energized protodermis pool on Doxia had succeeded had spread across the Matoran resistance movement, and Kapira, Ta Matoran, an old member of Takua's chronicler's company on the island of Matanui, rushed to convene with Maku, who now walked with a pronounced limp due to a narrow escape from an automated Exo-Toa. Soon, the two Matoran reunited with Hafu, Po Matoran carver and original chronicler's company member who had been put to work by Akmau carving statues of Makuta Pterodax. As the three Matoran, led by Maku, ventured deeper within the archives, Maku revealed the true reason she had brought them together, for she had encountered Toa Tuyet deep beneath the archives, who claimed to be willing to aid the resistance and defeat Pterodax. Skeptical of her powers and strength, Hafu and Kapura questioned Tuyet, who was overjoyed to realize the Matoran had forgotten of her misdeeds thousands of years ago, and her crimes had faded into obscurity following the death of Likan and Nadiki. Revealing the pulsating Nui Stone in her fist, Toa Tuyet explained how she was the perfect ally against Makuta, for he truly believed her to be dead for some 2,000 years. While Maku headed back to spread the news among the Resistance Network, Hafu and Kapura agreed to help connect Tuyet with the rest of the rebellion, who in turn had no doubt she could organize and lead a successful rebellion against Pterodax and bring him down. But she had no intention of allowing Matanui to regain control. Thousands of years to gain power and knowledge had led Tuyet to be convinced Matanui was weak and ineffective, and the Matoran universe needed a ruler like her to truly achieve greatness. Part 5. Gods of Old. As Tuyet plotted to overthrow Makuta Pterodax and seize control of the Matoran universe for herself, conflicts and battles broke out all across the robot. The Toamari, still marooned on the island of Zakaz, were witnessing a grotesque being slowly rise from the tank of energized protodermis. The melding universe Makuta Pterodax and Mazika found themselves facing off against alternate versions of Takanuva, completely turned to the dark. Tahu, Onua, and their team had just won a major victory against Pterodax, overwhelming the guards on Doxia in a massive assault and destroying the only source of new Rakshi. In the ruins of Destral, Takanuva and Pohatu worked desperately to gather arms, salvage weapons and armor, and mount a defense against the Makuta from within. The Skakti warlord Nektan readied his forces of Rakshi and Paraka to venture to the southern islands, for reasons unknown. And in these southern islands, Axon, still reeling from his mind prison, reunited with Brutaka, who was now fully merged with Antidermis and levitating above the ground. Together, the two old friends set off on a long journey back to Metru Nui, fighting their way through hordes of Rakshi, Exotoa, and Vizrak as they went. In the silver sea of Protodermis, the Baraki legions, led by Pradak, sailed for Metru Nui, ready for a grand conquest against the Makuta's Rakshi and Exotoa forces. And on the island of Zia, laborers and workers were on high alert, faced with a virus inadvertently unleashed by the Shadowed One, who had vanished mysteriously. Deep to the south, Kitangu sensed the presence of Vizrak once again and resumed his sole quest to wipe out the vicious spiders. And finally, in the mind of the great spirit robot, Toa Helrix, leader of the Order of Matanui, prepared a devastating Nova Blast, ready to sacrifice all life in the Matoran universe to stop Makuta Pterodax. And on an uncharted island, Toa Liwa found himself face to face with the horrific sight of the slimy, tentacled mass of Tren Krom, former overseer of the Matoran universe now left to rot in his prison cave. A voice, dripping with decay, telepathically wormed its way into Liwa's mind. Explaining that he too had heard the voice of Makuta Pterodax echo through the universe, Trencrom pondered that there may be a way to use his knowledge of the inner workings of the Matoran universe against Makuta Pterodax, but it would require great sacrifice from Liwa. As the Toa Nuva of Air agreed to do whatever it takes, a tentacle wrapped around his neck, and in the next instant, the world began to spin. There was light and pain and impenetrable darkness, and when the shadows cleared away, Liwa found himself staring at himself. He looked down, only for a microsecond, long enough to see a huge tentacled mass grafted to stone. Instinctively, Liwa realized he was in Trencrom's body, and Trencrom's mind was inside his old body. Overjoyed at his newfound freedom, Trencrom, possessing the body of Liwa, only laughed, explaining that in return for his help in overthrowing Pterodax, he would take Liwa's former body as his own, leaving the mind and spirit of the Toa Nuva of Air trapped in Trencrom's body, condemned to the Forsaken Island. As Liwa yelled and protested, straining against the cave, Trencrom took off in his body, telepathically contacting Artaka, who was forced to teleport the body of Liwa to Metru Nui to save the universe and allow Trencrom to join the fight against Pterodax. And so, the world around Trencrom began to shimmer and fade. When his vision was clear again, he was standing in a subterranean tunnel filled with a collection of broken equipment and dust-covered artifacts. He had never physically been to this place before, but he knew what it was: the Metru Nui Archives. As he surveyed his new surroundings, the parting words of Artaka echoed through his mind. Carry out his end of the bargain, or Artaka would find a way to utterly destroy Liwa's body rather than allow Trencrom to steal it for all eternity. As Trencrom and the body of Liwa surveyed his surroundings, he was hailed by Hafu and Kapura, who had brought along Toa Tuyet in the hopes of her turning the tide of rebellion. Reading her mind in mere seconds, Trencrom was amused at her ambitions to overthrow Pterodax, and while she was powerful and dangerous, he surmised that she may have some use as well. Sensing this intrusion into her mind, Tuyet quickly deduced that Liwa was not who he claimed to be, but kept that knowledge to herself. And while Kapura was overjoyed to see a second Toa materialize before him, Hafu began to grow suspicious of both warriors, who seemed to each harbor ulterior motives to aid their cause. Leaving the archives, Trencrom, Tuyet, and the two Matoran came across Toa Pooks and Bomanga, still casually strolling through the city, stuck in their illusion. Intrigued, Trencrom touched the minds of the two Toahaga. A fraction of his mental power tore Makuta's artificial reality to bits. Pooks and Bomanga shook their heads, as if waking from a dream. Even as he restored them to the real world, Trencrom sent his power cascading to the minds of the other Toahaga, freeing them as well. As the Toahaga reeled from the illusion, finally breaking free from their prison at last, Tuyet, Trencrom, and the Matoran ventured onwards, demolishing the wall to Toa Helrix's prison just as she was about to unleash a devastating Nova Blast. Quickly recognizing the Dark Toa, Helrix powered down her Nova Blast and moved to confront Tuyet. But in the commotion, Trencrom was distracted by the portrait of Makuta Mizrix on the wall. The portrait of Mizrix warped, as if folding in on itself. An instant later, Makuta Mizrix himself stood in the chamber, in full reptilian glory. The Makuta looked dazed at first, then his eyes filled with rage. Quickly catching up on the situation, Helrix ordered Hafu and Kapura to leave that sanctum and get word to the rest of the resistance, and be prepared to make peace with the Great Spirit and with each other, for the end of everything was nigh. Just then, Trencrom leapt to a hidden wall of machinery, manipulating a set of controls for the Great Spirit robot. As he muttered about golden armor and sending a beacon to the Agnika, Helrix rushed to stop him, resigned to her decision to destroy the mind of Pterodax, and in turn doom the Matoran universe to destruction. Before either side could complete their tasks, a voice echoed from the chamber wall. Axon and Brutaka had finally returned to Metru Nui. To Axon's surprise, Brutaka declared that Trencrom must be allowed to complete the task he set out to do, and in response, Helrix demanded that the universe must die, and Pterodax with it. Before the startled eyes of Kapura and Hafu, battle lines were drawn. On one side stood Helrix, Mizrix, and Axon, all three determined to demolish the brain of the robot and commit the ultimate sacrifice to kill Pterodax once and for all. On the other stood Tuyet, Trencrom, and Brutaka, who were convinced the Matoran universe could be salvaged, all for their own goals. Helrix avoided Tuyet's slashing attack and landed a sidekick in her midsection. The corrupt Toa of Water staggered backwards, only narrowly avoiding being accidentally struck by Brutaka. The battle had begun only moments before, but already the chamber in which they fought was in shambles. Mizrix thought he would have the easiest opponent. He could sense that Liwa Nuva was not himself, but under the control of another. Whoever that was, they had no access to the Toa's air power, which he thought would make him ripe for defeat. Unfortunately for him, Liwa's body was now home to Trenkrom, ancient entity with enormous mental powers. Miserix's first solid blow knocked Liwa to the ground. The fallen Toa responded with a mental shock blast that came close to turning Miserix's brain to ash. But still, Miserix had been through a lot in the past millennia. Imprisonment, torture, humiliation, and no mind power was going to be enough to stop him. He gathered Liwa up in his claw and slammed his foe against the wall once, twice, and 3 times. Meanwhile, Axon's heart wasn't in this fight. He had only recently rediscovered Brutaka and regained their old friendship. He couldn't believe they were already at each other's throats once again, and he wasn't certain Brutaka was wrong. Maybe Helrix's plans were too extreme. Perhaps duty lay in protecting the Matoran until the very last moment. But for this moment, he had to concentrate on protecting just himself, for one good hit from Brutaka would take his head clean off. Helrix, on the other hand, had not wavered in her determination, but she also knew that this battle was sure to draw Makuta Pterodax's attention. Her chance to act could disappear at any moment. She had to do the Nova Blast now, before anyone could stop her. Tuyet could guess what was about to happen. Slamming an elbow into Axon even as Brutaka struck him, she took advantage of the moment, wresting the warrior's axe from him. With a yell, she vaulted into the air and smashed Miserix with the axe. In a roar of pain, the reptilian Makuta fell backwards right towards Helrix. Tuyet hit the ground and watched, but to her surprise, just as Miserix was about to crush Helrix, the ancient female warrior vanished. The Makuta landed in a heap, but was barely slowed by his wound and already seeking out his attacker. And just then, in the chaos, the world began to blur in front of the combatant's eyes. At the chamber entrance, space itself appeared to be warping. The next instant, a massive figure stepped out of the distortion and stood before them. All around them, a voice both young and old echoed through the chamber, berating them for their squabbling to save existence. No one in the room had ever seen the newcomer before, but there were some who knew his voice, and all felt a chill of fear at the sound of it. Only Helrix had the presence of mind to give their visitor a name, and even she spoke it in a whisper. Artaka. Part 6. Descent into Madness. At the sight of Artaka, the chamber went silent. He stood in the shattered doorway, facing some of the most powerful beings in existence as their superior. First, his cold eyes fell on the body of Liwa. Reaching out and placing his palm on Liwa's forehead, Artaka closed his eyes. The Toa's body spasmed, then dropped to the floor. After a moment, Liwa's eyes opened and he looked around, dazed, for he had returned to his body for the first time in weeks. As Helrix began to challenge Artaka, still preparing for her Nova Blast, the combatants were frozen solid by a reverberating voice around the chamber. The voice of Makuta Pterodax, who now had drawn his attention to their gathering. Mocking their efforts to stop him, Pterodax extended the briefest of energies to the gathered beings. One instant, Axon, Brutaka, Helrix, Artaka, Miserix, Tuyet, Hafu, Kapura, and Liwa were inside the half-ruined chamber deep beneath Metru. The next, they were floating in the airless, icy void of outer space, slowly losing consciousness as the cold crept through their armor. On the surface of Aqua Magna, they could barely make out the dizzyingly colossal form of the great spirit robot look to the stars beyond the planet and blast off to the shattered planet of Bara Magna in search of Matadui, the mask of life, and victory over all life itself. In the void of space, Liwa summoned a thin bubble of air linked around the heads of each castaway, calling them to join hands and link up as they drifted in the cold reaches of space. Despite his efforts, not even Artaka had the power to defy a true new god, and Pterodax had blocked their return to his form. Before the warriors could make any moves, a hole appeared in space before them. Reaching outwards was a clawed hand, and before they knew it, the 9 beings found themselves sprawled on a damp stone floor. Kapura was the first to realize that the stone itself was moving, not to mention breathing. He cried out and got to his feet, backing against a wall. The bricks in the wall reached out to embrace him, holding him fast. Stepping out from the shadows was the mad half-being Vezon, who called their attention to their host. As the occupants of the chamber turned to face the being before them, they could barely make out a figure seated on the floor, chains affixed to arms and legs. The chains were writhing like serpents, and the voice of the insane, cursed great being echoed out. He had made a deal with Vezon and brought him back to this core universe, but after realizing Vezon did not have the power to free him from his prison, he tasked him to rescue some of the most powerful beings in the Matoran universe from the darkness of outer space. And so, as the cursed great being demanded his freedom, Liwa glanced out the window of his cell. He was stunned to see a forest that stretched as far as the eye could see, far larger than any jungle he had called home on the island of Matanui. For Liwa, Vezon, Artaka, Helrix, Miserix, Axon, Brutaka, Tuyet, Kapura, and Hafu had been transported to the jungle planet of Bota Magna, moon of Spherus Magna. Meanwhile, back in the Matoran universe, on the island of Zakaz, the Toamari watched in horror as a terrifying fusion emerged from the pool of energized protodermis. A mixture of a Zyglak, a Vortex, a Steltian laborer, and the 5 surviving Paraka. It had been created by the barbaric Skakti in an elaborate ritual. And now, it was free. It was terrible, and it was beautiful. Towering 12 feet high, with gleaming golden skin, powerful muscles, and piercing green eyes, it regarded the assembled Skakti with the benevolent gaze of a creator. Only the vaguely reptilian cast of its face took away from its stunning appearance. As this new, golden-skinned being cried out in hunger, its hypnotic mental powers took hold of the assembled Skakti and Toamari, binding them in its sway. Throwing down their weapons, the 5 Toamari rose and walked forward, ready and eager to obey the commands of their new Dark Master. Back in the Southern Islands, the Pterodax of the Melding Universe and Komator and Mazika readied for combat against the 3 Shadow Takanuva who blocked their path. The Pterodax of our core universe had expected the Melding Pterodax to react nobly and fight from a distance, using his long-range abilities to hold the Takanuva at bay. But the Melding Pterodax had no such weaknesses. Unlimbering his Warhammer, Pterodax charged. Before the startled Shadow Toa could react, Pterodax had swung his hammer, striking one Toa in the face and shattering his mask to pieces. Whirling, he landed another hammer blow to the chest armor of a second Toa, cracking it straight down the center. Mazika moved in then, catching the 3rd Takanuva with a scissor kick and sending him to the ground. Pterodax made sure he would never be getting up. The now maskless Toa staggered forward, firing shadow energy from his hands at random. One blast caught Pterodax in the shoulder, badly damaging his armor. Without the luxury to feel pain or worry about his escaping antidermis, Melding Pterodax created a swirling fog of darkness to conceal his movements. Using the cover to his advantage, Mazika reached out with all his senses, leaping and whirling in midair with his eyes fully blinded, sensing the scrape of Shadow Takanuva's boots on rock. His foot connected with the Toa's mask, knocking it askew but not dislodging it. Even as his momentum carried him forward, Mazika landed a second blow to the Shadow Toa's neck. Enraged, the Toa hurled tendrils of darkness that began to strangle the Matoran. But just then, there was a sickening crunch, and the Shadow Toa's face went blank. Behind him was Pterodax and his Warhammer, which had smashed Takanuva's mask and brain to pieces. The 2 warriors had finally overcome their trials, but the final battle was only about to begin. Part 7. In the Valley of the Maze. As Makuta Pterodax, in the body of the Great Spirit Robot, blasted off from Aqua Magna to challenge Matanui on Bara Magna, the Toa of Life was encountering his own trials and tribulations in the desert sands. While rebellions were fought across the Matoran universe and the Toa Nuva led their allies to victory, Matanui struggled through the Valley of the Maze, ancient fortress of the Great Beings which housed a mysterious power source deep within. Meanwhile, the Glatorian continued to defend the Agori from wandering bandits like Saman and remnants of Skrull patrols who still sought to conquer more land in the wake of Tuma's defeat. With all the warriors unaware of the impending threat of the Batera legions, Akar and Kina set off to the north of Bara Magna, seeking out Matanui to aid in his quests. At the same time, Gresh scoured the wastelands for superior armor and weapons, preparing to act as one of the few defenders of the recently constructed mega village around the prototype robot. During this time, the Agori Tarduk, still consumed with questions about the Great Beings and the mysterious Red Star, ventured back north to complete his journey to the Valley of the Maze. Managing to enter the Fortress of the Great Beings and outwit the Element Lords who sought the secrets for themselves, Tarduk was quickly tied in chains and suspended above a pool of lava by automated defense systems, which detected his foreign presence in the Fortress of the Great Beings. And after facing many of the maze's automated defenses, elemental traps, and endless riddles, Matanui finally arrived at the center of the maze, where he encountered Tarduk. Quickly freeing the Agori of Jungle, Matanui ventured deeper within the fortress, where he discovered a computer stationed within the mechanized volcano. Before his eyes, images projected on the walls around him, detailing his mission to study other cultures and civilizations throughout the galaxy, to understand the reason for war and how to prevent it from arising on Spherus Magna again. On the screen, the progress of the Great Spirit Robot was tracked, which showed how Matanui had completed his mission and was headed home just as Makuta Pterodax struck him down with a virus, causing the robot to crash towards the planet. As the impact threw him into a deep slumber and erased his memories, Matanui was surprised to see that the restoration of Spherus Magna required a second colossal robot. And so, as Matanui and Tarduk delved deeper within the maze, they encountered the ancient power source to the second robot and left the maze after seizing it for themselves. At last, Matanui was closer than ever to regaining control of a massive robotic form, and our journey is about to come to an end. Part 8. Journey's End. Returning to the Mega Village with the power source, Matanui intended to use it to reawaken the prototype robot and restore Spherus Magna once and for all. Despite being confronted by Gresh and Ranu, who accused him of being willing to destroy their only shelter just to gain more power, Matanui convinced them of his noble intentions, and Ranu reluctantly allowed him to use the Mega Village, but not before warning him that should he betray the Agori, they would find a way to make him pay. The Agori and Glatorian of the four tribes then left the Mega Village, taking shelter in the mountainous caves, and Matanui prepared to enter the prototype robot. Bidding him a tearful farewell, Kina, who had grown close to Matanui over his time in Bara Magna, was the last to send him off. And so, in an explosion of energy and light, Matanui's spirit exited his body and traveled into the prototype robot, awakening it after 150,000 years. As energy rippled across the land and tendrils of glowing green light beamed from the sockets of the robot, Matanui rose once again. Barely managing to keep control over the ancient internal systems with the Mask of Life, Matanui struggled to his feet. Power surged through his body, out through his metal fingertips, and he began the cosmic process of reuniting the moons of Aqua Magna and Bota Magna with Bara Magna. As gargantuan forces of gravity rippled through space and Matanui concentrated on restoring Spherus Magna, Makuta Pterodax, in the body of the original Great Spirit Robot, grew ever closer to Bara Magna. Inside the Matoran universe, Tahu and Onua had just succeeded in destroying the final supply of energized protodermis. Reconvening with Gali, Pohatu, and Kopaka, the 5 remaining Toa Nuva had little time to ponder where Liwa had gone before rushing to the southern regions of the robot, tracking hordes of Rakshi that had abandoned their posts and flooded to spaces unknown. Ordering all remaining agents of the Order of Matanui, active Toa teams, and Dark Hunters to rush to the southern islands in pursuit, Tahu watched as legions of Exotoa, Visorak, and Skakti, led by Nektan, followed the Rakshi to the southern legions. As the forces of both good and evil rushed to the south, there was impact on Bara Magna. Makuta Pterodax, commanding the most powerful weapon of destruction in existence, had just made landfall on the planet's surface. In an instant, Pterodax vaporized a peak in the Black Spike Mountains, killing several Skrull and proposed an alliance to conquer the universe together to Matanui. As Matanui refused, in response, Pterodax used his own gravity powers to tear off the mountain above the cave where most of the Agori and Glatorian were hiding, forcing them to flee onto the desert sands. In an instant, Makuta Pterodax engaged Matanui in a full-on robotic duel above the clouds. On the ground beneath Pterodax's feet, Gresh and the Glatorian concentrated their blasters at single spots on his armor, hoping to distract him long enough for Matanui to gain the upper hand. But before they had a chance to deal any damage, hatches opened by Makuta's feet, and out of the darkness poured countless legions of Rakshi, Skakti, and Visorak, followed closely by the forces of good. While the two armies clashed, Takanuva and the Toa Nuva emerged from the opening, joining forces with the Glatorian in a climactic battle. To avoid standing out and being targeted by Rakshi, Takanuva altered his armor color to silver, blending in with the Toa and Glatorian of Ice as he blasted through waves of villains. In the distance, Stronius watched the proceedings and, seeking revenge for the Rock Tribe's earlier defeat, led bands of Skrull warriors into the battle, which had now begun in earnest. In a different section of Bara Magna, Tahu Nuva stumbled out of the Matoran universe, faced with the blinding light and heat of the desert. Cast into a vision of Tawahi by the Mask of Life, Tahu was shown a flashback to thousands of years ago, where the great beings had designed a set of golden armor to be worn specifically by Toa Mata Tahu in the event of an emergency. With the ability to destroy all solid antidermis in the area, the armor could act as a vast explosion of energy to decimate all Rakshi forces, which of course used armor made of solid antidermis. All around Tahu, the golden armor began to materialize, and the Mask of Life devolved him purposefully into his original Toa Mata form, as he was needed in his unaltered state to fulfill this crucial task. But before Tahu could don this golden armor and destroy the Rakshi, Pterodax noticed the blinding glow of light and sent a gargantuan blast of energy from his hands, scattering the pieces of golden armor all across Bara Magna. Meeting up with Takanuva, Tahu began a search to recollect all the pieces of the golden armor, all while other Toa fought bravely against the forces of Makuta. Introducing himself to Gresh and the Glatorian, Tahu had only moments to explain the threat before the battles resumed. The Toa Haka, now fully cleared of Pterodax's illusion, held a desperate defense alongside the Glatorian, protecting the Agori villagers. In other regions of the desert, Gali and Pohatu clashed with Skakti barbarians, decimating entire legions in their wake. And in the skies above them, Mata Nui and Makuta Pterodax engaged in their climactic final battle, Pterodax dispatching Visorak spiders to rapidly seal breaches in the hull with their webs, and Mata Nui barely managing to hold off the titanic foe. As Mata Nui declared that the Agori and Glatorian would never submit to Pterodax, Pterodax crushed Bara Magna with his gravitic powers. In desperation, Mata Nui shoved Pterodax and redirected the blast towards the two moons of Aqua and Bota Magna, accelerating their descent toward the planet. He then redoubled his efforts, forcing Pterodax backwards towards a falling fragment of Aqua Magna. And in the desert, Tahu encountered Nektan, the Skakti warlord who now seized a piece of the golden armor for himself. Challenging him in a one-on-one duel, Tahu sliced through his crescent scythe, melting Nektan's armor with his fire blast and utterly defeating the Skakti warlord. In the desert, Gresh, Takanuva, and the rest of the Glatorian and Agori battled Pterodax's forces for the golden armor, desperately fighting to regain and get each piece to Tahu. In a truly epic battle stretching across the planet, Tahu managed to finally regain control of the golden armor. The Toa of Fire concentrated, focusing his thoughts just as he would do to activate a mass power or control flame. But this time, he was willing the golden armor to do whatever it could to end this battle. Power surged through him. He screamed as electricity locked his muscles and suffused his body with blinding light. Tendrils of energy shot from Tahu, coiling around every Rakshi on the battlefield. In an instant, the creatures fell to the ground, seized by spasms as their power raced back along the tendrils and into Tahu. As the combatants on both sides watched, the Rakshi's armor disintegrated and the Krata slugs inside them exploded into shards of shadow. On the horizon, Tahu was still screaming as the energies of hundreds of Rakshi threatened to overwhelm him. Then, abruptly, the nimbus of power around him disappeared and he dropped like a stone. And just that quickly, the battle was over. With the Rakshi gone, the Skakti and Skrull were badly outnumbered by the Glatorian and Tahu's Toa Legion. Some surrendered, while others scattered back in the desert to fight another day. But no one was celebrating. They all knew victory meant nothing if Makuta killed Mata Nui, and it seemed there was nothing they could do to prevent that. But what none of the fighters on the ground realized was that they had already done more than they realized. Each Krata was bound to its creator in some way, and in this case, Makuta Pterodax. While he did not feel their pain, he could sense their debts. The loss of so many at once made him hesitate for just a moment. For that instant, Makuta Pterodax was paying no attention to the world around him or the sky above him. Mata Nui saw it coming. It was why he had forced Makuta to this northern edge of Bara Magna. His last gambit was about to pay off, and by a miracle, he was going to live to see it. A shadow fell over the robots, the shadow of the moon of Bota Magna returning to its place of origin. Using the last of his energy, Mata Nui rose and shoved Makuta backwards into the path of the planetoid. Its edge impacted the robot, smashing in the metallic head with a sickening crunch. Pterodax's armored form began to topple towards Mata Nui and the Bara Magna Desert, and using every last bit of mechanical muscle he possessed, Mata Nui caught Makuta and pushed him aside, causing the massive robot to fall and be impaled on the black spikes. The impact of the robot crushed the mountains to powder, even as the twin collisions of Bota Magna and Aqua Magna shook the entire world. And with that, thousands of years of anguish, of suffering, of death and darkness, all of it was gone in an instant. Mata Nui had prevailed, and Makuta Pterodax was no more. The three fragments of Spherus Magna were one once again. Destiny had been achieved, but this journey was not yet at its end. The battle was over. The Bara Magna Desert was a disaster area. The surrounding mountains had been pulverized or flattened, and massive scorch marks scarred the sand. The ground was littered with the bodies of those who had lost their lives in the clash, alongside countless shattered pieces of Rakshi armor. Dominating it all, of course, was the fallen robot that had once been Makuta Pterodax's greatest weapon. Tahu and Takanuva stood on a dune, looking at the metallic shell inside which they had lived their entire lives. No doubt the inner workings had been heavily damaged and there would be casualties. But as they watched the multitude streaming out of the robot, they saw many familiar figures. More than likely, most had taken shelter after the initial quake, and so survived the much larger shock. They stumbled out onto the sands. Toa, Matoran villagers, Vortex traders, Skakti barbarians, agents of the Order of Matanui, Dark Hunter bandits, animals, Rahi, birds, insects, and more, all shielding their eyes against the bright sun of this new planet. Towering above the clouds to the skies above, Matanui surveyed this brave new world. He watched as new species and populations mingled and met, witnessing the birth of new culture and world order before his eyes. The Matoran and Agori had much to learn from each other. The Toa team with the Glatorian would now safeguard both sets of villagers from any threat. Natural alliances were being forged even now. Matanui turned his attention then to the fallen form of Makuta. There was another alliance that should have existed, but never came to pass. Had he and Pterodax worked together, they could have restored Spherus Magna without the devastation and loss of life. But Pterodax's greed and ambition wouldn't allow that, and in the end, both his mad dreams and the body he had stolen were wreckage. Makuta was the past. It was time to worry about today and tomorrow for this world. When he had gone to Ranu and asked to take the Agori city from them, Matanui had made a vow to the Agori and himself. If he succeeded in rebuilding this planet, he would not stop there. He would give the Agori a new life, a new chance to thrive here. And now was the time to begin that work. And even though he knew that this final act of creation would doom his spirit, his mind, and his body, Matanui knew just what he had to do. Just as Motoro had sacrificed himself to save the life of Matanui, it was his own turn to pay the great debt owed to the world of Spherus Magna and its people. And so, with no fear or doubt in his heart, Matanui looked to the sky and stretched out his arms. He summoned the energies that coursed through his body, even as he called out to the Mask of Life. The mask at first resisted. It too knew that it might well not survive this, and it did not want to cease to exist. Matanui could have forced the Ignika to aid him. He truly had a stronger will, but he did not. Instead, he simply pictured in his mind how Spherus Magna could be if this was successful. He knew the mask would sense what was in his thoughts, and it would know this would be the ultimate use of its power. A moment later, Matanui felt the power of the Kanohi Ignika, Mask of Life, merge with what little remained of his own. Then, he willed that power to flow from his body and sweep across the planet. Everywhere it touched, mountains rose, forest flourished, life appeared where none had been before. In the desert of Bar Magna, time seemed to flow backwards as barren sand gave way to a jungle teeming with trees and plants, and long-dead rivers returned to life. The vast ocean of Aqua Magna felt Matanui's touch as well. Underwater, plants flourished, providing a bounty for the fish that swam in the sea. The power of the Mask of Life touched even the twisted, mutated beings who lived in the depths, curing them of the worst of their afflictions while leaving them to survive beneath the waves. In the great forest of Bota Magna, the giant biomechanical reptiles created so long ago by the great beings watched, amazed, as their homeland shifted and changed all around them. Areas where trees and foliage had ceased to grow suddenly were green again. Smaller animals emerged from their hiding places to feast on the new growth. Agori and Glatorian that stood in the once desert were speechless. This was not the world they once knew. It was better. After 100,000 years of struggling to survive, of scraping for every morsel of food and drop of water, there was now enough for all. As they watched in awe, clouds gathered above their heads for the first time in living memory. It began to rain in Bara Magna. And with this final act of creation, Matanui fell. Toppling downwards and crumpling under the strain and energy of life, both the robot and spirit of Matanui lay dormant once again. Arriving on a ridge by the collapsed form of the robot, Tahu, Akar, and Kina sat and mourned the loss of a god and friend. Agori, Matoran, and Glatorian had gathered now, drawn by the sight of the great robot's collapse. Some looked grief-stricken, others merely puzzled, and some fearful. Matanui had granted them a new life and a new world, and no doubt they expected him to lead them into the future. Instead, he was gone and they were on their own again. Kina turned back to the pile of wreckage, damp from the gentle rain. For a moment, she thought a shaft of sunlight had forced its way through the clouds, for there was a faint glow in the center of the rubble. But then, the glow grew brighter. Akar saw it too and climbed over the twisted metal to reach the source. He reached down and emerged with the mask of life, now gleaming brighter than a sun. Flaring so brightly that all present had to shield their eyes from the light, the spirit of Matanui echoed from the mask, thanking his friends and proclaiming destiny fulfilled. And so, with the last remnants of his energy, Matanui bid his friends with one final task. Seek out the great beings, tell them that the planet is whole once more, and convince them to share their gifts. For Matanui himself had learned what it meant to have friends, not subjects, workers, or soldiers, true brothers, and he hoped that the great beings may be able to do the same. And to quote Matanui, "All journeys must come to an end, but this time there is a new beginning as well. There will be challenges to face and enemies to fight, but I know you will overcome. All that has gone before, my friends, has only served to give birth to this new day. Let unity, duty, and destiny be your guides. Be well, be strong, care for this world and for each other. Farewell." Previously on Bionicle Retold, Chapter 10, Destiny. Journey's End. Under the Dark Lord Makuta Pterodax's reign of shadows, brave resistance groups fought back against the god of the Matoran universe, staging epic battles to topple the great spirit robot from within. With his legions of Exotoa, Rakshi, and Visorak, Pterodax kept a firm grip on the populace, all while preparing to blast off to Bar Magna and crush Matanui once and for all. In these many battles, the deranged serial killer Toa Tuyet, recently revealed to have cheated death, joined the fight, all while plotting to seize power for herself. Old gods like Artaka and Trenkrom made legendary appearances for the first time in millennia, while the vast multiverse was cracked open, with alternate versions of heroes and villains materializing in our core world. In climactic journeys, heroes like Toa Liwa and Helrix were teleported to vast jungle regions of Bota Magna, while others like the Toa Mari fell under the hypnotic sway of terrible new beings. Finally, in a desperate battle like no other in the skies and sands of Bara Magna, Matanui triumphed over Makuta Pterodax, striking down his vast robot form and healing the planet of Spherus Magna in a glorious restoration. And with Matanui's final request to seek out the great beings and reunite their society, our heroes pave the way to an uncertain future in a brave new world. This is Bionicle Retold. Epilogue, New Beginnings. Part 1, The Restoration. Across the newly reformed planet of Spherus Magna, plants bloomed and oceans teemed with life. Matanui had triumphed over Makuta, and in the wreckage of the great spirit robot, countless new life forms emerged onto the sands of what once was Bara Magna. Toa, Glatorian, Matoran, and Agori stood together as one, while Tahu delivered a final speech to his gathered friends. The light and warmth of the Mask of Life washed over the land, healing ruined ecosystems and covering much of the wastelands with vast flora and fauna. Even the mutated denizens of the pit felt its warmth, the surviving Baraki in particular reverting back to their normal, prime forms after so many years. In the aftermath of the conflict, what remained of the old Chronicler's company reunited, with Maku, Taipu, Tamaru, and Kopik helping to free those trapped in the rubble and evacuate the now destroyed Metru Nui archives. Little did they know, but Kapura and Hafu, the remaining members of the company, were stranded across the planet on the chunk of land that once was Bota Magna, still held deep in the fortress of the cursed Great Being with the other legendary warriors and heroes. As the weeks progressed and the denizens of the Matoran universe became more and more accustomed to life on Spherus Magna, culture began to evolve, and an ideological split began to emerge. As mostly organic, intelligent beings, the Glatorian and Agori would be forced to accept the beings of the Matoran universe in their ranks, who were much more mechanical, evolving from initially purely artificial intelligence. In the darkness and wreckage of what was once the Matoran universe, the great being responsible for the sentience of every single Matoran universe species pondered his next moves. No one would ever suspect him, of course. No one ever had. In the earliest days of the Matoran universe, this great being was curious about the robot's inner workings and how Matanui would perform his task. Announcing to his fellow great beings that he was going into exile to remove suspicion, he transferred his mind into the body of a diminutive Matoran named Velika, taking his name as a pseudonym and placing his true body somewhere in stasis. As time passed, Velika recruited agents on the remnants of Spherus Magna who had come to believe one crucial truth. The events of the Core War and shattering of Spherus Magna had only the other great beings to blame, for their poor leadership and willingness to sit back and only watch as society collapsed around them. Despite being responsible for granting full sentience to the inhabitants of the Matoran universe, Velika had also come to a second realization. Any and all Matoran universe inhabitants acting outside their parameters would have to be dealt with and eliminated, with the most powerful being his first targets. As for the rest, he could deal with them at his leisure. For to Velika, this new world of Spherus Magna needed a firm, strong hand to maintain order and rule over all, and Velika was convinced he would succeed where his fellow great beings had failed. And so, Velika made preparations to embark on a grand plan, which to him would be a time-consuming, if amusing, exercise, a sort of living strategy game in which only he knew the rules. Sending secret messages to his agents on the ground, Velika prepared his list of targets, setting forth to fulfill his dark plans. For to him, the inhabitants of the Matoran universe were only truly alive because of his gift, and to prevent another catastrophe like the Shattering, Velika would be willing to do anything and kill anyone to keep the peace. Elsewhere on Spherus Magna, the great being Angons paced in fear. When the great beings created the Matanui robot, their plan was a simple one. Matanui would return when the time was right, heal the shattered remains of Spherus Magna, and then power down. Neither it, nor the beings inside who kept it running, would be needed anymore. Some great beings wanted to keep a few intact to study, while others felt the materials could be better used in other projects. No one advocated letting Toa, Matoran, and all the others run free on Spherus Magna. They weren't independent beings with a right to life and liberty, after all. To the great beings, they were mere tools to be used to keep Matanui robot functioning. But things had not gone quite as planned. Evidently, there had been glitches in the AI of Makuta, Matanui, and the great beings' other creations. Instead of a simple repairing of the planet, there had been a robot war in the bizarre sight of nanotech creations nobly sacrificing themselves in battle, and in many cases, dying to save others. This was not the behavior of biomechanical servants. That was an actual new species fighting and dying for their freedom. Ordinarily, this would have been a cause for celebration, but at the same time that the great beings had failed to predict the future, they had also planned a little too well. During the Core War, the great beings had unleashed a doomsday weapon that came to be called Batera. Their goal was to end the war by force, by eliminating any armed combatant they encountered. Once it became inevitable that the shattering would happen, the great beings tried to use their failsafe to shut the Batera down. It failed, and the Batera remained active to this day. This failure made them think about how much power each Toa would have. If something went wrong upon Matanui's return, and the Toa were unleashed, the Agori would stand no chance against them. Suppose the Toa went bad. Suppose they wanted to conquer this new world. If so, then once again Spherus Magna would be in mortal danger as a result of the great being's actions. That could not be allowed to happen. They had little time, but they put it to good use, designing and building a new creation. It existed for one purpose and one alone: to destroy Toa. The great beings believed no single Toa or team of Toa could hope to stand against it. It was christened Merendar, an Agori word meaning salvation, and placed in a vault. There, Merendar slept for thousands of years, with no Toa to hunt or destroy. But the collision of the Matoran universe with the newly restored Spherus Magna meant a massive influx of new Toa on the planet, and the automated sensors Merendar utilized were immediately activated. Rushing to the vault, Angons came upon a horrible sight. it was too late. The living weapon had already smashed its way out through 3 feet of metallic protodermis and was gone. It would carry out its programming and kill any and every Toa on the planet. Angons pondered to himself. The Toa thought they had found a new world, but how could they know that nothing waited for them here but death? Part 2. Samad's Tale. Centuries ago, before the Core War and the Shattering, the Agori of the Iron Tribe lived in the mountains of Bota Magna and worked the mines. They sent the iron dug out from the rock to the Fire Tribe for forging, and in return were provided with finished tools and weapons. They were rough and coarse, but honored for their hard work and treated like any other Agori. Iron Tribe members lived a life full of hard, honest work and didn't ask for anything more. Besides some minor quarrels with the Skrull, the Iron Tribe was at peace with all who dwelled on Spherus Magna, a respected corner of society. But when the end came, it came swiftly and quietly, like a dagger to the back. On the outskirts of Iron Agori land, miners began to act strangely. Distracted, quarrelsome, and outright hostile, these disturbed Agori reported only one thing: their sleep had been disturbed, for they had stopped dreaming. At first, the symptoms were laughed off. What use were dreams when all that mattered was the strength of their backs as they carved metal from rock? What did it matter if their sleep were unmarred by illusions or fantasies? But as the weeks grew longer, one troubling fact became clear. If you can't dream, your waking life becomes the nightmare. The affected miners went from irritable to violent in short order, and from violent to mad. For the Agori, dreams were needed to release the bad energies that accumulate in all of them. Without them, the mind tears itself to shreds, and this dreaming plague was spreading. As more and more of the Iron Tribe lost the ability to dream, they began to die as raving lunatics, and those recently infected were seized by horror and desperation, knowing the fate that awaited them. Those who were seemingly immune, like Samad and Teleris, were unaware as to why they retained the ability to dream. As their village descended into chaos around them, Samad was forced to leave the love of his life, a female Iron Agori afflicted by the plague who was driven mad and eventually died from the plague. Desperate to find a cure, the mad Iron Agori swarmed Samad and Teleris, who banded together and fortified a cave hideaway. As things got worse, the village leader appealed to other tribes for help. The Skrull just laughed. The other tribes wouldn't even allow him to cross the borders into their lands. No one wanted the little bit of iron they still dug up, believing it somehow might carry the disease. And so, all trade came to a stop. When one of the still healthy Agori tried to join another tribe, he was driven off into the forest and killed by one of the beasts there. As far as Samad was concerned, he just as well may have been killed by the Agori who rejected him. Being a member of the Iron Tribe now carried a death sentence. If the plague didn't claim you, your one-time trading partners would. As the months stretched on, the entire Iron Agori tribe was eventually killed off in a terrible genocide, either by other Agori or the Dreaming Plague. The only survivors were Samad and Teleris, who used minerals to alter their armor color to avoid attention, while the rest of their kin died off. As the Core War erupted and the Agori killed each other with weapons made of the very iron Samad and his kin had mined, he only stood by and laughed, bitter at how quickly they had turned against his tribe. Following the shattering, Samad had only one regret. The truth behind whatever or whoever had caused the Dreaming Plague was broken off on Bota Magna, and he had no way of reaching the planetoid to learn the truth. Eventually, Samad and Teleris went their separate ways, with Teleris constructing a massive war machine based on the Scopio creatures, robbing Agori caravans to make a living. Samad, on the other hand, chose a different path. Consumed with spite and rage against the other Agori, he forged an alliance with the Skrull, turning the Agori themselves into commodities and selling them as slaves, leaving them wishing they had died in the plague along with Samad's friends. All that time, one burning question consumed Samad. What was responsible for the Dreaming Plague, and why had it only affected his race? And as the Skrull were driven from Roxas, two giant metal men battled in the skies, and a host of new species emerged on the Spherus Magna, only one thing held Samad's interest. The chunk of land that was once Bota Magna had been restored to Spherus Magna, which meant that the answers behind the Dreaming Plague were once again in his reach. Awakening from nightmares about losing his lover for a second time, Samad embarked on a quest back to the region of Bota Magna, desperate to find the truth behind the plague. Along the way, he reunited with Teleris, who had since lost his massive Scopio war machine, and promised to help him rebuild it when they returned. They were surprised to encounter a long, gray serpent coiled in the sand, with madness in its eyes. Just as Teleris was about to kill the serpent, it spoke, begging for death. For the serpent was Metis, the treacherous Isagori Matanui had transformed into a snake to reflect his true nature. As Samad and Teleris stopped to hear what Metis had to say, the serpent reflected on his drive to take revenge on all who had wronged him, if not for the fact that something had recently changed. As Samad questioned Metis on what was different, the serpent slithered through the sand and looked up at him with desperation in his ice-blue eyes. "I've stopped dreaming," it whispered. Suddenly, the desert seemed to grow very quiet and still, and all Samad could hear was his own voice. It's starting again. Part 3. The Yesterday Quest. As Samad, Teleris, and Metis sought answers to the dreaming plague and Merendar awakened from its slumber, the Toa Nuva were absorbed in their next quest, fulfill the final task of Matanui, and seek out the great beings. And so, Tahu, Gali, and Onua split off on this pivotal journey, while Kopaka and Pohatu stayed behind to help Matoran and Agori build their society together and embark on their own missions. Joining Tahu and his team were 3 freelance Toa, who had been stationed in other regions of the Matoran universe on their own personal quests. In the early years of the Matoran universe, Toa Kiara was a Vo-Matoran turned Toa of Lightning who defended her village against Vizrak invasions, successfully fending off the Scourge of Darkness. Even earlier than this, Toa Ord was created by the Great Beings as one of the first Toa, and was the first Toa of psionics in existence. His first task was to use his mental powers on the savage Zyglak to end the threat of the vicious beasts. Unfortunately, due to his temper, Ord lost control, using his powers to make them even angrier, and as a result, all subsequent Matoran and Toa of psionics were later made female, as the Great Beings believed them to be gentler than males. During his career, he once used his powers to save a dozen trapped Matoran from the Dark Hunters, only much later rescued by his team. And lastly, Toa Zaria was a Fey Matoran who eventually transformed into a Toa of Iron. After rebelling against the Great Spirit, the Brotherhood of Makuta began hunting down and killing Toa of Iron, which resulted in the death and massacre of most of Zaria's closest friends. Under these circumstances, Zaria was forced to kill a Makuta to survive, violating the sacred Toa code in the process. While the event haunted him to this day, it sparked a rumor that he had made a habit of killing all his enemies, and Tahu planned to use this troubled but driven individual to good use. Gathering this team of freelance Toa, Onua explained their mission, for both Tahu and Gali had already embarked on their own quest to seek out a site in the northern Bota Magna jungles to build the city of New Atero. In the makeshift campsite they had constructed, Onua introduced the trio of Toa to the veteran Glatorian Gaelu, who would serve as their guide on Spherus Magna. Traveling north to what was once the independent celestial body of Bota Magna, Gaelu and the 3 Toa rode into a narrow valley bordered by deep woods. Preparing for an ambush, Gaelu tasked Ord with scanning for mental energy. Sensing dozens of minds buzzing and suddenly going silent, the 4 warriors prepared for an ambush, Kiera hurling lightning energy into the trees to draw out their attackers. Just then, there was a blast of energy, and the warriors were hurled into a net, trapped by mysterious combatants. To Gaelu's surprise, their captors were Voroks, but instead of using crude spears and stinger tails, these Voroks wielded sophisticated weapons and spoke perfect Agori, for these were the intelligent Voroks of Bota Magna, who had evolved radically differently compared to their southern kin on Bara Magna. As the Toa bickered and struggled against their captors, Gaelu was focused on only one person, the leader of the Voroks tribe. Introducing himself as Kabrua, the chief Voroks explained how they had evolved differently, thriving on Bota Magna. Unforgiving of how his Voroks kin were treated on Bara Magna, Kabrua devised a cruel plot. Hunt Gaelu, Ord, Kiara, and Zaria just as the Voroks were hunted on Bara Magna, as revenge for the atrocities committed to their race. And as the 4 prisoners were led away, Gaelu came to a crucial realization. There was no way that Kabrua would have known anything about the Bara Magna Voroks, nor did he possess the knowledge or intellect to create such sophisticated technology, unless he was working with a great being. Little did Gaelu know, but Kabrua was one of Velika's secret agents, and fully committed to his cause. The next morning, the warriors were released into the forest, hunted by Voroks. Setting up an ambush in the jungle, Gaelu and Ord split off from the group.
sending Kiara and Zuria to act as bait as they prepared to ambush the Voroks. But to their horror, none of their elemental powers were working. Laughing in victory, Kabrua explained that he knew the secret to shut off the power of a Toa, only further cementing Galu's suspicions that he served a great being. And as Galu and Ord fled the scene, they realized that Kabrua's power dampeners only worked in a short radius, and Ord's psionic powers were quickly flooding back to him. And as he rushed through the jungles of Botamagna, scanning the minds of beings around them, he stopped in shock and horror. In brief flashes, Ord had scanned the mind of Kabrua, who knew of Velika's dark plans. One of the beings from his universe, one who was on Spherus Magna now, was really a great being, living among the Matoran all this time, hidden, fooling them all. In horror, Ord explained that this mysterious great being had waited over 100,000 years to return to Spherus Magna, concealed in another body, and his dark plans for their world must be stopped if there was still time. Part 4. The Powers That Be. While Velika began to set his grand plan into motion, and the team of Toa encountered trouble in the jungles of Botamagna, Toa Kopaka traveled across the lands, gaining information on his new environment and acting as scout for the rest of the Matoran universe beings. Over his journeys, he had come across a band of barbaric Skakti, trailed by a seemingly subservient team of Toa Mari on a journey across Barra Magna. Leading this bizarre entourage was a massive, golden-skinned being, the combination of all 6 Paraka with other life forms. As Kopaka watched, the golden-skinned being generated a massive castle with just a wave of his hand, materializing the fortress from thin air. Rushing back to camp to warn the others, Kopaka came across Toagaki, who offered the help of the Toahaga in seeking out this dangerous new life form. Promising the Toahaga would scout out the situation and report back, Gaki and the others left Kopaka in the village, who reunited with Pohatu, assisting the villagers with salvage missions and creating cooling shelters for those laboring in what was left of the Barra Magna desert. Just then, Kopaka and Pohatu were accosted by Toa Lezovic, who was consumed with rage and guilt. Demanding to know who among them had freed the mad titan Karzani from his imprisonment, Lezovic set out on a singular quest to relocate Karzani and bring him to justice, for somehow he had been freed from captivity by beings unknown, and was now free to prey on the inhabitants of this new world. While Kopaka suggested a search party, Lezovic refused, and left to search for Karzani on his own. Making his way to the Iron Canyon, Lezovic finally tracked down the Mad Titan, but just before he had a chance to confront Karzani, Lezovic was struck in a flash of blinding light, and was knocked down by the great being Velika, who stole his air sword and brutally murdered Karzani with Lezovic's weapon, smashing his armor to bits and carving up his organs in a gruesome display. When Lezovic came to, his sword and Karzani were both gone, and he was left blindsided as to who or what had attacked. For Velika, in his hopes to inspire fear and distrust among the villagers, had just framed Lezovic for the murder of Karzani, and it didn't take long for Kopaka and Pohatu to come across the mutilated body, Lezovic's sword still impaled in his back. Gathering the body, Kopaka and Pohatu brought it back to the Agori and Matoran camp. Tahu and Gali had returned from their scouting mission to the north, only to be greeted with this grim news. A rogue Toa on the loose would only encourage distrust among the Agori and Glatorian, and this was the worst possible time for such a murder to take place. As the 4 Toa conversed, groups of Agori began to spread rumors amongst themselves, suspecting the Toa of killing Karzani themselves. And so, Tahu and Gali stayed behind to quell their fears and suspicions, while Kopaka and Pohatu set off to find Lezovic, or whoever was framing him. The 2 Toa rode north for 3 days. The land turned from brown to green, lush forest replacing sand dunes. They saw no sign of Lezovic or anyone else. More than once, Pohatu wondered aloud what had happened to Liwa, but Liwa had vanished before the defeat of Makuta and had not been seen since. As Kopaka and Pohatu began to argue over who the true killer was, and why exactly Karzani had been killed, they were interrupted by movement up ahead. A scream rippled through their minds, one made up of pure agony and something more, complete shock. The mental cry was so powerful both Toa fell from their mounts, hands covering their audio receptors. That did no good. This scream wasn't a physical one, but a telepathic one, and it brought with it flashes of imagery neither Toa would ever forget. When it finally subsided, Kopaka was the first to his feet. Before Pohatu could stop him, he ran for the woods, and when the Toa of Stone caught up to Kopaka, he found him standing over what looked like a piece of scarlet gelatin.
Pohatu glanced around and saw that similar objects covered the ground for hundreds of yards. For these were the chopped up pieces of Tren Krom, who had seemingly been transported to Bota Magna just to be brutally murdered in another twisted display for all to see. Someone or something had reduced him to pieces in an instant and left no obvious clues behind. And while there were now 2 high-profile murders to solve, Kopaka was rattled by something else. Out of all the images thrust into his mind by Tren Krom's throes of death, one stood out among the rest: the enigmatic Red Star. Before Kopaka and Pohatu had a chance to process this revelation, they were interrupted by a grotesque being who had been lurking in the trees. A strange, multi-limbed and winged life form who called himself Gardus. Years ago, Gardus had once been a Matoran. Then, a group of Ninra ghosts pushed their experiments too far. Moving to scientific tests on other living beings, these now exiled Ninra ghosts took Gardus and subjugated him to horrific tests and mutations in a quest to make the perfect weapon. Imbuing him with powerful teleportation abilities, the Ninra ghosts constructed Gardus to wield a powerful skill. Any place he had been to before, he could instantly teleport himself and others to. But Gardus escaped, hunting them down one by one until none of them were left. Remaining in his village in anticipation for the Ninra ghost to be returned following the repairs in the Red Star, Gardus lurked for years, operating under a single drive to brutally kill those who had mutilated him again and again, for all eternity. For Gardus knew the true secret of the Red Star and its proper function in the Matoran universe. In the early days of the universe, the great beings created the remote Red Star satellite as a booster pack to the universe, serving one crucial function: conserve the robot's finite resources by reviving its inhabitants when they died. The deceased were transported from the Matoran universe to the Red Star, where they would be placed in a new body and sent back. To man the Red Star, the great beings created the Kastora, and for centuries, the Red Star operated as created, reviving any beings who died and transporting them back to their homes in the Matoran universe. But something went horribly wrong when Gardus was eventually killed. Due to his incredibly mutated and misshapen form, the Red Star's systems were not prepared for such a deviation from the standard species, and malfunctioned. Sending Gardus back down to the Matoran universe in a final burst of energy, the Red Star fell dormant, and any being who was killed in the Matoran universe would be trapped on the Red Star permanently. Worse still, while revived beings were intended to retain their memories and intact mental functions, the traumatic and damaged process of revival resulted in their thoughts being scrambled, transforming them into little more than reanimated, violent corpses. And so, the Red Star continued to soar overhead, orbiting the Great Spirit robot, but unable to perform its key task. When Makuta Pterodax flew the robot to Bara Magna, and Mata Nui restored the planet, the Red Star still circled overhead, enigmatic and out of reach. With the robot destroyed, the Red Star would not be summoned into use again. And yet, it still hung among the true stars, waiting for a call that would never come. Meanwhile, Gardus had sought to make a peaceful life in isolation on Spherus Magna, escaping the Matoran universe only to witness Tren Krom materialize before him in an instant, and be murdered by something moving faster than his eye could see. He could not understand what he was seeing, but this was the work of Velika yet again, who had murdered the ancient entity in a cruel and terrifying manner to spread panic and fear so the populace would be ripe for his rule. But in the last seconds of his life, Tren Krom had used his mental powers to warn Kopaka, Pohatu, and Gardus of one crucial thing. Something up on the Red Star was connected to his death, and it was now their mission to find it. And so, despite his complaints, Gardus agreed to teleport Kopaka and Pohatu up to the mysterious Red Star, and as the world swirled around them, the 3 warriors found themselves inside a curved hallway, the walls made of a combination of metal bands and organic tissue, much like the biomechanical insides of the Toa themselves. Just then, they were accosted by 3 Kastora, who were amazed to see sentient beings materialize in the star, for all others who were revived were mere shells, inhabiting shambling bodies. When the Kastora refused to listen to reason and explain the purpose of the Red Star, Kopaka flash froze them solid. But in the commotion, Gardus disappeared, and the 2 Toa Nuva were left alone on the Red Star. The 2 Toa had gone about 100 yards when the lights suddenly went out, and now they could hear movement from all around them. There were whispers too, but they couldn't make out the words. Kopaka triggered his Akakunuva, piercing the walls around him with X-ray vision. In one direction, there was nothing to see but outer space, but in the other, he saw terrible things, sights that left him trembling and terrified. As he urged Pohatu to move, awful sounds began to rattle all around them, growing ever closer. Some sounded like rodents skittering, others like bodies being dragged across a metal floor. At one point, the Toa saw a lighted corridor up ahead, but as they approached, the lights went off there too. And worse, the noises were starting to come from up ahead as well as behind. Boxed in, the Toa Nuva could barely make out grotesque shapes in the fog, reanimated corpses of long-dead friends and foes alike, all driven by a basic desire to hunt and kill. Part 5. Nightmare. While Kopaka and Pohatu faced the horrors on the Red Star, Gaelu and Ord uncovered the secrets of Valika's plan, and Merendar drew ever closer to the Toa civilization. Samad and Teleris were confronting Metis in the desert, demanding to know exactly where he had been struck with the Dreaming Plague, and how to avenge the Iron Agori who had been needlessly killed so many years ago. But before Samad had a chance to question Metis further, the ground opened up beneath them, slimy red tentacles seizing the three beings. There wasn't even time to yell as the sky above Samad was replaced by earth and clay, as he was ripped from the realm of light and sent hurtling down into a world of shadows. After what seemed like an eternity of darkness, Samad awoke with a start. He was lying on a cot in a large room filled with wounded or ill Agori. Approached by a water Agori nurse, Samad demanded to know exactly what had happened, only for the Agori to claim he had been asleep for 750 years and was now in the grand village of New Atero. Approached by an aged Glotorian, Samad was shocked to see Kina claim all had been forgiven, and Samad was now welcome in this new city. To Samad, it all looked, sounded, and felt real, but he knew it wasn't. There was no way Kina and the rest of the Glotorian would ever forgive him, and 750 years was not enough to wipe out over 100 millennia of suspicion, fear, and disgust. As Samad rushed from the healing chambers, racing past familiar faces all around him, a sight in the center of the market square stopped him firm. It was his old lover, who had died from the Dreaming Plague more than 100,000 years ago. Aiming a glistening silver weapon to his head, Samad's lover fired at point-blank range. There was impact, a flash of light, the dull roar of an explosion, and Samad was dead again. Then, darkness became light. Samad was back in his healer's chamber, but this time he was surrounded by Iron Agori. Simultaneously, the patients sat up from their beds, speaking in one voice. Claiming he was just as weak as Teleris, Metis, and all the other Iron Agori, the voice laughed and stated that to them, weak souls tasted lovely. Demanding that his captor reveal themselves, the Iron Agori morphed before Samad's eyes, and before him were dozens of the Sisters of the Scrawl, all with glazed expressions and muted eyes. Speaking as one, the sisters began to laugh yet again, and the voice that echoed from their mouths was the terrible voice of the ancient entity Anana, consumer of dreams and source of the original Dreaming Plague that ravages tribes so many years ago. Explaining that she had consumed the minds of the Sisters of the Scrawl, now using their bodies as her puppets, Anana finally revealed herself to Samad, too hideous to even comprehend. As Samad faced Anana's true form, she revealed that all that tragedy, all that loss so many years ago, was merely her lunch, for she had gotten hungry and feasted on dreams. As the Sisters of the Scrawl shambled towards him, Samad was rescued last minute by Teleris and Metis, who was perplexingly in Agori form once again. Stumbling upon the surface of Spherus Magna, Samad, Teleris, and Metis fled Anana's den, the immense tentacled being breaking free into the skies of the New World. Radiating with brilliant red light and thrusting tentacles in every direction, Anana blasted forwards to Aqua Magna, followed closely by Samad and his gang. Materializing in the ocean regions of Aqua Magna, Samad observed a colossal fortress gleaming in the moonlight, and Anana slowly rising up towards that fortress. When the three warriors reached the beach and climbed up to the castle, a nightmarish scene faced them. Skakti barbarians poured forth in droves, fighting thin air, for Anana had diverted them with illusions. The radiance moved towards the vast doors of the fortress, with nothing standing in its way. Nothing, that is, until the doors burst open from the inside, and something stepped out into the light. The newcomer was 12 feet tall, with golden skin and rippling muscles. Its eyes and face were vaguely reptilian, and it looked at Inanna through the narrow slits of those eyes. This was the golden-skinned being who stood forth to challenge Inanna, who had come to his fortress to feed. For the golden-skinned being had the hypnotic power to turn dreams into reality, making him the prime target for a primordial being like Inanna. As she flared brighter, Samad and his team were blinded, and they could only hear the voices of the two foes around them. As the ground shook violently beneath Samad and Inanna began to scream in pure pain, the golden-skinned being prepared his counterattack. Inanna, all crimson and fiery brilliance, was in agony. Spears of rock had suddenly erupted from the ground and pierced the energy being, and she writhed in pain. The golden-skinned being proclaimed that the dreams of his people give him life, and now they dreamed of her death, giving him power over even a being like her. And just as Samad was about to watch the Lovecraftian entity succumb to her injuries, all around the golden being, his warriors began to collapse. Some sank to their knees, some babbling insanely, others drew their weapons and started advancing on their leader. Taken off guard, the golden-skinned being stumbled backwards, all while Inanna wrenched herself free of the spikes, a peal of laughter coming from her core as she consumed the latent dream energy of all those around her. Samad watched in horror as the golden-skinned being recoiled in fear. Behind him, his fortress was starting to waver and blur. Worse, there were things appearing in the windows, others slithering or crawling across the landscape. In fear, the golden being lashed out at Inanna, explaining that he had no choice but to bring the dreams of his followers to life, even the dreams of the mad. All around Samad, the ground buckled, the fortress itself melting, and the dreams of the deranged began to spiral outwards all around them. In the confusion, the Toamari broke free of their trance, coming to their senses just to witness the epic clash between the golden being and Inanna. With the fortress completely dissolved, the horizon was full of gibbering things, some practically formless, some with forms you could still see even when you closed your eyes. The golden being was retreating back towards them, but he was off balance and rattled. It was going to be over in a matter of minutes. At that moment, Teleris snapped. Brandishing a stick and screaming as he rushed to Inanna, the Iron Agori died mid-scream, in a stupid, reckless, and idiotic sacrifice. Just as he died, Samad and Metis rushed to the rock spikes that had once wounded Inanna, and they hurled the spikes as hard as they could toward the miniature tentacled star. That was when Samad saw the golden being looking right at him. Somehow, he could hear what the being was saying, even from so far away. Then, Samad knew exactly what he had to do. Both of those powerful entities thrived on dreams. Inanna fed off the kind you have at night, good or bad. The golden being took the ones you had in your heart or the darkest parts of your soul, the aspirations, hopes, wishes, and true desires, and made them real. There were 100 ways he could attack Inanna, but only one that would really hurt. Samad closed his eyes again and dreamed a dream. And in his dream, no one on Spherus Magna, no one on any world anywhere near, could dream or wish or hope. He dreamed that there were no more dreams. Opening his eyes, Samad felt it. The emptiness, the void left behind when dreaming stops. The same feeling his tribe had experienced just before they died. But this time, the dream energy had not been stolen from them. It had simply ceased to be. Faltering, Inanna hovered in the air before the golden being until she finally proposed a deal to end their conflict. Should the golden being create a pocket universe, a world filled with beings where she could live and feed, she would leave Spherus Magna and the golden being's empire alone, and she would be sated. And so, the golden being bestowed the gift of dreaming upon Samad, and he envisioned the perfect punishment for the ancient entity. Dreaming up a world filled with beings just like her, Samad created the perfect death trap. Inanna and her kin would feed off of each other for all eternity, eventually killing each other off in this pocket dimension. And so, as the golden-skinned being made this dream a reality, and Inanna faded from our world, he approached Samad, who dreamed one final dream. That all on Spherus Magna could dream again, thus restoring the power of the golden-skinned being, and preventing anyone from ever succumbing to the dreaming plague again. Promising Samad would hear from him again, the golden being set off to rebuild its fortress, with plans to seize all of Spherus Magna for itself. As for Samad, he headed north, finally at peace, and seeking to pay his respects to all the Iron Tribagori slain by Anana. Part 6. A Dark Horizon. In the jungle of Bota Magna, the cursed great being regarded the assembled beings before him. Toa Nuva Liwa, Artaka, Toa Helrix, Toa Tuyat, Axon, Brutaka, Makuta Miserix, Vezon, Hafu, and Kapura all stood before him, demanding his freedom in exchange for rescuing them from outer space. As the assembled beings debated on whether or not to free the captive great being, Liwa left the fortress, flying high over the great jungle. The area in which he now stood was one of the most beautiful he had ever seen, even more stunning than the jungles of Mata Nui. He used his power to soar above the trees, taking in the majestic forest, beautiful rivers, rolling fields, and even cybernetically enhanced giant reptiles, vast dinosaurs with technological implants that roamed the lands. Swooping down for a closer view, Liwa spotted movement on the forest floor. This time, it wasn't reptiles, but villagers not too different in size from Matoran. As these strange jungle Agori approached him, brandishing crude axes, spears, and clubs, Liwa attempted to communicate with them. And despite him not speaking their language, he managed to explain that he had come from the fortress of the cursed great being. And the next thing Liwa knew, the points of countless spears were at his throat. Back at the imposing fortress of rock and mortar, Velika lurked in the jungle. The cursed great being inside was of little importance to Velika. What was important about that building was who else was inside it now. Axon, Brutaka, and Toa Helrix, veteran warriors. Makuta Miserix, with all the power his title implied. Artaka, wearer of the Mask of Creation. Toa Tuyat, who was mightier than all the others knew. And Vezon, gifted with the ability to move through dimensions the way others move through air. So many beings of power, all in one spot, an alluring target for Velika's plans. So far, he had killed Trenkrom and Karzani, one a madman, the other a gelatinous mass of hot air. Neither proved to be much of a challenge, although the two heroes investigating the murders, Kopaka and Pohatu, had recently vanished. Velika was not overly concerned. They would turn up eventually, for his plan required it. In the same way, the sight of Toa Liwa being dragged off by nature-loving Agori was at best a minor obstacle. If need be, Velika would effect a rescue in some indirect way before the Toa of Air could get into any real jeopardy. For of course, the Toa Mata were far too important to have their lives sacrificed needlessly. Velika planned to kill them eventually, of course, but it would be at a time of his own choosing. But now, fate seemed to have altered his circumstances. So many of his targets, all in the same place, offered the opportunity to accelerate his timetable, and it was much too good of an opportunity for Velika to miss. Preparing an explosive device to render the fortress and its inhabitants dust, Velika looked upon his work and pronounced it good. Humming to himself, he began to carve a memorial marker for all those about to die. Back on the Red Star, Kopaka and Pohatu were surrounded by reanimated corpses, desperate for a way out, only to be rescued by a mysterious figure pushed into a deserted, hidden room. In the darkness, they were brought face to face with the Onu Matoran Mavra, who had aided the Toa Metru so many years ago back on Metru Nui before facing a tragic end, massacred by wild Rahi he had once loved. Somehow, Mavra had made his way onto the Red Star despite being killed, and offered to unlock many more secrets within. And with the Toa Nuva scattered and in danger, the Toa Mari still barely reeling from the control of the Golden Being, and powerful new threats on the horizon, thus ends this biological chronicle, with the story cut off just as major new developments arose. All journeys must come to an end, but to our heroes, their trials and conflicts were only the beginning. True, Mata Nui had defeated Pterodax and created a brave new world, but with this world came conflict, death, and turmoil, one that would require the might and wisdom of every hero to pave a path forwards. And while we may never know how the story would truly have ended, the Chronicle lives on with all of you, and now it's up to the fans to keep the flame alive and venture forwards into our own brave new dawn, for this was the legend of the Bionicle. And thus wraps up this epic tale of Bionicle Retold. A prologue, 10 chapters, and now an epilogue, all summarized in this final video. Gathered friends, thank you so much for listening to our legend of the Bionicle. And this is it.
12 full chapters combined all into one massive video for Bionicle Retold, the entire story in chronological order from beginning to end. Thank you all so much for everyone who's given their support to these videos, and thank you for following along. Whether this is your first video or you were here from the beginning, this has been a pretty monumental undertaking, and I really am grateful for every single person who comments, who likes, who watches, who shares. Just thank you all so much, and I hope you enjoyed this series. And now this is not the end, because of course there's still many more things to tell. Bionicle Generation 2 will be getting a whole Retold video of its own at some point in the future, and I also will be doing Retold series for other LEGO themes. Be it Ninjago, Nexo Knights, Chima, or yes, even Galador, at some point I will be doing Retold series for all of these story-based LEGO themes. So definitely, if you liked this type of video, stay tuned for more of those coming out sometime in the future after I take a long break, because these videos take a lot of effort to put together. From scripting to editing to rewriting and even scoring and giving each and every character their own individual soundtrack and themes from pop culture, pretty much everything has culminated in the most massive videos I've ever created for this channel. So thank you all for coming along on this journey. I'll talk to you again very soon. And subscribe to DuckBricks for even more LEGO news, reviews, discussion, and analyses coming your way very soon. Thanks so much, and bye-bye for now.